Friends who often kill people know. In the bloody, dark room, in these tattered suitcases, either filled with US dollars or filled with corpses. And in front of Jiang Li, there happened to be one such suitcase lying. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Li's ears. Congratulations, Chosen One Jiang Li, for entering the world of strange tales for the first time. Please stay alert at all times to avoid strange invasions. If you suffer contamination or death, your country will face corresponding strange tales. Please be cautious with every choice you make. Jiang Li, a top student from Huaqing University, was still wearing the mental hospital uniform from Jinshan Mental Hospital. She stood upright in the strange space, listening to the rules. And every move she made was being broadcast live across China. In Jinghai City, the Jiang family. Jiang Li's stepsister, Jiang Lian, was holding a tablet, excitedly pointing at the screen and shouting, "Mom, come look, that bitch Jiang Li is finally going to be killed. This time the chosen one is her." Her stepmother, Li, was cooking in the kitchen. When she heard the news, her eyes brightened. Li smiled with her eyes squinting into slits and gritted her teeth, saying, "It's better if she dies. Only when she's dead will she stop fighting me for the inheritance. When your father gets the demolition funds, she won't get a single cent." Jiang Lian couldn't help but be overjoyed. "It's worth it. We spent over half a year sending this little bitch to the mental hospital." At that moment, Father Jiang Weisin came home with his briefcase. Li and Jiang Lian immediately shut up, pretending nothing had happened. Jiang Weisin placed his briefcase down in the entrance. Several white maggots fell from his pants legs. Accompanying them was the stench of rotting flesh. The mother and daughter pinched their noses and instinctively held their breath. In the strange space, the system displayed 3 card options in front of Jiang Li: money, best friend, family. Chosen One Jiang Li, please choose the most important card option. Your choice will serve as the key reference for passing the level. This is the choice every chosen one must face. In the past, all chosen ones, without exception, placed money at the top. In the world of strange tales, money can make ghosts grind the mill. Money is the foundation of survival. Only a fool wouldn't choose money. Just when everyone thought Jiang Li would choose money, Jiang Li pulled at the corner of her mouth, putting on a look of urgency and sincerity. "Family, I choose family. Without family, there would be no today for me. Please do not harm my family." Jiang Li's choice was unprecedented, not just in China, but across the entire blue planet. As soon as she finished speaking, the live broadcast in China exploded. In just a few seconds, the live stream's bullet comments soared to 99+. "What? Did I hear that right? What did she say? At a time like this, still thinking about family? You choose money to survive. Only by surviving can we save the fate of our entire country. Has this mental patient ever watched a live stream? Everyone chooses money, and she's the only one playing the saint, choosing family? Ah yes, you're amazing, you're noble. Your whole family enjoys the blessings, while the whole country suffers?" Jiang Lian couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw her father go upstairs to the study. "Ha ha ha, Mom. This bitch is so stupid she's making me cry. The most important card she chooses is family. She's still protecting us. I'm really going to laugh myself to death." Li started making dinner, then came over to sit on the sofa and watch the live stream. Hearing her daughter say this, a smug expression appeared on her face. At least she's being sensible. Before dying, she still serves some purpose. When she dies, we'll burn more paper money for her next Qingming festival. Jiang Lian picked up the conversation. Why waste money? She cares so much about family, let's give her a ghost marriage. Find an old man in the underworld to be her family, and let him kill her. Jiang Lian covered her mouth and smirked, her eyes filled with naked malice. She continued to turn her head and watch the live stream. In the live broadcast, Jiang Li had already ranked the cards by importance. Family, money, best friends. System, chosen one Jiang Li, the most important card is family. Now announcing newbie reward. The viewers in the live stream room stopped their discussions one after another. The viewers cursed, but deep down, they were genuinely envious of Jiang Li's family. No need to say it, Jiang Li's family was definitely safe. The system's prompt tone paused for a moment, then when it resumed, the voice became hoarse and eerie, carrying a thick sense of malice. Given that the chosen one Jiang Li places great importance on family, the following reward is issued. The chosen one Jiang Li is completely immune to all physical damage in the world of strange tales. Any physical attacks you suffer will be transferred to your dearest family. At this, not only Li and her daughter were stunned, but also over 1 billion viewers in the live stream room. Jiang Li also showed an expression of disbelief. What? Jiang Li hid the smile that was about to break out in her eyes, masking it with a face full of concern. She was betting, and she had won the bet. After Jiang Li's 6 months of observation in the mental hospital on the chosen ones, she clearly understood that the strange phenomenon was the most sinister and treacherous. The more you care about something, it will take away that very thing from you. Although choosing money would give the chosen one a considerable fortune, these chosen ones all inevitably ended up in the same fate: empty pockets, death. Jiang Li did not believe this unified way of dying was a coincidence. On the contrary, this was a carefully laid trap by it. Its goal was to make you watch your most important things slowly disappear before your eyes. Make you feel how you fall into despair and then step by step walk toward your doom. Since it was setting the trap, why not Jiang Li play along? Jiang Li clenched her fist. She raised the back of her hand, wiping away the non-existent tears. Threatening me with my family, you are shameless. Heartless things, you are nothing but a bunch of beasts. If you dare harm them, I will never let you off. Jiang Li gritted her teeth, with rage and sorrow erupting in her eyes. The system emitted a strange laugh, followed by a mechanical voice. Detected that the chosen one has spoken disrespectfully, adjusting the damage mode. Once the chosen one Jiang Li is attacked, the injury mode for her family is damage doubled. Jiang Li spat on the ground, cursing mercilessly, you bastards. Damage doubled again. I won't allow. Damage tripled. Enough. Super double damage. Jiang Li widened her angry eyes and stopped speaking. Super double damage was quite impressive. If it's doubled again, one hit would be enough to kill them all. System, to protect your family, please be sure to take the instance seriously and follow the rules. Chapter 2, Family Anniversary. Jiang Li pretended to give in unwillingly. She gritted her teeth, fine. I will definitely follow the rules and protect my family well. Jiang Lian, watching the livestream, trembled so hard that her tablet dropped and broke on the floor, the screen immediately cracking in a corner. Jiang Lian picked up the tablet with trembling fingers, her face suddenly losing all color. Her voice, choked with sobs, reached Daichuan Li's ears. Mom. It's over. We've been set up. In the past, only when the chosen ones in the world of strange tales died would the people of Huagua face bizarre invasions. But now, things had changed. Jiang Li, whether she loses an arm or has her intestines ripped out in the strange world, no matter if she lives or dies, all the damage would be transferred to her super dear family in the form of super double damage. Daichuan Li's face also changed dramatically upon hearing this. She stood up from the sofa, screaming, and angrily smashed the glass on the table. Meanwhile, Jiang Li was still going through the system process. She submitted the family photo of her 4 family members to the system. The father in the photo had already been corrupted by the strange influence. If one looked closely, they could see the eerie and terrifying smile at the corner of his mouth. The remaining 2 people were smiling brightly. One was Jiang Li's stepmother, Daichuan Li. The other was her stepsister, Jiang Lian. The system saved the photo. Please rank the importance of family members. Jiang Li reached out, swiped a few times in the air, changed positions twice, and clicked submit. Your family member Daichuan Li is the one you want to protect the most. Now, Daichuan Li will be bound to your first copy. If you clear your first copy, Daichuan Li will survive, no matter what form she is in. At the same time, any attacks you suffer will be transferred to Daichuan Li in its super double form. The unchosen Jiang Lian felt a stone drop in her heart with a thud. Meanwhile, Daichuan Li, who was standing beside her, stared at the live broadcast, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. Jiang Lian didn't even bother to help Daichuan Li up. It was like she suddenly remembered something, quickly trembling as she searched through the cabinet for the household register. Jiang Lian, shaking, dialed her boyfriend's number. Li Jia, let's get married now, okay? I'll transfer my household register to your family. Jiang Lian was in a panic. She needed to sever ties with this family. This was her only way out. Otherwise, if it were her turn, it would be too late. Li Jia's helpless voice came through the phone. Lian, I saw the live broadcast, and you can't even protect yourself now. I can't take that risk. Hang up, I have something else to do. Then came the busy signal of the phone, beep beep beep. In the strange space. The system's voice continued. Considering the chosen one chose to protect family, the hidden reward filial death has been triggered. Now awarding the loyal, great filial son. If you love him, he will be loyal to you, protect you. If you hate him, he will destroy you, devour you. A 3-year-old little brat suddenly appeared next to Jiang Li. Jiang Li froze for a second. Wow, becoming a mother with no pain at all. That chubby little thing had eyes glowing red, skin bright red, and was staring at her with fixed, intense eyes. The little brat grinned, letting out a kick cheerful laugh from his throat, laughing in a way that made one's scalp tingle. Kick. Mommy. Honging, I'm called Honging. Jiang Li stared at the child for a few seconds, a slight chill in her heart. According to the rules, if she used this Honging well, she would gain a capable assistant. But if used poorly, it might backfire and burn her. Jiang Li forced herself to raise her hand, lovingly rubbing Hong Ying's cold, death-like head. Good. Jiang Li coaxed. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded again. Please, chosen one, enter the suitcase and wait for the copy to start. Jiang Li looked down at the large suitcase on the floor. The size of the suitcase was just enough to fit her and Hong Ying. The suitcase will take you into the first copy, please prepare yourself. Jiang Li hesitated for a moment, but still took Hong Ying's cold, damp, slightly sticky little hand, and climbed into the suitcase with him. The two curled up and hugged tightly. System, now officially entering the first copy. Copy name, Happy Death Day. Copy description, in Huicheng, you have a happy family of 3, and you play the role of the wife in the family. On your 4th wedding anniversary, your family's celebration unexpectedly turns into a family death day. Clear conditions. 1. SSS level, investigate the truth behind family death day and escape this city. 2. S level, gain your husband's favor and make him promise to die for you. 3. A level, survive in the house for 7 days. In the living room. When Jiang Li opened her eyes again, she had soul transferred into the wife's body. It was dark in front of Jiang Li's eyes, and she was still in the suitcase. It seemed her mouth was taped shut, her hands and feet were tied with ropes, and her nose was filled with the smell of blood. Szzz, the sound of the zipper being pulled open. A man with pig ears and a pig nose walked over and opened the suitcase. Jiang Li observed him for a moment. The man appeared to be in his early 30s, obese and bloated, with a greasy, foul smell emanating from his body. The bloody scent Jiang Li had smelled earlier was coming from him. Jiang Li guessed that the man in front of her was probably her husband. Her husband's expression was strange. He helped Jiang Li up from the suitcase. Then he raised the kitchen knife in his hand, cut the ropes on her hands and feet, and ripped the tape off her mouth. The husband cursed, next time you don't listen, it won't be as simple as locking you up. While speaking, the husband's eyes glanced at the red baby on Jiang Li's shoulder. His expression clearly froze for a second. The red baby also noticed him. The red baby glared at the husband, his blood-red eyeballs protruding, and bared his teeth viciously. The husband was scared and shivered, his fat body trembling. The white maggots coming out of his pig ears were instantly scared back inside. The husband's eyes quickly darted away, as if pretending not to see the red baby. I'll let this slide this time. The husband was about to curse some more, but after thinking, he decided to let the mistake of his wife go. The husband took out an old phone from his pocket and dialed a number. He went to the balcony, casually closing the glass partition door behind him. The husband spoke briefly on the phone, then turned back to monitor his wife. He couldn't miss the slightest movement from his wife. Jiang Li still hadn't gotten the rules. She didn't care about her husband, instead standing up and looking around, observing if there were any notes or something similar. Jiang Li scanned the room. In 7 days, it would be the wedding anniversary of the wife and husband. It should have been a joyful day, but today, the room was decorated in a funeral style, all white. There were wreaths, paper money, and white candles displayed around the room. Even her husband's head was wrapped in white cloth. The entire room was shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. Jiang Li noticed that under the TV in the living room, there was a note. That should be the rules of the copy. Jiang Li lifted her leg to walk over, but the husband's gaze was fixed on her. With every step she took, his face darkened a little. After 3 steps, she still hadn't gotten the note. But Jiang Li already saw her husband tightening his grip on the knife in his hand. The posture was as if he was ready to rush over at any moment and strike at his wife. Jiang Li exhaled lightly, staying calm. 1 second later, she softly called out to the red baby on her shoulder. Baby, show your teeth, glare at him. The red baby giggled twice. Mom, baby can help you, but you must help baby. Tell me, what do you want? Jiang Li asked. The red baby's cold little face leaned close to Jiang Li's cheek. His chilly breath blew in Jiang Li's ear as he spoke. Mom's eyes are so beautiful, baby wants mom's eyes. The red baby's tone was evil and ghostly. He mischievously blinked, waiting for Jiang Li's response. Jiang Li's palms tightened. After a while, Jiang Li smiled faintly. All right. I'll give them to you. A mere fatal injury meant nothing. Really? Wow, the red baby was so happy that he danced around. Baby loves mommy so much. The red baby stretched out his small hand, plucking out Jiang Li's left eyeball, pulling out a long string of red blood vessels. At that moment, the Jiang family. Jiang Li's stepmother, Dai Chuanli, had just woken up from a coma. Dai Chuanli cursed under her breath, constantly muttering, little slut, little slut. I'm going to ruin you. Dai Chuanli ran around the house, grabbing the black cat that had been left behind before Jiang Li was sent to the mental hospital. Dai Chuanli raised the scissors high, about to stab the sharp tips into the black cat's abdomen. But in the next second, her left eyeball suddenly exploded. Ah! Jiang Li instantly screamed in pain, her vision blurring. It hurts. My eye, my eye. The pain, originally only double, was now supercharged in the world of strange tales, causing Jiang Li to almost faint from the agony. The black cat seized the opportunity and escaped from Jiang Li's hands. Before it left, it scratched Jiang Li's face fiercely, leaving several sharp claw marks. Jiang Li lay on the floor in pain, her face covered in blood. In the world of strange tales. After Jiang Li's eyeball was removed, in just half a second, her face returned to its original form. The red baby had gotten what he wanted. Sure enough, it became obedient. He carefully placed the bloody eyeball, as if it were a treasure, into his pocket. Then, following Jiang Li's instructions, he turned around and bared his teeth, glaring at the husband who was occasionally monitoring them. When the red infant's gaze met the husband shivered all over. He hurriedly turned around, pretending to talk on the phone, too afraid to glance back. But even in his trembling figure, one could still see the fear in his heart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Li quickly took 2 steps to the front of the TV, grabbed the note, and opened it. 3-person household family rules. 1. Remember, your name is Jiang Hui. Your name is Jiang Hui. Your name is Jiang Hui. Never forget your name. No matter who asks you your name, tell him your name is Jiang Hui. 2. Please believe, your husband loves you very much, and he will never kill you unless you go against him. 3. You only have one son, no daughters. If you see a daughter, kill her immediately. 4. You must sleep before midnight at night. 5. If you hear the sound of meat being chopped at night, don't open your eyes. 6. You cannot eat the meat at home. If you're hungry, you can eat the finger biscuits in the fridge. 7. Do not refuse your son's requests, or he will be sad. 8. The dolls in the house will not cry. If you see one crying, it is a hallucination. Please close your eyes immediately. 9. Your mother-in-law has passed away. If you hear her calling you at home, do not turn around. The red infant, who was lying like a cat on Jiang Li's shoulder, spoke. Red infant, Mom, only the first rule is true. Jiang Li pressed her lips together, her face tense. If the first rule is true, and the others are false, then this scenario would be too difficult. But could she trust this great filial son? Ying, you didn't lie to Mom, did you? Jiang Li asked with a smile. Red infant swore earnestly, I won't lie to Mom, lying is for little dogs. Jiang Li's drooping index finger twitched quickly. After a moment of thought, she mimicked the tone of a child, smiling and teasing. Then you're a little dog, woof woof. The red infant paused for a moment, then burst out laughing wildly. He covered his small belly, laughing giggle giggle, his tiny body rocking back and forth. Giggle giggle, woof woof. Mom guessed it, Ying was talking backwards, Ying is a little dog. Talking backwards. Fortunately, Jiang Li tricked this little brat with a small ruse. She almost fell for this great filial son's trap. If she had followed Red Infant's words, and the first rule were true, then this would have been a 100% deadly scenario. Because among the remaining 8 rules, which ones were false, and which were a mix of truth and lies, could not be determined in a short time. It would almost become a guaranteed death trap. But in a ghost story world, such a guaranteed death trap was impossible. However, with Red Infant's interference, Jiang Li now understood. Red Infant could discern the true and false rules in the note. She could make good use of this point in the future. Jiang Li looked at the first false rule on the note, lost in brief thought. Remember, your name is Jiang Hui. Your name is Jiang Hui. Your name is Jiang Hui. Never forget your name. No matter who asks you your name, tell them your name is Jiang Hui. The wife in the scenario might not be called Jiang Hui. Or perhaps the first part was true, and the wife's name was indeed Jiang Hui. But the wife definitely could not tell anyone her real name was Jiang Hui. Jiang Li lightly tapped her index finger on her elbow, thinking. Suddenly, the husband opened the balcony door and walked toward her with a knife in his hand. Jiang Li's gaze swept over and landed on the sharp knife stained with red blood in the husband's hand, her palm instinctively tightening. Family rule number 2. Please believe, your husband loves you very much, and he will never kill you unless you go against him. Jiang Li thought for a moment and sorted out 2 important pieces of information. The first is that if she goes against her husband, he is very likely to kill her. The second is that even if she doesn't go against him, her husband might still harm her. As long as she can hold on to her breath and not die, it won't violate the rules. Her husband hasn't made any demands, so there's no way Jiang Li has gone against her husband's will. So now it can only be that the husband wants to hurt her, but not kill her, as that would comply with the rules. Jiang Li was thinking about this. But her husband, with a dark face, was already walking toward her with a knife. Chapter 4, Using the Husband. Jiang Li instinctively took a step back. She could almost hear the pounding of her own nervous heartbeat. If this man is going to use the knife, then let him do it. Anyway, the harm would be transferred to Jiang Li. With this thought, Jiang Li stopped retreating and calmly closed her eyes. The netizens in the livestream were sweating for Jiang Li. Everyone's hearts were instantly in their throats. However, the expected bloody scene did not appear. A voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Li's ear. Go call our daughter to come eat. Surprisingly, her husband did not strike. He simply glanced at the blacked-out TV and said a few words, then turned and went into the kitchen. Jiang Li slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the pig's tail behind her husband, her gaze filled with doubt. Could it be that her husband had been so corrupted that his mind was no longer right? In the note Jiang Li held, the third rule was clearly written in black and white. You have only one son, no daughter. If you see a daughter, kill her immediately. Since there was no daughter, why would her husband say, go call our daughter to eat? However, Jiang Li could not go against her husband. If she went against him, it would probably trigger his fury immediately, leading to a deadly outcome. But if she obeyed her husband's wishes, it would contradict the third rule. What should she do? Jiang Li glanced back at the children's room. The door was half open, the gap dark as the mouth of an abyss, as if it could suck someone in at any moment. Jiang Li could not see anyone and could not tell the gender of the child inside. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and call our daughter to eat. Her husband yelled from the kitchen, bringing out 2 plates of red meat. He glared at his wife and impatiently urged her. Jiang Li told herself to calm down. There must be some detail she hadn't noticed, there must be. Jiang Li looked again at the direction of the children's room. Her heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat. From the dark gap in the door, a pair of children's eyes peeked out, smiling at her. Mom! The child's voice was soft and sweet. It was a girl's voice. If you see a daughter, kill her immediately. Jiang Li forced herself to resist the urge to rush over and strangle the child. She felt like something was wrong, something wasn't right. What exactly was wrong? Jiang Li's right index finger gently twitched twice. By accident, she noticed a pregnancy checkup form under the table leg. It clearly marked the baby's gender as female, as revealed by a doctor bribed by her husband. Jiang Li glanced at the hospitalization form that was partially visible under the checkup form, and cold sweat instantly ran down her back. So that's it. I told you to call our daughter to eat. Her husband yanked open the kitchen sliding door with a whoosh, holding the knife, and quickly charged toward Jiang Li. He was coming. Jiang Li immediately turned her head, looking toward the children's room. Son, today is your sister's death anniversary. Go bring your sister out to eat. Jiang Li called out to the child. When her husband saw Jiang Li had finally called for the daughter and didn't continue to defy him, he slowly put down the knife and stopped advancing. The child at the door, who had been pretending to be a girl, timidly opened the door. No longer pretending to be a girl, the child's voice turned back to its original boyish tone. Okay, Mom, wait a moment. Jiang Li breathed a sigh of relief. She had guessed right. In the storyline, the wife had indeed once had a daughter. But the daughter had died unexpectedly 2 years ago today. The hospitalization form beneath the checkup form was the best evidence. The date on the hospitalization form was exactly 2 years ago today. Jiang Li scanned the room, her gaze fixed on the 2 wreaths. No wonder the room had a funeral atmosphere, it was meant to mourn the deceased daughter. The difficulty of this crisis lay in the fact that the daughter of the family was already dead. If Jiang Li vaguely referred to the child's gender, simply saying, baby, come out for dinner, she would never be able to call out the deceased daughter. Moments later. The son, holding his sister's black and white memorial photo, hopped out of the children's room. However, the son seemed to have an obsession with pretending to be a girl. The son was wearing the exact same white dress as the one in his sister's memorial photo. On his head were 2 small white flowers, and his lips were painted with a glaring, bloody red lipstick. The son placed the memorial photo on an empty spot on the dining table and happily sat down beside it. The little girl in the photo looked almost identical to the son. It felt as if he were holding his own memorial photo while eating, and the scene was eerily strange. Jiang Li hesitated for a moment, then sat down as well. Jiang Li's seat was opposite her son. At this moment, her husband walked over and sat between Jiang Li and their son. He brought a large bowl of meat soup, steaming and emitting white vapor. On top of the soup, there were several strands of something that looked like hair. The son, again using a sweet voice pretending to be a delicate girl, said, Dad, what is this soup? It smells so good. The husband smiled with pride, seaweed soup, your sister loved to drink this, and I added meatballs. As he spoke, the husband scooped out a few meatballs that had sunk to the bottom of the soup. But those weren't meatballs, they were clearly. Jiang Li turned her face away, trying hard to suppress the urge to vomit. Although Jiang Li had stopped looking at the food, the sourness in her stomach still involuntarily surged up. Jiang Li couldn't control a burp, and the gas from her stomach escaped. She quickly covered her mouth, forcing herself to control this uncontrollable physiological reaction. The husband glanced at Jiang Li but said nothing. Instead, he placed a glass of water in front of her. "Jiang Li, thank you." The husband ignored her, stood up, and began serving soup for the daughter and son. "Drink it." The husband handed the filled bowl of soup to the son. The son, excitedly swinging his legs, picked up a small spoon, scooped a meatball, and was about to put it in his mouth. Just as he was about to eat it, he seemed to remember something and put the meatball back into the bowl. "Mom, you eat." The son straightened up and offered the meatball to Jiang Li's mouth. A family rule flashed through Jiang Li's mind, Rule 6. The meat in the house cannot be eaten. If hungry, you can eat the finger biscuits from the fridge. She couldn't eat meat. But she also couldn't refuse her son. Family Rule 7 clearly stated, do not refuse the son's requests, or he will be sad. Jiang Li couldn't refuse her son, but she couldn't eat the meatball either. This damn rule was everywhere, digging pits trying to make her die. What should she do? Eat it, then make herself vomit? Clearly, that wasn't the best solution. She might end up triggering some hidden rule and die accidentally while trying to vomit. Jiang Li's mind raced as her index finger twitched unconsciously. 3 seconds later. She forced a gentle smile, patted her son's head, and said with a rising tone, "Thank you, son. I accept your kind intention." After saying that, Jiang Li casually took the meatball with a spoon, then turned to her husband, "Honey, my stomach inflammation is acting up again. I can't eat any meat. Since son has such a good heart, please let him offer it to you, okay?" Chapter 5, To Eat the Heart. The nausea and burping just now were definitely not without reason. When Jiang Li had stayed in the mental hospital, the stepmother and stepsister sent so many meals crawling with white maggots, but she didn't retch or throw up. Yet these before her were only slightly bloodier dishes. According to Jiang Li's usual nature, it was impossible for her to feel nauseous to that extent. The only possibility that could cause such a violent physical reaction was the wife in the copy. She has gastritis, and the symptoms are not mild. Severe gastritis means she can't eat any meat. The protein and fat in meat are hard to absorb and digest, and eating it will only worsen her condition. And the second rule of the family code is, please believe that your husband loves you very much. If this rule is true, then a husband who loves his wife cannot watch her condition worsen without doing anything. Jiang Li held her stomach, sincerely looking at her husband. She tried to see any sign of weakness in her husband's expression. Could she use her husband this time to escape the situation? Jiang Li decided to take a gamble. Sure enough, Jiang Li's guess paid off. Her husband took the meatball she offered and swallowed it in one bite. As he chewed, his mouth was full of juice, making a blap blap sound. Jiang Li thought it was over, but unexpectedly, her husband suddenly grabbed her hand. His hand was covered in greasy, yellow fat. After swallowing the meatball, he gave Jiang Li a concerned glance and spoke with some apology. "Wife, these past few days, I locked you up and didn't give you your stomach medicine, it's my fault." Jiang Li forced a comforting smile and shook her head, "It's my own health that's bad." Huan, go get your mom's stomach medicine," the husband turned and called to their son. The son responded loudly, "Okay." Then the son jumped off the stool and ran to the parents' room. The son was in a cheerful mood and accidentally knocked over the sister's wreath. The dedication word on the center of the wreath fell to the ground. Watching her son's figure disappear into the room, Jiang Li felt her heart twist. Now, these two are going to force her to take the medicine. Jiang Li buried her head in thought, looking for a way out. Unexpectedly, at this moment, her husband suddenly pulled out the chair and stood up. Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat. Under Jiang Li's watch, her husband walked up to the wreath and picked up the dedication word that had fallen. He then stood up and slowly put the word back in place. Jiang Li stared at the word for a moment, her eyes looking a bit strange. Why did he put the word back upside down? Is it like the Chinese custom of pasting the Fu character upside down? When Fu is upside down, it means happiness has arrived. But if dedication is upside down, does that mean the day of mourning is here? She looked at her husband turning around and then calmly withdrew her gaze. At this point, the son had already brought a box of stomach medicine. The label on the medicine said Motilium. Jiang Li glanced at it briefly, feeling a chill in her heart. Motilium is a stomach medicine that needs to be taken before meals. Trying to deceive and say it's for after meals probably won't work. But Jiang Li dared not easily take the medicine in this strange world. Who knows what side effects it might have? Just as Jiang Li was troubled, the Motilium was already handed into her hands. Her husband and son's 4 eyes stared at her, like venomous snakes, unblinking. Jiang Li steeled herself and opened the box, pulling out a row of pills. The instruction leaflet fell out and landed on the dining table. Jiang Li bent down to pick up the instruction leaflet. Unexpectedly, she discovered a train ticket stuck to the bottom of the leaflet. The train ticket was from Huicheng to Fengling. The passenger section of the ticket was written as Jiang Li. And the date on the ticket was 7 days later. It was the ticket her wife had booked. By this twist of fate, Jiang Li had unexpectedly obtained a train ticket to escape the city. And it was all thanks to this box of stomach medicine. What's that? Her husband's face suddenly appeared beside Jiang Li's face. Jiang Li's heart almost leaped out. She told herself to stay calm, then suddenly folded the instruction leaflet back. From her husband's angle, the train ticket was perfectly hidden. Jiang Li only showed the words instruction manual to her husband. It's the stomach medicine instruction manual, dear. Jiang Li tried to smile as much as she could. Her husband stared at the paper for a few more moments, as if trying to burn a hole through it. His face showed some confusion, and he lightly furrowed his brow, then stood up from under the table. Jiang Li also stood up. She tried her best to act natural as she casually put the instruction manual and the ticket into her pocket. Her husband urged, "Take the medicine quickly, it's good for your health." Her son also said, "Mom, take the medicine quickly, you'll get better faster after you take it." If Jiang Li didn't take this pill, she'd probably die right there on the spot. Jiang Li thought for half a second, took out a pill, and swallowed it. She then picked up the glass of water on the table, tilted her head back, and swallowed it down. Seeing Jiang Li obediently take the pill, her husband and son stopped looking at her. Instead, they began tearing and biting into the fragrant red meat in their bowls, slurping up the blood soup. As soon as Jiang Li finished the pill, she immediately got up and walked toward the kitchen. "Honey, the table is full of meat, I can't eat that, I'll go get some biscuits from the fridge." Her husband raised his head, grunted a couple of times with his fat pig-like nose, seemingly a little dissatisfied. But when he thought about the lack of vegetables on the table, and that his wife couldn't eat, he didn't say much. He just muttered to himself, "The damn rats ate all the vegetables. I'll buy more tomorrow at the market." Jiang Li smiled and replied, "Thank you, honey." Jiang Li spoke as she walked into the kitchen. She stood in front of the fridge and opened the door. The smell that hit her made her appetite surge. But within 2 seconds, the food in the fridge quickly turned from fresh and fragrant to rotting, maggot-infested meat. Jiang Li's senses were assaulted at once, and a wave of discomfort hit her stomach. She suppressed the rising sourness, using the open fridge door to block her husband and son's view. Then, she secretly took the pill that was hidden under her tongue and hid it in her shirt pocket. This pill was indeed suspicious. Jiang Li only held it in her mouth for a short while, and her mind felt a little polluted. She almost mistook these disgusting, rotten foods for something delicious. Seeing how her husband and son were eating so happily, Jiang Li guessed their minds must have been polluted long ago. Her husband had turned into a pig. As for her son, Jiang Li couldn't tell yet what he would become. Jiang Li calmly put the pill away. At the same time, she casually took out the finger biscuits from the back of the fridge. Just as Jiang Li was about to close the fridge door, the red baby on her shoulder spoke. "Mommy, baby is hungry. Baby wants to eat the heart." The red baby pointed his finger and poked Jiang Li's chest. Jiang Li's physical harm could be transferred. If he wanted to eat her heart, she could just give it to him. But Jiang Li's face gradually turned ugly. In the world of strange tales, when Jiang Li had her eyes gouged out, the harm would transfer to her stepmother, Daichuan. But if her heart were to be removed, the situation would be different. Daichuan would die immediately. Once Daichuan died, if Jiang Li continued to be attacked in the copy world, she would no longer have a body to transfer the harm to. Originally, Jiang Li had 2 lives, but if she agreed to the red baby's request, it would be like directly throwing away one of her lives. Jiang Li couldn't take that risk. But she also didn't want to offend this little red baby. Jiang Li was silent for 2 seconds. Just as the red baby's face grew darker, Jiang Li quickly pulled a chicken's heart from the corner of the fridge and threw it to him. "Eat this," Jiang Li said. The red baby had said he wanted to eat a heart, but didn't specify whose heart. By the literal meaning, as long as she gave him a heart, she wouldn't be refusing the little guy's request. Of course, the red baby had mentioned Jiang Li's heart on purpose, trying to mislead her. He wanted Jiang Li to think that the red baby only wanted to eat his mother's heart. Sure enough, when the red baby saw the heart, his hostility disappeared in an instant. He grinned, his crescent-shaped eyes like moons, and laughed out loud, "He, thank you mommy, baby likes mommy." The red baby's cold face pressed against Jiang Li's cheek, rubbing against her affectionately. Jiang Li glanced at him. A slight curve of the lips. Fortunately, she did not fall for this kid's trick. If she had agreed to give him her heart, the consequences would probably have been unimaginable. And Jiang Li had figured it out. As long as this kid, Hong Ying, increased his favorability towards her, he would call her mommy, not mama. This meant that Jiang Li had accumulated 2 favorability points with Hong Ying. The last time, she gave Hong Ying her mother's beautiful eyes. At the dining table, her husband and son clearly heard the sounds from Jiang Li's side. But strangely, neither of them spoke or urged Jiang Li to hurry back. It seemed they both feared Hong Ying. Jiang Li picked up a finger biscuit, closed the fridge door, and returned to the table. Eat quickly, after you're done, we need to check Huan Huan's final exam paper, her husband spoke up. Huan Huan also chimed in, Mom, the teacher said the paper needs a parent's signature. A parent's signature. Jiang Li remembered the first rule. Remember, your name is Zhang Hui. Your name is Zhang Hui. Your name is Zhang Hui. Never forget your name. No matter who asks your name, tell them you are Jiang Hui. Hong Ying had said that this rule was false. But the person listed on the train ticket was Zhang Hui. This meant the first half of the rule was true, but the second half was false. In other words, the wife in the copy, for some hidden reason, absolutely could not claim her real name was Zhang Hui. Jiang Li felt that the parent's signature was definitely a trap, waiting for her to fall into. Once she signed Zhang Hui on the paper, it was highly likely to trigger a deadly outcome. Jiang Li glanced at the pregnancy checkup form she had seen earlier. She clearly remembered that the wife's name on the form was in garbled characters. This further strengthened Jiang Li's suspicion, the wife was definitely not just named Zhang Hui. Jiang Li furrowed her brows. Right now, the most urgent task was to complete the parent's signature. Since it required a parent's signature, could her husband sign it? Jiang Li turned to look at her son, since it's a parent's signature, how about asking Dad? Before Jiang Li could finish her sentence, both her husband and son suddenly looked up. The way the father and son looked at her with cold, eerie smiles truly made Jiang Li's hair stand on end, her scalp tingling. Jiang Li immediately fell silent, her brain racing. No, where did she say something wrong? What exactly was it? Her husband stared coldly at Jiang Li, not blinking his eyes even once. But the worms in his ears were clearly crawling faster. Her son also looked at Jiang Li with a cold, distant expression, as if he were looking at a stranger. Jiang Li swallowed, cold sweat appearing on her forehead. What detail did she overlook? Jiang Li's index finger gently trembled, silently tapping on the table. The red veins had now spread all over her husband and son's faces. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, opened their huge, blood-red mouths, leaning toward Jiang Li. Jiang Li glanced at her husband's phone. And then, remembering her husband's strange behavior when he pasted the words earlier, she seemed to have figured something out. Jiang Li's finger tapping grew faster. Just as her husband was about to open his fangs and devour her, Jiang Li quickly spoke. Then asking Dad definitely won't work, he can't read. Mom will sign it for you after dinner. As soon as these words were spoken, the red veins on her husband and son's necks and faces slowly faded, and their bodies settled back into their seats. Their expressions also returned to normal. Jiang Li broke out in a cold sweat, her fingers clenching tightly. She tried to pick up her cup to drink some water to calm her nerves. Her right index finger had started trembling slightly because of the tense moment earlier. Jiang Li lowered her head, took a sip of water, and after putting the cup down, she twisted her finger joints. She should have seen it earlier. The word Dian her husband had pasted earlier was upside down. The reason it was upside down wasn't to suggest that Dian had fallen, meaning the death anniversary had arrived, but because he couldn't read at all. And just recently, when her husband bent down to look at the stomach medicine instructions, the expression on her face was always one of confusion. Jiang Li thought it was because her husband had spotted the train ticket, but in reality, it was because her husband truly didn't recognize what the piece of paper was. Jiang Li's gaze fell on the old phone her husband had left on the table. A normal young person wouldn't use this kind of old phone that can only make and receive calls. Unless this person is illiterate, unable to recognize even the most basic Chinese characters. Jiang Li suddenly realized, no wonder the wife in the story hid the train ticket in the instruction manual. That was because the completely illiterate husband absolutely could not open the instruction manual for the stomach medicine. That was close. Jiang Li now, looking back, felt a wave of panic in her chest. Mom, Huan Huan sees you're almost done eating. I'll go get you a pen. Her son put down his chopsticks and eagerly ran back to the room. Jiang Li's slight relief quickly turned into anxiety again. This meal, even though Jiang Li had tried to slow down and drag out the time, would eventually come to an end. Half an hour later. Her son placed the test paper with a perfect score of 100 in front of Jiang Li. Mom, sign it. Her son's voice, like a death summons, kept urging Jiang Li to step into the trap of death. Jiang Li's eyes landed on the test paper. Her peripheral vision caught sight of her son standing beside her, slowly forming a wicked, eerie smile. That wasn't an expression a normal person could make. Her son had already been corrupted. Jiang Li picked up the pen, her fingertips icy cold. What her wife's name was, Jiang Li had absolutely no idea. Sign it, Mom, hurry and sign it. Chapter 7, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. Her son's face had now turned into a demonic mask. Jiang Li calmed down. She looked around the room, thought for 2 seconds, and then ordered, Juan, go help mom move that full-length mirror over here. Since her son got a 100 on the test, it meant his character was that of a good child who always listens to his parents. Jiang Li's request, he would most likely not refuse. Just as Jiang Li expected. Her son, although not understanding what Jiang Li wanted to do, still obeyed. After the full-length mirror was moved over, Jiang Li placed the mirror right in front of her so that her whole body would be in the reflection. The little red baby on her shoulder scratched its little head, looking confused. Mommy, what are you going to do? Jiang Li simply smiled lightly, shook her head, and didn't speak. Jiang Li turned to her son, Juan, you go back to your room to rest. After mom signs, I'll leave the test paper here. The obedient son character followed Jiang Li's instructions and walked back to his room. Jiang Li turned on the desk lamp, lighting up the test paper and her own face. By the way, help mommy turn off the lights, Juan. Her son climbed up on a chair, stretched out his small hand, and turned off the living room light. Click. The entire living room was engulfed in darkness. Only the desk lamp Jiang Li had turned on illuminated a small area. The full-length mirror in front of Jiang Li reflected the bright desk lamp and her face. And around her, behind her, was pure darkness. Mommy, what are you going to do? The red baby stared at Jiang Li in the mirror, asking cautiously. Jiang Li raised the corner of her lips, you'll find out soon. Stay quiet for now. Oh. The red baby closed its mouth. After that, the entire living room fell into a deathly silence. So quiet it was terrifying. Not even 5 minutes passed. Behind Jiang Li, a rustling sound of footsteps slowly approached. Sometimes close, sometimes far, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. It came. That person came. Jiang Li's breathing quickened, and she quickly closed her eyes. The next moment, a hoarse, elderly voice sounded behind Jiang Li's neck. Shouqin? Lu Shouqin. Open your eyes and look at me. Jiang Li kept her eyes closed, but the little red baby never closed its eyes. Through the mirror, the red baby saw behind Jiang Li, an old woman dressed in funeral clothes, bending over slowly as she approached them. The old woman's face was pale white like paper, without a trace of color. Her right ear was missing the top half, only the bottom half remained. The old woman's red funeral clothes showed that she had already passed away. In Jiang Li's mind, the family rule number 9 appeared. Your mother-in-law has passed away. If you hear her calling you at home, do not turn around. Since the mother-in-law is supposed to call the daughter-in-law, normally, it would be by name. And Jiang Li needed the wife's name. If the mother-in-law would appear, why not create a scary atmosphere to lure her out? The scariest atmosphere would be. In the dark, you stand in front of a full-length mirror, and a human face slowly appears behind you. Sure enough, the mother-in-law took the bait. This time, Jiang Li used the rules to her advantage. She won again. Jiang Li suddenly opened her eyes, looked down, and grabbed a pen, quickly signing Lu Shouqin in big letters. And just as Jiang Li was writing fervently, the mother-in-law had already reached Jiang Li's side, her cheek pressed against her. Shouqin, my good daughter-in-law, turn around and look at me. The mother-in-law's voice was hoarse, as if she was speaking through a strained throat. Her face was close to Jiang Li's ear, blowing cold air. Look at me, turn around. Quickly, look at me. I know you can see me. The mother-in-law spat some thick saliva on Jiang Li's face, but Jiang Li ignored her. However, through the sweat dripping down Jiang Li's neck, Hong Ying saw the fear Jiang Li was trying to suppress inside. Seeing her mommy being scared by this thing, Hong Ying immediately shouted. Get lost. Old hag, you're so ugly. Can't you see my mommy doesn't want to talk to you? The old woman's body trembled at Hong Ying's words. The old woman turned her head to look at Hong Ying, and Hong Ying immediately gave her a brutal blow. Hong Ying grabbed the old woman's hair and lifted her head. If you don't leave, do you believe I'll pull out your intestines and make a rubber band out of them? He. The old woman was a little scared, thinking that if she scared Jiang Li a bit more, she'd win. But the next second, Hong Ying directly spun her head 360 degrees. Hong Ying, sticking to the never argue when you can act principle, jumped onto the old woman, bit through her stomach, opened it up, and pulled out clumps of gooey blood intestines. The old woman was horrified. She clutched her stomach, dragging blood and intestines, crawling and rolling away from the scene. Before leaving, she broke a vase, and a piece of paper fell out from it. Hong Ying kicked the old woman's buttocks, wiped her hands, bent down, and picked up the paper. Hong Ying looked at the paper, both sides, several times. Then, happily, he ran back, climbing onto Jiang Li's shoulder again. Mommy, this is the equipment I made. Hong Ying proudly handed the paper to Jiang Li. Jiang Li took the paper and looked closely. It was the second rule. Jiang Li glanced over it briefly and put the paper in her pocket to keep it safe. Seeing how diligently Hong Ying helped her, Jiang Li couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Could it be that the chicken's heart had bought him? She gave up an eyeball, and it didn't have this much effect. Hong Ying, the foodie, loves eating hearts so much, looks like she'll have to stock up for him in the future. Jiang Li rubbed Hong Ying's little head, and although it still felt cold, she unexpectedly felt a bit of warmth. Hong Ying is amazing. You helped mommy so much. Jiang Li praised him in a tone meant to comfort a child. Hong Ying blushed when his mommy praised him, a little shy, rubbing the back of his head. Ah, it's nothing special. Hong Ying waved his hand, looking especially bashful. Jiang Li saw that the test paper was signed and finished, then stood up, walking to the switch of the living room chandelier. In the dark, she reached out her right hand and turned on the light. Click. When the light came on, a man's figure suddenly appeared just 1 meter in front of Jiang Li. Jiang Li's heart almost stopped. This family, if it doesn't scare her to death, then she must be tough. Jiang Li saw her husband holding a knife in his hand. The apron was still tied around her waist. It was as if she was preparing to do something big. And at this moment, the sky outside had already turned dark. Husband, aren't you going to sleep tonight? Jiang Li asked. She needed to know her situation for tonight. Her husband's gaze lingered on Jiang Li for 2 seconds, then he quickly pulled his gaze away from her and walked straight toward the kitchen. Her husband said, "Damn rats want to steal food tonight. I'll be keeping watch in the kitchen." This meant he wouldn't be coming back to sleep in the room. Jiang Li's mood shifted slightly. If this strange husband were to sleep beside her, Jiang Li probably wouldn't be able to sleep at all. Jiang Li watched her husband enter the kitchen, then turned her back, pulling out the note from her pocket and opening it. Before returning to the bedroom, Jiang Li had to figure out if there were any special rules she needed to be aware of. Family of 3 nighttime rules. 1. From 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. the next day, make sure you stay only in the bedroom. The bedroom is the only safe zone. 2. The toilet tank has been in disrepair for years. Hearing continuous flushing sounds is normal. 3. Locking the bedroom door is the key to survival. 4. There are no red high heels in the house. 5. Never agree to any request from it at any time. 6. Before sleeping, make sure the picture on the wall is your wedding photo, not a black and white memorial photo of 2 people. 7. Remember, your husband will not return to the room to sleep at night. 8. If you wake up in the middle of the night and find a second person lying in bed, be sure to pretend to be asleep and do not open your eyes. 9. The black cup contains honey water your husband prepared for you. Drink it while it's still hot. 10. Before sleeping, make sure to close the curtains properly. Do not make eye contact with the eyes outside the window. Mommy, only the 9th rule is wrong. The red baby reminded. Nighttime rule number 9. The black cup contains honey water your husband prepared for you. Drink it while it's still hot. Is it not okay to drink honey water? As she was pondering this, Jiang Li seemed to hear the very urgent ticking of a stopwatch in her ears. Jiang Li looked up in confusion and glanced toward the source of the sound, which was the round clock in the center of the living room. The clock, which had been spinning rapidly, immediately slowed down the moment it sensed Jiang Li's gaze. Time resumed at its normal pace. The current time was 22 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. Jiang Li's mind quickly flashed to the first nighttime rule. From 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. the next day, make sure you stay only in the bedroom. The bedroom is the only safe zone. Tick-tock. Only 2 seconds left. No time left. Chapter 8, Who is Lying? Jiang Li almost sprinted with the speed of a 100-meter dash and rushed into the bedroom. She pushed the door, stepped in, and slammed the door shut in one smooth motion. Just as the bedroom door closed, her husband's fierce face, grinning wickedly, appeared outside the door. But with a bang sound of the door closing, her husband was cut off behind the door. Her husband's nose was painfully struck by the door. Jiang Li hurriedly turned around, twisting the door lock, locking the bedroom door. Jiang Li's mind went blank for a few seconds. She had run so hard that her legs became weak. This scenario was no less than a deadly killing game. It didn't give the chosen ones any chance to breathe. Just then, from behind her, Jiang Li heard the sound of a key being inserted into the door lock. Click. Jiang Li held her breath, gripping the door handle tightly. The door handle was being violently turned from the outside. That person struggled with the lock for a while but couldn't succeed. The stalemate lasted for about 5 minutes. The noise from outside gradually died down. Jiang Li leaned against the door, squatting down to catch her breath, then lifted her head to survey the layout of the bedroom. If the living room was funeral-themed, then the bedroom was definitely wedding-themed. Her eyes caught sight of a sea of red. The wind outside the window blew in, stirring the red curtains, making a shush sound. As the curtains fluttered, Jiang Li noticed a doll in a red dress sitting by the window, facing away from her. Happy Birthday began to play, but the lyrics had changed. Happy Death Day to you. It was the doll singing the song. It was as if she could feel Jiang Li's gaze. The doll's neck twisted, and it turned its head to face Jiang Li, giving an eerie smile. At the same moment, the doll's right eye slowly leaked a drop of blood tear. House rule number 8. The dolls in the house will not cry. If you see them crying, it must be an illusion. Close your eyes immediately. Jiang Li immediately closed her eyes. She silently counted in her heart. 3, 2, 1. She opened her eyes again. At the window, the doll's tear had disappeared without a trace. Only a wide-open window and a lifeless music doll remained. A chilly night wind continued to pour in from outside. The sky outside was pitch black, not a trace of moonlight. Jiang Li quickly stepped forward, removed the doll, and casually threw it into the wardrobe. She swiftly closed the window and drew the curtains. Night rule number 10. Before going to sleep, be sure to close the curtains tightly and do not make eye contact with the eyes outside the window. Now that she had not yet fallen asleep, and that thing hadn't come out, she better close the curtains quickly. After closing the curtains, the voice of the red baby came from behind. Mommy, you haven't written your diary today. Jiang Li turned around and saw the red baby standing on a stool, pointing to a diary for her to see. Jiang Li walked over, pinched the red baby's chubby cheek. All right, thank you, baby. Mommy will take a look first. Jiang Li picked up the diary and quickly flipped through a few pages. October 18th, Friday, sunny. My mother-in-law argued with me today, and she hit me. She told me to understand my place and not think I can do whatever I want just because I gave birth to a son. But she is totally confused. I've never had a son. I've only ever had daughters. October 19th, Saturday, sunny turning cloudy. My mother-in-law scolded me, pointing at my nose. She called me a dirty old rat who steals grain and oil. I bit her ear, and it was covered in blood. I told her, I am a dirty rat. When a rat is cornered, it will eat people. October 20th, Sunday, cloudy. My mother-in-law is missing today. No one can find her. I can't find her either. The news today said a man in Hangzhou chopped up his wife and flushed her down the toilet. The toilet at home happened to be broken, and it has been flushing non-stop. I'm really scared. These few diary entries talk about the conflict between the wife and the mother-in-law. From the writing, it seems the wife's mental state isn't quite normal. Why does she emphasize that she has always had daughters? Based on the information Jiang Li knew, the wife had one son and one daughter. The daughter passed away 2 years ago today. The son has been living as the daughter all this time. Besides that, the diary mentions the mother-in-law calling the wife a dirty rat who steals grain and oil. Jiang Li remembers, the word rat had come out of her husband's mouth twice. The first time was when he explained why the table was full of meat but no vegetables. He said, the damn rat has stolen all the vegetables in the house. I'll buy more tomorrow at the market. The second time was when Jiang Li returned to the room earlier and asked her husband where he was going. He replied, the damn rat is going to steal again tonight. I'll keep watch in the kitchen. Is the rat her husband speaks of a real rat, or is it referring to something else? Considering house rule number 5. If you hear the sound of meat being chopped at night, do not open your eyes. Chopping meat, is it rat meat being chopped? Jiang Li is not sure yet. Jiang Li flipped a few more pages of the diary. The later entries no longer mentioned the mother-in-law. Instead, they mostly talked about the husband. Jiang Li continued reading. October 24th, Thursday, rainy. A few days ago, while tidying up the quilt, I found a hair on the bed. That hair was dry and brittle, like straw, and I'm sure it wasn't mine. Lately, my husband sneaks out of the bedroom when I fall asleep. Tonight, I followed him, and I heard the sound of high heels. Has he been doing something he shouldn't be doing behind my back? October 25th, Friday, light rain. The white cup on my bedside has been empty for 2 days. For the past 2 days, my husband hasn't prepared honey water for me. My insomnia at night became severe again, and I started to have hallucinations. I dreamed that I was in the kitchen chopping bones late at night, but I knew very well that there were no bones bought in the house. The content on the next few pages was very blurry and chaotic. It was like a kind of code. Jiang Li guessed that those codes were written by his wife in a state of confusion. Through difficult deciphering, Jiang Li could barely make out a few unclear characters. Run away quickly, help, evil knife. The last character he recognized looked a lot like the word death. The further he went, the more it resembled ghostly scribbles. Jiang Li speculated whether his wife had come into contact with a source of pollution later, leading to her mental confusion. Pollution source. The sound of flushing came from the bedroom's bathroom, whoosh whoosh. Could the bathroom be the pollution source? Or is there something else in this bedroom hiding the pollution source? Jiang Li wanted to continue flipping through the diary, but suddenly he heard a knock on the door. Knock knock. Who is it? The knocking outside did not stop. But no one spoke. Jiang Li walked to the door, checked the lock to make sure everything was secure. Knock, 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 knock. The knocking sound was rhythmic, like it was deliberately arranged. Jiang Li perked up his ears to listen for a while. His expression gradually became serious. Jiang Li took a pen and began jotting down some notes in the diary. After the knocking stopped, the red infant watched Jiang Li still burying his head, studying the things he had just noted down. Not long after, Jiang Li suddenly raised his head. A buzz echoed in his mind. Do not lock the bedroom door, there is a pollution source in the bedroom. Jiang Li's notebook clearly displayed this translation. The knocking outside was transmitting a series of Morse code. And this strange code completely contradicted the third rule of night security. The third rule of night security. Locking the bedroom door is the key to survival. Jiang Li glanced at the red infant playing beside him. He remembered, when he first opened the rules note, the first thing the red infant said was, "Mommy, only the ninth rule is wrong." According to the red infant, the third rule is correct, which means the bedroom door should be locked. But this Morse code tells him not to lock the bedroom door. So who is lying, the red infant or the it outside? Chapter 9 Red High Heels. Jiang Li silently closed the diary, shutting his eyes in deep thought. He tapped on the notebook cover, his brain racing through all the details of his interactions with the red infant. If the red infant likes you, he calls you mommy. If he has no feelings for you, he calls you mom. And when the red infant told Jiang Li, only the ninth rule is wrong, he called her mommy. So the red infant did not lie. Lying is it outside the door. It gave Jiang Li the hint. Do not lock the bedroom door, there is a pollution source in the bedroom. The information in this hint that lured her not to lock the bedroom door is false. Since this is false information, why go to such lengths to crack a layer of code to get it? Since it is so hidden, it must point to one situation. That is, within this lies a key piece of correct information pointing toward clearing the copy. Jiang Li suddenly opened his eyes, flipped through that hint, and stared closely at the latter half for a long time. There is a pollution source in the bedroom. Jiang Li raised his head and looked towards the bathroom. In the entire bedroom, the only place mentioned in the rules, and the most abnormal place, is the bathroom. So, the pollution source is likely in the bathroom. Whoosh whoosh. The bathroom and the bedroom kept making flushing sounds. Behind the frosted glass door separating the bathroom, something seemed to be hidden, waiting for Jiang Li to peek. Between 2300 hours and 4 o'clock the next day, Jiang Li cannot leave the bedroom. The pollution source in the bathroom is very close to her, and Jiang Li must stay in the bedroom for a long time. Jiang Li thought quickly. There should be something in this room that can resist the spiritual pollution from the bathroom. Otherwise, with such close contact with the pollution source, let alone surviving for 7 days. Enduring 7 hours was already a problem. Jiang Li lifted her eyelids and began to observe her surroundings. She noticed on the left side of the bedside table, there was originally a diary and a pen belonging to her wife. On the right side, there were 2 cups, one black and one white, and a normally working alarm clock. Jiang Li walked closer and took a glance. The water in the black cup was clear and bright, while the water in the white cup was murky and yellowish. Jiang Li reached out and touched the temperature of the cups. The black cup was warm, the white cup was cool. Nighttime rule number 9. The black cup contains honey water prepared by your husband for you, please drink it while it's hot. Red Baby had said that this rule was wrong. Based on the latest entry she saw in her wife's diary. October 25th, Friday, light rain. The white cup by my bed has been empty for 2 days. My husband hasn't prepared honey water for me these 2 days. My insomnia at night has gotten worse, and I even started having hallucinations. I dreamt that I was chopping bones in the kitchen late at night, but I clearly know we haven't bought any bones at home. Based on the content in her wife's diary, Jiang Li concluded that drinking honey water before bed was the right thing to do. Drinking honey water should help resist some mental pollution. Otherwise, her wife wouldn't have described not drinking honey water, which caused hallucinations. So, the problem must be with the color of the cup. Therefore, the water in the white cup was the one her wife should drink before bed. Just as Jiang Li was bowing her head, lost in thought, she unexpectedly caught a glimpse of a pair of bright red high heels in the lower right corner of the wardrobe. Nighttime rule number 4. There are no red high heels in the room. Although Jiang Li didn't want to admit it, she had indeed been in this room for a while, and her mind was already starting to be affected. The red high heels were the hallucination she was having. She couldn't delay any longer. She had to quickly drink the honey water from the white cup. Jiang Li picked up the cold white cup of water and was about to bring it to her lips when she suddenly remembered something and stopped her movement. The second half of rule number 9 popped into her mind, please drink it while it's hot. Although she wasn't sure if the term while hot was a trap, it was safer for her to be more cautious. Jiang Li bent down, quickly rummaging through the drawers of the bedside table. While rummaging, Jiang Li heard the sound of high heels click, click, click behind her. Red baby, those shoes are not clean, don't wear high heels. Although Jiang Li knew Red baby wasn't afraid of those things, she still kindly reminded her. Red baby's voice came with a hint of grievance. Mommy, I didn't wear the high heels, and baby didn't see the red shoes either. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Jiang Li's back. She subconsciously glanced toward the lower right corner of the wardrobe. The pair of red high heels, which had originally been placed neatly, were now slowly moving closer to her. They even left a trail of blood-colored footprints. She didn't have much time left. Jiang Li's hallucinations were getting more intense, and she had to drink the honey water quickly. Mommy, what are you looking for? Red baby asked. Jiang Li gently replied, I'm looking for any appliance that can heat up the cup, anything will do. Mommy, do you think this works? Red baby pulled out a white cup warmer with a plug from under the bed. When Jiang Li saw it, her eyes lit up. That's it. Thank you, baby, good child, mommy loves you so much. Jiang Li reached out to take the cup warmer and hugged Red baby, giving her an excited kiss. Red baby immediately blushed. The sound of high heels click, click, click had already reached the foot of the bed. Jiang Li reminded herself to calm down. Since the rule said there were no red high heels in the room. And Red baby also clearly stated she couldn't see the shoes. That meant these red high heels were not that thing. These shoes were entirely a hallucination from mental pollution. Jiang Li calmed down and immediately plugged in the cup warmer. Put the white cup on to heat. At this moment, the sound of those shoes tap 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 became more and more urgent. They began to run, as if chasing something. The high heels quickly ran to Jiang Li's front, still making a thudding sound on the floor. The shoe body trembled slightly, constantly oozing chilling blood, as well as disgusting worms that crawled out quickly. Jiang Li simply closed her eyes to rest, ignoring this annoying illusion, waiting for the cup to heat up. Soon, Jiang Li felt the cup's wall becoming slightly hot. She quickly unplugged it and picked up the white cup, gulping down its contents. After finishing the honey water, Jiang Li clearly felt her mind becoming much clearer. The sound of the toilet flushing seemed to soften, and the blood-seeping red high heels in front of her also disappeared without a trace. The crisis was temporarily averted. After doing all this, Jiang Li felt a bit fatigued. Her spirit had been in a state of high tension all day, and now what she needed was ample sleep. But the only thing preventing her from sleeping was that. Jiang Li's gaze shot toward the wedding photo on the wall at the end of the bed. To be precise, it was a black and white portrait of the couple, laughing eerily like a funeral portrait. Chapter 10, Dai Chuili is caught. Before falling asleep, please ensure that what is hanging on the wall is a wedding photo, not a black and white portrait of two people. And there is another pitfall to sleeping. The night rules do not specifically emphasize the bedtime. But in the first family rule Jiang Li received, the fourth rule stated. You must fall asleep before midnight at night. All rules must be memorized and connected together, leaving out not a single one. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died in the end. Jiang Li glanced at the alarm clock on the nightstand. At this moment, there was half an hour left until midnight. So Jiang Li must turn this couple's portrait into a wedding photo within half an hour. Now the key issue is, how to change it. Jiang Li casually tapped the cup twice, making two crisp ding-ding sounds. She thought for a moment and decided to take down the couple's portrait to see if there were any clues on the back. The portrait was hung quite high, so she needed something to step on. Jiang Li remembered that there was a small stool in the room. She looked over at the nightstand on the other side. The red baby was sitting on that small stool, tearing off blank pages from a diary to make paper airplanes to play with. Ha! The red baby blew a breath at the tip of the airplane and, accompanied by a whoosh, sent the paper airplane flying. The paper airplane flew around the room a couple of times, finally landing on top of the wardrobe, resting there. The little guy was having a great time, and if Jiang Li interrupted him now, it might ruin his fondness for her. Jiang Li thought for a moment and asked, Baby, do you want to eat a heart? The red baby's little face lifted, excitedly replying, Yes. Do you have it if you want to eat? Of course, Mommy can give you a heart, as long as you behave. Jiang Li had gone mad. Experts from the Huagua Intelligence Department widened their eyes. What's wrong with Jiang Li? Right now, Jiang Li is not in the kitchen and can't go out. Where does she get a heart? Jiang Li might be thinking of sacrificing her family. Once the family dies, the following harm can only be borne by Jiang Li herself. Has she forgotten? What to do? Should we use a communication opportunity? Hurry, use communication now and stop her immediately. Just as the experts unanimously decided to use a precious communication opportunity, Jiang Li's face suddenly enlarged in the live broadcast. Her lips moved as she spoke. She was talking to them. The intelligence team experts all stared at the electronic screen, not daring to blink. When they heard Jiang Li's words clearly, all the experts turned pale, unable to regain their senses for a long time. "Isn't this a bit too cruel?" a young girl spoke first. "There's no choice, let her suffer a bit, it won't cost her life." Someone tried to smooth things over. "Right, as long as we do this, she won't have to die, and we can consider it as helping her." "Okay, there's not much time left, let's act quickly." The head of the intelligence department quickly assigned tasks to each team. Everyone quickly left their desks to handle this urgent situation. In Jinghai City, the Jiang family. At this moment, it was already late. But Dai Chuli still bore the pain and went out. Jiang Lian, that ungrateful thing. Where the hell has she gone? She cursed loudly, her expression exceptionally fierce. She stomped down the stairs. She needed to get to the hospital immediately, her eyes hurt so badly she could hardly take it. Along the way, a solitary child ran quickly. In the dim light going upstairs, the child accidentally bumped into her. Ouch! That hurts. The child covered his head. In the faint light of the stairwell, he saw it was neighbor Aunt Dai that he bumped into. The child immediately got up from the floor. He obediently bowed. "I'm sorry, Aunt Dai. I didn't mean to. Next time." Before the child could finish his sentence, Aunt Dai suddenly exploded. She let out a shriek and kicked the child in the stomach. With a scream of awe, the child tumbled down the stairs. "Can't you see? You haven't even grown up yet and dare to bully me?" She purposely looked around when she kicked, ensuring there was no one else around. The old community also had no surveillance, so the child's fall couldn't be blamed on her. Even if the child reported her, a brat who hasn't even hit puberty, his words wouldn't hold up as evidence in court. Dai Chuli hurried down the stairs, cursing continuously. "I've seen many brats like this, for everyone I see, I kick one. It'd be best if they all died for peace." Dai Chuli walked to the child's side. The little boy's head was cracked open, blood gushing out in bright red, and his eyes tightly closed, no longer crying out. Only then did Dai Chuli start to feel a bit scared. She deliberately avoided the bloodstains, afraid of getting any on her feet. "It's your fault for falling, you can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself." Dai Chuli's confidence weakened a bit, and she quickened her pace to escape the scene. When she left the community, she saw the child's parents, who were also her neighbors. Dai Chuli covered her injured left eye, trying to avoid them. But the young mother noticed her and warmly greeted her. "Hey, Sister Dai, out this late?" Dai Chuli's eyes flickered. "Yeah, you guys just got back so late too." The young dad smiled. "Well, the house is about to be demolished, so we took little Bao out to celebrate since it's the weekend. By the way, little Bao is just up ahead, I don't know if he greeted Aunt Dai or not." Dai Chuli hurriedly said, No, I have something to do, I need to go first." "All right. Bye, come over to our place to play sometime," said the dad. "Little Bao is such a kid, no matter how many times I teach him, he still doesn't like to greet people," the mom complained a bit. "He's just a child, they're all like that," the dad reassured. "Speaking of which, isn't Sister Dai's eye injured?" Dai Chuli walked away in a hurry. She didn't hear what the couple behind her were discussing. She quickly ran out of the community, waved down a taxi, to Jinghai City People's Hospital. "Hurry. Got it, fasten your seatbelt, we're off." At night, there weren't many people out, and the road was clear. The car stopped at the entrance of the People's Hospital. The driver looked at the meter. 25 blocks and 3, I'll let you off for 25. Dai Chuli's expression changed instantly. She exploded, shouting, "What cab charges 25? What a joke, I'll give you at most 10. It's so close, I could have walked here, and you want to cheat me for money?" Dai Chuli got out of the car, throwing 10 blocks on the seat. The driver felt wrong too. "What a person, the price is the same at night, I used the meter, didn't shout a random price. Hey, one-eyed dragon lady. You better complete the payment before leaving. Hey. I've had it. I practically lost money on this ride, what an idiot. If you can, don't ever take a taxi in your life." The driver glared at the arrogant Dai Chuli's back, suppressing the impulse to hit the gas and run her over. Forget it, it's better to swallow this anger. After all, losing a few bucks is better than spending a lifetime in prison. He was still clear-headed. As soon as the driver left, a silver van quickly stopped there. Under the night sky, 4 doors of the van opened. 8 or 9 young men in black suits, black sunglasses, and communication devices hanging from their ears got out of the vehicle. Dai Chuli was halfway across when a tight grip caught her arm, and suddenly her feet left the ground. "Who are you? Why are you grabbing me? Let me go." Dai Chuli struggled with her hands and feet, using all her strength. The black-clad man replied, "We are from the intelligence department. We need you to cooperate with our work for the Chosen One's passage." What? That little vixen Jiang Li is trying to harm me again? Dai Chuanli was furious. It has nothing to do with me. Let me go. If you grab me again, I'll call the police. The black-clad men remained unmoved. After 11 p.m., there were few pedestrians on the road, and no one noticed the commotion here. The black-clad men carried Dai Chuanli and stuffed her into the van, slamming the door shut with a bang. Now, go meet up with another team immediately. Yes. The van started its engine. A group of men drove away into the night. Chapter 11, Please Color with Blood. Dai Chuanli had a hood over her head as she was brought to a laboratory. Team leader, the person is here. The black-clad man pulled Dai Chuanli out, tying her limbs firmly to the examination table. In the lab, there were also the intelligence department minister, team leaders from various groups, 2 doctors, and 3 nurses. Time is running out, hurry up, get to work. Several staff members moved forward. One person administered a tranquilizer to Dai Chuanli. Another person removed Dai Chuanli's black hood. Minister, the anesthetic hasn't arrived yet, we're running out of time. One member spoke urgently. How long until it arrives? The intelligence minister asked. It will take at least 15 minutes at the fastest. That's not enough, Jiang Li didn't give us much time. The intelligence minister paced anxiously in front of Dai Chuanli's bed. How about we skip the anesthesia and just get started? Someone suggested boldly. Can a wound infection lead to death? It's possible, but we have no other choice now. No, Dai Chuanli will not die. A tall man adjusted his glasses on his nose. He continued to explain, the rules state that as long as the chosen one clears the first dungeon, any family member bound to the chosen one will survive, no matter what. In the laboratory, the experts exchanged glances, and they all understood the wisest course of action from here on out. What they were worried about was becoming murderers. But since the chosen one would ensure Dai Chuanli's survival if they cleared the dungeon, their concerns naturally vanished. Now, all they needed to do was proceed with their task, the rest could be left to Jiang Li. The experts all turned to look at the tied-up Dai Chuanli. Dai Chuanli was taken aback, her eyes widened in terror. Although she had been tranquilized, it would still take 2 minutes for the medication to take effect. So, Dai Chuanli kept struggling desperately to break free. She shouted, "No! You will face retribution. Let me go. I curse you to hell, may you bear sons without any loopholes. You rotten-hearted people, let me go." One young expert team member had just had a son, and the wise female leader was the group leader from the intelligence department. The group leader, a mother, felt her anger rise, unable to hold back her temper. She rolled up her sleeves and slapped Dai Chuanli hard. With a crisp slap, the sound echoed in the laboratory. With such a vile mouth, it seems like this is just punishment. The mother scolded. Minister, hurry and take action, we can't delay. The mother urged. The minister nodded, all right, let's move quickly. He turned to instruct the doctors, start now, immediately remove her left eyeball. Understood, leave it to me. Without anesthesia, she may struggle, hold her down, I'll make the incision. The doctor calmly commanded. 5 black-clad men approached, for restrained her thrashing limbs, while one used a cloth to gag Dai Chuanli to prevent her from spitting. As the doctors skillfully performed the procedure, the blood scab and muscle around Dai Chuanli's left eye were completely cleared. Have you brought the chicken heart, duck heart, and pig heart? The leader asked. I've brought them. A member from behind presented a foul-smelling black plastic bag. Stuff them in. Yes. In the world of strange tales. Mommy, are you ready? I'm going to take the heart now. Jiang Li glanced at the time. She had allocated 15 minutes to China's intelligence department out of the 30 minutes. Now, the time had come. She believed that with China's strength, dealing with Dai Chuanli would be no problem. Jiang Li stared at the clock, 10 seconds left, it will be done soon. The red baby began excitedly counting down. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the final second was counted, the red baby couldn't help but reach out and dig out Jiang Li's left eye. The red baby had initially doubted how Mommy's heart could grow in her eye. Now, he believed it completely. Thank you, Mommy, you're the best. The red baby ate a few pieces of pig and duck hearts and hid a bloody chicken heart in his pocket, saving it for later. After a hearty meal, Jiang Li logically took the small stool from under the red baby's bottom. Dai Chuanli would never have imagined that the intelligence department had gone to such trouble to torture her just to help Jiang Li take a small stool. It was simply too ridiculous. Jiang Li stepped on the stool, leaned against the wall, and took down the couple's memorial photo. This memorial photo only had a frame, with no glass partition. Therefore, Jiang Li could easily touch the portraits inside. Jiang Li dismantled the frame and turned the photo to the back. Behind the photo was hidden a dagger, with dried blood stains on it. What did this mean? Was this the death message left by the couple? Even their family of three's anniversary was because of this dagger? Jiang Li couldn't make sense of it. Inside this, including in the rules, there was no way to turn this black and white memorial photo into a wedding photo. Jiang Li stared blankly at the memorial photo. How exactly could she turn it into a wedding photo? Mommy, are you playing a coloring game? The red baby asked. Chapter 12, The Sound of Chopping Meat at Night. The red baby's words woke her up. Right, coloring. Baby, how did you think of coloring? Jiang Li looked at him. The red baby giggled, because baby often plays coloring games. That way, you can turn black and white into color. It seems that sometimes, adult thinking isn't enough. Every now and then, relying on a child's ideas might bring unexpected surprises. Jiang Li looked down, took the dagger behind the frame. Could this dagger be hinting that she should color the photo with fresh blood? Never mind, after all, she wouldn't die. She would try it. Jiang Li held the dagger and made a small cut on her fingertip. Bright red blood flowed from her fingertip, dripping onto the black and white memorial photo. The part where the blood dripped turned red. In China. The members of the intelligence group, seeing that the crisis was resolved, released Dai Chuanli. But unexpectedly, not long after, blood began to seep from Dai Chuanli's fingertips. At first, it was one drop, then, all 10 fingers started bleeding at once. At that time, the minister of the intelligence department had already sent the doctors and nurses away from the lab. The lab was left with the group leader, Bao Ma, and a few members. Group leader, Dai Chuanli has been bleeding constantly. Should we call the doctor back? A member asked. The group leader, Bao Ma, gave a faint glance. What's there to be afraid of? As long as the chosen one clears the stage, she won't die. Don't worry about her. After saying this, she stepped on her high heels and gracefully left the lab, letting Dai Chuanli fend for herself. In the world of strange tales, Jiang Li painted the entire black and white memorial photo with blood. Wherever she painted, it all turned into a bright red Chinese wedding scene. The originally eerie and terrifying smile of the couple also returned to normal. Jiang Li saw that there were only 5 minutes left until midnight, so she hurriedly stepped on the stool and put the wedding photo back in its place. Mommy, come quickly. The red baby called to her. Okay, wait a moment, Mommy is coming. Jiang Li got off the stool. The red baby excitedly pointed to the blood-red long fingernails sticking out from under the bed. Mommy. There is an ant hiding under the bed. Jiang Li's back tingled. Only 3 minutes left, and more trouble might arise? Can you pull her out by her hand, baby? Jiang Li supported her chin with one hand, frowning in thought. She was considering whether to drag this thing out and throw it away. After all, she was about to rest, and having such a thing under the bed felt disgusting. Moreover, this should be part of the pollution source. For sources of pollution, it was naturally better to stay as far away as possible. I can pull her out. Hong Ying shouted excitedly, his strength was surprisingly great. Hong Ying grabbed the woman's hand, pulling her out. A foul, rotten smell gradually spread. The thing's face and body were wrapped in a thick plastic film, making it unrecognizable. Baby, take care of it and throw her out the window. Jiang Li glanced at the clock, within 2 minutes. With 2 minutes left, Jiang Li was about to sleep. It seemed that the Morse code's reminder of pollution source in the bedroom referred not only to the bathroom. In fact, it also included this thing under the bed. No wonder the speed of mental pollution was so fast before she drank honey water. Hong Ying, who had eaten supper, was working especially hard. Got it. Mommy. Hong Ying replied cheerfully. Do you want Mommy's help? Jiang Li found touching that thing a bit uncomfortable but still asked. No need. Mommy, you stay behind me, don't let this ghost thing dirty Mommy's clothes. Hong Ying exclaimed confidently, walking to the window, pushing it open, and with a strong throw. That thing was instantly thrown far away. With a bang, it hit the ground. 30 seconds left, the second hand pointing at midnight. Jiang Li glanced out of the window, the dark night sky hung low, and a blood-red moon was slowly rising. Night rule number 10. Before sleeping, remember to pull the curtains tightly, do not make eye contact with the eyes outside the window. It seemed once the blood-red moonlight appeared, monsters would follow. Jiang Li quickly went to the window, picked up Hong Ying, and swiftly closed the window and pulled the curtains. Then she nimbly jumped onto the bed, holding Hong Ying, covered with a quilt, turned off the light, and went to sleep. Mommy, are you sleeping so early? Only 5 seconds remain until midnight. Yes, I'm tired, resting. 3 seconds left. Oh. Hong Ying also closed his eyes. Click, the second hand reached 0. The blood-red moon rose, hanging high in the sky, dyeing the heavens crimson. 4 a.m. Jiang Li, in deep sleep, was awakened by the sound of chopping meat. Bang bang bang. Her husband was in the kitchen, making a huge noise. Jiang Li heard it but did not open her eyes. Family rule number 5. If you hear the sound of chopping meat at night, do not open your eyes. Jiang Li lay on her side, eyes closed, pretending to sleep. The noise from the kitchen continued, chopping rapidly. At that moment, Jiang Li felt something on the right side of the bed, as if it was slightly pressed down. In the next second, a man lay down there. The sound of chopping meat in the kitchen still did not stop. Chapter 13, The Man on the Bed. A layer of coldness instantaneously crawled up Jiang Li's entire body. During the time the man lay down, there was no sound of the bedroom door unlocking. So, who was lying beside Jiang Li? Who was chopping meat in the kitchen? Whose meat was being chopped? Jiang Li silently recited night rule number 8. If you wake up at midnight and find a second person lying on the bed, please be sure to pretend to sleep, do not open your eyes. Jiang Li maintained steady breathing, still pretending to sleep, not opening her eyes. The man beside her let out a heavy sigh. Sigh. Wife, work at the pig farm hasn't been going well lately. Many pigs have contracted swine fever, the market might be about to change. It was a familiar voice, her husband's voice during the day. But Jiang Li knew very well, the man lying beside her was definitely not her husband. Night rule number 7 stated clearly. Please remember, husbands do not return to the room to sleep at night. So the man beside her was a thing disguised as her husband. Wife, I'm a bit thirsty, can you pass me the black water cup? Jiang Li turned a deaf ear, breathing steadily. The man pushed Jiang Li's back. Wife. Wife. But Jiang Li was fast asleep, showing no reaction at all. Night rule number 5. Never agree to any request from it. The man was getting angry. His voice grew irritable. Water cup. Water cup. How many times have I said it? Why are you pretending not to hear? I know you are awake, say something to me. Don't act like a dead person. Jiang Li still did not move. She lay on her side, facing away from the man. In front of her was the black cup that the man wanted, sitting on the nightstand. The man had no choice but to get out of bed in frustration, putting on his slippers. The sound of the slippers hit the floor, making a pat-pat noise. The man walked and cursed at the same time. Oof. I cook the food at home, I take care of the kids. I send the kids to school every day, and then I go to the pig farm to feed the pigs. I do everything. You have it so good, you just need to go to work. It's such an easy thing. What are you complaining about? The man walked around the end of the bed and came to Jiang Li's side of the nightstand. Jiang Li felt suspicious in her heart. According to this man's words, the wife is supposed to go out to work every day. But now, she still had not received any rules related to the wife's work. It seemed she had to be more vigilant tomorrow morning. The man squatted down in front of Jiang Li, not saying anything anymore. Jiang Li kept her eyes tightly closed. But she could sense the man's face was very close to hers. Close enough to feel his breath. The man squatted at the foot of the bed, tilting his head, his gaze fixated on her. Wife, open your eyes, I have a secret to tell you. The man's voice was very soft, speaking only in breath, as if whispering in Jiang Li's ear. His tone was filled with temptation. The room was dark, pitch black, not seeing a finger ahead. Perfectly concealing the man's figure. I know you are pretending to be asleep. The man's breath brushed against Jiang Li's cheek. Jiang Li remained unmoved. She was pretending to be asleep, she couldn't move. She couldn't even turn over. The man's eyes emitted a strange light. He leaned closer to Jiang Li, speaking in a mournful, near-crying tone. Mixed with sobbing sounds. Wife, you've hurt me so badly. I love you so much, why are you hurting me? Do you know? I deceived him into coming to kill him for you. I am so good to you, why don't you open your eyes and take a look at me? At that moment, the blanket moved slightly. Did Jiang Li move? A cunning smile suddenly appeared on the man's face. Moved. Wife, are you awake? The man's strange laughter in his throat was barely contained, about to burst out. Once Jiang Li woke up, it would mean breaking the rule of pretending to sleep. And for the man, that would mean a feast. The blanket was indeed moving. The man had already concluded that Jiang Li couldn't hold on any longer. The man began to gulp, his eyes almost bulging. Suddenly, the blanket was thrown open, revealing the red baby that had been awakened in Jiang Li's arms. The red baby raised a small hand, rubbing its sleepy eyes. Mom, me, who is it? So noisy. At the moment the red baby's face revealed itself, the man was so frightened he nearly jumped up. The man immediately brought his feet together and jumped 3 feet high, landing on the windowsill several meters behind him, crouching down and daring not to move. If you make noise, I will smash his head. The red baby mumbled indistinctly. The man crouching on the windowsill accidentally tugged at the big red curtain. Outside the curtain, a pair of red glowing eyes appeared. Eat her. The creature outside suddenly shouted at him, startling the man instantly. Quickly eat her, eat her. The red-eyed monster stared longingly at the sleeping Jiang Li, drooling with desire. Clearly, the red-eyed monster had not yet seen the red baby. The man saw the red baby was about to wake up, alarms ringing loudly in his heart. He couldn't care too much, quickly jumping down from the windowsill, leaping onto the wall, returning to the vacant spot in the wedding photo. As soon as the man left, the curtain closed again, blocking the red-eyed monster's view. The night fell quiet once more. Except for the occasional bang-bang sound of chopping meat coming from the kitchen. The next day. At 6 a.m, the biological clock woke Jiang Li up. When Jiang Li woke up, the entire bedroom had changed its style. The wardrobe had collapsed, and spider webs crawled all around. The wedding photo on the wall, the frame was broken, hanging crookedly on the wall. Maybe it was Jiang Li's illusion. Jiang Li always felt that the man in the wedding photo smiled even more strangely than yesterday. Inside the room, the white wall paint was peeling, with faint splatters of bloodstains. Only half of the glass window remained, letting in a chilly wind. The entire bedroom resembled a wasteland, desolate and bleak. From 11 p.m. to 4 a.m., the bedroom was a safe zone. Now it was 6 a.m., not within the designated safe time. So this should be the original appearance of the bedroom. Hong Ying was already awake. He was at the head of the bed, playing with a woman's wig. Mommy, you're awake. Aha. Last night, the grandpa we threw out the window climbed back up. Grandpa? Jiang Li was taken aback. Could it be that the person with long blood-red nails last night was not a woman, but actually a man? And an old man at that. So her suspicion that her husband might cheat was actually wrong. What time was it? Jiang Li looked towards the windowsill. On the broken glass window, there were a few blood handprints, clearly showing that someone had climbed in. Hong Ying said it was around 4 a.m., the window opened by itself. I caught him, ate his heart, and threw him out. This is his hair. Hong Ying burped and handed Jiang Li the wig in his hand. Jiang Li took a look, and it was a woman's wig. So why did that old man disguise himself as a woman? Jiang Li was deep in thought. At that moment, Jiang Li heard a click, the sound of a key turning in the lock. The bedroom door was pushed open. Chapter 14, Bloody Gift. The bedroom door creaked open a small crack. Slowly, through the gap, a fierce, bloodshot eye peeked through. Like a voyeur, her husband stood there with a horrifying smile, silently watching Jiang Li. If Jiang Li had not woken up in advance, what awaited her would have been a long period of surveillance. In that moment, her husband was like a predator, his face filled with a smile, silently and greedily staring at his prey. Jiang Li instinctively clenched her fist. After a while, her husband finally spoke. Wife, he raised his tone, seemingly holding back a violent excitement. As if he was about to burst into laughter at any moment. Come out quickly, I prepared something good for you. Her husband continued. Jiang Li felt her scalp tingle, and she responded, okay, I'll come out right away. Her husband smiled slightly, closed the bedroom door, and stepped back. Jiang Li exhaled. She quickly tidied up a bit. Before leaving the bedroom, she hugged Hong Ying and thoroughly checked the room. Finally, under the bed, she found the third rule note. Outside the door, there was a knocking sound urging her. Jiang Li took a quick glance at the rules, not looking closely. Then she took Hong Ying and left the bedroom. As Jiang Li walked to the living room, she saw her husband fiddling with a white nurse dress in front of the full-length mirror. The nurse dress was torn to shreds, with bloodstains all over. Jiang Li even suspected that it was the dirty outfit her husband had stripped off the person he had butchered last night. Wife, this is your new dress, a welcome-back gift for today. How is it? Do you like it? Try it on quickly. Her husband handed her the nurse dress. Jiang Li's Mo. Standing in front of the full-length mirror, trying on her clothes. So beautiful, thank you, husband. While Jiang Li was speaking, she noticed through the mirror that an old lady in a big red funeral dress was standing diagonally behind her. The old lady was neither far nor close to Jiang Li, about an arm's length away, close enough to touch. The old lady twisted her neck, smiled at Jiang Li with her head tilted. Jiang Li just glanced at her lightly and then pretended to ignore her. Honey, wear this to work today. Go change out of those clothes you're wearing. Her husband pointed at Jiang Li's long sleeves and long pants, reminding her a couple of things. Jiang Li smiled and responded with an okay, then went back to the bedroom to change. At this moment, the bedroom did not feel very safe. However, with the red baby sitting there, those ghostly things would only dare to peek secretly and did not dare to be reckless. Jiang Li held this tattered nurse's dress, struggling whether to wear it or not. In her open wardrobe, there hung a set of prepared sexy underwear. Jiang Li glanced at those underwear and felt awkward. That sexy underwear looked no different from not wearing anything at all. So should she change this worn-out dress, or not? If she followed her husband's wishes, taking off her original clothes and changing into this ragged dress, that would simply be a huge wardrobe malfunction. Wearing this to work and being broadcasted nationwide would surely be a feast for everyone's eyes. But if she refused to wear this dress, it would also go against her husband's wishes. If her husband became furious, killing her would be perfectly normal. So what should Jiang Li do? Jiang Li stood there without making any further moves. The red baby also noticed her dilemma. Mommy, if you don't want to wear it, forget it. If he tries to harm you, I'll smash his head. The red baby had a violent temperament. Jiang Li forced a smile. If it were an ordinary dress, she wouldn't mind not wearing it, but this was a nurse's dress, a work uniform. Not wearing a uniform to work might just trigger a deadly outcome. Jiang Li stood still, quietly thinking for a while. Then, she made a surprising move. She did not take off the long sleeves and long pants but directly put the dress over them. Jiang Li seriously and carefully rolled her sleeves and pant legs up, hiding them inside the nurse's dress. But the big holes on the dress still exposed the clothes underneath. The red baby reminded her, Mommy, wearing it like this is obvious at a glance. This dress has too many holes, not taking off your clothes is very obvious. The red baby scratched his head in distress. Jiang Li chuckled softly at this comment. She asked, Sweetheart, do you remember what that man said earlier? The red baby nodded, I remember. When he gave you the dress, he said, Wife, this is a new dress I bought for you, today's reinstatement. The red baby suddenly paused. In an instant, he realized something and had an epiphany. What the man said was that it was a new dress. In the eyes of the tainted man, this dress was not torn but brand new. So, the holes in the nurse's dress were entirely invisible to him. As long as Jiang Li hid the sleeves and pant legs well, in the man's eyes, she would not be disobeying him at all. After Jiang Li arranged her clothes. While her husband was not there watching, she took out the note she found that morning and read it carefully. 3-person household, corridor rules. 1. The corridor's motion sensor lights often malfunction, do not panic, and definitely do not shout loudly to avoid disturbing the neighbor's rest. 2. In the corridor, the door to the safety passage is green, there are no red doors. 3. One elevator can carry a maximum of 1 person, please do not overload it. 4. The morning elevator runs 3 times, there will not be a 4th elevator. If the 3 trips are full, please return home immediately and do not go out. 5. In the dark, do not trust any sound. 6. Seeing is not always believing. 7. There is a security room downstairs. If you encounter difficulties in the building, you can seek help from the security. 8. There is a stalker in the building, no matter what he says, you must. On the back of the note, 2 lines of blood-red characters were written crookedly. The key belongs to your husband, you cannot take it away. Please arrive at the workplace before 8 o'clock, do not be late. Baby, is there a wrong rule? Jiang Li asked. Red baby shook his head, Mommy, all of these are correct. Jiang Li nodded in agreement. This way is fine, it saves the trouble of guessing the wrong rules. But Jiang Li always felt an inexplicable unease in her heart. Exactly why she felt uneasy, Jiang Li couldn't say for a moment. Jiang Li simply chose to ignore this feeling, tucked away the rules, and walked out of the bedroom. When her husband saw Jiang Li changed into a dress, a flash of amazement crossed his eyes. Beautiful, her husband sincerely praised. Jiang Li smiled a little and greeted her husband, Honey, I'm going to work now. Jiang Li walked to the entrance to change her shoes. Aren't you having breakfast? Her husband asked. At this time, a steaming basket of meat buns was on the dining table. They were made by her husband. Jiang Li glanced over and took out half a pack of finger biscuits she brought with her. She smiled and said, No need, I can't eat meat, honey, I'll just have this. The wife had gastritis and couldn't eat meat. Her husband seemed to have a poor memory, he only now remembered this matter. He said with some guilt, Oh, I actually forgot. Then I'll make you steamed buns tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you, honey. Jiang Li curved her brows and eyes. Her husband turned to clean the dining table. Early in the morning, the buns he worked hard to make were left uneaten. His expression seemed a bit lost. Jiang Li suddenly thought of the S-level clearance condition. Gain your husband's favor, making him promise to die for you. At present, relying on the S-level clearance seems impossible. Now she could only strive for the SSS level clearance conditions. SSS level clearance conditions. Investigate the truth behind the family Memorial Day and escape the city. Jiang Li had now obtained the train ticket, which counted as completing half. What she needed to do now was to find the truth. Be careful on the road, her husband's voice came with a reminder. Okay, Jiang Li replied gently. Before she opened the door to leave, she glanced at the house key in the entrance. The key belongs to your husband, you cannot take it away. Jiang Li quickly looked away. If the key cannot be taken away, then other things should be fine, right? In the entrance, her husband's pocket watch was running. Jiang Li casually slipped it into her pocket, opened the door, and walked out. With a bang of the door closing, the hallway sound-controlled light turned on. Jiang Li clearly saw the environment of the hallway. A closed hallway, without windows, with 4 households on one floor. Jiang Li's home was the 4th household at the end of the hallway. Jiang Li walked to the center of the hallway. On her right side was the elevator door, on the left was a rusty red iron door. On the lower right corner of the iron door, the words emergency exit glowed with a green light. The third rule of the hallway. In the hallway, the emergency exit door is green, there are no red doors. Jiang Li glanced at the rusty red passage door. The red door cannot be entered. Creak, a sharp sound came from the old hinge of the red door. With that sound, the red door opened a small crack. As if enticing Jiang Li to step in. Jiang Li stared at that pitch-black door gap for a moment, having no intention of going in. She turned around, stood at the elevator door, and pressed the downward arrow next to the elevator. After waiting for a few seconds, the elevator did not arrive, but the hallway light went out. Inside the sealed hallway, aside from the faint green light from the indicator, elsewhere was dark and silent. The second rule of the hallway. The sound-controlled lights in the hallway often malfunction, do not panic, and do not shout, so as not to disturb your neighbor's rest. Jiang Li stomped her feet twice. When the sound-controlled light didn't turn on, she didn't continue to make noise. Jiang Li stood in the darkness for a while. About 10 seconds later. In the hallway, a deliberately softened, cautious approaching sound of footsteps could be heard. That careful step. Like being afraid of being discovered by Jiang Li. The steps drew closer and closer. Jiang Li took a deep breath, her gaze burning as she waited in front of the elevator door. There is nothing to be afraid of. As long as she does not break the rules, those things cannot touch her. Ding dong. The first elevator arrived. The elevator door opened, illuminating the darkness in front of Jiang Li. Inside the elevator stood an elderly man, frail and white-haired, leaning on a cane. The old man nodded at Jiang Li. Jiang Li nodded back, but did not step inside. Hallway rule number 4. An elevator can carry only one person at a time, please do not overload. Now, she could only wait for the next one. 2 seconds later. The elevator door closed. The light spilling from the elevator also vanished. Jiang Li found herself in darkness again. The footsteps in the dark came closer. Jiang Li calmly reached out and pressed the down button. She began to wait for the second trip. The elevator did not display the current floor, so Jiang Li could only wait anxiously. During this time, the footsteps came to Jiang Li's side, stopped, and no longer moved. Only the faint sound of breathing reached her. Jiang Li's back stiffened. This time, she waited about a minute before hearing the elevator sounds. Ding dong. The elevator door opened again. Through the crack of the door, bright light spilled out. Jiang Li's figure was illuminated, there was nothing around her. Jiang Li looked at the elevator. This time, there was still someone inside. Inside the elevator stood a 5-year-old little girl. The little girl's face was pale, a red string tied around her hand. She saw Jiang Li's face clearly and asked sweetly. Aunt Lu, have you seen my mom? The little girl smiled brightly at Jiang Li. Jiang Li smiled and shook her head, indicating she had not seen her. The little girl's face fell, but the corners of her mouth twisted oddly for a moment. The little girl pouted in displeasure, pressed the button, and closed the elevator door. The second elevator trip could only be missed again. Hallway rule number 5. The morning elevator runs 3 trips, there will be no 4th elevator. Jiang Li silently recited the rule in her heart. Now, there was only one last trip left. Surely, there couldn't be anyone else this time, right? In the dark hallway, Jiang Li pressed the down green arrow at the elevator door for the 3rd time. At the moment she pressed it, all the buttons outside the elevator disappeared. Ding dong. The 3rd elevator door opened. As the door crack widened, a strange, shadowy smiling face hiding behind hair suddenly appeared. A woman dressed in a red long dress with long black hair stood in front of Jiang Li. Jiang Li's heart suddenly grew cold. 3 times there had been someone? She truly encountered them. If all 3 trips are full, return home at once, do not go outdoors. The experts watching the live stream held their breath. Just when they all thought Jiang Li would immediately return home. Jiang Li, she went inside. What's going on? Doesn't Jiang Li see that woman? How could Jiang Li make such a low-level mistake? What if her perspective is different from ours? Hurry! Use the communication opportunity to warn her right now. The experts were in a frenzy. At that moment, the elevator door closed with a thud. There was only 3 seconds in total, not enough time to warn her. The hearts of the experts immediately sank to the bottom. 3 seconds later, the anticipated death announcement did not arrive. Instead, the live stream showed the scene inside the elevator. Jiang Li is alive? She is completely unscathed? In the live stream, Jiang Li stood calmly next to that woman. After entering, Jiang Li smirked coldly. She recalled the confusing rule. If all 3 trips are full, return home at once, do not go outdoors. But where was this elevator full? Wasn't there not a single person before she entered? Jiang Li looked toward the woman in the elevator, at the hem of her dress. Under the bright red hem of the dress, there were no feet at all. Chapter 16, Seeing is not necessarily believing. In the cramped elevator, Jiang Li stood side by side with that thing. She glanced at the full-length mirror on the side of the elevator and spotted a pool of fresh blood in a corner at the back of the elevator. The air was filled with an unpleasant smell of blood. Jiang Li slightly furrowed her brows, suppressing the discomfort in her stomach. She reached out and pressed the button for the first floor. The elevator circuit seemed unstable. Just as she touched the button, the elevator lights flickered twice with a fizzing sound. In the flickering light, the woman standing next to Jiang Li vanished in the blink of an eye. At the same time, an electronic voice announced in Jiang Li's ear. Current floor, 4, level. The elevator is going down, please pay attention. The elevator is going down, please pay attention. The voice became more grating as it continued. As the announcement ended, the flashing white light bulb in the elevator blinked twice again and returned to normal. Inside the elevator, it was bright as usual. Jiang Li stood in front of the button panel. Her eyes fixed on the electronic display inside the elevator. The number there slowly changed from 4 to 3. Jiang Li lightly withdrew her gaze. For some reason, inside this elevator, she always felt a chill at the back of her neck. It was as if something unclean was lurking nearby. Jiang Li thought for a moment and took out the flip pocket watch from her pocket and opened it. Using the mirror on the pocket watch, she clearly saw what was behind her. Her scalp went numb in an instant. The woman who had vanished was standing behind her, sniffing violently at Jiang Li's neck. It felt as if she was preparing to savor a gourmet dish. Feeling Jiang Li's gaze, the thing behind her looked up. Jiang Li saw her face clearly. The cheeks were gaunt, the eye sockets sunken. The lifeless skin, cracked like parched land, had deep fissures. Especially, there were fresh bloodstains at the corners of the woman's mouth. As if she had just feasted. Noticing Jiang Li looking at her, the woman suddenly brightened her eyes. She excitedly grabbed Jiang Li's arm. Can you see me? The woman's voice was hoarse, her vocal cords seemed to have been sliced by a knife. Jiang Li raised her hand to push her away and stepped aside. I can't find my home, take me home. The woman said to Jiang Li in a commanding tone. Jiang Li had no intention of responding. Take me home. Take me home. The woman floated back and forth around Jiang Li. Her voice was chilling, wrapping around Jiang Li, relentlessly chasing her. Home, home. Hurry and take me home. The woman was overly anxious. In Jiang Li's peripheral vision, she caught a glimpse of the mirror on the elevator wall. She noticed the woman's cracked skin was peeling off in chunks like wall plaster. Jiang Li stepped back, choosing to ignore the woman's pleas. After a moment of entanglement, the elevator's announcement rang out. Elevator on first floor, arrived. Elevator on first floor, arrived. Elevator door opening, please watch your step. This announcement was very different from the last. This time, there was a barely suppressed laugh. That feeling of holding back laughter made Jiang Li feel uneasy. Ding dong. The elevator door opened, and the light illuminated a path for Jiang Li. The pale woman clung to Jiang Li's arm, softening her tone. Please, take me home, I can't find my home. Jiang Li pushed the woman's hand away and stepped outside. As soon as she lifted her foot, a low chuckle spilled from the announcements. It was just a faint sound, but Jiang Li caught it. What's going on? Jiang Li paused for half a second. She looked at the electronic display screen, which boldly showed the number 1. However, that number 1 looked strange, slanted and crooked, as if smeared with blood. Jiang Li tentatively took half a step towards the elevator door. The low chuckle sounded again. Something wasn't right. Recalling the blood at the corners of the woman's mouth and the pool of blood in the corner of the elevator. Jiang Li's sixth sense warned her that stepping out of the elevator might lead her to that pool of blood, which could be her end. Jiang Li retracted her foot. The unease in her heart grew stronger. Jiang Li glanced back at the woman, and the cracks on her face had disappeared. The woman in red seemed to see hope, instantly blooming into a radiant smile. You want to help me, right? Help me go home. The smile at the corner of the woman's mouth flourished. Jiang Li stared at her suspiciously. This woman, did she just wipe her mouth? Jiang Li clearly remembered that just a second ago, this woman looked as if she had just eaten someone. Jiang Li lowered her gaze, lost in thought, her index finger twitching slightly. Suddenly, she shot her eyes up. A bold thought unfolded in Jiang Li's mind. She looked at the mirror in the elevator, her pupils shrinking sharply. In the mirror, the skin of the woman in red looked ghostly, her hair exploding in all directions, her pale skin cracked in pieces, with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth. In the corner of the elevator, blood had pooled all over the floor. Yet outside the mirror, the woman's face, aside from being a bit pale, looked completely normal. Not even a drop of blood was found in the corner of the elevator. The sixth rule of the corridor. What you see is not always real. So what was in the mirror was the truth. Jiang Li's scalp tingled. If that's the case, did she overlook something? The elevator doors are about to close, the voice announced urgently. Jiang Li ignored it. Suddenly, it seemed she remembered something. Jiang Li quickly took out the rule note, held it up to the mirror, and reflected it. In an instant, all the words on the note were revealed clearly. The original 8 rules had now blatantly become 9. 9. Neighbors are friendly. If they seek help, please do not refuse. So the blood in the elevator was the consequence of refusal. Jiang Li felt a chill in her back. She recalled the scene where she had asked the red baby about the rules not long ago. Baby, are there any wrong rules? Mommy, these are all correct. He was right, they were all correct. The red baby did not deceive her. Only, Jiang Li never thought that this devilish rule would be placed here. The woman in red continued to speak, help me go home, please, help me? Jiang Li organized her thoughts and put away the note. She raised her head, trying to look as friendly as possible at the woman. Okay, I will help you go home. Chapter 17 Beware of Stalkers. Jiang Li glanced at her pocket watch. The current time was 6:08 a.m. After leaving, Jiang Li would still need some time to find the nearby hospital and confirm her workplace. To ensure she could arrive at the hospital before 8 o'clock, Jiang Li should send this woman home before 6:30. Jiang Li turned her head, are you sure you live in this building? The woman in red shook her head, distressed, I don't know. Do you remember your family? I don't remember. What do you know? I don't know anything. Jiang Li was momentarily speechless. This woman was such a big trouble, knowing nothing at all. Jiang Li thought for a moment. She did not exit the elevator but directly pressed the guard bell in the elevator. There is a guard room downstairs. If you encounter difficulties in the building, you can seek help from the guard. Ring 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 ring. Ring 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 ring. Soon, the ringing was answered. Hello, this is the guard room, what's the matter? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Jiang Li quickly spoke, hello, I'm facing a bit of difficulty, could you come over as soon as possible? There was a pause on the other end, sounding like chewing and swallowing. After a few seconds, the man finally spoke. His tone was very impatient, okay, I know, I'll be there soon. Before the call was disconnected, there was a sound like a cup shattering on the other end. Crash. Hey, be careful, you scared me. Sorry, Wangge, is your foot alright? I'm really sorry. Sigh, forget it, just be more careful next time, don't be so careless. Beep beep beep, the call was hung up. Jiang Li and the woman in red waited by the elevator on the first floor. The guard room was right downstairs, so the guard arrived in front of the elevator door in less than a minute. What's wrong? What kind of trouble did you encounter? A tall man in uniform approached Jiang Li. Jiang Li glanced at the man's feet. The man was wearing a new pair of black high-top leather boots, with a few scratches of glass shards on them. Jiang Li's eyes turned cold, and she pressed her lips together, not responding. Speak. What difficulties are you facing? Did you call me here just to mess with me? The man immediately became somewhat exasperated. Jiang Li still ignored him. Are you going to speak or not? If not, I'm leaving. The man glared at her angrily. Jiang Li acted as if she hadn't seen him, playing dumb. Oof. If you call me again next time, I won't come. What kind of person are you? The middle-aged man shook his head and stormed away, full of anger. Honging looked astonished. Mommy, why didn't you talk to him? I feel he's the security guard. Jiang Li was certain, he is not. Why? Honging was puzzled, aren't the scratches on his shoes matching? His personality matches too. Hong Ying, do you remember what the other person in the call said to Brother Wang after the cup was broken? Hong Ying scratched his head. He said, sorry, Brother Wang, is your foot alright? I really apologize. What's wrong with that? Hong Ying didn't see any issue. All the details matched. Jiang Li, of course it's wrong. Feet and shoes are completely different matters. If someone is wearing thick high-top shoes, there's no possibility their foot got hurt. Would you still ask if their foot is okay? No, I wouldn't. Hong Ying shook his head. If his feet are well protected and obviously unharmed, I wouldn't ask like that. Then what if you accidentally damaged someone else's new leather shoes? Jiang Li asked. Hong Ying looked troubled. Then it would be bad. I might care more about the compensation for those shoes. Smart. Jiang Li smiled. So the security guard we talked to was definitely not him. Hong Ying also made the same assumption. This fake security guard even imitated the details so well, he must have followed them for a long time. Jiang Li recalled the 8th rule of the hall. There is a stalker in the building, no matter what he says, do not pay attention to him. That was the reason Jiang Li remained silent just now. That man was a stalker. Not long after. The rail security guard, Brother Wang, walked over in slippers, making a pat-pat sound, and opened the elevator door. Brother Wang had thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking fierce, even more so than the stalker from earlier. His toes were scraped and bled a little. Speak. What difficulties are you facing? Brother Wang asked in a fierce tone. From Brother Wang's line of sight, it seemed he couldn't see the woman in red. Brother Wang, did a woman die in the building recently? Take me there. Jiang Li directly made her request. Brother Wang's eyes widened. What are you going there for? So unlucky. Brother Wang was not sincere. Although he complained on the surface, he still beeped, swiped his employee card. Ding, administrator mode has been activated. Please follow the administrator manual for elevator operation. Brother Wang strode in and pressed the button for the 7th floor. Jiang Li was surprised for a moment. The elevator did not give an overloading alarm. Current floor, 1st floor. Elevator going up, please pay attention. The voice announcement sounded in the elevator. Brother Wang and Jiang Li stood side by side in the elevator, with the woman in red obediently following behind. Brother Wang glanced at Jiang Li's outfit, unable to resist starting a conversation. What's with your outfit? Is it some kind of supporting thing young people play? It's quite bloody. Facing Brother Wang's teasing, Jiang Li smiled politely. It seemed Brother Wang was still a normal person, recognizing that Jiang Li's nurse outfit was tattered and stained with blood. Are you going to the crime scene, wanting to do some detective work? Brother Wang mocked. Jiang Li casually made up an excuse, no. A friend wants to buy a low-priced house and wants me to take him to see it. Brother Wang chuckled, your friend, TSK, is a tough guy. Ding dong, the elevator arrived. Brother Wang led Jiang Li out, and the woman in red closely followed behind. The three walked to a sealed door. Here it is. Brother Wang pointed to the door, it's been taken in. Jiang Li looked at the woman in red, signaling her with her eyes. The woman in red smiled gratefully, said thank you, and floated in through the door. Seeing Brother Wang turn back, Jiang Li smiled and thanked him. I got it, thank you, Brother Wang. I will bring my friend next time. Brother Wang waved his hand nonchalantly and walked back to the elevator door. The elevator button, which had disappeared, reappeared with a beep after Brother Wang scanned his work card. The two entered one after the other. By the way, Brother Wang, do you know if there are any hospitals nearby? Jiang Li asked. Once they exited the community, Jiang Li needed to find her workplace. Taking advantage of Brother Wang's presence, Jiang Li hurriedly asked. Brother Wang answered without any hesitation. There are only 2 hospitals in Huicheng. Just go straight out of the community, and after the first intersection, there is the Red Cross Hospital. Walk another 2,000 meters, turn right and go straight, and you'll reach Huicheng People's Hospital. Unexpectedly, this place actually has 2 hospitals, Jiang Li frowned. Okay, got it, thank you, Brother Wang. After politely thanking him, the elevator arrived on the 1st floor. She followed Brother Wang out. The two exchanged simple farewells, and Brother Wang strolled into the guardroom. Jiang Li left the community alone, stepping onto the uncertain path of work. Before 8 in the morning, she must rush to the workplace to sign in. 2 hospitals, one of the 2. Jiang Li glanced at her pocket watch. The current time, 6:30 in the morning. Jiang Li looked up. At this moment, the sky was just beginning to brighten. On the deserted street, a few passers-by wandered occasionally. Jiang Li took a few breaths of the morning's cold air and stepped toward the empty street. Chapter 18, The Circling Alleys. The streets of Huicheng were not prosperous. Especially in this area near the outskirts of the city, it's not an exaggeration to say it's desolate. Adjacent buildings were mostly old two-story bungalows. The economy of the whole area mainly relied on the nearby two hospitals. The narrow alleys had a gloomy atmosphere. Only 2 or 3 households had their doors open, with dim yellow lights glowing inside. Following Brother Juan's suggestion, Jiang Li looked into the distance. After passing through these low bungalows, ahead stood a tall hospital building. That should be the Red Cross Hospital. Jiang Li quickened her pace towards it. Miss, looking for a coffin? Top quality Nanmu coffin. The owner of a coffin shop nearby warmly called out to Jiang Li. Jiang Li glanced at him disdainfully and said nothing. Selling coffins early in the morning, Jiang Li wondered what this owner was thinking. It's okay if you don't want a coffin, I also have things to ward off evil spirits. The coffin shop owner chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. He pointed with his rough, short fingers to the dark door in his dim shop, looking mysterious. There are good things. The owner lowered his voice, looking around to make sure no one was listening. Jiang Li turned her gaze away, her steps not stopping. If you change your mind, come by any time, my shop is open 24 hours. The coffin shop owner stretched his neck, unwilling to give up, and shouted at Jiang Li's back. Seeing Jiang Li remain unmoved, the coffin shop owner curled his lips and scoffed. He shook his head and muttered to himself, young people will come back. Jiang Li rushed forward down the street with Hong Ying. She took out the finger cookies she'd had in her pocket as today's breakfast, crunching on them. That barely filled her stomach. As Jiang Li threw away the wrapping, she instructed Hong Ying. Hong Ying, when we get to the hospital, don't act rashly. There will probably be new rules. Hong Ying nodded. The two had not walked far when Hong Ying suddenly shouted. Mommy, look. It's that old grandpa. Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat. Is it that old grandpa hiding under her bed? He wasn't dead? Jiang Li looked up. A cold sweat broke out on her back instantly. A beggar in red high heels, with blood-red long nails. Zheng Yi stared at her without blinking. The old man wore a mismatched collection of women's clothing. Women's blouses, lingerie, leather jackets, and floral skirts were all messily piled on him. Why you, hello, beautiful. The old man gazed dreamily at Jiang Li. Jiang Li quickly lowered her head, averting her eyes. She instinctively quickened her pace. Jiang Li clearly remembered that the red baby said the old man climbed through her window at 4 o'clock this morning. He even accidentally got caught by the red baby and had his heart eaten. If that's the case, why is he here on the street? After walking for about 4 or 5 minutes, the old man's gaze finally disappeared. But what she didn't expect was that ahead, she encountered a coffin shop again. The owner of the coffin shop looked exactly like the owner she had just met. However, this owner was not as enthusiastic as the previous one. The coffin shop owner squatted at the door, grinning as he picked his teeth. He scraped out the meat stuck in his teeth and spat it on the ground. Seeing Jiang Li watching him, the owner immediately stood up. The coffin shop owner grinned. Oh, little girl, you're back again. Want to take a look at some coffins? He pointed inside, inviting Jiang Li to go in and have a look. Jiang Li frowned, feeling a hint of confusion. Why did he say again? Could it be that the owner of the previous shop was also him? This time, Jiang Li became somewhat cautious. She directly asked, have we met before? The coffin shop owner touched his nose. Questions cost money, I'm a businessman. How much? One question, one finger, cheap, right? Want to make a deal now? No, not for now. Jiang Li rejected him directly. It wasn't that she was unwilling to part with Chun Li's finger. But this deal offered too little value for the cost. Having a finger cut off just to ask a question wasn't worth it. Jiang Li wanted to know the answer to her question, and it was very simple. She just had to take 2 steps, and everything would be clear. It might not be that the shops were run by 2 brothers, Jiang Li thought. Hearing Jiang Li's refusal, the coffin shop owner realized this deal had fallen through. He pouted, seeming a bit dissatisfied. However, considering Jiang Li had the potential to be a customer, the owner kindly reminded her. Be careful, the dogs on the street can bite. If a dog chases you, don't run. The more you run, the faster it will chase. Jiang Li's eyes flickered, thank you. Although she didn't quite understand the owner's words, she felt that this sentence might save her life. The coffin shop owner waved to Jiang Li, go on, don't keep the kids waiting too long. The owner turned and entered the house. Jiang Li didn't linger and turned to leave. After walking about 500 meters, a cool wind rose in the alley. A plastic bag brushed against the ground, blowing to Jiang Li's feet, making a rustling sound. Jiang Li casually glanced at it, and her back instantly chilled. Could it really be a ghost wall? Wasn't that familiar packaging the finger biscuits she had just eaten in the morning? The red baby also noticed the anomaly. Mommy, could it be someone else's? The red baby asked. Jiang Li bent down, picked up the packaging, and opened it for a look. Her fingertips felt icy cold. No. This is what I threw away, Jiang Li declared. This morning when I was eating, there was a piece of finger biscuit that was too hard and hurt my teeth. I didn't eat it. It's still inside. Jiang Li took out that piece of biscuit and showed it to the red baby. The red baby understood as well. It seemed they might not be able to get out of this alley. Jiang Li opened her pocket watch to check the time. It was now 6:40. It had been 10 minutes since they left the neighborhood. While Jiang Li was looking down at her watch, a series of tap, tap, tap sounds from high heels caught her attention. The sound was light and heavy, getting closer with each step. Jiang Li immediately raised her head in alert. She saw the old beggar who had just worn women's clothes, smiling foolishly and limping towards them. So pretty. Hee, really pretty. The old beggar had a limp leg. He dragged his right foot and blocked the street ahead, approaching Jiang Li step by step. Jiang Li had almost no time to think. She turned around and started to walk back. At that moment, she suddenly recalled what the coffin shop owner had said. If a dog catches up, never run. The more you run, the faster the dog chases. Could it be that he was hinting at this place? Better to believe it than not. If the coffin shop owner intended to do business with her long term, he shouldn't lie to her. Jiang Li dismissed the thought of running and opted for a brisk walk instead. Jiang Li walked quickly, and the limping old man was soon left behind. When Jiang Li relaxed, she realized she had already reached the coffin shop's entrance. The coffin shop owner smiled when he saw her return. Miss, you're back. Want to come in and take a look? The coffin shop owner warmly invited her. Jiang Li remembered that the owner had said the shop sold not only coffins but also items to ward off evil. So she spoke up, I want to see the protective items. The coffin shop owner beamed, enthusiastically beckoning Jiang Li into the shop. Come. Although our shop is small, it has everything you need. We have it all inside. The coffin shop owner led Jiang Li into the shop and brought her to the black door. After you, ladies first, he said kindly, lifting the black curtain to let her enter. Jiang Li looked inside. It was pitch black, and she didn't move. Lead the way. Are you planning to sell an extra coffin if I go in first? Jiang Li retorted teasingly. Since she stepped out of her community, she had been observing her surroundings all the time. And she had already read the store rules at the coffin shop's entrance 3 times. The first rule was, visiting is allowed, but always stay behind the owner, please keep this in mind. The coffin shop owner's ladies first was obviously a trap. As for why he wanted Jiang Li to die in the shop rather than in the street, Jiang Li guessed it was probably related to the owner's interests. Realizing Jiang Li saw through his intentions, the coffin shop owner snorted. He pretended to be indifferent and walked inside. What's there to be afraid of? This place is just a little dark. The coffin shop owner boldly entered and turned on the chandelier with a bang. The cramped space lit up with dim yellow light. Jiang Li followed him inside. As she entered, the black dog at the dark door quickly stood up. The black dog was chained, it rubbed against the coffin shop owner's feet, and barked twice, oh oh. It seemed a little hungry, asking the owner for food. The coffin shop owner glanced at Jiang Li and mockingly scolded the black dog, bark, bark, bark. Be careful not to scare my guest. If you're hungry, just lie down quietly. Jiang Li had no doubt that if she had stepped into that dark room first, she would have certainly met a grim fate at the mouth of the hungry dog. It seemed the coffin shop owner had already anticipated what Jiang Li wanted to buy. He directly took out a mutton-scented charm, dripped a drop of sheep's blood on it, and handed it to Jiang Li. Here, this can ward off evil. As soon as it smells the scent, it will naturally stay far away. That he referred to was surely that thing chasing Jiang Li down the street. Jiang Li took the charm and weighed it in her palm. Can this help me walk out of a ghostly wall? The coffin shop owner was very confident, of course. As long as that thing dares not show up, you will surely walk out. Jiang Li asked, how much? The coffin shop owner extended a finger and showed one. 1 finger, the coffin shop owner chuckled, a small business, just a meal for my black dog. The black dog wagged its tail when it heard the commotion. All right, I'll make a deal with you. As soon as Jiang Li finished speaking, the black dog came up and bit her little finger. With a quick snap, it severed it and took it to the side to eat. The coffin shop owner was just relieved, as this customer was straightforward. Other customers took a long time to think and then resolutely refused him. After all, losing a finger is neither big nor small. In the blink of an eye, the boss saw Jiang Li's little finger grow back all by itself. The coffin shop owner was stunned, struggling to speak. What is this? How do you have 5 fingers again? For a moment, he doubted if the black dog had missed the bite. But when he turned to look, the black dog had taken the finger aside, munching on it happily. At this, the coffin shop owner was convinced. Wow, this is a big client, her body parts can regenerate. If this could turn into a repeat customer, that would mean a fortune. The coffin shop owner's eyes lit up, and he smiled ingratiatingly. Oh little girl, I didn't expect you to have such great abilities at your young age. Let's see, if you need anything from the shop, I'll give you one for free. Just come back and take care of our business in the future. Jiang Li wasn't polite at all. How could she refuse something given for free? She scanned the shop for a while, and finally fixed her gaze on an item in the very corner. That item was covered by a tattered black cloth. From its shape, it looked like a paper house. I want that. Jiang Li pointed. As soon as this was said, the coffin shop owner's eyes widened. This girl's eyes are too sharp. He had purposely hidden the good stuff in the corners, but unexpectedly, it was found anyway. The coffin shop owner's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. That paper house wasn't cheap. In this world of strange tales, if the holder burned it, the house would serve as an instant storage space. If sold at true value, it would require at least 5 fingers to own it. The coffin shop owner felt a pang in his heart. He had already said it, he couldn't take it back now. After stammering a bit, he finally closed his eyes and waved his hand. Forget it, take it, take it. This paper house is worth at least 10 fingers, I'll treat it as a welcome gift for you as a repeat customer. Just remember to take care of our business in the future. The coffin shop owner complained a bit more. But still, he took out the paper house, handed over the instructions to Jiang Li. Jiang Li grinned, thank you. After browsing the instructions, Jiang Li realized this thing was indeed a treasure. Burning the paper house meant she gained a personal space for free. Jiang Li didn't expect to take such a big advantage from the shop owner. Feeling delighted, she became generous immediately. She stretched out her other little finger, inviting the black dog to come eat. The black dog was worried about not being full. Now it could eat another one, of course, it was thrilled, rubbing against Jiang Li's feet happily like a loyal dog. After this series of actions, Jiang Li was happy, the black dog was happy, and the coffin shop owner was also happy. Only Daichuan Li from Huaguo was not happy. Daichuan Li rolled on the floor in pain, screaming louder and louder, ah. The super double pain was unimaginable to ordinary people. Daichuan Li was suffering greatly. Her dearest daughter, Jiang Lian, had already packed up and run away. The only one who truly loved her, Jiang Li's biological father, had long been pushed out to take the hit and was now too polluted to think clearly. It was a miracle if he didn't abandon her, let alone come to take care of her. Daichuan Li was in despair, never feeling so hopeless before. Lying on the ground, she thought back and forth, ultimately feeling her lungs might explode from anger. You rotten piece of trash. I don't believe no one can deal with you. Daichuan Li, enduring immense pain, got up and posted a high-priced bounty online. She claimed that whoever could contact the organization behind the Strange Tales world, she would offer half of her demolition funds as a reward. With a hefty reward, there would surely be brave souls. Soon, an anonymous user with a skull icon sent a message. Hello madam. I can help you, but the price is... Daichuan Li saw the message pop up. A joy appeared on her face. But when she saw the price behind it, a layer of cold sweat instantly crawled up Daichuan Li's back. She slammed her laptop shut, afraid to look again. Chapter 20, Wrong Inducement. Jiang Li came out of the coffin shop with Hong Ying. On the back of her fair hand, a black mark flickered twice before quickly disappearing. That was left by the house of paper she had bound. Jiang Li looked up at the sky. The indigo sky outside was now much brighter. The time was nearing 7 o'clock. Jiang Li took out a mutton-scented sachet and hung it on her waist. According to folklore, dogs have very acute sense of smell but avoid the scent of mutton. They think that it is the smell of their kind being slaughtered, thus they avoid it at all costs. The black dog in the coffin shop showed no reaction when the shop owner took out the mutton-scented sachet. So that black dog was very likely not a dog at all. The thing that prevented Jiang Li from leaving this looping street was the real dog that feared the scent of mutton. Thinking of this, Jiang Li's eyes darkened a bit. She always felt that the strange old man on the street was somehow connected to the family's taboo day of the 3-person household. If she wanted to uncover the truth, she would probably still need to find an opportunity to confront that strange person face to face. Jiang Li hung the sachet properly and walked towards the street. The mutton scent from the sachet would continue to disperse for 30 minutes, enough for Jiang Li to make a round trip in this alley. After 30 minutes, if she wanted to use it again, she would need to drop a drop of sheep's blood to activate the scent. The coffin shop owner had given her a bag of sheep's blood. Jiang Li poured out a drop, sealed it with plastic wrap, and tied it with the sachet. In case of an emergency, Jiang Li just needed to crush that layer of plastic wrap to squeeze out the sheep's blood and activate the sachet scent. This time, Jiang Li wore the sachet and walked for about 10 minutes without seeing that cross-dressing old man guarding the road. She successfully walked out of the single-story area, passing the first intersection and arriving in front of the Red Cross hospital. The security guard at the hospital entrance was sitting in the security booth, propping his head and dozing off. He seemed to be asleep, his head suddenly drooping down. But his neck was like it had no traction at all. That guard's head just rolled right off onto the table. Tap tap. Jiang Li knocked on the glass window twice. Hearing the noise, the head on the table turned its eyes. The guard realized someone was there. He hurriedly picked up his head and put it back on. Cough, the guard cleared his throat, stood up, and asked, "Miss, what can I do for you?" The guard opened the window and looked at Jiang Li. Jiang Li asked, "Sorry to bother you, where is the list of new employees posted?" Employees returning to work usually report together with new employees. The guard pointed to the backyard, the bulletin board in the backyard has it. Jiang Li smiled lightly and nodded at him, "Thank you." After Jiang Li finished speaking, she walked towards the hospital's backyard. Seeing her leave, the guard covered his mouth and yawned, then continued dozing off. Once inside the hospital, Jiang Li went straight to the bulletin board. She found the new employee list and searched through it from top to bottom. Unexpectedly, there was nothing to be found. Not to mention Lu Xiuqin, she didn't even see the name Jiang Li. During this time, several middle school students came out, covering their arms as if they had just gotten blood drawn. The students who had originally been chatting and laughing, upon seeing Jiang Li, immediately fell silent and moved away a bit. They must have been scared seeing the bloody nurse dress on Jiang Li. Jiang Li glanced at them and then withdrew her gaze. She looked down at her watch, the time was 7:15, and said to Hong Ying, "This isn't the place, let's go to the People's Hospital." Huicheng People's Hospital is still a bit far from here. Jiang Li had no extra time to linger, turning around and rushing over there. On the way, she happened to encounter students from the 3rd middle school of Huicheng heading to school. Jiang Li finally squeezed through the crowd and arrived at the Huicheng People's Hospital. When Jiang Li got there, she was shocked by the sight before her. The entire Huicheng People's Hospital looked as if it had gone through a great disaster. The glowing sign of the Huicheng People's Hospital was tilted and broken, swaying precariously. Only the words heart and people remained, glowing red and occasionally flickering. The hospital's outer walls looked as if they had been scorched by a great fire, covered in scars, ruined and charred black. On each floor, the shadows of doctors and nurses floated. Each person was surrounded by a layer of black mist. Their faces were blurry, bearing dry black shells, wandering everywhere in the hospital. Jiang Li noticed a notice pasted outside the hospital's main entrance. "Dangerous building, do not enter." "Mommy, what should we do?" "Should we still go in?" the red-clothed child asked. Jiang Li was in a dilemma. The time was 7:40 a.m. She needed to report to her workplace before 8 o'clock. But the scene before her clearly indicated that going in was like walking into death. "Mommy, but you're a nurse. If you don't go in to report, won't you die?" The child's melancholic voice spoke. Now, Jiang Li only had two choices in front of her. Not going in would lead to punishment by the rules, resulting in death. Going in would result in being devoured by them, also resulting in death. But she was a nurse, and there were only 2 hospitals in this city. A situation where death was certain. In the world of strange tales, how could such a guaranteed death situation arise? What exactly went wrong in the process? Jiang Li closed her eyes and began to recall every detail from beginning to end. From confirming that her job was a nurse, to confirming that there were only 2 hospitals in Huicheng. Then now, she rushed from one hospital to another to report. Who was the first to say that her job was a nurse? It was her husband. Her husband gave her a nurse's dress and said, "Wife, this is the new dress I bought for you, a gift for your reinstatement today, how is it? Do you like it? Put it on and try it." Then she went to find Brother Wang and asked about the 2 hospitals in Huicheng. Wait a second. Jiang Li suddenly opened her eyes, realizing something, goosebumps instantly covered her skin. She turned and ran back. It was wrong from the very beginning. From start to finish, no one ever said her job was a nurse. It was Jiang Li who subconsciously connected reinstatement gift with nurse's dress, mistakenly thinking her job was a nurse. From the very start, she had been misled by her husband. In an instant, all the details matched up. On her way over, the coffin shop owner, an old neighbor, reminded her with, "Don't keep the kids waiting too long." And the few middle school students she encountered at the previous hospital, their cautious demeanor upon seeing Jiang Li. So her real job should be a teacher at Huicheng 3rd Middle School. Jiang Li felt a chill down her spine. She had actually forgotten that between her and her husband, they had always been opposites. The rules Jiang Li received did not mention anything about the job position. It was clearly something Jiang Li had to figure out for herself. And how could her opposing husband easily let her find the answer? Jiang Li quickly ran towards the school. Before 8 o'clock, report for reinstatement. Entering the school, looking for the signboard, going to the academic office. Ding ding ding. The school building's clock had its second hand pointing at 12, starting to chime the hour. Oh no! It's 8 o'clock. Jiang Li held her breath, following the signs, rushing to the academic office on the third floor. Just as the wooden door of the academic office was about to close, Jiang Li tore off the nurse's uniform and threw it into space. And with a dive, she crashed in. Chapter 21, The Wife's Delusion. Lu Xiuqin. Here. Jiang Li replied loudly. As she rushed in, she was met by the stern, cold face of a female director of the academic office. Jiang Li made a loud noise. So much so that the other teachers in the room were disturbed by her action, all casting their eyes towards the door. Except for the slightly annoyed academic director, every face wore a lifeless fisheye expression. At this moment, Jiang Li was still holding the posture of pushing the door open. Her back was soaked with sweat, and when the cool breeze outside blew in, it sent a chill through her. The director of academic affairs scanned her with a sharp look, then continued to call out the names of others. After taking attendance, and seeing no one absent, the director's expression softened slightly. The director pushed up the frameless glasses on his nose and said in a deep voice, "All teachers who are on duty today, come with me to the next room for a meeting immediately. Bring paper and pen." With that, a group of people, one after another, left the academic affairs office and headed next door. The meeting lasted for the whole morning. The entire morning was spent emphasizing one rule. At any time, please make sure to prioritize the safety of the students. By the afternoon, Jiang Li was taken to the class she used to work in. In the classroom, there were 3 familiar faces, the same 3 students Jiang Li had met in the morning at the Red Cross Hospital. They were 3 very cute, slightly socially anxious girls. After a whole day's work, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. It was long past the end of work hours. Jiang Li tidied up the things on her desk, and was just about to get up and leave when Honging made a request. "Mommy, can we take a detour home? I don't want to see that high-heeled grandpa." Hongying's tone was a little coquettish, and it seemed she was genuinely uncomfortable. Jiang Li's eyes flickered. She of course knew that avoiding that thing was the safest thing to do. But this was a world of strange tales, and while she could avoid it for a moment, she couldn't avoid it forever. Jiang Li had an instinct. She felt that the strange old man who appeared repeatedly might be the key to solving the puzzle. "Baby, mommy has something to do, so we can't take a detour. How about you go ahead, take the detour, and wait for me at home?" Honging pondered for a while, then agreed to Jiang Li's plan. "All right then." Honging jumped down from Jiang Li's shoulder and waved her hand coolly, "Then I'll go first, mommy." "Okay." After bidding Honging farewell, Jiang Li walked alone to the alley entrance. Jiang Li calmly thought for a few seconds. Then, she walked to the side of a crumbling wall, picked up a few handy bricks, and put them in her space. After making these preparations, Jiang Li raised her foot and stepped in. The alley at night, under the dim streetlights, was barely lit enough to see the way. Jiang Li carefully put away the sachet, to prevent the strange old man from smelling the scent and fleeing. The alley was very quiet, so quiet that it made one's heart shiver. Every step Jiang Li took was full of caution. She had already walked halfway through the street when she thought the strange old man wouldn't show up. Then, he appeared. Not only did the strange old man appear, but he also blocked the way of the 3 girls passing by. Hearing the girls' cries for help, Jiang Li recognized them as the students from her class. In Jiang Li's mind, the rule she had learned all morning naturally came to her. At any time, please make sure to prioritize the safety of the students. Now, Jiang Li understood. The rule she had learned all morning was waiting for her right here. Now, she was going to confront the strange old man head-on and uncover the secrets behind him. "Stop." Jiang Li stepped forward, shouting coldly. The strange old man paused, still holding onto the student's hand. He looked up with a creepy smile, his eyes flashing with a strange light. The 3 girls seized the opportunity to break free and hurriedly ran off. In the dark alley, only the strange old man and Jiang Li were left. Jiang Li's gaze stayed fixed on him, just as she was about to speak. Unexpectedly, that thing suddenly teleported in front of Jiang Li and grabbed her by the neck. Jiang Li was pushed down and forced into the corner. In the nick of time, she took out the brick from her space and smashed it into the strange old man's head. Again and again. With every blow, the strange old man let out a muffled cry of pain. Finally, the strange old man closed his eyes and released Jiang Li. Jiang Li immediately got up and fled. Just as she stood up, Jiang Li felt her body become especially light, as if she had been separated from her original self. Was this dividing? Clone? Jiang Li turned back in confusion and found, lying in the corner, another identical wife. The strange old man, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. He let out a weird laugh and reached out his filthy hands toward his wife's body. The wife was struggling, pleading for help, but no one responded. Jiang Li tried to reach out to help, but found his hand could pass right through their bodies. In the chaos, the wife bit off half of the old man's ear and spat it on the ground. Taking advantage of the old man covering his ear, she got up and dialed her husband's phone. The wife ran while making the call. The phone rang for 7 or 8 seconds and finally connected. Before the wife could speak, the crazed old man lunged at her with bloodshot eyes. He covered the wife's mouth, grabbed her slender neck, and dragged her into a secluded corner. The wife's phone dropped to the ground. On the call, her husband's voice came through. "Hello, dear? Hello, can you hear me? What's the matter? If there's nothing, I'll hang up, things are busy over at the pig farm with the hog cholera. Hello?" There was silence for a few seconds, followed by the sound of the call being disconnected. Jiang Li stood by like a ghost, witnessing the entire humiliation of his wife. He tried to intervene, but he was completely powerless. Tragedy unfolded before his eyes, and Jiang Li felt deeply helpless. After it was over, the strange old man walked away with the wife's clothes. The victimized wife had messy hair, her tears all dried out. In a near-mad state, she fell to the ground, picked up her phone, and called the police. The police car arrived at the scene quickly. Jiang Li heard several officers discussing. "That old man dressed as a woman is mentally ill, all actions during a psychotic episode are not crimes, this is difficult. Does he have a guardian? No, I heard he's a homeless man." The wife's mental state was very poor. Her lips were pale, and her body trembled violently. Jiang Li stood nearby, trying to draw attention through shouting and touching. But unfortunately, no one could see him. By chance, Jiang Li saw his own face reflected in the police car's window. On his face, there were no features, nothing at all. "Who are you?" Jiang Li felt a man's voice ringing in his ear. That voice, Jiang Li was sure, was asking him. At this moment, the wife was also being questioned by the police. The officer draped a jacket over the wife. "What's your name?" The wife buried her head, her voice thin as a thread. "Lu Xiuqin." Since the wife is Lu Xiuqin, then who is Jiang Li now? "Who are you really?" The questioning voice rang in Jiang Li's ear again. Jiang Li knew he could be anyone now, but he could never be Lu Xiuqin. Jiang Li pondered for 2 seconds. The initial rule floated in his mind. The family rule, the first rule. Remember, you are Zhang Hui. You are Zhang Hui. You are Zhang Hui. Never forget your name. No matter who asks your name, please tell them you are Zhang Hui. Jiang Li's voice was firm. "I am Zhang Hui." As soon as he said this, the facial features Jiang Li had lost returned to his face. Jiang Li fell into emptiness. "Are you sure? What is your name?" "I am sure, I am Zhang Hui." As soon as Jiang Li finished speaking, the emptiness before him disappeared again, and the brightness returned. Jiang Li slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he was sitting at the desk of a psychiatrist. The one asking for his name was the man in front of him, the doctor. After hearing Jiang Li's words, the doctor's expression became serious, shaking his head. He looked at the husband and said, "Your wife has a severe case of schizophrenia." That incident had a big impact on her. To escape the pain, she imagined another version of herself. Chapter 22: The Truth of the Death Anniversary. At the same time, a system prompt echoed in Jiang Li's mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the key plot. Happy Death Anniversary side story, plot unlocked degree, 90%. After leaving the psychiatric ward, the husband told Jiang Li to stay put for a while. "Do not move." Jiang Li nodded in agreement. On the surface, she agreed to her husband's request, but in reality, she quietly followed him out. Her husband was very cautious in his actions. He reached the end of the corridor and looked back several times, seemingly to confirm that no one was following. Jiang Li stepped aside, hiding her figure. Once her husband confirmed that she was not following, he relaxed and quickly turned into the consultation room. Jiang Li glanced at the direction of the consultation room. At the entrance of that area, there hung a blue sign with the words obstetrics and gynecology written in large letters. What was he doing here? Jiang Li felt a faint suspicion in her heart. She quieted her footsteps and moved a little closer. Through the crack of the door, she caught a glimpse of her husband and the doctor. Jiang Li held her breath, pricked up her ears, and listened to their conversation inside. "I want to prescribe a box of contraceptive pills for my wife. Can you guarantee she won't get pregnant?" "This, we can't guarantee. The success rate of emergency contraception is only 85%. Then if she gets pregnant, can it be terminated later?" "Sir, I don't recommend that. Your wife just had a miscarriage not long ago, and having another abortion now would be very harmful to her health." After leaving the hospital, Jiang Li followed her husband back home. At dinner, Jiang Li wanted to eat as many finger biscuits as she liked, and her husband served them all. That night, Jiang Li went to the bedroom early to rest, where Hong Ying was waiting for her. After returning, Jiang Li removed the dagger hidden behind their wedding photo and put it away. That night, her husband did not return to the bedroom. In the deep of night, a doll in the wardrobe turned its eyes, shedding a bloody tear, sounding like it was crying. "Mom, why do you only like sister and not me?" "Why?" At that moment, outside the house, the sound of high heels walking could be heard. Before long, the sound of meat being chopped in the kitchen started. The flushing sound of the toilet in the bedroom also kept going whoosh 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 without stopping. Jiang Li felt that the truth of the story was about to reveal itself. The missing detail might unveil the final answer. The next morning. After waking up, the first thing Jiang Li did was to sneak into the living room while her husband wasn't paying attention and turned on the television. There was no rule saying she couldn't turn on the television. Jiang Li clearly remembered that on the first day she arrived in this story, the rule note had been placed under the television. At that time, her husband seemed especially afraid of Jiang Li getting close to the television. The more something is kept away from people, the closer it is to the truth. The television turned on. Inside, a news item was playing repeatedly. It is reported that a wife suffering from schizophrenia committed suicide by carbon monoxide poisoning at home with her husband and son on their wedding anniversary. The husband and son have been rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, and the wife unfortunately died. According to nearby neighbors, the deceased was named Lu Xiuqin, who was usually kind-hearted, helpful, and a teacher at Huiqing City's 3rd middle school. At that moment, Jiang Li felt two figures appear behind her. She immediately became alert. Jiang Li turned around and saw her husband and son looking at her with sorrowful expressions. They were crying. Now, her husband had no longer the pig ears and pig nose, nor was her son dressed like a little girl. Her husband covered his face and cried, "I'm sorry, my wife, it's all my fault. If I had paid more attention to that phone call, perhaps everything could still be saved." Her son was also filled with self-blame. "Mom, I'm sorry. My birth caused you pain. If I weren't me and I were sister, it would be better. I'm sorry." At this point, Jiang Li understood the whole truth. The odd world of this story was derived from the wife's mental state. The wife in the story had long suffered from depression and serious schizophrenia. To escape reality, she created a new name for herself in the mental world, Zheng Hui. In her fantasies, she wasn't the victim Lu Xiuqin, but an outsider named Zheng Hui. She fantasized about her unhappy life after marriage. It is not because of being raped, or having the rapist's child. Under the self-hypnosis of the wife, she tries to fill the role of the evil person who harmed her but escaped legal punishment through an imagined figure of the evil mother-in-law. From the wife's diary, it can be seen that she is struggling to convince herself that her unhappy marriage is due to the conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. The wife's long-term depression has also led her to often act out in extreme ways, including suicidal behavior. Each time the husband discovers this, he would isolate her alone, preventing her self-harm. But in Lu Xiuqin's mental world, the husband's protection has instead become abuse. This is why the wife was tied up by her husband and released from the suitcase in the beginning. Because this is the imagined world of the wife. As for the endless loop of alleyways, it is also because in the wife's subconscious, that kind of harm is endless, repeating like a nightmare. The husband's obsession is due to the pig fever incident at the pig farm, where he did not pay attention to the wife's cry for help. Thus, in the husband's tale, he gradually turns into a pig. The son's obsession is the desire to gain his mother's love. So he gradually becomes more feminine, looking just like the sister who should have been born, in order to please his mother. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Li's ear. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully uncovered the truth of the copy. Happy birthday copy story exploration level, 100%. The ticket wife's ticket has been exchanged, and you have obtained travel qualification. This time the clearance level is SSS level. Achieve perfect clearance. Now issuing clearance rewards. The Hua Kingdom is spared from this tale's arrival. Chosen 1 Jiang Li gains new Eye of Truth. The skill attribute of Eye of Truth is implanted in Jiang Li's brain, and Jiang Li discovers it is a capability to identify the truth or falsehood of rules or texts. At this moment, Jiang Li separates from the wife's body and becomes herself. Before leaving, Jiang Li cannot help but ask, "You did not die back then, right?" The husband and son nod in agreement. "If you are human and stay here, you will only become increasingly contaminated. This world of the tale is not suitable for you," Jiang Li persuades. The husband shakes his head with a smile, and the son has no intention of leaving either. Jiang Li understands what they mean. The husband would rather willingly become an NPC with his son, staying in the tale world, perhaps to keep seeing the wife he can no longer meet. Jiang Li knows that saying more is pointless, so she does not waste any more words. She closes her eyes and merges into the void. The chosen one's bound family member, Jiang Li, will temporarily survive. Currently unlocking the second copy, Ghost Train. Jiang Li has been unbound, current binding changed to Jiang Lian. Please be prepared. Jiang Li opens her eyes again. She has already arrived on a swaying train. Jiang Li stands in the middle of the aisle in the hard seat carriage, and the noise in her ears is unending. An elderly person is talking loudly, a middle-aged man is bragging while slapping his leg, and a child is babbling nonsensically. But strangely, in the entire carriage, only sounds can be heard, with no sight of anyone. Make way, make way. Hot water, hot water. A bowl of instant noodles floats by Jiang Li's face. Jiang Li sidesteps to avoid it. Beer, drinks, mineral water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, ate treasure porridge. Come on, legs in a bit. A small cart slowly approaches from the front. Jiang Li cannot see the vendor, nor the passengers blocking the way. At this moment, a basketball rolls down from a seat and lands at Jiang Li's feet. Pretty sister, could you help me pick up the ball? The second copy officially starts. Copy name Ghost Train. Copy brief at midnight, the Z114 train heading to Grave Hill is operating normally on the track. However, within this seemingly calm carriage, strange events occur one after another. Clearance conditions. 1. SSS level, find the source of pollution in the carriage and eliminate it. 2. S level, successfully purchase a ticket to the hard sleeper cabin, safely reaching the train's final station. 3. A level, safely reach the train's final station. Chapter 23 Ghost Train, new copy. Jiang Li bends down to pick up the basketball. Passing the empty seat. Thank you, sister. A pair of invisible small hands quickly took it. At that moment, the train's announcement system released a melodious music sound slowly. Then, a gentle female broadcaster's voice resounded. Dear passengers, welcome aboard the Z114 train. I am the announcer for this train, and now I will introduce the rules. 1. This train goes from Huicheng to Fenling. It will not stop at any station along the way. If necessary, please open the window and jump out. 2. The train runs from 7 p.m. today to 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow. All cars will turn off the lights at 9 p.m. After the lights are off, do not trust any sounds, including me. 3. Each car is equipped with one staff member. The staff members wear white shirts and black vests. You can completely trust them. 4. There are no staff members wearing red vests on this train. If you accidentally encounter one, please immediately find a nearby empty seat. Sit down right away. 5. At any time, if you see a child singing nursery rhymes, please lower your head and cover your ears tightly. 6. This train has one seat per person. If you cannot find a seat before the lights go out, please immediately go to the 09 car. The 09 car is the dining car, equipped with empty seats. You can rest assured to spend the night there. 7. The dining car passes by at irregular times every day. The food on the dining car is freshly prepared that day. The ingredients are fresh, and the taste is delicious. Please eat with confidence. 8. During the train journey, the staff will distribute hot honey water for free. For your safety, please be sure to drink it while it's hot. 9. Do not be curious about, and do not open, the black garbage bags collected by the staff. Thank you for your cooperation. The above is the set of rules for this train. Not following the rules will bring tears from loved ones. Once again, thank you for listening, and wish you a pleasant journey. The announcer spoke very slowly. After she finished speaking, a few seconds later, the train, accompanied by a sharp whistle sound, gradually accelerated. Outside the window, the electric poles flashed by one after another quickly. The train wheels produced clank, clank sounds. Meanwhile, Jiang Li's brain automatically identified the erroneous rules 6th and 7th. There is a problem with the dining car on this train. The food delivered from the dining car is absolutely not to be eaten. But these are not the key points at the moment. The key point is that Jiang Li can see nothing now. Ghost train, could it be that everyone else is a ghost? Jiang Li stood in the middle of the aisle, sidestepping to avoid the moving cart. Hong Ying, can you see them? Jiang Li asked. Hong Ying nodded. Mommy, I can see. Joy flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. For now, she could only rely on Hong Ying to help her. According to the 5th rule, this train has one seat per person. If she couldn't find a seat before nightfall, she would have to go to the 09 dining car. And the situation in the dining car was probably even more complicated. Jiang Li decided to first look for her seat. She took out her ticket and checked it. Her seat is in car 14, seat 13. Jiang Li confirmed with the sign that this car is car 04. She carefully moved along the seat numbers and finally arrived in front of a window seat. Baby, can you see if seat 13 is occupied? Jiang Li asked Hong Ying. Hong Ying glanced toward the window side. His expression clearly hesitated for a moment. Mommy, how about the quality of that person? Hong Ying suddenly asked. Jiang Li replied, quality unknown, grows stronger with strength. Oh. Mommy, there is a person in your seat, a pregnant lady with a big belly. Jiang Li was taken aback. From the rules, a seat is very important for a person. Losing the seat is equivalent to losing protection. The person without a seat heading to the dining car is likely on a dead end. Jiang Li frowned, thinking for a few seconds. Maybe she sat in the wrong place. Jiang Li decided to ask first. She walked to the seat. Hello lady, you are sitting in my seat. Jiang Li smiled lightly in the air, trying to be polite. Jiang Li sensed that on the empty seat, a gaze was staring back at her. Jiang Li waited for several seconds, but did not hear a reply. She thought the person didn't hear clearly, so she said again. Hello? You're in my seat, can you move, please? Still no response. But Jiang Li clearly felt that around seat number 13, the other 5 people who were initially chatting had all quieted down. The little red baby looked a bit awkward. Mommy, she's turned her head to look out the window, seems like she doesn't want to talk to you. Jiang Li's expression turned cold. There's no need to be polite with people like this. This is my seat. Get lost. Hearing Jiang Li's anger, the pregnant woman finally reacted. However, the pregnant woman's tone sounded unfriendly. Just because you say it's yours, it's yours? Do you have a ticket? Show me. The little red baby leaned closer to Jiang Li, her voice soft. Mommy, her face is at your chest level. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li immediately rolled up her sleeves and swung a big slap back. A loud smack echoed. Her hand stung from the slap. Outside the livestream, Jiang Li and Lian, watching the broadcast, suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of her right hand. Damn! The transferred pain value was super doubled. For Jiang Li, it was just a little stimulus, but transferred to Jiang Li and Lian, it hurt so much that her nerves twitched. Jiang Li and Lian covered the back of her right hand in pain. Damn it, you little brat, hitting someone so hard. She quickly exited the livestream. No way, Jiang Li is too dark-hearted. I must go plead with Li Jia. I have to move out from the Jiang family's household register today. I absolutely cannot let that bitch Jiang Li have the chance to harm me. These days Jiang Li and Lian had been living outside, frantically hoarding medicine. She quickly applied some ointment to her hand, then took her phone and rushed out the door. On the other side. After Jiang Li slapped the pregnant woman, her face immediately swelled up. You hit me? The pregnant woman seemed incredulous. Why would you strike someone? The pregnant woman stood up excitedly. I'm going to call the police and have you arrested. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Li pretended to be frightened. She covered her mouth. Sorry, I have a mental illness. Someone occupied my seat and it made me go crazy. Is it illegal for a mental patient to hit someone during a breakdown? Oh, it seems killing isn't illegal either. Where's my knife? Jiang Li pretended to search her body for a knife. The pregnant woman held her belly, exasperated. I'm pregnant. What's wrong with letting me sit down? Jiang Li casually replied, what's wrong with being pregnant? The child isn't mine. Jiang Li didn't bother to waste more words. She directly reached into her pocket and took out the bloody dagger, exclaiming with joy, found it. Upon seeing the dagger, the pregnant woman's eyes widened, and fear was written all over her face. You say, where should I start my killing? Jiang Li brandished the knife, gesturing at thin air in front of her. How about starting from the belly? Let's try a cesarean. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled, and it looked like she was about to make her move. The pregnant woman pushed Jiang Li away in panic and ran, screaming. A madwoman. Just a madwoman. Hearing the pregnant woman's voice fade away, Jiang Li sneered and put the dagger away. As soon as Jiang Li sat down, the previously invisible passengers all suddenly appeared before her. Across from her sat 3 university students, and next to her was an elderly couple. At this moment, everyone was looking at her cautiously. Don't worry, I'm not sick, I was just scaring her, Jiang Li said lightly, casually explaining. However, through this experience, Jiang Li also realized that to solve her visual impairment, the first step was to regain her own seat. Otherwise, everyone on the train would remain invisible, like ghosts. It was as if, until this moment, Jiang Li had officially entered this alternate reality. Jiang Li pondered. The pregnant woman hadn't run far. She perked up her ears to hear Jiang Li's on and off mentions of having a disease, realizing she had been tricked, and she was furious. After thinking for a moment, she returned with a sullen face. Standing at a distance from Jiang Li, not too close and not too far, the person next to her gestured. Everyone look, what kind of quality do today's young people have? Jiang Li poked at her ear. What is quality? Can you show me if you have it? A female college student across from her secretly gave Jiang Li a thumbs up. The old couple beside them also fell silent, not daring to speak for the pregnant woman. After all, everyone could see that Jiang Li's initial attitude was quite polite. It was this pregnant woman's unreasonable behavior that led to the situation that followed. Meanwhile, in front of the screen, the many netizens watching the live broadcast were also shouting in anger. Just as the Hua Nation live broadcast room was lively, the Minister of the Intelligence Department's face grew serious. The minister held a document in his hand, which detailed a string of names. The investigator beside him continued, "Minister, it has been confirmed. This Z-114 train is the one that went missing 20 years ago." The list of missing persons matches exactly. Chapter 24, The 20-Year Case. Minister Xia Guofeng of the Intelligence Department broke out in a cold sweat. The hand gripping the document unknowingly tightened. 20 years ago, the missing train incident caused a huge uproar in Hua Nation. Back then, Z-114 carrying 2,268 people entered a tunnel, and both train and people disappeared without a trace. Later, Hua Nation repeatedly sent rescue teams to search the tunnel. But each time they returned empty-handed. A perfectly fine train just vanished into thin air. How many families fell apart? Even Xia Guofeng's daughter, who had just started college. And now, this train had returned safe and sound, appearing in the world of urban legends. Minister Xia Guofeng stared intently at the live screen. In the screen, the female college student sitting across from Jiang Li was actually his daughter he hadn't seen for 20 years. Xia Guofeng turned away, even a big man like him couldn't help but shed tears at this moment. He calmed himself for a moment, then turned back, his expression regaining its calmness. In 3 minutes, the Intelligence Department will hold an emergency meeting. For this train replica, we must give Comrade Jiang Li our utmost support. Help Jiang Li through this difficult time. Yes, Minister. Xia Guofeng stared blankly at the live broadcast screen. In an instant, countless thoughts surged in his mind. He took out his phone and tentatively called his daughter, Xia Xiaoqiang. This was a call he hadn't managed to make in 20 years, and now after 2 beeps, it connected. Xia Xiaoqiang answered, "Hello, Dad, what's wrong?" Xia Guofeng looked at the big screen, his voice choked, "Xia, is it really you?" "Of course it's me, Dad. Why do you suddenly ask this? Did you drink too much?" Xia Xiaoqiang joked. Xia Guofeng sniffed, "No, it's just that Dad misses you a bit." "Ha ha, Dad, are you talking nonsense? Hey, that's really cheesy. Didn't I just leave home for less than 2 hours?" Xia Xiaoqiang didn't know that for her, she had only been apart from her family for 2 hours. But for Xia Guofeng, they had been separated for a full 20 years. Just as they were talking, Xia Xiaoqiang asked her lingering doubt. "By the way, Dad, this train I'm on is so strange. The announcer said a lot of random rules. Is this how trains are now? I don't understand." Xia Guofeng quickly cautioned, Xia, listen to Dad. You must remember those rules. If you don't know what to do, just follow the passenger sitting across from you, passenger number 13. Learn from her. Don't ask why, it can't be explained right now, but you must listen to Dad, okay? Dad begs you." Xia Guofeng's words left Xia Xiaoqiang even more confused. Xia Xiaoqiang raised her head, silently glancing at Jiang Li across from her. "Oh, okay, Dad, I understand." The father and daughter hung up the phone. Xia Xiaoqiang turned off her phone and became even more curious about Jiang Li sitting across from her. But curiosity aside, Xia Xiaoqiang didn't dare to ask Jiang Li too many questions. Jiang Li feels a bit fierce and always talks to her shoulder, mumbling and mysterious. Sensing a scrutinizing gaze, Jiang Li shot a look over. Their eyes met, and Xia Xiaoqiang was taken aback for a moment. She hurriedly nodded, shyly smiled at Jiang Li, then awkwardly looked away. Meanwhile, the pregnant woman who had been driven away kept cursing beside them. She tried to stir up everyone's emotions to make them criticize Jiang Li. The pregnant woman's actions indeed drew sympathy from some naive people. A farmer worker, who had managed to get a seat, stood up enthusiastically. He dusted off the seat, a bit shy, and said to the pregnant woman, You see, if you don't mind, I'll give you my seat." The farmer's words were filled with a thick accent. He was dusty, with dark skin and a simple appearance. The pregnant woman, with her belly sticking out, glanced at the seat. Seeing the yellow mud on the seat, her lips curled in evident disgust. After hesitating for a few seconds, she borrowed some wet wipes and meticulously cleaned the cushion. "Thank you, big brother, you are really a good person," the pregnant woman replied perfunctorily. With that, she turned her head to look at Jiang Li again, not like some people. "Heartless. You'll get what you deserve sooner or later." Jiang Li glanced out of the window, completely ignoring her. Xia Xiaoqiang thought Jiang Li was still angry, so she comforted. "Sister, don't mind her, that pregnant woman has been noisy all the way, taking seats everywhere, we don't like her." Jiang Li looked at Xia Xiaoqiang, By the way, sister, I see you didn't bring anything. Do you want to eat something? I have snacks. Xia Xiaoqiang opened her yellow backpack and pulled out a bunch of snacks onto the table. Jiang Li took a glance. Those things looked quite normal, not strange to eat. Sister, if you're hungry, just take some to eat, don't be polite. Xia Xiaoqiang said generously. Interactions between people really can be this simple. Jiang Li smiled and thanked her. Okay, thank you. Jiang Li had a good impression of this girl who seemed to be about 4 or 5 years younger than her. If this girl made a mistake, she could certainly give her some appropriate advice. Sister, my name is Xia Xiaoqiang, with the grass sound Xiao and the rose Chang. What's your name? Xia Xiaoqiang asked enthusiastically. Jiang Li. Oh. The girl next to Xia Xiaoqiang gently nudged her with her elbow and whispered. Xiaoqiang, what are you doing? I feel that woman has violent tendencies and always talks to herself, don't you think she's a bit crazy? Xia Xiaoqiang glared at the girl. Don't talk nonsense. I think she's quite good. Tang Shuang, I think you can be friends with her, you both have similar personalities, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. The girl called Tang Shuang pouted. Forget it, I don't want to be friends with someone like that. The two chatted for a while more. Not long after, the dinner cart arrived. Come, pig trotter rice, pig trotter rice. Fragrant pig trotter rice. Come, legs in. Hearing the increasingly louder shouts, Tang Shuang looked at the time. It was already 7:30, and she was starving. How much is a portion of pig trotter rice? As the cart rolled up, Tang Shuang quickly asked. The vendor pushing the cart replied, $10 a portion, sold cheap here. I'll have one, Tang Shuang said quickly, pulling out her money. After getting her meal, Tang Shuang looked at the red, soft pig trotter, drooling with greed. She quickly turned to Xia Xiaoqiang. Do you want a portion too? It really looks delicious. $10 a portion, $10, pig trotter rice is sold cheap. The vendor looked at Xia Xiaoqiang, shouting with all his strength. Jiang Li casually glanced at the pig trotter rice and then turned her head away, indifferent. Xia Xiaoqiang smelled the aroma and felt a bit tempted. But when she saw Jiang Li looking like she didn't want to eat at all, she followed suit. Xia Xiaoqiang waved her hand. Forget it, I won't eat this. It's too oily, I'm on a diet. The salesperson saw that things weren't selling here, so he turned to the other side. Pig trotter rice, cheap sale, 10 yuan. Anyone want some? The pregnant woman over there glanced at it and swallowed hard. I'll have a portion. Okay. Here's your pig trotter rice. The migrant worker standing next to them looked over longingly. He clenched the crumpled coins in his pocket, but in the end, he couldn't bear it and turned away, not looking again. Sister Jiang, are you hungry? Shall we have some snacks? Xia Xiaoqiang asked tentatively. She wanted to see if Jiang Li would eat or not. If Jiang Li eats, then she would eat too. If Jiang Li doesn't eat, then she wouldn't eat these snacks. It was getting a bit late. Jiang Li was indeed a little hungry. She smiled and reached out, taking the snacks Xia Xiaoqiang handed over. Thank you. Let's eat together. Okay. Xia Xiaoqiang smiled cheerfully. Finally, they could eat something. After they finished eating, the attendant came over to collect the garbage. That huge black plastic bag was collected from seat to seat. The attendant had just passed by when suddenly, the migrant worker shouted. Ah! My hard-earned money. I just messed up, I dropped it thinking it was trash. The migrant worker searched his left and right pockets. The garbage from his left pocket was still there, but the coins wrapped in the plastic bag on his right were gone. Jiang Li suddenly recalled the 9th rule of riding the train: do not be curious about the black garbage bags collected by the attendants, and do not open them. What are we going to do? My child's tuition is gone. The migrant worker's earnings came from hard work, every single penny was hard-earned. Summer Xiaoqiang felt a surge of sympathy and instantly stood up. Chapter 25, Hoarding Honey Water. Just as Summer Xiaoqiang was about to speak, Jiang Li grabbed her hand. Jiang Li didn't say another word, just shook her head at her. Summer Xiaoqiang felt a deep discomfort in her heart. In Summer Xiaoqiang's impression, there indeed was a rule about not touching the garbage bags. But what exactly was that rule? Was it really that sacred and unbreakable? Seeing the migrant worker so anxious made her heart feel like it was being scratched by a cat. Remembering what her dad said to her on the phone, Summer Xiaoqiang ultimately said nothing and sat down. Jiang Li and Summer Xiaoqiang's interaction was noticed by Tang Shuang. Especially seeing Jiang Li's cold and emotionless demeanor made Tang Shuang roll her eyes. Without saying a word, Tang Shuang stood up directly. Uncle, don't worry, I'll take you to find it. Next to Tang Shuang sat a male university student wearing headphones, looking unusually calm. It was as if everything happening outside was none of his business. The anxious migrant worker, seeing Tang Shuang stand up, was instantly moved to tears. All right, little sister, I'm counting on you. Don't worry, uncle, I'll take you to find the attendant. Tang Xuan confidently stood up. Her eyes casually glanced at Jiang Li a few times, and her expression held a hint of pride. See? Where is she anything like me? That number 13 is so cold-blooded, obviously not well-educated. Tang Xuan was someone who got into college, surely not comparable to that cold-blooded thug Jiang Li. Tang Xuan felt pleased with herself. But she didn't know that the thug in her eyes, who she thought was uneducated, would actually become the top student among thousands of college entrance exam candidates 20 years later in a highly competitive country. Jiang Li was, without a doubt, a high achiever from Huaqing University. Jiang Li's low-key nature in Tang Xuan's eyes became a sign of incompetence. Jiang Li didn't know what Tang Xuan was scheming. She was just thinking about how to successfully clear this mission. According to the mission clearance conditions, as long as they arrive safely at the finish line, they could achieve an A rating. If she wanted an S rating, perhaps she could ask Summer Shouchang next to her for help. Borrow some money to upgrade to a hard sleeper carriage. But what is uncertain right now is whether upgrading to a hard sleeper with renminbi will work in this copy. Moreover, she has just met Xia Xiaochang from across the aisle, and it seems a bit inappropriate to borrow money from her so abruptly. More importantly, where exactly is the source of pollution? Jiang Li was lost in her own world. When she came back to her senses, Tang Xuan had already returned with laborers. From the looks of the laborers, they must have found the money. The laborers still looked the same, showing no signs of pollution. But Tang Xuan was different. Since she ate that bowl of pig trotter rice, her hands and feet had already changed into pig's trotters. Now, after rummaging through the black garbage bags again, Tang Xuan's pollution had worsened. Tang Xuan's nose had turned into a pig's snout, and pig ears were about to pop out. This pollution was very obvious to Jiang Li. But no one else reacted to Tang Xuan's transformation. Jiang Li guessed that Tang Xuan's pollution was invisible to others. Perhaps this arrangement in the copy was to prevent the people on the train from panicking. When some people were completely polluted, the crew member in a black vest would appear to collect the polluted items under the pretext of collecting garbage. It was already 8:30. This time, honey water arrived. Based on the experience from the last copy, hot honey water could resist a certain degree of pollution. As soon as the honey water trolley arrived, Jiang Li immediately perked up. The crew member in a black vest came over, distributing 1 cup to each seat. When it got to Jiang Li, she didn't hesitate at all and drank it all in one go. Xia Xiaochang watched Jiang Li's actions and copied her without a second thought. She tilted her head back, held her breath, and gulped down the honey water. Tang Xuan beside them looked doubtful. She nudged Xia Xiaochang. Hey, Xiaochang, why do you think the train is serving honey water? I never heard of it before. Naturally, Xia Xiaochang couldn't answer. Because she didn't know the reason either. The only thing Xia Xiaochang knew now was that no matter how strange things were, it was always right to follow Jiang Li across the aisle. Didn't the family say you shouldn't drink drinks given by strangers? I don't really want to drink it. Tang Xuan said with a bitter face, pushing the honey water aside. Jiang Li's eyes lit up when she heard this. She immediately looked at Tang Xuan and asked, Hi, though it's a bit presumptuous, can I ask if you don't want this cup of water, can you give it to me? I really like drinking it. Seeing Jiang Li look like she needed something from her, Tang Xuan raised her eyebrows. Although she didn't want this cup of water, she pretended to think about it. I can give it to you. Anyway, I don't want this, so you can take it. Tang Xuan spoke as if Jiang Li was a beggar. The thing she didn't want, and Jiang Li was eager to take it. Tang Xuan instantly felt her worth increase, overpowering Jiang Li. Jiang Li picked up the cup of water and poured it into her empty cup. On the surface, she drank it all, but in reality, she secretly put the honey water into her space. The paper house she burned for herself was just a purely static space. Whatever was placed inside would come out just the same. So as long as Jiang Li wanted to use it later, this cup of honey water could be taken out at any time, and it would still be hot. Jiang Li stood up and scanned the carriage. About 2/3 of the people in the carriage hadn't drunk the honey water. There were roughly 120 people in the whole carriage. This meant about 80 cups of hot honey water had not been touched. Jiang Li remembered that the rule said, during the train's operation, the crew will distribute honey water for free once. For your safety, please make sure to drink it while hot. Only this time is for free. Later, Jiang Li did not know the potential sales price and frequency. Just to be safe, she decided to collect as much as she could. Jiang Li didn't care about face issues at all. In front of reputation, life was the more important thing. Jiang Li immediately stood up. She went to the other end of the carriage to ask those who hadn't drunk the honey water if they could give it to her, as she would dispose of this trash herself. Jiang Li carried the tray from the table and walked over. From the front of the carriage to the back, she asked one by one. Anyway, nobody wanted to drink, and they were too lazy to pour it out, now there was someone who would collect it, so basically, they gave it all. Tang Shuang could hardly believe her eyes. Oh my god. Is she crazy? Is this water really that good? Beside her, Xiao Xiaoqiang thought for a while and also stood up, wanting to go out. What are you doing, Xiaoqiang? Tang Shuang directly grabbed her. You're not actually going to help that crazy person, are you? Xiao Xiaoqiang felt a bit shy. But she still nodded with a blushing face. Yes, I see she's working hard, so I want to help her. Are you also crazy? Tang Shuang's eyes widened. In the end, she couldn't stop Xiao Xiaoqiang. Xiao Xiaoqiang borrowed the tray from the pregnant woman's table and followed Jiang Li. Sister Jiang, I'm here to help you. Xiao Xiaoqiang walked behind Jiang Li. Jiang Li didn't refuse. If she wanted to help, then let her help. Two people would definitely be faster than one. It would be best to collect the honey water while it was still hot. Then they could drink it directly when they took it out later. Thank you for your hard work. You collect the 2 at that side, I'll collect the 3 at this side. Jiang Li smiled. Okay, Sister Jiang. Xiao Xiaoqiang followed Jiang Li to collect. The 2 quickly finished collecting the honey water in carriage 04. They were just about to finish up. Unexpectedly, there came a thumping sound of feet from the other end of the carriage. A young man wearing a red vest walked over, looking like a lunatic, with cheerful steps. His eyes were blood red, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was creepy. He had one hand in his pocket, the other snapping his fingers while humming a tune out of key. He was happily swaying this way. The 4th rule of riding the train. This train has no staff wearing red vests. If you accidentally encounter one, please immediately find a nearby empty seat. Sit down immediately. Jiang Li's back suddenly went cold. Her and Xiao Xiaoqiang's seats were at the end of the carriage, close to the side of the man in the red vest. Now going back would be like walking to death. And in the entire carriage 04, besides the empty seats of her and Xiao Xiaoqiang, there were no other places left. At this moment, Jiang Li couldn't afford to think too much. She immediately used her space ability to gather all the honey water. Then she flipped the tray back with one hand, grabbed Xiao Xiaoqiang's wrist, and turned to run. Chapter 26, The Man in the Red Vest. Jiang Li was running towards carriage 05. She was running for her life while scanning around, but she still didn't find any empty seats. The intelligence department in Huagua was going crazy. Minister Xia Guofeng kept urging the investigators. Hurry, haven't we found the seat information yet? Hurry. The investigators were typing rapidly, sweat pouring down their foreheads. The accompanying assistant, though anxious, could only speak to comfort him. Minister, it does take some time to find 20 years worth of data. Please don't worry. Xia Guofeng was anxious and restless. If he understood the technical operations, he would have done it himself. It's out. The technician hurriedly replied, the empty seat information is out. Xia Guofeng immediately ordered, use a communication opportunity immediately. Minister, how about saving one communication opportunity to call over there? The technician kindly suggested. Xia Guofeng slapped the technician's forehead. Even one more second could cost lives. Do you expect them to answer calls while being chased? Are you crazy? Hurry up and communicate. Jiang Li was running frantically, tugging at Xiao Xiaoqiang. Xiao Xiaoqiang was breathless as she ran. The man in the red vest behind her was chasing faster and faster. With joyful steps and a light tune, he was about to catch up. At that moment, Jiang Li received a message from the Huagua Intelligence Department in her mind. Available seats are Cabin 06, Seat 19, Cabin 07, Seat 03, Cabin 08, Seats 27 and 28. Jiang Li thought for a moment. If she didn't bring Xiao Xiaoqiang, she could run directly to Cabin 06 and sit down. But with Xiao Xiaoqiang, if she wanted to find 2 adjacent seats, she'd have to risk running to Cabin 08. No, the man behind was almost catching up. If they didn't sit down quickly, they would both be in danger. Jiang Li ran fast and quickly entered Cabin 06. You go to 19. Hurry. Jiang Li shook off Xiao Xiaoqiang's hand, feeling much lighter with one less person. Jiang Li stretched her legs and raced ahead. Xiao Xiaoqiang plopped down into seat 19, and the man in the red vest instantly appeared before her. Xiao Xiaoqiang was so scared she almost cried out. Staring at the man's enlarged face and his blood-red eyes, she nearly burst into tears on the spot. But thankfully, Xiao Xiaoqiang had already sat down. The man in the red vest stood still for a few seconds, disappointed, before he continued to chase Jiang Li. Seizing those few seconds of delay, Jiang Li hurriedly moved to Cabin 07. She carefully spotted the empty seat 03 and sat down quickly and steadily. Just as she sat down, the man in the red vest lunged in front of Jiang Li. It was a direct face-to-face confrontation. Jiang Li's heart nearly leaped out of her chest. What a pity, just a little bit more. The man in the red vest looked disappointed. He reached out and patted Jiang Li's shoulder, murmuring something to the red baby on her shoulder, then walked away dejectedly. Jiang Li was still shaken. She ran with a flushed face, panting heavily. Once she calmed down, she began to notice the strange gazes from the people nearby. Seat 03 was a table for 4. Next to Jiang Li sat a man wearing glasses, reading a newspaper. In front of the man was an empty wine bottle and an extra newspaper. Opposite Jiang Li was a mother and daughter. The mother watched Jiang Li cautiously, holding her child tight. Mom, this sister looks so tired. The little girl stretched out her small hand, pointing at Jiang Li. The mother immediately pressed her daughter's finger down. Don't point at people, remember what I taught you. Oh, then I won't point. The little girl obediently listened. Though she pulled back her finger, she still blinked her big, round eyes, curiously staring at Jiang Li. The train's broadcast announced a gentle melody. Then, that familiar female broadcaster's voice rang out. Dear passengers, please note that the time is 8:50. The lights will be turned off in 10 minutes. If any passengers have not found an empty seat, please proceed to cabin 09 before the lights go out. Cabin 09 is the dining car, which has plenty of empty seats. You can rest assured for the night. The female broadcaster repeated it twice more. About 2 or 3 minutes later, the construction worker from cabin 04 came over. The construction worker looked alive but seemed dead inside. Because just a while ago, the man in the red vest had caught him. After catching him, the man in the red vest leaned in and drained the blood from the construction worker's neck. Now, the construction worker's face was pale, completely like a living corpse. The broadcast told him to go to cabin 09, so he went to cabin 09. As the construction worker passed by Jiang Li, she picked up the extra newspaper on the table to read. Jiang Li's eyes didn't leave the newspaper, her mouth seemed to be muttering to herself. There are empty seats in cabin 08, 27, and 28. Jiang Li casually reminded him. She felt a pang of sympathy as she saw such a kind person reduced to this state. But Jiang Li couldn't do much to help. Her reminder was already the best assistance she could provide. Jiang Li didn't know if the construction worker would look for that empty seat. In any case, she had already notified him. The rest was up to fate. It all depends on the life of that migrant worker. However, Jiang Li was certain that carriage number 09 was definitely a place where killing was done without blinking. There was going, but no coming back. After the migrant worker left, one after another, several disobedient people who had seats but weren't sitting properly passed by Jiang Li. They were all people whose blood had been drained by the man in the red vest. These individuals likely would not live through this. Time quickly reached 9 p.m. The bright lights suddenly went out. Inside the carriage, only the moonlight shining in from the window barely allowed one to see. Jiang Li was tired as well, so she closed her eyes to rest. About 30 minutes later, the announcement in the carriage rang out again. It was still the familiar voice of the female announcer. Passengers, we are now announcing a call for medical assistance. There is a passenger injured in carriage number 09, bleeding heavily. As there are no medical personnel on the train, if any passenger is a medical worker, please hurry to carriage number 09 to help treat the injury. If there are any passengers who are medical workers, please respond to this announcement and go to carriage number 09 to assist, thank you. This announcement caused quite a stir in the carriage. I'm a doctor, I can go take a look. A male doctor on vacation stood up, calming the emotions of nearby passengers. Then, a few young girls' voices chimed in, I'm a nurse, I want to help. I want to go too. Me too, I want to go. One after another, people stood up. In carriage 07 alone, there was already one doctor and 3 nurses who had come forward. Jiang Li remembered the second rule of the train's writing guidelines. The train operates from 7 p.m. today to 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow. All carriages will turn off the lights promptly at 9 p.m. After the lights go out, do not believe any sounds, including mine. A chill ran down Jiang Li's spine. In this strange and terrifying world, how cruel one must be to exploit the goodness of people to kill them. She recalled the migrant worker who had his blood drained simply for giving up his seat to a pregnant woman. Now, she was about to watch this group of eager doctors and nurses meet the same grim fate one by one. Just as Jiang Li felt her heart grow cold, the announcer's voice rang out once more. This time, it was a desperate cry for help. Ah! Who are you? Don't come closer. Get your filthy hands off me, don't touch my clothes, get away. Ah, pervert. Help, help. Someone, please help me, I'm in carriage 10, save me ah. Let go of me. A crackling electrical sound came through the broadcast. Then, there was silence. Hearing this sound, everyone guessed what was happening over there. Immediately, several strong young men stood up, this is outrageous. I'm going to save her. Who wants to come with me? Me. I'm going too, damn it, let's catch the pervert. Let's go, we'll go together. Jiang Li watched as 4 or 5 young men stood up. Fueled by righteous anger, they resolutely walked toward the end of the carriage. Chapter 27, Mud Doll. Jiang Li really could not watch any longer. After all, she wouldn't get hurt herself. She simply stood up, picked up the empty beer bottle from the table, and bang smashed it onto her own head. In an instant, blood poured out. Though the wound was quickly healing, it still bled quite a lot before it did. Jiang Li covered her head, blood dripping down her nose. She pretended to be in intense pain, let out a shriek, then feigned fainting in her seat. Watching the livestream, Jiang Lian's pupils constricted. There was no time to dodge, her head suddenly hit with a sharp pain. Blood flowed down her forehead. Jiang Lian's face was covered in blood as she cursed. Damn it! What the hell, why did you smash my head out of nowhere? Damn it! You little brat, my life also matters. Jiang Lian, in pain, rolled her eyes and fainted. She collapsed, stunned, at the entrance of Li Jie's home. Originally, Jiang Lian was planning to wait here for Li Jie to come home. Unexpectedly, as soon as Li Jie returned, he found Jiang Lian lying in a pool of blood. Li Jie was startled, pulled out his phone, and immediately called the police. The live broadcast on Jiang Lian's tablet was still playing. In the video, the little girl opposite Jiang Li cried out in terror, "Ah! This older sister is bleeding." At the loud shout of the little girl, all the doctors and nurses who were about to enter the dining car in this carriage stopped in their tracks. 1 doctor and 3 nurses in this carriage thought long and hard, and ultimately all stayed behind. But the medical staff from other carriages could not be stopped and continued on. Although Jiang Li didn't save many people, she did her best. In the pitch-black carriage, the doctors and nurses were horrified to see so much blood on Jiang Li's face. Without a flashlight, they could only fumble in the dark to clean Jiang Li's blood and bandage her wounds. Jiang Li was actually fine and could not keep pretending to be unconscious. She guessed enough time had passed, so she woke up by herself. When she woke up, a nurse was sitting by her side. The nurse's eyes lit up with surprise. "You're awake." Jiang Li nodded and thanked her. Thank you all, you saved me." The nurse waved her hand dismissively. "Don't mention it. I'm also very happy to be able to help you with my abilities. We've prepared some medicine and bandages for you. We'll come back to change your dressing when it gets light tomorrow." The nurse took out a bag and handed it to Jiang Li. Jiang Li gratefully accepted it. "Thank you. If you're feeling down in the future, you can talk to me. Don't do anything silly alone," the nurse added with concern. "Okay," Jiang Li nodded. Seeing Jiang Li's emotions stabilize, the nurse finally returned to her position. The doctors and nurses in the situation didn't understand Jiang Li's intent. They only thought that Jiang Li was a patient, and they used their own hands to save this patient. However, the viewers in the live broadcast room outside the situation had already guessed what Jiang Li was doing. Jiang Li was using her life to save those kind people. Although in reality, Jiang Li was using Jiang Lian's life to save others. Suddenly, everyone held a deep respect for this young girl named Jiang Li. Jiang Li's actions gained her countless fans. At this moment, a sharp-eyed netizen suddenly had a realization and discovered something incredible. He quickly sent out a comment, "Friends, don't you think some people on this train look familiar?" As soon as he sent this message, someone immediately agreed. "So strange, I noticed someone who looks exactly like my mom from 20 years ago. But my mom has been missing for 20 years. The person above, I noticed it during the day. I always thought I was seeing things. By the way, do you remember the train disappearance case from 20 years ago? I was just born 20 years ago, I'm not clear. I'm not clear either. I know. That year I had just turned 18, and my mom specifically warned me not to run around, saying that over 2,000 people had disappeared." The netizens were covered in goosebumps. Only now did they realize how strange this matter was. That missing train had appeared in the world of strange tales. The people inside still looked exactly the same as 20 years ago. This world had truly gone mad. Some netizens had already started crying. Because Jiang Li stopping those people was exactly their loved ones they had missed for 20 years. Jiang Li saved their family members. At this moment, Jiang Li had no idea about the world's discussions outside. Right now, she was completely focused and alert. Because that little child, he had arrived. He came walking with a nursery rhyme. "Clay doll, clay doll. A clay doll." As the child's voice rang out, the previously murmuring conversations on the train gradually quieted. The child's ethereal voice continued to come. "Also have those eyebrows, also have those eyes, the eyes won't blink." That haunting child's voice spread in the dark carriage. Those lyrics, every single word, like bacteria, crawled into people's ears. Mud doll, a mud doll. It also has a nose, it also has a mouth, but the mouth doesn't speak. The child sang as he walked. He spoke slowly, his soft baby voice in the pitch-black environment making it particularly eerie. Jiang Li immediately felt goosebumps as she heard the song. Train rule number 5. Whenever a child sings a nursery rhyme, immediately lower your head and cover your ears. Jiang Li immediately lowered her head and covered her ears. The child's singing grew louder, his voice was piercing. After covering her ears, Jiang Li only heard a faint melody. But Jiang Li still felt her arms starting to slightly mutate. She planned that once the child passed, she would immediately drink honey water. Luckily, she had stocked up on some in advance. The child's influence was huge this time. Wherever he passed, the pollution level of everyone around him worsened. At this moment, the train was speeding across the wilderness. Some of the people, whose pollution levels were quite severe, seemed like they were possessed, and directly opened the windows beside them and jumped out. One of them was Tang Shuang. The train was speeding through the wilderness. These people's bodies crashed into the muddy ground, blood and mud mixing into a mess, turning them into real mud dolls. It also has a nose, it also has a mouth, but the mouth doesn't speak. The scene before her was terrifying. Jiang Li's heart twisted painfully. This time, many people died. In Jiang Li's carriage, car number 07, nearly 1/3 of the people jumped off. A carriage equals 40 lives. The whole scene was unbearable to watch. After the child left, Jiang Li slowly let go of her aching ears. She hurriedly took out a cup of honey water and quickly drank it. After drinking it, the level of pollution on her body indeed reduced significantly. At that moment, a train attendant in a white shirt and black vest walked over. "Miss Jiang, congratulations on successfully upgrading to the sleeper carriage. Please follow me." Behind the attendant was Xia Xiaoqiang. Xia Xiaoqiang smiled and greeted Jiang Li, "Sister Jiang." During this free moment, she went back to the 04th carriage to grab her backpack and saw a text message on her phone. It was a message from her father, Xia Guofeng. First, he told her that he had deposited 200,000 yuan into her card. He told her not to worry about swiping it and to go directly to the black-vested attendant to upgrade to a sleeper. Second, he reminded her that when upgrading to a sleeper, she must bring Jiang Li with her. Chapter 28, Expensive Honey Water. Jiang Li glanced at Xia Xiaoqiang, then at the attendant. Train rule number 3. Each carriage is assigned a train attendant. The attendants wear a white shirt and a black vest. You can fully trust them. "Sister Jiang, it seems my dad knows you. He told me to bring you along to upgrade to a sleeper." Xia Xiaoqiang scratched her head and explained her purpose. "Who's your dad?" Jiang Li asked. "Xia Guofeng." Upon hearing that name, Jiang Li instantly understood. The minister of the Chinese intelligence department, Xia Guofeng, was, after all, a well-known figure. So this Xia Xiaoqiang was Xia Guofeng's daughter. Jiang Li hadn't expected Xia Guofeng to have a daughter who looked no older than 20. Jiang Li lowered her guard and followed Xia Xiaoqiang as they went with the black-vested attendant. Their sleeper carriage passed through the 09th dining car. The entire 09th car was eerie and spooky, still a bit frightening. Every window by the dining tables was wide open, and the cold wind howled inside. Xia Xiaoqiang, being a little more timid, nervously grabbed Jiang Li's arm. Jiang Li followed behind the black-vested attendant. As they passed through the 09th dining car, Jiang Li almost vomited from disgust. Almost every table had. A pig was lying down. Those pigs were wearing human clothes. But strangely, Jiang Li did not see the outfits of the migrant workers and the medical staff who came earlier. Jiang Li glanced towards the kitchen and guessed that the people she couldn't see had probably already been sent inside. Inside the kitchen, there were staff from the dining car boiling water and scalding pig hair. Some were sharpening knives, the blade was being sharpened to a bright shine. So the pig trotter rice they sold during the day was actually. Jiang Li turned her gaze away, suppressing the turmoil in her stomach. She managed to hold it together. But the Xia Xiaoqiang behind her simply couldn't hold back. The pig trotter rice that she craved during the day was made like this. Seeing those dead pigs dressed in human clothes on the dining table, Xia Xiaoqiang vomited all the snacks she had for dinner. Fortunately, they quickly passed the dining car section. After passing car number 09, they arrived at the hard sleeper compartment number 10. The attendant led them to the lower bunks at 15 and 16. "Miss Xia, your bed is the lower bunk 15. Miss Jiang, your bed is the lower bunk 16. Here are the important rules for the hard sleeper compartment, you two should rest early." The attendant handed each of them a piece of paper and then turned to leave. Jiang Li and Xia Xiaoqiang exchanged a glance. The meaning was evident without words. This was the second set of rules. Jiang Li and Xia Xiuqiang each sat down on their respective bunks. They turned on the reading lamps and carefully read the text on them. Ghost Train Hard Sleeper Rules. 1. After lights out, if you hear the sound of chicken claws, please do not panic, just pull your feet back under the covers. 2. After midnight, do not use any light, it will find you in the dark. 3. Do not trust acquaintances, they will harm you. 4. The hard sleeper compartment provides free meals. There are more types of food, and the ingredients are fresher, you can eat with confidence. 5. Do not interfere in others' business. Remember, helping others is harming yourself. 6. If you see some translucent people in the compartment, do not be afraid, they cannot see you. 7. After 12 o'clock, do not go to the restroom, it is very dangerous there. 8. Without the attendant's permission, changing beds in the hard sleeper compartment is prohibited. After Jiang Li finished reading the rules, she lay down to rest. Xia Xiaoqiang, lying on the opposite side for a while, holding her stomach and clutching tissues, went to the restroom. When Xia Xiaoqiang returned, just as she lifted her feet to pull under the covers, a small cart selling things came over. Honey water, selling honey water, warm honey water, anyone want honey water? Last round for today. The small cart slowly rolled to the front of Jiang Li and Xia Xiaoqiang's bunks. Xia Xiaoqiang, lying in bed, kept scratching her arm. She felt an itch in her arm, as if some hard hair was continuously growing. Xia Xiaoqiang recalled the first cup of honey water she drank. After drinking that water, she felt completely refreshed. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoqiang sat up straight. She called out to the vendor, "Boss, how much is the honey water? I want a cup." Xia Xiaoqiang quickly opened her backpack and pulled out a bank card with a balance of 200,000. A flash of shrewdness crossed the vendor's eyes. He did not say the price but directly held out a cup of warm honey water. "Here, your honey water, drink it while it's hot." Xia Xiaoqiang's card was already in the vendor's hand. She did not hesitate at all. After all, her father said she could spend the money in the card with peace of mind. And this cup of honey water, no matter how expensive, couldn't possibly exceed 20. Thinking this, Xia Xiaoqiang casually accepted the honey water and brought it to her lips. After drinking the honey water, Xia Xiaoqiang felt her body relax significantly. The vendor's face broke into a beaming smile. He took out a POS machine, a greedy gleam in his eyes. Then he entered a long string of numbers filled with zeros into the machine. Insufficient balance. Transaction failed, the POS machine warned. Xia Xiaoqiang's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. The smile on the vendor's face also froze. He bowed his head and tried again several times, but each time it reminded him, insufficient balance. The vendor became completely furious after trying 3 times. Xia Xiaoqiang was also stunned, holding that cup of honey water, unsure whether to drink or put it down. The vendor, exasperated, stepped forward and grabbed Xia Xiaoqiang by the collar. "Do you dare to cheat for water?" Xia Xiaoqiang stammered, I didn't. How could there be insufficient balance? That 200,000 in her card, she confirmed several times clearly. Her father could not possibly deceive her. As if suddenly remembering something, Xia Xiaoqiang trembled and asked, "How much is a cup of honey water?" 30 million. It's always been this price. The vendor spat angrily. Xia Xiaoqiang was completely dumbfounded. What honey water costs 30 million a cup? But a box lunch is only 10 yuan, how could honey water cost 30 million? Xia Xiaoqiang's confidence faltered. What was happening now was completely beyond her expectations. The vendor's eyes turned red with anger. "I'm not selling it for 10. You drank my water, and you want to dodge the bill, right?" The vendor grabbed Xia Xiaoqiang's collar tightly, causing her neck to be choked so tightly she could hardly breathe. "No money? Then use your fingers to pay the debt. I'll take 3 of your fingers." Xia Xiaoqiang's limbs went weak in an instant. With tears welling up, she looked helplessly at Jiang Li across the bed. Jiang Li was lying on the bed with her hands behind her head, eyes closed. Hard sleeper rule number 5. No meddling in other people's business. Remember, helping others is hurting yourself. If Jiang Li intervened, she would be the one in danger. But if she did not intervene, Xia Xiaoqiang would lose her fingers. Jiang Li closed her eyes in a meditative state, her brow furrowing as her right index finger twitched uncontrollably. A deadlock, yet another deadlock. Xia Xiaoqiang waited for a few seconds, but Jiang Li kept still. After hesitating repeatedly, she finally called out to Jiang Li. "Sister Jiang, what should I do, woo-woo?" Xia Xiaoqiang's voice was filled with deep fear. The only one she could rely on now was Jiang Li. Jiang Li's mind raced, her brows lightly knitted together. But she still kept her eyes closed, ignoring Xia Xiaoqiang. Xia Xiaoqiang bit her lip tightly. At this moment, the fear in her heart had overcome her embarrassment. She directly sought help from Jiang Li. Sister, I helped you collect honey water. At least there were over 10 cups, can you please help me compensate him for a cup? I have no other way. Upon hearing Xia Xiaoqiang say this, Jiang Li opened her eyes and sat up. Chapter 29, Don't Trust Acquaintances. Seeing Jiang Li get up, Xia Xiaoqiang thought she saw hope. She excitedly thanked her repeatedly, Sister, thank you. Thank you for helping me. But unexpectedly, Jiang Li just stretched her neck, turned over, and lay back down. I won't help. Jiang Li turned her back to them, her tone cold. Jiang Li's words were something Xia Xiaoqiang never anticipated. Seeing Jiang Li's indifferent demeanor, Xia Xiaoqiang's heart sank completely. She knew relying on Jiang Li was probably not going to work, so she turned back, pleadingly looking at the vendor. Xia Xiaoqiang's legs trembled like a leaf, she was about to kneel down to the vendor. Please. I only had one sip. Please don't cut off my fingers, please. Xia Xiaoqiang's voice was filled with heavy sobs. But the vendor did not care about that. He directly turned around to get the cleaver from the cart. Then, he forcefully pressed Xia Xiaoqiang's hand down on the table, baring his teeth as he prepared to chop down. Outside the live broadcast room, Xia Guofeng watched as his daughter was about to have her fingers chopped off, his nose tinged with sourness, and tears almost fell. On one side was his long-lost daughter. On the other was the fate of over 1 billion people in Hua country. He could understand why Jiang Li did not save Xia Xiaoqiang. Because once Jiang Li got into trouble, all the people in Hua country would face disaster. Although a few netizens thought Jiang Li was cold-hearted, even those few scattered netizens knew deep down that Jiang Li's fate was their fate. When it concerned their own safety, the choice was clear. Almost everyone stood on Jiang Li's side. Not helping is the best choice. In the entire live stream chat, the screen was filled with comments like well done. You shouldn't help her. Xia Guofeng saw these blood-red words and held back his tears. At this moment, he was no longer just a father, but a leader. He couldn't force Jiang Li to sacrifice her life for his daughter. Jiang Li carried the future of Huagua. Understanding this, Xia Guofeng resisted the urge to contact Jiang Li. If he had to choose between his daughter and Huagua, Xia Guofeng could only choose Huagua, there was no second choice. Xia Guofeng's wife happened to come to deliver food, and when she saw the scene on the live broadcast screen, the lunchbox fell directly to the ground in shock. His wife covered her mouth, her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. Xia, my Xia. His wife's voice choked. She turned her head and saw the cold-hearted Xia Guofeng beside her. In an instant, tears streamed down her face. Xia Guofeng, you have no heart. She is your daughter. Didn't you just give her 200,000? Don't you feel so sorry for your daughter? Why aren't you speaking now? Say something. His wife rushed over, grabbing Xia Guofeng's shirt and pushing him repeatedly. You must contact that woman, you need to let her save our Xia. Hurry, it's almost too late, sob. Seeing his wife in tears, Xia Guofeng felt a pang in his heart. But he had no other way, so he could only suppress his sadness, pry his wife's hands off him, and turn to the security guard to instruct, take her away. The security guard immediately moved, dragging the emotional wife away. His wife yelled many times about wanting a divorce. But Xia Guofeng gritted his teeth and stood firm, not budging. He turned to look at the live broadcast screen, silently saying, Jiang Li, it's up to you now, I hope you don't make me regret today's decision. Thinking this, Xia Guofeng turned his face away, forcing himself not to look at the brutal scene. In the live stream room, with the sound of thud of the falling knife, Xia Xiaoqiang let out a piercing scream. Each sound carried endless despair. The vendor collected 3 fingers, angrily took the knife, and pushed the cart away. Blood dripped from the knife, staining the ground. Once the vendor left, Xia Xiaoqiang's resentful voice came through. Jiang Li, I really regret helping you. You are a cold-blooded animal, you are truly terrifying. I curse you, people like you belong in hell. I won't let you go even if I die. The venomous voice echoed chillingly behind Jiang Li. Jiang Li showed no reaction. After waiting more than 10 seconds, a familiar voice sounded from behind Xia Xiaoqiang. Who are you? The person behind asked. The real Xia Xiaoqiang had just come out of the bathroom, still holding a tissue. She stepped forward and poked the fake Xia Xiaoqiang on the back. The imposter Xia Xiaoqiang turned around, and the 2 identical faces met each other's gaze. Ah! Sister Jiang. She looks just like me, ah. Xia Xiaoqiang was clearly scared and jumped directly into Jiang Li's bed. Jiang Li held her and patted her back, it's okay. Luckily, both of them were very thin, and they barely fit in the bed. The imposter became increasingly sinister after seeing the real Xia Xiaoqiang. Then, with a monstrous scream, its facial features ripped apart, and its whole body peeled off like shards. Finally, it turned into a pool of black shadow, scattering all over the ground. Rule number 3 for hard sleeping. Do not trust acquaintances, they will kill you. If Jiang Li had really made a move just now, she would have been killed. Who would have thought that the thrilling incident just now was actually a scheme created by two bizarre beings? It imitated you so well, I almost got tricked by it, Jiang Li said. Xia Xiaochun poked her head out from the bedsheets. Really, Sister Jiang, how did you recognize it? Jiang Li curled her lips. Intuition. In fact, Jiang Li did not say it clearly, she was actually judging by smell. That strange thing, although it mimics Xia Xiaochun perfectly, overlooked the smell of a human body. At that moment, Xia Xiaochun hurriedly went to the bathroom with a large roll of toilet paper. Anyone with clear eyes knew she was going to the toilet. The bathroom on the train always has a strong smell. After squatting in the bathroom for a few minutes, even without the smell of waste, one would still absorb that unique bathroom odor. But the imposter had no smell at all. When it imitated Xia Xiaochun, it ignored this detail. When Jiang Li suddenly sat up just now, it was because she was smelling, leaning in close to sniff. Her sense of smell was always sharp. But at that time, Jiang Li could smell the sweet scent of honey water, the taste of leftover instant noodle soup from others, and even the foot odor of someone next door who had taken off their shoes. Yet, she could not smell the odor that someone should have after using the toilet. False. Unlike the Xia Xiaochang in her arms, who had a slight poop smell. The one without a smell was a disguised fake adult. So, Jiang Li directly threw out two words, not going, and turned her back. And when the real Xia Xiaochang returned, Jiang Li immediately felt it right. The Xia Xiaochang in front of her, with a bit of bathroom smell, was the real one. Xia Xiaochang felt that Jiang Li was incredible for a moment. Her intuition was so accurate. Seeing that ghostly thing had disappeared, Xia Xiaochang carefully crawled out of the bed. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she lifted the quilt and thanked Jiang Li. Then she quickly returned to her own bed. Xia Xiaochang covered her hands and feet tightly, leaving half her head outside to breathe. Sister Jiang, I'm going to sleep now. Remember to turn off the light before 12. Xia Xiaochun reminded Jiang Li about the bedside lamp. If the bedside lamp is not turned off after 12, the light will attract that thing. Okay, you sleep. Jiang Li casually turned off the light. Alright, Jiang Li took out a cup of hot honey water from her space and handed it to Xia Xiaochun. Take this and drink it before sleeping. Just now, Jiang Li noticed that Xia Xiaochun's arm had some signs of illness. She estimated that she was somewhat affected by the child's song. Without thinking, Xia Xiaochang took the water and drank it directly. Aren't you afraid I'll harm you? Jiang Li asked. Xia Xiaochang shook her head, not afraid. Why? Intuition. Xia Xiaochang smiled and mimicked Jiang Li's tone. Xia Xiaochang was not afraid of Jiang Li largely because of her father. She had 100% trust in her father. Since her father let her follow Jiang Li, it meant Jiang Li could not harm her. It's better to be cautious, one should not be without guard against others. Jiang Li reminded. Oh, okay, sister. Xia Xiaochang put down the empty cup, then I'm going to sleep. Xia Xiaochang buried her head completely into the quilt. But Jiang Li had no sleepiness at all. Right now, sleeping was not the focus was to find the source of pollution. The rules say that after 12, one cannot go to the bathroom is dangerous. Jiang Li knew that rule was false. And if the rule doesn't want you to go to the bathroom, it means there must be something unspeakable in there. Jiang Li estimated the time and planned to go investigate. Chapter 30 Another Spacetime. Jiang Li lay in bed, resting for a few hours. She saw through the reflection of the opposite train window that the bedside lamps of the middle and upper bunks next door were gradually being turned off. Jiang Li estimated that it was probably close to 12 o'clock at night, so she got up, put on her shoes, and walked toward the bathroom. On the way, an old man's old phone chimed the hour. The current time in Huagui is 0 o'clock, sharp. As soon as this voice fell, many shadows suddenly appeared in the narrow aisle. Those shadows were semi-transparent. Some had briefcases, talking on the phone, hurrying along. Some were dragging heavy suitcases, trudging down the aisle with their heads down. Jiang Li recalled the sixth rule of hard sleeper. If you see some translucent people in the carriage, do not be afraid, they cannot see you. These people indeed seemed invisible to Jiang Li. As if they were in a different spacetime from Jiang Li. Jiang Li walked straight toward the toilet, and those translucent people directly passed through her body. Jiang Li felt her way in the dark, arriving at the toilet door. The toilet door was closed, and the lock showed vacant. Red baby, if there is danger, help mommy deal with it. Jiang Li said to the red baby on her shoulder. The red baby nodded obediently. Don't worry, mommy. If they dare to move against you, I will skin them alive. Actually, Jiang Li knew deep down that going to the toilet should not pose much danger. Because the rule, the toilet is dangerous, cannot go to the toilet is fake. Jiang Li guessed that inside the toilet, at most, she might see some terrifying things, but those things probably wouldn't harm her. Jiang Li's hand gripped the doorknob. She exhaled a breath, prepared herself mentally, and pushed the toilet door open to walk inside. To lure that thing out, Jiang Li casually shut the toilet door. In the pitch-black toilet, there was a tiny sink with a rusty faucet that was leaking. It produced a drip, drip, drip sound as water dropped. Beside the toilet was a mirror, and in the darkness, Jiang Li could vaguely see her own face. Jiang Li stood inside for a moment, and nothing seemed abnormal. Except the dripping faucet was getting faster and faster, nothing else happened. "Mommy, there's nothing here." "Should we go out?" suggested the red baby. Jiang Li paused for 2 seconds. "No." Jiang Li said calmly, "This is the toilet, we just came in, but we haven't relieved ourselves yet." After saying that, Jiang Li directly squatted down. Just at that moment, a little ghost's face appeared from the side of the cabinet. It was the singing child. The child's figure emitted a silvery glow as he hid in the cabinet, he giggling sneakily. The child chuckled for a moment, then stretched out a hand from the cabinet, pretending to ask in a spooky tone. "Do you want some paper?" The child waved the tissue in his hand and continued to scare, "Do you want some paper?" Jiang Li grabbed his hand and pulled him out from inside. The child was shocked, and after realizing it, he desperately tried to escape. His strength was surprisingly great, almost pulling Jiang Li to the ground. Jiang Li did not let go. After much effort, she had finally caught the child. She couldn't let him go. Unexpectedly, that child also had a stubborn temper and was struggling to run away. He quickly jumped to the door, twisted the doorknob, and dashed outside. Jiang Li was pulled outside along with that force. After stepping out, Jiang Li's eyes were instantly blinded. It was bright light. Jiang Li's pupils, which had dilated in the dark, shut tightly the moment they encountered the blinding light. This was a physiological reaction she couldn't control. Jiang Li instinctively raised her arm to block the bright light. That child seized the opportunity to break free and vanished in the blink of an eye. Jiang Li stood in the bright light, slowly opening her eyes. "Where is this?" Jiang Li's question in her heart amplified. It had just been midnight, dark as pitch. And now, the dazzling sunlight was shining directly through the shabby roof of the train, illuminating the carriage. The entire train was bathed in bright sunlight. The train was still the same train. The only difference was that this train seemed to have endured the ravages of time. The train stood still in the wilderness. The roof and windows were shattered to the point of being just a skeleton. Inside the carriage, all the facilities were covered in mold, grass, and moss could be seen everywhere. Flies flying everywhere, spiders weaving webs everywhere, cockroaches scurrying away at a single step. Even the toilet door behind Jiang Li was broken, leaving only a crooked iron frame. Jiang Li spent 3 seconds accepting everything in front of her. Is this another time and space of the train? Jiang Li lifted her foot, trying to carefully move towards her bunk. On the lower bunk number 16, dust was everywhere. Under the remnants of the bedding, only a skeleton remained. Who is this? Is it Jiang Li herself? Jiang Li was puzzled in her heart. She observed for a few seconds and found that the skeleton's hand was gripping a gold lock. That was a safety lock hung around a child's neck. Jiang Li thought for a moment and took the little gold lock. Maybe this thing would help unlock this scenario, Jiang Li thought. The moment Jiang Li's hand touched the gold lock, a child's voice came from not far away. "Go away. You, don't touch my mom." Jiang Li looked up, and it was the child who brought her to this place. It seemed that this little gold lock belonged to this child. And the remains on the bed were this child's mother. "Who are you? Why are you harming people?" Jiang Li spoke, trying to talk to the child. But the child was completely furious at that moment, like an angry lion. He opened his throat and let out a howl like a whale. That roar penetrated the human eardrum, bringing enormous impact. Jiang Li felt that the moment she heard this sound, small bumps began to rise on her skin. The source of pollution. Whether it was the child's song or the roar, that was the source of pollution. Understanding this, Jiang Li's first reaction was to catch him and make him shut up. But in the midst of this fierce roar, Jiang Li felt completely passive. Every nerve in her body felt invaded, influenced, polluted. Jiang Li resisted this pollution. "Stop it, stop now." The red baby noticed Jiang Li's abnormal condition. He jumped off her shoulder and flashed in front of the child, punching him in the mouth. Taking the opportunity while the child could not fight back, Jiang Li quickly ran forward and lunged at the child. Chapter 31, Forbidden to change bunk beds privately. Seeing Jiang Li's hand already pressing on his shoulder, the child was subdued. Who knew that in the next second, the sky darkened, and Jiang Li returned to the original aisle of the train. Jiang Li missed. At that moment, a rustling sound of footsteps came from ahead. Jiang Li looked up to see a steward in a black vest. The steward was accompanied by a boy who was walking over. The boy was carrying a black backpack on one shoulder, wearing headphones, and stopped in front of Jiang Li, who almost fell. "Are you okay?" the boy asked. Jiang Li looked up at him, nodded, and stood up to dodge. The boy walked past Jiang Li. Jiang Li clearly saw his face. This boy was the college student wearing headphones who sat next to Tang Shuang at that time. How did he come here? And his body showed no signs of pollution. It meant he hadn't eaten anything on the train nor was influenced by the song. Jiang Li gazed at the boy's back. The black vest steward led the boy around Jiang Li, heading straight for bunks 15 and 16. The steward pointed to the bunk above Xia Xiaoqiang. "Mr. Liang, this is your bunk, the middle bunk 15. Saying this, he handed over a note. "These are the precautions for the hard sleeper carriage, please rest early." The steward politely finished and turned to leave. The boy took the note and casually stuffed it into his pocket. Then, he tossed his backpack onto the bed, took 2 steps and climbed up to the middle bunk, lying down in the quilt. Jiang Li glanced at the boy a few more times, and her gaze returned to Xia Xiaoqiang. This boy came here because he knew Xia Xiaoqiang? But during the day, the two clearly hadn't spoken a word, and they didn't seem like acquaintances. Jiang Li felt some doubts in her heart as she walked to her bunk. Jiang Li had just returned, and her but hadn't even touched the bedboard. She suddenly noticed something on the ground, her pupils shrank sharply. Not right. Jiang Li immediately stood up, her expression serious. "This is not my sleeping berth." Jiang Li lowered her voice, but her tone was firm. Her gaze fell on the spot on the floor in front of the bed. There should have been a pool of blood in that place. It was left behind when the strange thing cut off fingers. Hard sleeper rule number 8. Without the permission of the attendant, changing berths privately in a hard sleeper carriage is prohibited. The carriage Jiang Li returned to was not the original number 10 carriage at all. To verify her suspicion, Jiang Li stepped forward, pressed down on the person in Xia Xiaoqiang's berth, and flipped it over. Their eyes met. It was a face with long hair, extremely hideous, yet suppressing immense joy. In its pitch-black pupils, strange red light flickered. Fortunately, Jiang Li did not break the rules. This strange thing could only covet her but could not harm her. Jiang Li felt a pang of fear. She couldn't even imagine what would have happened if she had naively thought the lower bunk of 16 was her berth. Jiang Li looked up at the carriage indicator board. It was black. Now, it was impossible to tell which number carriage it was. Sure enough, it was the strange one at work. All to confuse Jiang Li, make her misidentify her berth, and thereby break the rules. Thinking of this, Jiang Li frowned. After much thought, she decided to take the most primitive solution. So Jiang Li walked to the middle bunk in front of her, reached out her hand, and patted the boy she had just encountered. "Hello, sorry to bother you, may I ask which carriage you changed to?" The boy had just lain down, his eyes still open and not yet asleep. He cast a casual glance at Jiang Li, number 16. "Thank you." After thanking him, Jiang Li immediately turned and walked toward number 10 carriage. She counted the carriages, walking through 6 of them, and found that in every carriage's lower bunk number 15, there was a Xia Xiaoqiang. If it weren't for Jiang Li's constant vigilance, she would have probably been devoured by the strange one long ago. Jiang Li returned to carriage number 10, found her berth, and hadn't even had time to sit down. She saw Xia Xiaoqiang huddled at the head of the bed with a wary expression, hands clutching a pair of scissors, the sharp tip pointing at Jiang Li. "Who are you?" Xia Xiaoqiang questioned Jiang Li, her eyes fixed on her. Jiang Li took a glance and guessed what happened in the carriage. It seemed that just now, Xia Xiaoqiang had also encountered a strange one disguised as Jiang Li. "I am Jiang Li said solemnly. "How do you prove it?" Xia Xiaoqiang tightened her grip on the scissors. In that stance, if Jiang Li dared to step closer, she could stab her with the scissors. Jiang Li thought for a moment, recalling that she had just returned from that space, contaminated, but hadn't had time to drink honey water. So, she directly took out a cup from her space, held it in her hand, and took a few sips. "Do you believe it now?" Jiang Li looked at her while holding the honey water, the corners of her lips curling up. When Xia Xiaoqiang saw the cup of honey water that Jiang Li had taken out, the scissors in her hand dropped to the ground with a thud. Her tears instantly burst forth, cascading down her face uncontrollably. "Sister, where have you been? Woo, you finally came back." Xia Xiaoqiang's voice trembled greatly. "Just now, there was a person who looked exactly like you, scared me to death. Woo. Just a hair's breadth, and I would have been deceived by it." Xia Xiaoqiang cried with a runny nose. She wiped her tears while recounting the scene at that time. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow slightly. "What did it imitate me doing?" Xia Xiaoqiang sobbed and said. "It had Jiang Jie's face, said it was scared to sleep alone at night, and wanted me to go to her bed to keep her company." The mouthful of honey water Jiang Li had almost spurted out. Cough. Cough. Xia Xiaoqiang handed Jiang Li a tissue. Her face was all smeared by tears. Sister, luckily I know you are brave, plus, you specifically told me to be wary of people. So I deliberately said I wanted another cup of honey water. In the end, that person kept avoiding it, didn't want to give it to me, so I saw through it. Jiang Li took the tissue, wiped her mouth, and said, pretty smart. Xiao Chang managed a faint smile and slowly stopped crying. She saw Jiang Li finish the honey water, put down the empty cup, and turned around, taking off her shoes and burrowing back into bed. Jiang Li looked weary, collapsing onto the bed and falling asleep in an instant. Seeing Jiang Li like this, Xiao Chang knew she must be exhausted, so she decided not to disturb her further. In these scenarios, Jiang Li had almost developed the habit of falling asleep the moment her head hit the pillow. However, each time she slept, it was very light. With any slight noise, Jiang Li would wake up. That night, it was unknown what time it was. Jiang Li seemed to hear the sound of someone sucking chicken feet nearby. It was a sound of extending a tongue, sucking hard on chicken feet with slimy saliva, pulling tendons and breaking bones. Just listening to that noise was enough to make anyone feel nauseous. The sound came from a few beds over, right from the end of a middle bunk. The first rule of a hard sleeper compartment. After lights out, if you hear the sound of sucking chicken feet, do not panic, just pull your feet back under the blanket. Jiang Li frowned as she woke up disturbed by the noise. Just as she was about to fall back asleep, the red baby in her arms nudged her. Mommy. The red baby rubbed his sleepy eyes and pointed towards Xiao Chang's bed end. What is that? Is it a chicken foot? Xiao Chang was sleeping soundly. However, not long ago, she had rolled over and trapped the blanket, leaving her feet exposed. Jiang Li followed the red baby's gaze. She discovered a pale hand, resembling a chicken foot, slowly stretching out from beneath the bed, reaching towards Xiao Chang's bed. That shriveled hand was groping the edge of the bed, crazily feeling around the bed's end. Jiang Li's mind became clearer. She instructed the red baby, sweetheart, go and cover Sister Xia with the blanket. The red baby replied, okay, climbed out of the blanket, and jumped over to the other bed. He tucked in the blanket for Xiao Chang, covering her fair feet, then jumped back. Jiang Li saw that the shriveled hand groped around for a while but found nothing. A few seconds later, the hand slowly withdrew under the bed. When the red baby returned from Xiao Chang's side, he noticed another hand groping at the end of Jiang Li's bed, constantly probing. The red baby felt a bit angry. He went over directly, grabbed the person's ring finger, and bent it back painfully. That pale, withered hand twitched in agony a few times, then pulled back in defeat. The rest of the night was dreamless. When Jiang Li woke up again, it was already 6 in the morning. The sky outside had yet to brighten. But Jiang Li felt an unusual noise by her ear. It was like a large group of people were surrounding and fighting over something. Drink porridge. Drink porridge. The kitchen just made crab yolk porridge, free of charge, anyone want some? Early in the morning, an old, hoarse voice was shouting in the corridor. The kitchen just slaughtered a female crab, still full of crab roe. Hearing it was porridge made with female crabs carrying roe, everyone's enthusiasm was aroused a bit more. Those ants who had risen early to grab a bargain crowded together, eager to snatch a bowl. Don't rush, line up, one at a time, there's enough for everyone. The old lady counted the portions and started handing them out. In the hard sleeper compartment 10, there weren't many people, only 60 berths, more than half of them empty. In actual count, there were only about 20 people. By the time it reached the end, there were still 2 portions of seafood porridge left in the small cart. The old lady pushed the cart to the beds of Jiang Li and the 2 of them. Crab yolk porridge, want a bowl? It's free, no charge. The old lady took out the remaining 2 bowls and handed them to Jiang Li and Xiao Chang. Seeing the porridge, Xiao Chang recalled the scene in the dining car from the night before, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. This thing, can it be eaten? Xiao Chang nervously swallowed and then looked up at the old lady. No, I'm sorry, I'm allergic to seafood. The old lady, upon hearing this, the look on her face changed instantly. She huffed in anger and turned to Jiang Li. What about you? You're not allergic to seafood, are you? The old lady's tone carried a threat. Her hand reached under the cart, secretly grabbing something. It looked like, if Jiang Li made the same excuse again, she would pull out a hidden knife and strike directly. Jiang Li closed her eyes for a moment, thinking of a strategy. Across from her, Xiao Chang couldn't help but feel anxious for Jiang Li. Jiang Li tapped her index finger twice and opened her eyes. I have stitches on my head, and eating seafood is not good for healing. I'm sorry, Grandma. Jiang Li lowered her head, indicating for the old lady to see the bandage on her head, and shook a pack of medicine she carried with her. Those external injury medicines were given to her by the nurse last night. The old lady was initially skeptical, but upon seeing the pack of medicine, she couldn't find the words. No seafood for you. The old lady mumbled unhappily. Moments later, she bent down and took out 2 portions of snacks from the middle layer of the small cart. You can eat boneless chicken feet, right? They were just deboned last night, you both eat this. The old lady's attitude was strong, pulling out the 2 boxes of chicken feet and placing them directly on the small table for the 2 of them. Xia Xiaoqiang glanced at the dish. The bright red sauce enshrouded the pale chicken toes, exuding a strong fishy sweetness. At that moment, Jiang Li noticed that when the old lady was handing them the food, her right-hand ring finger was strangely twisted at an odd angle. Jiang Li scanned the boneless chicken feet, relating it to what had happened last night. A suspicion arose in her mind. Hard sleeper rule number 4. The hard sleeper compartment provides meal options for free. The types of food are more varied, and the ingredients fresher, you can eat with peace of mind. Jiang Li knew that this rule was wrong. No matter what, the weird food they were given could not be eaten. At worst, they could just keep it without eating. Just as Jiang Li was thinking this, a child being taken care of by a grandma suddenly began to shout. I won't eat. I won't eat. This porridge is disgusting, I don't like it. The child's noise was loud. The child's grandma held the bowl and the spoon, urging gently, just take one bite, another bite, it's nutritious and good for you. The child covered their ears, not listening, just dump it doesn't cost money anyway. It's too awful, I don't want to eat a single bite. The grandma wanted to persuade a bit more. But unexpectedly, the old lady delivering the porridge suddenly became angry. Fury blazed in her eyes, and she pulled out a cleaver from under the train, took 2 steps forward, and chopped the 2 old people and the child into several pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and everyone on the train was stunned to witness this scene. One woman's pupils widened, unable to contain her inner fear, she screamed horrified. In the next second, her throat was sliced, blood spurted, and her head rolled numbly under the bed. After doing all this, the old lady put the cleaver away and wiped her hands with a rag from the train. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, she pressed the train's attendant call bell. After pressing it, a staff member in a black vest quickly arrived. The attendant carried a huge black plastic bag. He numbly handled the garbage and cleaned up the blood from all corners of the train. Along the way, the puddle of blood from the chopped finger in front of Jiang Li's bed was also wiped clean. Seeing that the matter over there was settled, the old lady returned to the small cart. She acted as if nothing had happened, continuing to talk to Jiang Li about the topic they just discussed. I tell you, young people must not skip breakfast. Otherwise, you will get sick from hunger sooner or later. Alright, you both eat first, after you finish, I'll come collect the boxes. I still need the food containers. The old lady kindly instructed for a couple of sentences before walking away, satisfied. Xia Xiaoqiang and Jiang Li looked at the 2 boxes of chicken feet. Everyone looked at each other, and no one moved. Sister, what do we do with these chicken feet? Xia Xiaoqiang asked. She realized that these chicken feet could neither be eaten nor thrown away. Either way, they were going to get them killed. Jiang Li recalled the scene from earlier and stared at the chicken feet for a moment. 2 seconds later. She picked up the 2 portions of chicken feet and directly stored them in space. Xia Xiaoqiang on the opposite bed covered her mouth and stared at the 2 empty boxes, dumbfounded. She almost forgot that Sister Jiang had a special ability. Now Xia Xiaoqiang, having seen too many unbelievable things on the train, had fully accepted Jiang Li's ability to store items from a distance. After all the commotion in the morning, Xia Xiaoqiang lay back down on the bed to catch up on sleep. Jiang Li wasn't that tired, though. She lay on the bed for a while and then went to use the restroom. But when she came out, she found something was very wrong with the other passengers. Not a single person was awake, they were all sleeping in various positions. Some were lying on small tables, some were half hanging off their beds, and others were even sleeping directly in the aisle. Jiang Li stepped over these sleeping travelers and returned to her own bed. As soon as she sat down, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from the toilet at the end of the carriage. Is everyone asleep? Yes. After eating, everyone has gone to sleep now, it was the voice of an old lady. Then let's get to work. Yes. Jiang Li heard the conversation next to her and felt a jolt of fear in her heart. This is bad. She quickly lay down quietly, adjusted her breathing, and tightly closed her eyes. Chapter 33, The Necropolis Station. Jiang Li had some experience in pretending to sleep. This time, pretending to sleep came easily to her. While she pretended to sleep, she heard the group of people walking by her side. They rummaged through her medicine bag. Then they dumped everything from Xia Xiaoqiang's backpack, turning it inside out. What were they looking for? Jiang Li wasn't sure, but to be safe, she quietly took her small gold lock from her pocket and stored it in her space. After that group finished searching their things, they moved on to the adjacent bunk. About 10 minutes later, the entire hard sleeper carriage finally fell silent. Jiang Li continued to keep her eyes closed and waited for another half an hour. It was only when the travelers in the surrounding bunks gradually woke up that she pretended to wake up. The first thing Jiang Li did when she opened her eyes was to look at the package that had been rummaged through. Those items had returned to their original state, looking as if they hadn't been touched at all. When Jiang Li opened her medicine bag, she was shocked to find a knife inside, a kitchen knife. The knife was sharp, its blade coated on both sides with a layer of rust-proof black paint. The group of people hadn't stolen anything, they had given each passenger a rust-proof kitchen knife. Why would they do this? While she pondered, Jiang Li's peripheral vision accidentally caught sight of 2 skull cards on the table. It looked like they had been intentionally left behind. One was meant for Xia Xiuqiang, and one was meant for her. Could it be a new rule? Jiang Li quickly picked them up to take a look. Train card game. Game name, send loved ones home. Game description, your loved ones are lost, please send them to Necropolis Station to get off. Necropolis Station will arrive in 2 hours, so please prepare to get off. Game rules. 1. It will impersonate your loved ones, and your daily interactions must not change. 2. If the impersonated loved one is hurt, the real loved one will suffer the same injury. 3. They must get off at Necropolis Station. If they do not get off when the station arrives, you will face terrifying consequences. 4. Necropolis Station only accepts the deceased. Just as Jiang Li was feeling confused, the high-speed train let out a piercing screech as it braked. Then, the train slowly came to a stop at the platform. Jiang Li instantly became alert. The first rule of traveling flashed automatically in her mind. This train is traveling from Huiqing to Fenting. It will not stop at any stations along the way. If needed, please jump out of the window. Since it won't stop at any station, what does this stop mean? Or rather, this stop is not prepared for them, but for them. Jiang Li's scalp instantly went numb. She raised her head and saw a large group of people lining up outside the train, gradually checking tickets and boarding. Behind those people, a giant blue sign stood in the station square. On the sign, the 3 big words "Friend and Family Station" glowed with a faint white light. Combining this with the words on the rules, Jiang Li suddenly understood the meaning of the rule note. Before Jiang Li could recover from the shock, she saw a familiar face rushing toward her. Sister! Jiang Lian blinked her playful eyes, sprinting into Jiang Li's embrace for a warm hug. Jiang Li's eyes widened, her blood almost froze. Beside her, Xia Xiaoqiang also woke up. Xia Xiaoqiang climbed out of bed, her hair messy, rubbing her blurry eyes. An excited man walked toward her. Xia. Aha, my good daughter. Dad finally sees you. Xia Xiaoqiang was stunned, unable to react, when the man hugged her tightly. In the next moment, the man released her, revealing a gentle smile of an old father. Guess who I am? Xia Xiaoqiang gasped in surprise. Dad? Why are you here? Xia Guofeng sat down on Xia Xiaoqiang's bed, scolding. What else could it be? Didn't Dad say on the phone, Dad can't bear to leave you? Dad decided to personally take you to college. In Huagua, watching the live broadcast at the intelligence department, Xia Guofeng was so shocked that he fell off his chair. Looking at the man in the live stream, who looked exactly like him, even 20 years younger, a cold sweat broke out on his body. What's going on? Xia Guofeng pointed at the screen, turning to ask the experts. The assistant standing behind rushed to help Xia Guofeng up. The expert adjusted his frameless glasses. It seems the strange event has begun large-scale action, planning to disguise as the relatives of the passengers to create trouble. According to the rules, only by passengers killing their relatives and throwing the bodies out at the spirit station do they have a chance to survive. But didn't the rules say that if the disguised family gets hurt, the real family would also get hurt? If you really kill that thing inside, wouldn't your real family also? Everyone exchanged glances, all understanding that there was no solution to this situation. These passengers only have 2 choices. Either live for their family and die themselves, or live for themselves and send their relatives to die. Among them, a considerable number would definitely choose to die for the safety of their loved ones. This level would eventually weed out a group of desperate people who would kill their relatives to save their own lives. How cruel! Xia Guofeng angrily slammed his fist on the table. Xia Guofeng's veins bulged. He thought for 2 seconds, then strode to the side, grabbing his coat from the back of the chair and taking out his phone. I can't let Xia be in danger. At worst, I'll die. Xia Guofeng urgently dialed a number. Minister, please calm down. Those around couldn't persuade him, and Xia Guofeng's mind was made up. He stepped aside, waiting for the call to connect. The dialed call rang for a long time, always showing not in the service area. In a moment, Xia Guofeng became frantic, pacing with a worried look. Damn it! Xia Guofeng hung up the phone. Quick, use a communication opportunity, I need to tell Jiang Li. Let Jiang Li pass the message to Xia. Xia Guofeng gave the order. The nearby technician, under job pressure, had to immediately contact the strange story world. 3 seconds later, the technician's anxious voice came through. Minister, communication has been terminated. They rejected our request. An expert stepped forward to analyze. It seems the strange event has interfered, intentionally preventing us from contacting the people inside. Everyone's mood has plunged to rock bottom. Xia Guofeng clenched his fists, his temples throbbing in anger. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up and commanded. Go, pull out the files from 20 years ago. What happened before train Z-114 went missing? Investigate thoroughly. Xia Guofeng had an intuition that these strange occurrences seemed like a deliberate act of revenge. He needed to know what had happened back then, what was so important that that thing went to such lengths to design all of this. The purpose of that thing was clear, it wanted to see travelers turn against their own loved ones. Xia Guofeng looked at Jiang Li in the live broadcast room. At this moment, the connection between the outer world and the inner world was severed. If Jiang Li killed Jiang Lianlian, after completing this mission, Jiang Lianlian could still be revived. But if other travelers killed their loved ones, there would be no chance of recovery. Xia Guofeng placed his hope in Jiang Li. He hoped Jiang Li could come up with a perfect plan to successfully get through this crisis. In the live broadcast room, Jiang Li frowned and pushed away the approaching Jiang Lianlian. Go back to your own bed, Jiang Li responded coldly. Jiang Lianlian pouted and wrapped her arms around Jiang Li's, acting coy. Oh my dear sister, I just want to be close to you. Jiang Li's voice grew colder. If you don't leave, don't force me to slap you. The first rule of the game. It will impersonate your loved ones, and your daily interaction patterns cannot change. And in their daily interactions, Jiang Li indeed treated the duplicitous Jiang Lianlian this way. Jiang Lianlian felt embarrassed and, sensing the situation, let go of her grip. Jiang Li saw Jiang Lianlian stuff her suitcase under her bed, then take off her shoes and climb onto her middle bunk. Across from her, Xia Xiaoqian was still tightly embraced by Xia Guofeng, looking very much like a deeply affectionate father and daughter. Xia Xiaoqian sensed something was wrong. Her father, thousands of meters away, couldn't possibly get on here. This father definitely had a problem. Xia Xiaoqian looked towards Jiang Li for help. Jiang Li considered the hard sleeper rule of no meddling and found it difficult to intervene. She merely gestured for Xia Xiaoqian to check the skeleton card on the table. Xia Xiaoqian understood and quickly reached for the card on the table. Unexpectedly, before her fingers touched it, Jiang Lianlian in the middle bunk stretched out her hand and snatched the card away. What is this? Jiang Lianlian asked rapidly, pulling the card away with an air of cluelessness. It was unclear whether she was genuinely curious or just pretending to be. In any case, after taking the card, she lay back on her bed, flipping it over several times. It doesn't seem useful, let's throw it away. Jiang Lianlian casually tore the card into pieces. Xia Xiaoqian's expression darkened. The strange things on this train were all in it together. They would love nothing more than for travelers not to see the rules and end up dead. Jiang Li knew that Jiang Lianlian in the middle bunk was doing this on purpose. If Jiang Lianlian were right next to her, she would definitely slap her hard. And she could also take the opportunity to put her sister in her place. Unfortunately, after Jiang Lianlian went to the middle bunk, Jiang Li couldn't get up to make a move. Jiang Li thought for a moment, pretended to put on her shoes, and instead stepped on her card. I'm going to use the restroom, Jiang Li said casually. Then, she stood up, stepped on that card, and kicked it. The rule card slid to Xia Xiaoqian's feet with the force. Jiang Li stood up, adjusted her clothes, and walked toward the restroom. Can the strange things be killed? Jiang Li asked the red infant on her shoulder as she walked. The red infant scratched its head and thought for a moment, not really. As I know, different types of strange things have different weaknesses. Jiang Li carefully observed the travelers nearby on her way. Some of them had not seen the rules. They really treated those strange beings as their own family, chatting enthusiastically about daily life. Some people quickly discovered the rules and found the knife in their bags, like a yellow-haired guy passing by. The yellow-haired guy quickly realized that this was a you die, I die situation. He made a quick decision and, just as a strange being was about to embrace him, he raised the knife and struck. The strange being let out a terrible scream, and in response, the yellow-haired guy's family in China fell to the ground, suddenly covered in countless knife wounds. The bloody scene made Jiang Li's heart tremble. The sounds of reminiscing and screams continued without end. Jiang Li quickly walked to the restroom door. She went inside, locked the door, and stood in the room for a moment. This time, the restroom was still arranged the same way as last night. But Jiang Li felt that something seemed to be missing. It should be the little ghost she met last time that was absent. Jiang Li stood inside for 2 minutes, pressed the flush button, washed her hands, opened the door, and walked out. She hurried back to the lower bunk of room 16. Jiang Li knew she needed to get in touch with these ghostly things more and learn some information to plan her next moves. Opposite her, Xia Guofeng finished reminiscing with Xia Xiaoqian and went to lie down in the middle bunk of room 15. Xia Xiaoqian, on the other hand, sat dazedly, tears in her eyes, with the extra knife from the bag on the table. Seeing her like that, Jiang Li knew she must have understood the rules. The meaning of the rules was clear, only one of her and her family could survive. Jiang Li certainly knew what she was sad about. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Li said, "I'm hungry. Let's have some breakfast." Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoqian wiped her tears and took out some snacks from her backpack to share with Jiang Li. "Sister, you can have all of these." Xia Xiaoqian poured out all the snacks from her backpack and gave them all to Jiang Li. "Have you made your decision?" Jiang Li asked her. Xia Xiaoqian nodded sadly, I won't hurt my dad." Seeing Xia Xiaoqian with tears welling in her eyes, looking like she was about to cry, Jiang Li also felt uneasy. "Don't be sad." Jiang Li patted Xia Xiaoqian's shoulder, "Maybe there are other solutions." Xia Xiaoqian sniffed and forced a smile. She knew Jiang Li was just trying to comfort her. Xia Xiaoqian took out her phone and checked the time. These ghostly things got on the train around 7 o'clock. Now nearly half an hour had passed. There was still an hour and a half until the train arrived at the spirit station. That means Xia Xiaoqian still had an hour and a half to live. Xia Xiaoqian pondered for a moment, took out a notebook and her prized pen, and crawled onto the bed to write something. While writing, she was still being somewhat secretive. Jiang Li knew without looking that she was probably writing a farewell letter, knowing she was going to die. Jiang Li wasn't too worried. Jiang Lian could just stab her to death, and that would be that. There was really no need to worry too much. If she completed the level, Jiang Lian could revive anyway, so she wouldn't be a murderer. If she didn't complete it, it would be equivalent to dragging Jiang Lian to her grave with her, which wasn't a loss. Right now, the main difficulty was the kind people among the travelers. For someone like Xia Xiaoqian, there was a high probability she would sacrifice herself for her family. In the ghost train side quest, many had already died because of people's kindness. Previously, the migrant worker who gave his seat to a pregnant woman, the medical worker who treated patients, and the young people who bravely captured criminals. Now, another batch of soft-hearted people who would sacrifice for their family was about to die. Jiang Li guessed that in the end, those left on the train would probably not be good people. What exactly was the purpose of those ghostly beings in doing this? Could it be that they had suffered psychological trauma, leading to their twisted minds? Thinking of this, Jiang Li began to mutter to herself. "Minister, I'm Jiang Li. I know you are watching the live broadcast. I can hear these words. I want you to help me check what happened with train Z114. Did anything horrifying happen on this train? Find out and notify me immediately. Just call Xia Xiaoqian's phone, I will answer." Jiang Li's analysis happened to match what Xia Guofeng was thinking. And in Huagua, the relevant investigation has already begun. While Jiang Li was speaking, a strand of hair fell onto her face. Then more and more hair began to hang down. When Jiang Li looked up, she met the terrifying face of Jiang Lian who was upside down on the middle bunk. Trying to scare her? Jiang Li snorted coldly, this weirdness was just too low level. Jiang Li said nothing and directly sneezed twice. Achoo! Achoo! In an instant, Jiang Lian's upside-down face was splattered with saliva. Wow, what an ugly face. Jiang Li threw out a few words and turned her head away, lying down. Jiang Lian felt humiliated and angrily wiped the saliva off her face, pulling her head back in. After that, there was a quiet period of time. Everyone was busy with their own things, hardly speaking. About 5 minutes later, everyone's attention was drawn by the voice from the broadcast. It was still the familiar voice of the female announcer. "Dear passengers, the train is about to enter the longest tunnel in the country. Expected travel time is 30 minutes, please be informed." Once the announcement was made, accompanied by a whistling sound, the train entered the tunnel. And the sunrise outside the window was completely replaced by darkness. Jiang Li sat up, squatting at the head of the bed, hugging her knees. She turned her head to notice that the Xia Guofeng across from her was tugging at the blanket, wrapping himself up tightly and starting to sleep. And her middle bunk Jiang Lian was also making sounds while moving the blanket. Could it be that the eerie feeling demanded sleep as soon as they entered the tunnel? Jiang Li looked at the Xia Guofeng who was hiding his head tightly under the blanket. Or could it be that he was afraid of something? Chapter 35, The Missing Mirror. Is there something in the tunnel? Jiang Li looked out at the tunnel. Bright lights on the train ceiling illuminated the interior. The tunnel outside the train was pitch black. Through the reflective train window, Jiang Li could only see the reflection of the train's interior. Jiang Li stared outside for a long time. She kept waiting to see if any scary thing would suddenly press against the glass. But 10 minutes passed, and nothing happened. Jiang Li felt that she might be overthinking, so she simply withdrew her gaze. Across from her, Xia Xiaoqian folded the note she had written and put it into her backpack. Then, she took out a pile of cosmetics, intending to put on some makeup and tidy herself up, preparing for death. However, after rummaging through her bag for a long time, Xia Xiaoqiang grew increasingly anxious. Watching the remaining time slip away second by second, her emotions began to spiral out of control. Tears built up in her eyes, as if they could fall at any moment.
Sister Jiang, have you seen the mirror in my backpack? I can't find it anywhere.
Xia Xiaoqiang's eyes were red, holding back tears, and she looked at Jiang Li with blurred vision.
I haven't seen it.
I didn't touch your. Jiang Li paused for a second. I didn't touch your backpack. Jiang Li suddenly remembered that while they were sleeping, someone had rummaged through their things.
Could it be that those people took Xia Xiaoqiang's mirror?
But why would they do such a thing? I just wanted to put on some makeup before I die, but the mirror that was right there can't be found now. Xia Xiaoqiang already felt sad knowing she was going to die, but now she couldn't even die with satisfaction. Her emotions began to collapse, and tears could no longer be controlled, streaming down her face. Seeing that Xia Xiaoqiang was crying, Jiang Li suggested, I remember there's a mirror in the bathroom, you can go look in the bathroom. Just as Jiang Li finished her sentence, a scene suddenly flashed through her mind.
Wait a minute.
The restroom she just went to had no mirrors.
She thought today's restroom was strange compared to that of last night at midnight. Something was missing.
Now she finally realized that what was missing was the mirror on the side wall.
But why was the mirror the only thing missing?
Jiang Li looked up and gazed at the reflective car window across from her, recalling the strange behavior of these ghostly figures who were sleeping with their heads covered. A bold guess was born in her mind. Xia Xiaoqiang, across the room, wiped her tears and said, oh, picking up a comb from the bed, then I'll go to the restroom. As Xia Xiaoqiang was putting on her shoes to leave, Jiang Li grabbed her. Wait, don't go to the restroom. I remember my sister has a habit, she always carries a small mirror with her.
Right? Jiang Lian.
Jiang Li shouted hoarsely at Jiang Lian.
The first rule of the game. It will play the role of your family member.
Now, it was not Jiang Li playing the role, but that ghostly thing. It had to pretend to be Jiang Li's sister, and the initiative was actually in Jiang Li's hands. Even if Jiang Li made up a little habit of her sister, that ghost had to act it out properly.
Jiang Lian, you keep your mirror in the right pocket of your clothes, right? Take it out and lend it to me.
Jiang Li commanded directly.
If all went well, Jiang Li's request was something that the fake Jiang Lian simply couldn't fulfill.
Firstly, that small mirror habit was completely fictional. Secondly, Jiang Li guessed, these ghostly things were too scared to look in the mirror at all. That's also why they had to drug the travelers before rummaging through their bags one by one. Perhaps at that time, they not only handed out knives to everyone but also took away these items that were detrimental to them.
If Jiang Li was correct, the mirror in Xia Xiaoqiang's backpack was taken just like that.
Realizing this, Jiang Li continued to press Jiang Lian.
Jiang Lian, hurry up and give me the mirror. You usually listen to your sister, what's wrong with you today?
A cap of listening to sister was again placed on that ghost's head. That ghost could not verify these things, so it had to stubbornly continue acting.
Sister, I seem to have forgotten to bring my mirror today.
The Jiang Lian in the middle bunk turned over, a mournful voice emerged. Jiang Li had no intention of letting her off the hook. She stood up, walked to the bed of Jiang Lian, lifted the blanket, and started to search in her pockets. Jiang Li's roughness really angered Jiang Lian.
Jiang Lian scrambled up from the bed in a panic, stepping down the stairs. Sister, look, I really forgot to bring it today. Jiang Lian stood in front of Jiang Li, sulking with a droopy face. It pulled out its empty pockets on both sides to show Jiang Li. Jiang Li held Jiang Lian's arm with a puzzled look. How could that be? You always bring it.
Jiang Li turned Jiang Lian around. Do you have a pocket in the back of your pants?
No, sister, I only have the 2 pockets in the front of my clothes. Jiang Lian said with annoyance. At that moment,
taking advantage of the ghost's back being turned to her, Jiang Li grabbed its shoulder and forcefully pushed it toward the reflective car window. Caught off guard, that ghost met its own reflection in the glass window.
Aha! A chilling scream echoed. That ghost seemed to have seen something terrifying in there.
It quickly covered its face and frantically tried to dodge to the side. But it was too late, its skin was starting to peel away, revealing a hideous and grotesque face inside.
Jiang Li picked up the rust-resistant kitchen knife from the table, quickly approached, and aimed the knife at the ghost's neck, striking down. Almost a lethal blow.
That disfigured ghost's neck instantly snapped, its expression filled with pain as it fell to the ground.
In just 2 seconds, the ghost's body gradually shrank.
In a cloud of black gas, it transformed into a withered black corpse, lifelessly lying on the corridor.
Xia Xiaoqiang witnessed the entire scene, her heart racing in fear.
She just wanted to ask Jiang Li about the mirror, but she never expected it would lead to such a bloodbath. Jiang, Sister Jiang, you killed your sister. Xia Xiaoqiang's voice stumbled, her eyes filled with terror. She looked at Jiang Li in disbelief. But Jiang Li smiled faintly, "Don't worry, I didn't kill my sister. I killed the real body of this thing." The second game rule. If the impersonating family member is harmed, the real family member will suffer equal damage. And right now, what was stabbed to death was not the impersonating Eerie, but the Eerie that had revealed its true form. Xia Xiaoqiang pondered carefully and recalled how that thing reacted upon seeing its shadow on the glass. She instantly understood Jiang Li's meaning. So that thing, when it looks in the mirror, it reveals its true self. In that case, as long as I kill the real body of this ghostly thing, my dad won't die. Xia Xiaoqiang exchanged glances with Jiang Li, and they both turned to look at Xia Guofeng on the bed. At this moment, Xia Guofeng heard their loud scheming and was terrified, not knowing what to do. It curled up under the blanket, covering its head, shaking uncontrollably. Chapter 36, Dismembering to Death. When dealing with this type of Eerie, if its weakness isn't discovered, it is totally helpless. But once its shortcoming is found, under the premise that both sides need to follow the rules, it falls into an absolute disadvantage. Jiang Li handed Xia Xiaoqiang a kitchen knife, smiling broadly, "It's up to you now." Xia Xiaoqiang took the knife, swallowing hard. She gripped the handle tightly and slowly approached the bed. After a moment of calm, Xia Xiaoqiang gently exhaled, raised her head, and looked at Xia Guofeng under the blanket. "Dad, come down, I need to talk to you about something." Xia Guofeng, hiding in the blanket, shook his head vigorously upon hearing this. Was she going to talk? She was here to take his life. "Dad, what's wrong with you today? You're not usually like this with me." Xia Xiaoqiang's tone was pitiful, trying her best to disguise herself as the innocent party. Hiding in the blanket, Xia Guofeng was in a cold sweat, panicking. If it was detected that it violated the rule of pretending to be Xia Xiaoqiang's dad, it would be a dead end. It thought for a moment, and finally, with no other options, it reluctantly raised its voice to respond. Cough. Xia, Dad is feeling unwell today. If you have something to say, just say it." Hearing that Dad was unwell, Xia Xiaoqiang showed concern and furrowed her brows. She opened her mouth. "Dad, is your old illness acting up again?" Xia Guofeng eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes. It's just my old illness acting up." Xia Guofeng chuckled awkwardly, quickly trying to make excuses for himself. It wasn't that he couldn't handle Xia Xiaoqiang, but because, in this game, it also had to abide by the rules. Xia Guofeng lay in bed waiting for a long time, yet he didn't hear a response from Xia Xiaoqiang. He originally thought he had dodged a bullet. Who would have thought that just as he relaxed his guard, Xia Xiaoqiang's chilling voice would come booming. "Dad, come down. Good thing I have your regular medicine packed in my bag. I specially went to get hot water to mix the medicine. Hurry, come down and take it while it's hot." Xia Xiaoqiang spoke earnestly. She wasn't holding a knife, instead, she held a bowl of dark, murky soup, having no intention of attacking Dad at all. Xia Guofeng lifted a corner of the blanket, revealing half an eye to peek down. With just that glance, his brows involuntarily furrowed together. Could that dark stuff be poisoned? But Xia Guofeng thought again that Xia Xiaoqiang wouldn't dare to harm her own father, so he dismissed that thought. "Dad, come down quickly. It's time. It's time to take your medicine. You drink it every day. After you drink it, I still need to press your temples for you. Have you forgotten?" Xia Xiaoqiang urged. Xia Guofeng couldn't guess Xia Xiaoqiang's thoughts. On the surface, the young girl seemed to have no malice, simply showing filial piety. Xia Guofeng contemplated for a long time and finally got out of bed. It just had to ensure that its face did not reflect on the car window in the tunnel. If it returned to its original form, Xia Xiaoqiang wouldn't dare to harm it. Thinking of this, Xia Guofeng gathered courage, lifted the quilt, and climbed down the ladder. It kept its body sideways, avoiding the direction of the car window. "Daddy, why are you sweating so much?" Xia Xiaoqiang took out a tissue and handed it to Xia Guofeng with concern. Xia Guofeng reached out and took it, wiping the sweat from its neck and forced a smile. "It's hot." Xia Xiaoqiang dutifully handed the medicine bowl to Xia Guofeng. "Then hurry up and drink your medicine, Dad. You're not feeling well. After you drink it, I'll press your temples for you." Xia Xiaoqiang smiled sweetly and then turned back to sit on the bed. She appeared completely harmless. Xia Guofeng was certain she wouldn't dare to poison her father. So it held the medicine bowl and relaxed its vigilance a bit. It constantly reminded itself that as long as it didn't look at the car window, it wouldn't be killed for revealing its true form. Thinking this way, Xia Guofeng brought the medicine bowl to its mouth, ready to drink the black liquid. Little did it know, as soon as it lowered its head, the originally dark liquid reflected clearly like a mirror showing its face. The light flickered on the rippling surface, and Xia Guofeng's features were particularly clear in the ink. Xia Guofeng was startled, pupils suddenly constricting, the medicine bowl slipped from its hands and fell to the ground. It couldn't escape in time, a piercing pain like being skinned engulfed its whole body. Ah! Ah ah ah! The ghastly entity held its face, its gaze unintentionally shifting to the car window. Inside, its own features were twisted and torn. The skin began to peel off in patches, revealing the ugly, bloody face inside. In a loss of control, the ghastly entity lunged at Xia Xiaoqiang. It opened its wide mouth, and its vocal cords sounded as if they had been cut with a knife. It's you! You harmed me, you did it on purpose. The ghastly entity angrily grabbed Xia Xiaoqiang's collar. Its bloody, sticky face was about to press against Xia Xiaoqiang's face. Xia Xiaoqiang's expression tightened. She said in a deep voice, "If you want to look in the mirror, I have plenty of ways." Xia Xiaoqiang extended her hand and threw a black glass square bottle to the ground. It was an empty ink bottle. The ghastly entity stared blankly at the object for a moment. The next second, it felt a sharp pain in its chest. A sharp weapon had pierced straight into its chest. You lost. Xia Xiaoqiang gritted her teeth, gripping the scissors tightly, and pushed the sharp tip in another half-inch. The ghastly entity let out a shrill scream. After a painful wail, its shape gradually shrank, turning into a withered black corpse that lay on the ground. After Xia Xiaoqiang finished all this, beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead, her legs felt weak. It's dead, finally dead. Xia Xiaoqiang felt lightheaded, braced herself against the bed, and sat back down breathlessly. She hadn't not wanted to use a kitchen knife, it was that she didn't dare. Killing with scissors had already been her limit of courage. Xia Xiaoqiang shivered and took a few sips of water. She glanced at the time, with less than 10 minutes left, the train would soon exit the tunnel. Once out of the tunnel, the naturally formed mirror of the car window would disappear. Xia Xiaoqiang looked up at Jiang Li. Sister Jiang, I want to tell this method to other passengers, so their families won't be hurt. Jiang Li lightly raised her eyebrows, do as you wish. Xia Xiaoqiang's gaze was firm, forcing her weak legs, she stood up from the bed. Jiang Li lay calmly on the bed. Jiang Li did not really believe that, in the face of life and death, many people would be like Xia Xiaoqiang, willing to die to protect their family. She feared that now, in the train, everyone who understood the rules had already turned against their family. In the apocalypse, there is no morality. Indeed, when Xia Xiaoqiang returned after taking a stroll, her lips were bitten white. How was it? Jiang Li asked. Xia Xiaoqiang glanced at Jiang Li and shook her head. Jiang Li noticed that Xia Xiaoqiang's fingertips were trembling slightly. Xia Xiaoqiang tried to appear calm, clenching her fists to suppress her shivers. But the visual shock she had just witnessed was too intense, making her unable to control her instinctive reaction. She had seen those passengers take advantage of their family being scared and hiding under the blanket in the tunnel, directly raising kitchen knives and brutally stabbing their family. The whole scene was bloody and horrifying. Chapter 37, I Want to Buy Life. After witnessing those scenes, Xia Xiaoqiang returned with a constantly pale face. She hugged her knees, curled up at the head of the bed, and remained silent. Until the train arrived at Ghost Station, everyone opened the windows and tossed their family into the station, the blood smell in the train reduced significantly, and Xia Xiaoqiang began to gradually recover. Sister Jiang, do you think there will be those who haven't harmed their family? Xia Xiaoqiang's vacant eyes moved slightly. Holding on to her last thread of hope, she tentatively asked Jiang Li. Jiang Li smiled, of course there are. See, isn't this it? A chaotic sound of footsteps approached from the aisle. A staff member wearing a white chef's hat hummed a cheerful tune, pushing a large icebox past their beds. Blood and sweet water flowed from the bottom of the icebox. At the door of the cabinet, a long-sleeved shirt stained with blood was caught. Rule number 3, if they do not get off at the station, you will encounter terrible things. And this is that terrible thing. Xia Xiaoqiang only glanced at it before quickly averting her gaze. Even so, a wave of gastric acid rose in her stomach. Ugh! Xia Xiaoqiang lowered her head and spat out a mouthful of sour liquid. Jiang Li handed her a tissue. You're very lucky, you found the weakness of that thing, saved your family, and saved yourself. Xia Xiaoqiang wiped her mouth, recalling the bizarre happenings on the train these past 2 days, her expression becoming a bit withdrawn. Kids, have you finished the chicken feet? A familiar, old voice came from the aisle. The old lady who delivered porridge in the morning was now pushing a cart, following the kitchen staff at the end. The old lady smiled with a face full of wrinkles, pointing at the food containers on the table. You can give me the food boxes. Jiang Li handed her 2 food boxes. The old lady did not accept them immediately but kindly said, You 2 young ones, do you have anything you want to buy? You can make a reservation with me in advance. What is there? Jiang Li asked. The old lady had a mysterious look, glancing at the staff member walking ahead, then lowering her voice, As long as you have money, you can buy anything. No need.
Xia Xiaoqiang on the bed replied decisively. Her gaze was filled with hatred. Even if we have money, we won't buy anything from you. The smile on the old lady's face suddenly faltered. Under Xia Xiaoqiang's hostility, the old lady retracted her smile, glaring at Xia Xiaoqiang resentfully as she snatched the 2 empty food boxes and turned to leave. However, Jiang Li noticed that the old lady's hand was noticeably adorned with several pieces of gold jewelry. 1 gold bracelet and 2 gold rings. As the old lady turned to leave, a large bunch of keys hanging from her waist made a dingling clanging sound. One of the keys had the words broadcast room stuck prominently on it. Wait! Jiang Li hurriedly called out to the old lady. The old lady looked back suspiciously, scanning Jiang Li from top to bottom. The anger on her face had not dissipated. What are you doing? Jiang Li remained silent, taking a small step forward, pulling out the small golden lock from her space and stuffing it into the old lady's hand. Can anything be bought? Jiang Li whispered. The old lady weighed the piece lock in her hand, huffed, and her attitude softened a bit. Of course, I've said before, anything can be. I want to buy a life. Jiang Li spoke those few words in an extremely low voice. Upon hearing this, the old lady looked around quickly and hurriedly pushed Jiang Li back to the bed. Do you want to live? The old lady asked, raising her eyes. Jiang Li nodded straightforwardly, yes. Good, you're the second smartest person I've ever met. After saying this, the old lady immediately handed Jiang Li a note. Looking at the old lady's expression, she seemed to want to say more. But before she could speak, a man's scolding voice suddenly rang out from behind. Old hag, what are you dawdling here for? The old lady was startled by that voice. She quickly took off all the gold bracelets and rings on her hands, including the piece lock, and hurriedly stuffed them under Jiang Li's blanket. Did you take something from someone again? Show it to me. The man moved forward to search the old lady's pockets. The man was in his 30s or 40s, wearing a black vest uniform with a red armband on his arm, looking like a train attendant. He was tough in attitude, searched the old lady's pockets for a long time but found nothing. He remembered how close the old lady had sat to Jiang Li just now, so he walked to Jiang Li's bed and prepared to lift the blanket to look for dirty things. There's nothing. I haven't taken anything. In a fit of anger, the old lady slapped the back of the man's head. You blind fool, did I steal a lunchbox to provoke you? The old lady's action did stop the man from searching Jiang Li's blanket. But it also infuriated the man. The man cursed and dragged the old lady away. The old lady was pulled along, following the man while signaling to Jiang Li. From her expression, it was clear that those things would be coming back for Jiang Li later. Jiang Li collected those items into her space. Then, she took out the note given by the old lady and opened it. The note contained a broadcast script, and the broadcast time was at 2 p.m., which was 5 hours later. Jiang Li quickly skimmed through the text on it. Dear passengers, an urgent notice is being issued. The train's control panel has malfunctioned and will stop temporarily in 5 hours. Wild animals are roaming near the parking area, so please go to carriage 09 to take shelter. The dining car is sturdy and can safely accommodate 40 passengers. At that time, to facilitate counting, one side of the hard sleeper carriage door will be opened separately. Spaces are limited, first come, first served. Once the 40 slots are filled, the dining car will be completely locked down, please be informed. After reading this, Jiang Li's expression gradually turned grim. What's wrong, Sister Jiang? Xia Xiaoqiang noticed that something was off with Jiang Li. Jiang Li handed her the note, gesturing for her to read it herself. Xia Xiaoqiang took the note, read the broadcast script, and was half convinced. Could it be a trick to lure us into the dining car? Xia Xiaoqiang recalled various experiences in the dining car and found it hard to believe it could be a safe place. No, this time it's true. Jiang Li's tone was particularly serious. If you want to survive, you must fight for those 40 slots. Because she had used the true eye to judge, and determined that the escape method mentioned in the note was real, not false. Do you know what will happen next? Jiang Li frowned, looking at Xia Xiaoqiang. Xia Xiaoqiang pondered for 2 seconds, her expression gradually becoming grave. She now understood Jiang Li's worries. 5 hours later, once this notice was issued, it meant that all the surviving passengers on the train would have to fight for those 40 precious spots. And the scariest part was that every passenger now held a kitchen knife. And those who were still alive. They are all people who have been filtered in the last round, personally killing their own family. I'm afraid that next, on this train, there will be an exceptionally brutal bloodbath. Chapter 38: The Disappearing Corpses. Instead of waiting for death, it is better to take the initiative. The danger level of this dungeon is far beyond Jiang Li's imagination. Both S-level and A-level clearance methods mentioned that the chosen one must safely reach the train's final destination to clear the level. But obviously, the further they go, the more dangerous Jiang Li's survival will become. At that time, the biggest threat to Jiang Li will not be the source of pollution, nor the NPCs in the dungeon, but people.
It is those who, in order to survive, will stop at nothing. The best clearance method for Jiang Li right now is actually the first one, eliminating the source of pollution. Jiang Li is sure that the boy's singing is the source of pollution. As long as she can find that child again, kill it, and make it forever silent, the ghost train dungeon can be successfully finished. The train continues to clack as it speeds through the wilderness. Jiang Li and Xia Xiaoqian had some snacks, treating it as lunch. Sister Jiang, why don't we go over first? I'm worried we won't make it in time. Xia Xiaoqian suggested. But Jiang Li has her own plans. Going to the dining car is certainly important, but once they enter, it may be very difficult to come back out. Jiang Li wants to try and see if she can eliminate the source of pollution before entering the dining car. What time is it now? Jiang Li asked Xia Xiaoqian. Xia Xiaoqian glanced at her phone. It's almost noon, 12 o'clock. Let's wait a bit. Jiang Li put on her shoes and sat at the edge of the bed. A few minutes passed. The originally empty aisle now had some people, some translucent people. Just like at midnight last night, they couldn't see Jiang Li. Jiang Li speculated that noon and midnight are the time nodes where multiple timelines are most likely to intersect. She needs to take this opportunity to go to the restroom again, to look for the timeline from last night. As long as Jiang Li can eliminate the source of pollution before 2 o'clock, she can clear the dungeon. Then all the terrifying things that are about to happen on the train will not occur. Do you have a flashlight? Jiang Li looked at Xia Xiaoqian. Xia Xiaoqian shook her head, no. But I can use my phone for light. I have a spare phone, if you need it, I can lend it to you. Saying this, Xia Xiaoqian took out her backpack, rummaging for an old phone, and handed it to Jiang Li. There's no password. Thanks. Jiang Li said. But Sister Jiang, what do you need a flashlight for in broad daylight? For lighting. Jiang Li explained briefly, then stood up, preparing to head toward the restroom. Before she left, she turned back to remind Xia Xiaoqian. If I'm not back by 1:30, you should go to the dining car by yourself. Xia Xiaoqian looked worried and nodded, okay. Once Jiang Li finished telling her, she turned and walked toward the restroom. This time, unfortunately, there was someone in the restroom. Jiang Li waited for a long time. The restroom door kept showing occupied, and the doorknob wouldn't turn. Jiang Li was waiting outside, timing herself. Around 12:10, Jiang Li noticed that the translucent figures in the aisle were gradually becoming invisible. Jiang Li raised her hand and knocked a few times on the restroom door, bang bang bang. The person inside, hearing the urgent knocking, finally started to come out slowly. With a click, the restroom door opened. The person who came out looked quite strange. She looked like an old woman who had been crazy for 20 years without anyone caring for her. Her hair was a mess, clothes tattered, and the soles of her shoes covered with black mud and moss. The crazy woman pushed the door open with one hand and held a rat with the other. Her eyes were bloodshot, her expression slightly excited, and her hoarse voice carried a strange ecstasy. I've got you, I've caught you. After she finished speaking, she immediately opened her yellowed teeth and bit the foul rat in her mouth. The mouse let out a squeak squeak squeak, swayed twice, and then died completely. Jiang Li stared at the madman for a while. The madman seemed to notice Jiang Li. She turned her head, glaring with bloodshot eyes, and shot a glare at Jiang Li. What are you looking at? Do you have AIDS too? Jiang Li sidestepped into the bathroom, closed the door with a thud, cutting off the madman's gaze. That madman didn't look like she had AIDS, rather, she seemed to have a mental illness. The madwoman outside kicked the bathroom door. You all have AIDS. I have evidence, evidence. After cursing, the madman limped back to her bed. Carriage number 10, lower bunk number 15. The madman left, mumbling as she went. Once Jiang Li entered the bathroom, she quickly opened her mobile phone and turned on the flashlight. Red baby, if something appears later, help mommy block it. Red baby pouted, Mommy, but I haven't eaten for a long time. Your baby is almost starving. Jiang Li thought for a moment and replied, when we get to the dining car this afternoon, Mommy will find a way to stock up on some food. Red baby obediently said, okay, fine. Then, Jiang Li prepared herself, gripped the bathroom door handle, counted silently to 3, and pushed it open. Creak, a sound. The intact bathroom door instantly transformed into a rusty, broken iron frame. Stepping out, she was met with encroaching darkness. At that moment, in that timeline, 12 o'clock in the day was exactly 12 o'clock at night in this timeline. Jiang Li's vision briefly resisted for a moment. Fortunately, under the flashlight's illumination, Jiang Li gradually regained control of her surroundings in the dark. Jiang Li stepped out of the dark, dilapidated restroom. Holding the flashlight, she swung it around. The surrounding environment looked just like what she had seen yesterday. Inside the train, rust-covered steel, with gaps filled with wild grass, was dirty and foul-smelling, with mice and insects scurrying about. Jiang Li shifted her gaze, swinging the flashlight to the right. A woman's smiling face suddenly appeared just a meter away.
Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat.
Rule number 2 of the hard sleeper: after midnight, do not use light, it will find you in the dark.
The same train, the rules are common.
Jiang Li had long been prepared. It seemed that the disheveled woman, covered in blood, was the it in the rules. According to the rules, if light was used after 12 o'clock, this woman would appear. However, this light was something Jiang Li had to use. Without light, it would be meaningless for Jiang Li to be on this dark train, she wouldn't be able to see anything. So Jiang Li had already given Red Baby a heads up. If something jumped out, Red Baby could help block it.
Jiang Li stared at the woman for a few seconds.
The woman's lips curled up, bright red blood flowing down, starkly contrasting with her pale face. The woman's eye sockets were deeply sunken, and she was now staring at Jiang Li with a terrifying smile.
Although it was extremely eerie, she did not seem to have the intention to pounce on Jiang Li and devour her.
Jiang Li tried taking a few steps, only to find the woman moving with her. As the woman moved, Jiang Li heard what sounded like something dragging behind her. Jiang Li ignored the woman and walked towards the left, in the direction of lower bunk number 16, to find the child's mother. She stepped on the damp, metal floor, moving slowly until she reached the lower bunk position of number 16. Only to find that this lower bunk was very clean, as if it had been specially cleaned. The white bones she saw last time were nowhere to be found this time. Just when Jiang Li was in a dilemma, the woman suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Li's sleeve.
Chapter 39, Quickly Kill Me. Jiang Li glanced at the woman.
The woman tugged at Jiang Li's sleeve, then raised her finger, pointing towards the end of the carriage.
Do you want me to go over there? Jiang Li asked. The woman nodded, seemingly wanting to explain.
But as soon as she opened her mouth, blood kept flowing out, the entire throat filled with blood. In the dark carriage, the woman's mouth made woo-woo sounds, but she couldn't say a complete word.
Jiang Li noticed that this woman seemed to be mute.
Lead the way, Jiang Li said 2 words and pulled back her sleeves. The woman finally closed her mouth, and the blood stopped flowing down. Jiang Li turned on her flashlight and followed the woman. At this moment, Jiang Li realized that what the woman was dragging behind was a shapeless fetus.
The baby was already dead, a mass of bloody red flesh. The baby's umbilical cord was still connected to the mother, dragging behind her.
Jiang Li followed the woman all the way to the last carriage. In the last carriage's crew room, there was enchanting red light. Under the red light, a child's soft singing could be heard.
Mud doll, a mud doll. It also has a nose, it also has a mouth, the mouth doesn't speak.
Hearing the singing, Jiang Li's body began to mutate, small bumps starting to emerge on her arms. She walked closer to the carriage door, and the woman leading her disappeared. Jiang Li, alone with her flashlight, walked closer to the room filled with red light.
Mud doll, a mud doll. It also has eyebrows, it also has eyes, the eyes won't blink.
Jiang Li looked through the glass window of the door and took a glance inside.
In the crew room, there was a child, looking about 4 or 5 years old.
He hummed softly, deeply focused on something. Jiang Li's gaze crossed over the boy's shoulder and saw him eagerly molding mud. Next to the child's table was a pile of human facial features: eyeballs, noses, ears, mouths. After he shaped a mud figure, he attached facial features and threw it into a nearby old bucket filled with red liquid.
It also has a nose, it also has a mouth, the mouth doesn't speak.
As if sensing Jiang Li's gaze, the child raised his head and met Jiang Li's eyes outside the door. The child's singing abruptly stopped. The two stared at each other, time seeming to freeze for a moment.
The red light in the crew room flickered twice and went out. The train fell into darkness.
Only Jiang Li's flashlight, now on, emitted a faint cold light in the eerie night.
Big sister?
In the dark, a muddy little hand slowly grasped Jiang Li's fingertips. Jiang Li's flashlight trembled, illuminating the child next to her.
Big sister, you're here again.
The child wiped his face with the back of his hand, smearing mud across his face, and smiled softly at Jiang Li. Jiang Li smiled back, but her smile was stiff. Her purpose for coming this time was very clear: to kill this child. The child's song was the source of pollution. To eliminate the source, the best way was to kill him, to make him keep quiet forever.
Big sister, are you going to kill me?
The child's bright big eyes shimmered with moisture, staring unwaveringly at her. Jiang Li was astonished for a moment upon hearing the child's question. Before she could respond, the child suddenly handed her something.
The cold touch was a knife. Big sister, go ahead. The child's innocent request sent a chill down Jiang Li's spine.
To kill him, as long as she killed this child now, she could achieve a perfect ending. Jiang Li gripped the knife tightly, her palm sweating.
I won't run away, sister, hurry up and do it, this is the only chance. Oh.
The child's urging made Jiang Li feel a sense of illusion. It was as if this stab down would not kill the child but herself instead. Jiang Li's hand holding the knife tightened slightly. Hurry up, sister, this game, I only give you 10 seconds. The child looked at Jiang Li with eager eyes, opened his arms, and began his countdown to death.
10. 9. 8.
The countdown ticked shorter and shorter.
Jiang Li's breathing grew more and more rapid.
The blade of the knife she held shimmered with silver light.
Unconsciously, she moved closer to the child's neck.
Just a bit closer, stab in, the ghost train instance can end. But she always felt that things shouldn't be this smooth.
Did she overlook some detail? 3. 2. Only one number left, the child's friendly reminder echoed.
At this moment, everyone in the livestream held their breath, waiting for Jiang Li to make a move. And just when everyone thought Jiang Li would clear smoothly, the hand holding the knife suddenly lost its grip.
1. Clang, a sound echoed. The knife fell onto the metal floor of the train, making a clear sound.
Why didn't you kill me? The child grinned, mischief gleaming in his eyes. Jiang Li curled her lips. What's the point in killing a clay doll?
Come out and talk. Jiang Li pointed the flashlight to the position behind the little boy.
That position was where the child's voice had originated recently. In that instant, the boy standing in front of her turned into a puddle of black mud. And the boy himself appeared from the originally empty place behind the mud doll. Humph, the boy crossed his arms, pouting a bit unhappy that his prank hadn't worked.
So annoying. How did you see through it? I was doing so well.
He glared at her. Jiang Li chuckled helplessly. Didn't you sing it out yourself? Mud doll, eyes won't blink. The boy froze for a second, left speechless. He had put in a lot of effort to train a mud doll to perform a double act with him. The mud doll was responsible for opening its mouth while he quietly hid behind to make the sound. But the point of not blinking was indeed a flaw that couldn't be overcome.
All right, you win this round.
The boy's tone still held a hint of stubbornness.
Jiang Li smiled. What's the reward for winning?
The boy paused, tapping his head, thinking seriously for a moment.
If you win, you can play games with me.
The child jumped up excitedly.
Jiang Li remained indifferent, not playing. The boy's expression turned a bit troubled. You don't want to play with me? Then if you win, I'll give you this. The boy handed Jiang Li a note.
I'm telling you first, I can't guarantee this is useful, the boy specifically explained. Anyway, I think this is useless. Seeing the boy's obvious disdain towards the note, Jiang Li showed a puzzled expression. She took the note and unfolded it. A line of big letters caught her eye. Hidden condition to clear the instance, help the key person get off the train safely.
Jiang Li was shocked. Such important information, and she only got it now. Moreover, who was that key person, and was he dead? She knew nothing.
Jiang Li frowned in deep thought.
Up until now, the system hadn't declared her failure, which meant only one possibility. That key person was still alive.
Jiang Li tucked the dagger hidden in her sleeve away. She didn't plan to kill this child anymore. Before eliminating the source of contamination, she still had one thing to do in this instance.
Jiang Li lifted her eyelids and looked at the child. You wanted to play a game, right? I will play with you. Wow. Really?
The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Li seized the moment, but there's one condition.
What condition? If you lose, you have to let everyone on the train go. Jiang Li stated. Jiang Li's intention for this condition was clear.
Since she didn't know who the key person was, then save everyone.
This was the safest approach.
Initially, she thought the boy would resist, but to her surprise, he agreed cheerfully. Okay. Big sister, I'll tell you, I won't lose.
The boy said confidently.
Jiang Li curled her lips. Oh really?
Jiang Li opened her phone and checked the time.
It was now 12:30. She had promised Xia Xiuqiang to return by 1:30 if possible. So Jiang Li spoke. I have only 1 hour.
No problem. The boy replied eagerly. Then let's begin. Jiang Li nodded. Okay.
As her voice just fell, the dark train suddenly lit up. The once abandoned old train, one car after another, began to restore itself to its original state at an astonishing speed. And those clay figures soaked in old barrels crawled out one by one, turning into living people. The clay figures took their seats in the train, becoming the passengers in the carriage again. The child took out a white card and handed it to Jiang Li. Big sister, you play the angel, and I will play the devil.
As long as you are not tempted by me, you win.
Jiang Li nodded in agreement, then lowered her gaze to glance at the card in her hand. On the back of the white card, there was a pair of angel wings. On the front of the card, the detailed game rules were written.
Train card game. Game name: Don't Trust the Devil. Game description: You play the role of an angel in this game.
You will personally experience 7 layers of situations and play different roles in different situations. Please make choices in these situations that match the attributes of an angel.
Remember, do not be tempted by the devil. Game rules. 1. Angels are kind. 2. Kindness is based on ensuring one's own safety. 3. Each choice must be made within 3 seconds. 4. Your last choice will affect the next situation. The game began. Jiang Li entered the first layer of the situation. You are a mother, and you took your son on the train. You find that a pregnant woman is sitting in your seat. The pregnant woman says her stomach is uncomfortable. Your choice is. 2 choices appeared before Jiang Li. On the left, give the seat to the pregnant woman. On the right, slap the pregnant woman. The child shouted from beside, the second one. Choose the second one. She is taking the seat, she is a bad person. Don't give the seat to the bad person. Jiang Li tightened her grip on the card, thought of her role's attributes, and without hesitation, chose the left. She gave the seat to the pregnant woman. 1 second later, the scene on the train changed again. Jiang Li entered the second layer of the situation. You are a child. On the train, you see an uncle stealing the money from the nearby aunt. Your choice is. 2 choices appeared before Jiang Li. On the left, quietly tell the aunt. On the right, pretend not to see it. The boy's voice beside her tempted, pretend not to see. Don't say anything if you see bad things. What if you get hit? Jiang Li noticed that the left option was quietly tell the aunt. The child did not shout loudly, which should guarantee her personal safety. So Jiang Li chose the left, quietly telling the aunt. Then, the scene on the train changed again. Jiang Li entered the third layer of the situation. You are a passenger. On the train, you see a passerby accidentally injured and bleeding, and a doctor is about to treat her. But you notice that this passerby seems to be deliberately hiding their HIV history. Your choice is. On the left, tell the doctor the truth. On the right, don't say anything, it has nothing to do with you. The boy beside her made trouble. Choose the right side, don't say. Even if the doctor gets infected, it has nothing to do with you. Jiang Li thought for a moment and still chose the left, telling the doctor the truth. The situation continued to change. Jiang Li entered the fourth layer of the situation. You are a doctor. On the train, you find a passenger bleeding heavily. Bystanders say the injured person may carry the HIV virus. Without wearing protective gear, your choice is. On the left, save the person, life is paramount. On the right, do not save, your own life is also very important. Jiang Li remembered what the rules said, kindness is based on ensuring one's own safety, so she did not hesitate and chose the right, not to save. The situation changed. Jiang Li entered the fifth layer of the situation. You are the train conductor. There is an injured passenger on the train, you can apply for a change of route to stop temporarily. But due to heavy rain, communication is blocked, and you can't contact the train dispatcher. Changing the route on your own could lead to safety problems for the train. Your choice is. On the left, change the route for the sake of the patient. On the right, do not change the route for the sake of everyone on the train. Jiang Li chose the right side, not changing the route, for the sake of everyone on the train. Scene changes. Jiang Li entered the sixth layer of situations. You are a passenger who suffers from AIDS. On the train, your HIV diagnosis report is picked up by a passerby. When the passerby tries to ask and return it to you, the people around cast strange glances. Your choice is. On the left, admit it, but risk being discriminated against. On the right, do not admit it, pretending it's not yours, protecting yourself. Jiang Li chose the right side, not admitting, protecting herself. The scenes on the train continued to change. Jiang Li entered the seventh layer of situations, which was also the final layer. You are a 4-year-old child, traveling by train with your mother. Your mother is pregnant, but she still gives her seat to another pregnant aunt. Your mother pays extra to change to a sleeper. On the way to the sleeper, she picks up a positive HIV report, which is unclaimed, and holds onto it, waiting to hand it to the conductor. While waiting, your mother's wallet is stolen, and when she goes to get it back, the thief kicks her pregnant belly, causing severe bleeding. A passerby doctor rushes to provide help, but the passenger next to you tells the doctor that your mother might carry the AIDS virus. You do not know what AIDS is. Your mother is mute and cannot explain, and the doctor does not provide aid. The train conductor tries to change the route and make an emergency stop, but communications fail, and ultimately, the route is not changed. Your kind-hearted mother, in this time of severe bleeding, is delayed in receiving treatment and suffers a painful death on the train, while your brother also dies in her womb. Now you have 2 choices. On the left, witness the tragic death of your mother and brother, and accept the fact that you become an orphan. On the right, gain a strange power and take everyone with you. And in a bizarre world, be eternally together with your mother. Chapter 41, the last slot. Jiang Li looked at the 2 options in front of her, hesitating. The left option, which seems to be Angel, is the choice Jiang Li should make.
But this choice forces an innocent child and his pregnant mother to bear the ultimate evil consequences. What Jiang Li could only be certain of was that every step she took was in accordance with the attributes of the angel role, while ensuring her safety, keeping her kindness. Yet, every choice she believed to be angelic ultimately resulted in the tragic outcome of the story. One wrong step leads to another wrong step. Was it wrong from the very beginning of the story? Jiang Li felt the angel card in her hand was unusually hot. Big sister, the 3 seconds are up. The little boy raised his hand to wipe away his tears. You seem to have lost. For the first time, Jiang Li made such an irrational choice. In front of Jiang Li, the little boy who had won the game did not show a happy expression. On the contrary, the little boy turned around and secretly snuffled. You can go now, big sister. You lost just now, so I can't agree to your request. But thank you for playing the game with me. No one has played with me for a long time. Jiang Li noticed that when the little boy cried, the woman who had guided her earlier appeared behind him. The woman was still dragging a dead baby behind her. Her pale face had 2 streams of blood tears flowing down. Her mouth opened but kept bleeding without making a clear sound. The little boy's sobs grew stronger. Meanwhile, Jiang Li felt that under the pollution of the crying, the train she was on was rapidly collapsing. The previously repaired ceiling, windows, and bedding began to rust, grow grass, and mold at a visible speed. The order of the entire spacetime began to fall into chaos. On the train where Jiang Li was, huge cracks appeared on the floor. The space shook violently, as if it would swallow her into the cracks at any moment. Jiang Li's body balance was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. She was going to die. No. There is still a chance. Jiang Li looked up at the child. The only way to save herself now was to force him to shut up. Jiang Li used all her strength and lunged forward, extending her hands, trying to grab that child. But just like last time, it happened again. Just as Jiang Li was about to catch him, the light and shadow changed, and she fell back into her original time and space. Now she had returned to the middle of the train aisle. Jiang Li looked around, her pounding heart gradually calming down. She glanced at the carriage sign and confirmed she was in carriage 16 now. Then she quickened her pace, heading back towards carriage 10. However, this time, the train felt strange. As Jiang Li walked from carriage 16 to carriage 10, she didn't see a single living person. Jiang Li seemed to have a vague guess. She immediately opened her phone to confirm. When she saw the time on her phone was 2:09 p.m., Jiang Li's blood froze instantly. Oh no. It was past 2 p.m. The train had already issued a refugee warning. She feared that everyone had rushed to carriage 9 to secure a spot. Jiang Li cursed under her breath and hastened her steps towards the dining car. She just hoped she could make it in time. While Jiang Li was thinking this, she suddenly sensed a murderous intent in front of her. A dark shadow suddenly sprang out from the side, aiming a knife at Jiang Li's neck. Jiang Li instinctively bent backward and narrowly avoided it. The kitchen knife whooshed past her neck. Jiang Li was startled. She immediately took 2 steps back and got a clear look at the person. In front of her was a thin man wearing glasses. The man was holding a kitchen knife, one of the lenses shattered, but it couldn't conceal the murderous look on his face. Jiang Li frowned, extended her right hand, and shook it. A brick appeared in her palm. This was a brick she hadn't used in the previous scenario. The glasses-wearing man shouted and charged at her with the knife. Jiang Li seized the opportunity, grabbed the brick, and smashed it toward his glasses. With a bang, it hit his face directly. The man staggered back 2 steps, his glasses clattering to the ground. He covered his face and let out a painful scream, his protruding cheekbone knocked askew. Realizing the glasses had fallen, the man quickly dropped to the ground, frantically searching for them like a mad dog. Jiang Li took advantage of his blindness, stepped on a piece of garbage, and kicked it quickly under the bed. The glasses-wearing man thought Jiang Li had kicked his glasses and immediately crawled under the bed to look for them. With this opportunity, Jiang Li quickly circled around him and sprinted towards the refuge car. As she ran, she saw a strong black bear bang, bang, bang crashing against the train window next to the aisle of carriage 10. With each hit, it felt like the glass would shatter at any moment, breaking in. Now she had to guard against not only people but also bears. Jiang Li's face turned pale as she swiftly ran out of carriage 10. When she reached the entrance of the 09 dining car, her heart nearly exploded at the sight before her. Crazy. A crowd was blocking the door, each person holding a bloody kitchen knife, all scrambling to get in. But for some unknown reason, every time that group got closer, they were pushed back, and the people in front were killed. Get lost. Anyone who comes closer will die. That familiar voice, it was Xia Xiaoqiang. Just as Jiang Li was puzzled, another group of people was slaughtered, collapsing one after another. Through the gaps of the fallen crowd, Jiang Li saw Xia Xiaoqiang's face clearly. Xia Xiaoqiang stood alone at the carriage door, beside the electronic display screen flashing the number 39 wildly. Only one spot left. In Xia Xiaoqiang's hand, she held a large machete over a meter long. At that moment, she also spotted Jiang Li behind the crowd. Their eyes met, and Xia Xiaoqiang couldn't help but feel her nose tingle. "Sister! Hurry over! There's just one spot left." As Xia Xiaoqiang said this with tears in her eyes. At the entrance of car 09, those people all tightened their grips on their knives, glaring with anger in the direction of Jiang Li.
Jiang Li wanted to go over. But looking at this pack of wolves and leopards at the door, could she really make it?
Almost 10 people, their eyes seemed to burn straight through Jiang Li. The bespectacled man behind her also caught up.
Now, Jiang Li was attacked from all sides. "Honging, didn't you not eat hearts before? Now you have one, go ahead and eat."
Jiang Li shouted angrily, and everyone surged to attack her. Jiang Li aimed at the vital points, thrusting one knife at a time. And Hong Ying's fighting power was even stronger.
His skill in digging out hearts was simply extraordinary.
At the same time, Xia Xiaoqiang dragged a 1-meter-long cleaver, slashing through effortlessly. In just a few moves, the entrance of car 09 was strewn with bodies. The dead were dead, the injured were injured. Those still alive were clutching their split bellies or severed arms, collapsing on the ground in misery. Jiang Li stepped over a pile of corpses, pulling Xia Xiaoqiang, quickly entering the safe car 09. As soon as they stepped inside, the train staff immediately made a loud bang, closing and locking the door. 40 passengers are now present, congratulations to everyone. The staff in the dining car announced their congratulations. Just after the words fell in car 09, a black bear outside car 10 crashed through the glass window, roaring as it charged into the train. Except for car 09, the other carriages were also successively breached by wild animals. Whether the living or the dead inside, all became a buffet for the beasts at this moment. Inside the whole train, screams, biting sounds, terrifying beyond imagination. Outside car 09, it was completely turned into a hell on earth.
Inside car 09.
After Xia Xiaoqiang and Jiang Li entered, the staff gave each of them a numbered tag. The tags were worn on their wrists. Xia Xiaoqiang was number 39, Jiang Li happened to be the last one, number 40. At this moment, Xia Xiaoqiang was already exhausted. The cleaver was covered in blood. And Xia Xiaoqiang herself had multiple injuries. Especially her left arm, with a deep knife wound.
Jiang Li supported Xia Xiaoqiang.
"I'm sorry, I came late."
Jiang Li spoke apologetically.
But Xia Xiaoqiang shook her head, not blaming her. "Don't say that, Sister Jiang.
If it weren't for you helping me earlier, I might have died long ago."
While they were talking, Jiang Li felt some not-so-friendly gazes.
Those gazes held some greed and desire. Jiang Li looked around.
The other 38 passengers in the carriage were now holding back saliva, eagerly staring at Xia Xiaoqiang's bleeding left arm.
That feeling was like watching a delicious feast. Chapter 42, Stench Spray.
Jiang Li protected Xia Xiaoqiang behind her. Her gaze swept to the rules of the dining car posted at the door. The first rule of the dining car. If you are injured, please go to the serving counter to purchase stench spray immediately upon entering the dining car. Remember, do not let others smell the blood on you.
Xia Xiaoqiang's left arm was wounded, bleeding profusely.
At this moment, there was no time to stop the bleeding. Jiang Li immediately supported Xia Xiaoqiang, bringing her to the nearby serving counter, 1 bottle of stench spray.
"Hurry!"
The staff member in a black vest glanced at Xia Xiaoqiang's injury, his expression calm. 10 points, can be put on account.
"Put it on my account." Jiang Li spoke urgently. The staff member lazily processed the order.
After finishing the receipt, he turned back to the storage room to find the item. After a long wait, Jiang Li felt like every second was a year. During this time, a man wearing a number 32 wrist tag walked up, stealthily approaching from behind Jiang Li and Xia Xiaoqiang. The man had a strange light in his eyes. He stretched his nose, taking a deep sniff at the back of Jiang Li and Xia Xiaoqiang's necks. That expression, as if he was savoring a delicious dish, eyes closed in ecstasy.
Seeing this, others began to gather around.
Jiang Li felt something was wrong, urging the staff, "Please hurry." The staff member responded perfunctorily.
But still did not come out. That number 32 seemed to want to go even further.
Just as he reached out his hand, Jiang Li's expression hardened, and she quickly turned back and stabbed him. The knife was sharp and directly opened a long bloody cut on his body. The pain suddenly jolted number 32 awake. The strange light in his eyes disappeared. Before number 32 could say anything, Jiang Li suddenly pushed him hard, causing him to stumble.
Jiang Li used some force. Number 32 was unsteady and took a few steps back before falling to the ground.
Hiss.
"Hey, why are you like this?"
Number 32 didn't even have time to finish his sentence when the group that had surrounded Xia Xiaoqiang suddenly changed direction and pounced toward number 32. It was difficult to attack Xia Xiaoqiang because she had someone protecting her, but number 32 was just right to be alone.
Xia Xiaoqiang glanced back worriedly.
Jiang Li covered her eyes. Don't look. The two turned their gazes back. Behind them came the sounds of flesh being eaten, mixed with number 32's screams. That sound fell into Jiang Li's ears. Jiang Li couldn't help but frown and close her eyes.
Once number 32 was finished, it would soon be their turn.
But fortunately, just as number 32 was about to be completely eaten, a staff member finally came out of the storage room. He held a small bottle of smell-reducing spray in front of Jiang Li. Hello, your spray. 10 points on credit, already counted under number 40's account.
Jiang Li nodded in agreement.
She took the spray, opened the cap, and immediately sprayed it all over Xia Xiaoqiang. The bloody smell was covered, and those who were still eyeing Xia Xiaoqiang finally withdrew their gazes. Jiang Li supported Xia Xiaoqiang, finally feeling relieved in her heart. They had barely stood for a moment when two staff members came up with cleaning tools, dispersing the crowd. As the ground cleared, the workers quickly cleaned the bloody floor with garbage bags and rags. And that crazy group's red light in their eyes gradually faded, and their gazes returned clear. After those people came to their senses, they were startled to see bloodstains on the corners of everyone's mouths. Their expressions of astonishment and fear revealed they had completely no memory of what had just happened.
They began to chatter and question each other.
Please keep quiet.
All passengers, take a seat in the vacant spots.
One staff member knocked on the table and announced loudly. Jiang Li helped Xia Xiaoqiang sit down at the four-person table nearest to the edge. She opened her space, took out the external injury medicine kit that the nurse had given her last night, and began to treat Xia Xiaoqiang's wounds.
Bear with it, it will hurt a bit.
Jiang Li indicated she was going to treat Xia Xiaoqiang's wound.
Xia Xiaoqiang gritted her teeth and nodded.
Jiang Li saw a deep cut on Xia Xiaoqiang's fair arm made by a kitchen knife, and her heart was filled with guilt. It was hard to imagine how the timid Xia Xiaoqiang had held on to what kind of belief, facing gods and Buddhas at the entrance of car number 9, just to leave her a glimmer of hope for survival.
Sister Jiang, don't worry, I'm fine.
I was just thinking, if you hadn't grabbed this spot, I probably wouldn't have survived even if I made it in.
Xia Xiaoqiang even had the mood to joke.
Although it was a joke, there was a hint of seriousness hidden within. Xia Xiaoqiang certainly knew that entering the dining car was just temporary safety. But everyone selected from this batch in the dining car was not easy to deal with. As long as she protected Jiang Li, she would have a chance to live, otherwise, even if she got a spot for refuge, she would eventually die.
I know.
Jiang Li didn't look up, continuing to take the bandage and wrap Xia Xiaoqiang's injury. After treating Xia Xiaoqiang's wounds, Jiang Li finally glanced toward the two people sitting across the table. Across the table sat a muscular man and a refined male university student. The muscular man's mouth had a trace of blood, looking as if he had just dined. While the male university student appeared not to have participated in the recent feeding frenzy. Jiang Li guessed that it might be because the boy was too thin to squeeze in. At this moment, the two people across from her looked just like normal people, as if the terrifying incident that just happened was merely an illusion.
The muscular man sitting opposite had a very friendly personality.
He recalled the scene where Xia Xiaoqi blocked the door and couldn't help but click his tongue, saying, "This little girl really can't be judged by her appearance. She looks delicate, but when it comes to fighting, she's quite fierce." The muscular man turned to Jiang Li and said, "During that chaos earlier, I didn't even dare to block the door.
Your friend is simply reckless."
He crossed his arms and shook his head in disbelief. Jiang Li smiled faintly, as a way of responding.
"My name is Wang Chang, nice to meet you."
The muscular man extended his hand, introducing himself generously. Jiang Li glanced at Wang Chang's large hand but did not reach out to shake it. "Jiang Li," she said symbolically in response. Xia Xiaoqi also followed suit, saying, "My last name is Xia, and my full name is Xia Xiaoqi."
The male college student added, "My name is Liang Jia."
Jiang Li observed the two people across from her. The one named Wang Chang had very thick calluses on his palms, indicating either frequent exercise or long-term physical labor. The male college student named Liang Jia was the same one Jiang Li had encountered twice before. Liang Jia carried a black backpack and always had earphones hanging from his ears. However, his clothes were clean, not a drop of blood on them. Thus, he appeared somewhat different among this group of passengers.
Liang Jia's identification card showed the number 01.
Jiang Li began to form a hypothesis in her mind. Perhaps this boy had anticipated the chaos early on, and came to the dining car compartment long before it started. Jiang Li recalled how the old lady who delivered porridge had called her the second smart person she had ever met when she was trying to buy her life. This indicated that someone had also approached the old lady before her to buy their life.
Could it be that the person who bought their life was him?
Jiang Li looked toward Liang Jia across the table.
Chapter 43, The Isolated 01. Jiang Li's return from another timeline had another very important task.
That is to find the key figure and help this person safely disembark.
This is a hidden condition for completing the mission.
So far, Jiang Li had not received any notification of mission failure.
This meant that the key figure was still alive.
And they should be hiding among these 38 survivors.
Jiang Li frowned tightly. There was certainly some element of luck in this trip.
If the key figure had died in the earlier rounds, then no matter how hard Jiang Li tried, it would be difficult to complete this mission. Now that luck was on her side, what remained was to rely on strength.
Jiang Li needed to quickly find this key figure.
However, the current challenge was that Jiang Li had no clues about the key figure at all. Without information, it was impossible to find the special one among 39 people.
Jiang Li's gaze unintentionally fell on the boy across from her.
This Liang Jia had appeared in front of her several times, and each time he managed to turn danger into safety.
Could the key figure of the mission be him?
Thinking this, Jiang Li's gaze turned deeper toward Liang Jia. Liang Jia blinked twice, looked at Jiang Li, and his face turned slightly red. Worried he might overthink, Jiang Li quickly averted her gaze. At this moment, inside compartment 09, a staff member wearing a black vest began to distribute the catering car rules one by one. That old lady who delivered porridge was also one of the staff members. The old lady approached Jiang Li's table with a stack of paper strips. While handing out the papers, she leaned in close to Jiang Li, subtly nudging her with her elbow.
Jiang Li knew that this signaled the arrival of the price.
Jiang Li reached into her pocket and discreetly took out a few pieces of gold jewelry, slipping them into the old lady's hand stealthily.
Get a good look at the catering car rules.
The old lady looked down at Jiang Li, kindly reminding her. Then, she tucked away the few items like a thief.
He went to the next table.
Jiang Li picked up the rule paper and carefully read through it.
Ghost Train Dining Car Rules.
1. If you are injured, please go to the counter to buy blood spray immediately after entering the dining car. Remember, never let others smell the blood on you.
2. Be careful of those with a red mole on their earlobe. This person is very dangerous. If discovered, be sure to stay away. But remember, do not voice it.
3. Each person's number tag has one chance to be changed. If you need to change numbers, call the staff wearing a red armband. 4. Various services in the dining car need to be purchased with points.
Points can be gained through games. 5. Any points credited must be settled by the end of the day.
6. In team games, the solitary person will die.
7. At the end of a single game, anyone with fewer than 50 points will die.
8. Before dawn the next day, anyone with fewer than 1,000 points will die. Just as Jiang Li finished reading these words, the wrong rule automatically appeared in her mind.
The second rule is wrong. Those with a red mole on their earlobe are not dangerous.
If Jiang Li hadn't obtained the SSS level clearing reward Eye of Truth in the previous instance, she might have been misled by this rule.
This rule is very cunning.
If Jiang Li had not recognized it as wrong, she would deliberately avoid this person, falling right into the trap. But if Jiang Li recognized it as wrong and wanted to find this person, she would also be restricted. Because the rule states, be sure not to voice it, it would make other passengers keep quiet voluntarily. Even if they see someone with a red mole on their earlobe, they wouldn't easily speak out. Thus, Jiang Li couldn't rely on others' information to find this person in a short time. With just one rule, the front is a pit, and the back is also a pit.
Jiang Li smiled faintly. The more the strange thing wants to hide, the more it appears intentional. Isn't the clue to the key character delivered right to her door?
Jiang Li raised her eyes and glanced indifferently at the Liang Jia across her.
That boy has been wearing headphones. Is he deliberately covering something up?
Just as she was thinking this, the staff began preparing for the next round of the game.
39 survivors, good afternoon.
The voice came from the middle section of the car.
Everyone looked in the direction of the sound.
A staff member wearing a red armband stood in the center, reading the rules. I believe that when you entered the carriage, you all received your number tags. On the back of the number tag, there is a light-colored Roman numeral. The survivor corresponding to this Roman numeral will be your companion for the next round of the game. Jiang Li picked up the number tag on her wrist, flipped it over, and took a look. It read the Roman numeral 17, corresponding to the number 17.
Xia Xiaoqian flipped it over and was stunned. Sister Jiang, what number do I have? I can't quite understand.
Jiang Li glanced over, 27. The boy Wang Chang, who originally didn't want to bother with the seemingly weak male college student, nevertheless had to lower his head at this moment.
Little Liang, oh no. Brother Liang Jia, could you help me take a look at this? What number is it?
Wang Chang smiled ingratiatingly, extending his number tag in hopes that Liang Jia could help him check it.
Liang Jia glanced over, 30. Wang Chang thanked repeatedly, thank you, brother, having culture is really different. Liang Jia's expression was indifferent, not really engaging with him. Wang Chang, running out of topics to discuss, curiously asked, by the way, little brother, what number is your companion? 32, Liang Jia spoke succinctly. What was initially just a simple inquiry.
But when Jiang Li heard this number, her expression changed drastically.
32, was that person not dead just now? Then what about Liang Jia across her? Doesn't that mean Liang Jia has become the solitary one? Rule 6 of the dining car.
In team games, the solitary person will die. If Liang Jia is indeed the key character of the instance, and he dies in this phase, Jiang Li would also be finished, right?
Just as Jiang Li was in indecision, the wireless earphone Liang Jia was wearing in his left ear unexpectedly fell to the ground. In a split second, Jiang Li clearly saw his earlobe. The red mole is really on him. The headphones fell, and Liang Jia's expression showed a moment of clear panic.
He quickly bent down to pick up the headphones and swiftly put them back in his ears.
The key person is really him. He cannot die.
Thinking of this, Jiang Li gritted her teeth, slammed the table, and stood up. I want to change my number.
Jiang Li's voice shocked everyone present.
Not only the passengers from the world of ghost stories but also the experts in the live broadcast room were clearly stunned.
The experts looked serious. What does she want to do? Has she discovered some clue?
It is speculated that the second description regarding the red mole should be the key person's characteristic. And that red mole is right on the left earlobe of that guy labeled 01 foot. So, the key person is in danger. With 39 people teaming up, there will surely be a loner.
Could it be, she wants to take the place of the key person? Isn't Jiang Li able to transfer damage?
If this time she transfers it to her sister, and her sister dies, Jiang Li still has one life left?
Even so, it's too risky. What if something goes wrong? No one can say. The experts discussed among themselves, all feeling anxious for Jiang Li. Jiang Li is too impulsive. Even if she wants to protect the key person, she shouldn't joke with her own life. Now, they could only hope that Jiang Li's death wouldn't directly be deemed a failure to clear the level. Otherwise, all the efforts made over these many days would be in vain. In the live broadcast room, a staff member wearing a red armband quickly came in front of Jiang Li. The staff member respectfully said, changing numbers requires 20 points. Are you sure? Jiang Li nodded, I'm sure. Which number would you like to change to?
The staff member asked.
Jiang Li was silent for a second.
Just when all the experts thought she was going to take Liang Jia's place and choose 01.
Jiang Li said, 32. Chapter 44, is it an enemy or not a friend?
As soon as Jiang Li finished speaking, the survivor who was supposed to team up with Jiang Li under 40 was shot dead by the staff member in an instant.
Bang!
The staff member put away the shotgun and then handed Jiang Li the 32 number plate.
Jiang Li's fingertips were cold as she took the number plate and sat down. The survivor who was shot had not yet died completely. That person trembled and crawled up.
The staff member took out the shotgun, walked up to the person, and fired 3 shots at his head.
Bang, bang, bang.
Until that person was completely dead, the staff member finally put away the shotgun. The experts watching the live stream sighed in disbelief. Fortunately, Jiang Li changed to 32. If Jiang Li had just changed to 01 and ended up alone, even having 9 lives wouldn't be enough to survive this.
After Jiang Li returned to her seat, she unconsciously clenched her fists. Her action saved one person but also indirectly killed another person.
But there was no choice. If this level failed, the ghost story would descend on China, resulting in the death of even more common people.
Xia Xiaoqian thought Jiang Li was afraid. She patted Jiang Li's hand. It's okay, Sister Jiang. That person was just unlucky. Jiang Li nodded gently. Xia Xiaoqian was right. In the post-apocalyptic environment, survival depends not only on strength but also on luck. For example, this Liang Jia was quite lucky. Just in that moment, the headphones fell, allowing Jiang Li to discover the red mole on his ear. If this accident hadn't happened, Jiang Li definitely wouldn't have stepped up to care about his life or death. Across from her, Liang Jia's gaze was fixated on Jiang Li. His beautiful eyebrows raised slightly, and he smiled clearly. Thank you, I didn't expect you to save me. The boy's voice sounded casual. Jiang Li looked at him, faintly curling her lips. She said coldly. Don't think too much, the last time you told me the carriage number, that counts as saving me once. Liang Jia raised one eyebrow, chuckling, I didn't think much. Jiang Li lazily ignored him and lightly averted her gaze. She always felt there was something strange about this boy. Specifically what was strange, she couldn't say. All survivors, please change seats. Sat opposite his companions. Xia Xiaoqian greeted Jiang Li and then stood up to leave. Wang Chang left as well. At this table, only Jiang Li and Liang Jia remained. After a few minutes of position swapping, the survivors found their partners, and the carriage gradually quieted down. At Jiang Li's table, the 2 seats next to her remained empty. No one came over. A group of workers wearing black vests approached and handed each person 3 cards.
One was the game rules, and the other two were game props. These 3 black cards were placed face down on the table, revealing 3 identical skulls, skull and crossbones. After distributing the cards, another worker immediately placed a pile of coin-like items on the table. There were a total of 4 stacks, each containing 5 coins, for a total of 20 coins, each with 10 points written on it. This table had a total of 200 points. The game will be timed for 10 minutes. Please read the card contents carefully. Game, start. The voice of the management staff rang out as they rang a silver bell in hand. The survivors present eagerly opened their cards and began reading the game rules. Train card game. Game name, points competition. Game introduction, this game has a total of 200 points in the points pool. 2 people form a group, and both parties must discuss a points distribution plan. The time limit is 10 minutes. Game rules. 1. Both sides can communicate. 2. During the game, one cannot kill the other. 3. If both parties choose take, each will receive 0 points. 4. If both parties choose split, each will receive 100 points. 5. If one party chooses split and the other chooses take, the one who chose take will receive 200 points, while the one who chose split will receive 0 points. Jiang Li read these game rules and remembered the 7th rule of the dining car. In a single game, those with less than 50 points will die. In other words, in this round, anyone who gets 0 points will die. Jiang Li glanced at the other 2 cards. One said split, followed by a sentence, if everyone chooses to split, we can win together, and no one will die. The other one said take, followed by, will he really split with you? You may agree to split, but what if he chooses take? You will be betrayed by him. Jiang Li knew without thinking that this game was meant to sow discord. They wanted to use this game to filter out those who were greedy and adept at deception. If she trusted her partner in the game, she would likely die. In contrast, the deceiver in the game could not only survive but also possibly take all the points. The entire train's process seemed to be guiding people towards evil, selfish, and cold-blooded behavior. Jiang Li raised her head and looked at Liang Jie. At this moment, Liang Jie had also finished reading the rules and was looking at Jiang Li. They both fell silent. They locked eyes for a long moment. Let's split, Liang Jie broke the silence first. He took out a card, placed it face down on the table, and pushed it to the center. You choose split too, and we can both survive, Liang Jie said, staring directly at Jiang Li. Jiang Li did not speak. She did not know if Liang Jie was a good person or a bad person. If Jiang Li listened to him and revealed that split card now, and if Liang Jie deceived her and this card wasn't split but take, then things would go badly. Jiang Li would get 0 points, while Liang Jie could claim 200 points. Jiang Li would die due to having less than 50 points at the end of the game. But Liang Jie could accumulate points to reach the goal of 1,000 points before dawn tomorrow. Jiang Li's eyes flickered twice, her emotions unclear. This Liang Jie in front of her could enter the dining car unharmed, without a scratch. This person was definitely not simple. Jiang Li's index finger. Gently knocking on the table, 1 tap at a time. 3 seconds later. Jiang Li pressed the card that Liang Jie placed in the middle of the table and pushed it back. Revoke it first. Jiang Li said seriously, I can clearly tell you, I will choose take it. Liang Jie's eyes changed subtly. Jiang Li continued, don't rush. If I get 200 points, I promise to give you half before the game ends. Liang Jie smiled, why should I trust you? If I let you take all the points, what if you regret it afterward? Facing Liang Jie's question, Jiang Li simply smiled lightly. I said I will definitely choose take it. Anyway, if you choose take it, you will definitely die. If you choose split, and I get all the points and betray you, you will still die. Since no matter what you choose, you are destined to die, you might as well take a gamble. Win the bet, and I promise to give you half, you still have a chance to live. Liang Jie understood Jiang Li's logic and couldn't help but laugh. I will die anyway, why am I so passive? Want to gamble? Jiang Li smiled, putting a skull card down in the middle of the table. Liang Jie took back the original card, mixed it into her 3 cards, and shuffled them. Bet. Liang Jie replied with a smile. He picked up a card, turned it face down in front of him, and pushed it to the middle of the table. Have the 2 survivors made their decisions? A staff member walked forward. Jiang Li nodded, Then I will open the cards now. The staff member smiled politely, using gloved hands to reveal the 2 skull cards in the middle of the table. Congratulations. Both of you chose split. The staff member offered his congratulations. He divided the points on the table into 2 parts and pushed them in front of Jiang Li and Liang Jie. A moment of surprise flashed in Liang Jie's pupils. Then, after understanding Jiang Li's little trick, she couldn't help but smile. You tricked me. Your acting is quite good. Jiang Li put the points into his pocket, you flatter me.
Liang Jia secured the points and curiously leaned a bit closer to ask, "Are you that afraid I'll cheat you? What if I really meant to split?" Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, "Is that so?" "Who knows? Anyway, I don't know." Liang Jia smirked, "You're quite interesting. I noticed when you got on the bus, telling the person taking up space that you had a mental illness." "Don't get close, maybe I really do." Jiang Li replied coldly. While the two were talking, something happened a few tables away. A man slammed his hand on the table in anger, standing up, "Damn. You promised to split. Did you just cheat me? What do you mean by take it?" The person across from him also stood up defiantly, "Didn't you choose take it too? Didn't you cheat me?" The two began to exchange heated words, both pulling out kitchen knives, pointing at each other ready to fight. Rule number 2 of the game. During the game, you cannot kill the other player. So the staff quickly stepped in to mediate, separating the two. Unfortunately, both of you chose take it, so this round's points will be reset to 0. But please, maintain discipline and don't make noise. The two sat down cursing. Those watching in the crowd all knew these two were doomed. Xia Xiaoqiang withdrew his gaze and picked his focus back onto his cards. The man opposite Xia Xiaoqiang couldn't wait anymore. He impatiently tapped the table, urging, "Play your card already. Didn't we say we would split? Half for each." Xia Xiaoqiang considered for a moment, took out the split card she had in hand, and placed it on the table. But she never let go of her hand. Xia Xiaoqiang calmly raised her eyes to look at the man across from her. "Do you remember the rules? You cannot kill the other player before the game ends." The man opposite smirked, "Remember, so what? Just play your card." The man reached out to snatch the card in Xia Xiaoqiang's hand. Xia Xiaoqiang's face turned cold, and she did not let go. "If you trick me, I will kill you after the game ends. Dare to deceive me, then we die together." Xia Xiaoqiang's gaze was unusually fierce. There is indeed a killing intent hidden within. The man across from her had indeed seen Xia Xiaoqiang alone, dragging a large machete, blocking the door of the car, and attacking whoever approached. This woman seems fragile, but when she goes crazy, she holds nothing back. After Xia Xiaoqiang finished her last sentence, she voluntarily released her grip and placed the skull card in the middle of the table. The man opposite swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Have you both made your decisions? Can we reveal the cards now?" A staff member wearing white gloves politely stepped forward to inquire. The staff member's hand slowly fell on the back of the two cards. "Wait." The man opposite suddenly called to stop. He quickly pulled away the original card and replaced it with another skull, placing it in the center of the table. "Now we can reveal it." The man looked at Xia Xiaoqiang with guilt and signaled to the staff. The staff member smiled slightly. "All right, sir, let's reveal your cards." After saying that, the staff used their gloved fingers to gently flip over the two cards. "Congratulations! Both of you chose split. Seeing the result on the table, Xia Xiaoqiang let out a sigh, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. As she held onto her points, she felt that this moment was unreal. If she hadn't threatened the man across with death just now, she would certainly have met her end in this game. What a ruthless man. Fortunately, he didn't believe his words. The other two people sharing the same table with Xia Xiaoqiang, seeing the situation here, immediately decided to cheat. The two nearby argued. "We both chose split. If you dare to deceive me, I'll kill you when the game ends." "Right, choose split. If you're lying, I'll drag you down with me even if I die." The two players next to them revealed their cards as well, both showing split. Everyone rejoiced. 10 minutes quickly passed. Some were happy, while others were troubled. Those who used despicable means to obtain 200 points were simply overjoyed. In the dining car, gunshots echoed one after another. After this round, out of 39 survivors, only 18 remained, not even half. Some people deceived each other, both choosing take, and ended up dead. Others were coaxed by their companions to say split, only to be betrayed by the other side's take, leading them to die while the deceiver lived. Now, left in the train were only a few people who could exploit rule loopholes, the rest were all bad eggs. The staff announced the final situation, displayed on the electronic scoreboard. 6 people, 100 points. 12 people, 200 points. Xia Xiaoqiang tucked her points safely away and returned to Jiang Li's side. "Sister Jiang, are you alright?" Jiang Li nodded. I'm fine." Wang Chang, who sat opposite Xia Xiaoqiang, also returned. "Yo! Everyone is fine." Wang Chang sat down with a playful grin. "Jiang Li and I split 100 each. How much did you two get?" Liang Jia asked Xia Xiaoqiang and Wang Chang. Xia Xiaoqiang replied cheerfully, 100. "Just like you guys." "Me too, all 100. Wang Chang said with a hearty smile, "Everyone at this table is straightforward, no room for deception here."
While saying this, Jiang Li noticed he instinctively hid the waste bag behind him.
Did he really only get 100?
Jiang Li lowered her eyelashes to hide the suspicion in her gaze. All survivors, please take a short break, the next round will begin tomorrow at dawn.
You can listen to music, buy some snacks, and pass the time.
The manager stood in the middle of the car, bowed slightly, and then stepped back. As soon as the manager left, the remaining 18 survivors in the dining car displayed various expressions. A chill ran down Jiang Li's spine. Though it was said that the game would start again tomorrow at dawn, this phrase actually hinted that the new game had already begun. The rules state that before dawn tomorrow, anyone with less than 1,000 points will face a dead end. And now, inside the dining car, there were 6 people holding 100 points, and 12 people holding 200 points.
All the points on the surface. In total, there are only 3,000.
That means, at most, only 3 people can survive by having 1,000 points each before dawn tomorrow.
So, what will happen during the night while everyone is sleeping? Everyone actually knows deep down. Surviving until dawn won't be that easy.
Chapter 46, Smash the Broadcast.
Jiang Li was distracted.
Suddenly, the train moved.
Attention passengers, the train control panel has been repaired and is now operating normally.
However, in places other than the dining car, there may still be wild animals on board. For your safety, please do not attempt to open the carriage doors.
Thank you for your cooperation. A female announcer's voice came from the broadcast. Jiang Li remembered that she needed to safely escort this key person off the train, so she asked, Liang Jia, which station are you getting off at?
Liang Jia was resting his chin on his hand, looking out the window. Hearing Jiang Li's question, he turned his head with a half-smile, his eyes sparkling. Guess.
If I guess right, I will tell you. Liang Jia said.
Hearing Liang Jia's response, Jiang Li felt her head filled with black lines.
Does she look like someone who loves to joke around?
Xia Xiaoqiang came to the rescue. He, like me, is getting off at Qingcheng. I heard it when the conductor checked tickets earlier.
Having had his destination exposed, Liang Jia casually said, boring. Then he turned to look out the window again. Qingcheng. How far is it from the final station? What time was it supposed to arrive? Jiang Li asked Xia Xiaoqiang.
Xia Xiaoqiang honestly replied, not far from the final station, it's just the second to last stop. The ticket says it will arrive at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Jiang Li acknowledged, deep in thought. So, Jiang Li needed to ensure that Liang Jia, this key person, survived until 9 a.m. tomorrow. The final stop, Fengling, was supposed to arrive at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Therefore, after sending Liang Jia off, she would have 1 hour to find that child alone and confront him face to face. It was best to kill the child to eliminate the source of pollution. But if Jiang Li couldn't find that child, if she could survive alone until she got off at the final stop, Fengling, she could still clear the level successfully. However, the clearance rating wouldn't be that high. Just as she was lost in thought, a child's voice came through the broadcast. The child began to sing a melodious nursery rhyme.
Again, mud doll. Is this what the staff meant by just listen to the music? Rule number 5 for riding the train.
At any time, if a child starts singing nursery rhymes, please lower your head immediately and cover your ears. Jiang Li hurriedly lowered her head and covered her ears. Seeing Jiang Li behave this way, Xia Xiaoqiang followed suit.
But this time, the child's resentment seemed especially heavy. It was as if it was venting against the remaining wicked people in the dining car. The sound grew louder, and covering their ears was not enough. Jiang Li could already feel her ears changing, and her palms were breaking out with nasty bumps. If this continued, not just her, but the entire train would be polluted. Don't even think about surviving until tomorrow, surviving until today would be difficult. In the kitchen of the dining car, the sound of sharpening knives continued. Has it been sharpening all this time, waiting for them to be completely polluted before slaughtering them? Jiang Li's expression turned cold as she looked at Xia Xiaoqiang. Is the cleaver still around? Let me borrow it. Xia Xiaoqiang handed over a 1-meter-long cleaver and asked, Sister, what are you going to do? In the puzzled eyes of the other 3 at the dining table, Jiang Li darkened her expression, lifted the cleaver, and walked to the broadcast speaker at the carriage door. With the cleaver, she smashed it. Bang bang. The nursery rhyme from the broadcast stopped abruptly. Jiang Li's action stunned all the survivors. Some people were left dumbfounded. This girl, she doesn't like music, and just smashed the broadcast. Staff nearby also stopped what they were doing and looked in Jiang Li's direction. Xia Xiaoqiang was so scared that she rushed over to grab Jiang Li. She lowered her voice and said, Sister. Are you crazy? You smashed their broadcast, aren't you afraid they will kill you? Jiang Li glanced at the onlookers and said, They won't. The ways survivors die are all written in the rules. I didn't break any rules by smashing the broadcast. Jiang Li explained. Sure enough, the staff merely glanced at Jiang Li, then returned to their tasks. These people were nothing but NPCs. Dealing with those who break the rules was their job. However, if there were no rule violations and someone just went mad, it was not their problem. Jiang Li carried the knife back. Now, the sound of sharpening knives in the kitchen had stopped. Was it because there were no fresh ingredients? Jiang Li sneered.
Jiang Li returned to her seat, took out 2 cups of honey water, handed one to Xia Xiaoqiang and kept one for herself. Both she and Xia Xiaoqiang had been heavily contaminated. But the woman sitting across from them, Liang Jia, was not affected at all. When Liang Jia saw Jiang Li smash the broadcast, she did not react much. She just turned to look at Jiang Li, her clear eyes curving as she revealed a few neat white teeth. Don't like the music on the broadcast? I have a song in my earphones, pick one you like. Liang Jia's fair fingers took off the wireless earphone from her right ear and handed it to Jiang Li. Jiang Li did not reach out to take it, no need. Liang Jia smiled at Jiang Li, took back the earphone, and put it back in her ear. The next few hours passed without incident, before it got dark. When it was time for dinner, Wang Chang went to exchange points for a bowl of pig's trotter rice. But Jiang Li and Xia Xiaoqiang did not eat anything. Because the food in Xia Xiaoqiang's bag had been finished at noon. Xia Xiaoqiang rummaged for a long time and found the only chicken sausage from the compartment of her backpack. She handed it to Jiang Li. Sister, you eat it. I'm not too hungry. Both Jiang Li and Xia Xiaoqiang's stomachs growled at the same time. In the end, Jiang Li thought for a moment and broke the sausage in half, each eating a piece. Wang Chang laughed when he saw how frugal they were. Come on, you have so many points, just go buy a meal. You can't do anything without energy. Wang Chang said, stuffing another mouthful of pig's trotter into his mouth, his lips greasy. Jiang Li noticed that Wang Chang had grown 2 fluffy, pointy ears. His nose had also sharpened. He looked like a fox. Xia Xiaoqiang chimed in, but it's nighttime, why do you need so much energy? Wang Chang paused for half a second, then chuckled, oh right. It's nighttime, I meant to say well, not eating makes me feel hungry. Jiang Li watched Wang Chang's crafty thoughts unfold before her eyes. Wang Chang was clearly satisfied and was planning something for the night. And maybe he was targeting them. This Wang Chang must not be underestimated. Jiang Li's thoughts were interrupted by 2 pieces of bread in front of her. I don't like eating bread, my family forces it on me. Do you want some? Consider it helping me solve a problem? Liang Jia smiled at the corner of her eyes, showing a warm and friendly demeanor. She pushed 2 pieces of fine wheat bread towards Jiang Li and Xia Xiaoqiang. Xia Xiaoqiang glanced at Jiang Li but did not take it. What, are you afraid I'll poison you? Liang Jia laughed softly. If they died, it would be convenient for her to take away Jiang Li and Xia Xiaoqiang's points. Seeing Jiang Li's suspicious gaze, Liang Jia felt uncomfortable in her heart. She thought for a moment, took out a disposable glove from her bag, put it on, and then tore open the bread wrapper, tearing off a small piece and stuffing it into her mouth. So awful. Liang Jia made a painful face. Seriously, you guys eat it. Consider it helping me. Liang Jia wore a picky expression. Seeing that Liang Jia ate it herself, Jiang Li stopped hesitating. Thank you. Jiang Li picked up the bread and immediately took big bites. At this time, refusing would be really stupid. Now in the entire carriage, besides Jiang Li and Xia Xiaoqiang, everyone else was male. If they wanted to kill, they would definitely start with the seemingly weaker women. So tonight, there would be a tough battle to fight. Chapter 47, A Bloody Night. The sky gradually darkened. The lights in the train were lighting up one by one. As the night approached, those people were getting restless. Many people's eyes would frequently glance in the direction of Jiang Li and Xia Xiaoqiang. Sister Jiang, why do I feel like those people are always looking at us? Xia Xiaoqiang covered her face and turned her head to complain to Jiang Li. She probably guessed the reason. Now she was deliberately asking to see Jiang Li's thoughts, to find out if there were any solutions. Jiang Li silently observed these people. They are the butcher, and I am the fish. Jiang Li took in all the unusual movements of these people. There was still 1 hour left until 9 o'clock in the evening. As soon as it reached 9, the train lights would go out, and this night hunting game would just begin. Jiang Li closed her eyes, her index finger tapping aimlessly on the table. She had to think of a way to stay safe tonight. Otherwise, when night falls and the lights go out, it would all be too late. Seconds later, Jiang Li opened the spare machine, wrote down 2 sentences, and handed it to Xia Xiaoqiang. Do you have a red pen? Jiang Li wrote. Xia Xiaoqiang was taken aback for a moment, raised her eyes to look at Jiang Li, and nodded. Jiang Li stretched out her hand under the table, signaling Xia Xiaoqiang to give it to her quietly. Xia Xiaoqiang pulled open her backpack zipper and stealthily stuffed the red pen into Jiang Li's hand while the 2 people opposite didn't notice. Jiang Li received the red pen, quietly opened the cap, and leaned her whole body down under the table. Before standing up, Jiang Li patted Xia Xiaochang and pointed to her earlobe with the red pen. There used to be nothing there, but now there was clearly a small red mole. Xia Xiaochang took back the red pen and secretly made an okay gesture. After waiting quietly for 2 seconds, Jiang Li exhaled and stood up. As soon as Jiang Li got up, Xia Xiaochang seemed to discover something terrible. She pointed to Jiang Li's ear and exclaimed, "Sister, why do you have on your earlobe?" "Shoo! Don't say." Before Xia Xiaochang could finish her words, Jiang Li quickly covered her mouth. Jiang Li's guilty expression drew even more curiosity from those around them. The second rule of the dining car: beware of those with red moles on their earlobes. This person is incredibly dangerous. If spotted, please be sure to stay away. The dining car was not very big. In the quiet cabin, Xia Xiaochang's voice clearly startled everyone. Now those survivors all changed their expressions. What did she want to say? A red mole on her earlobe? Could it really be such a coincidence? The person with a red mole on their ear is this woman? Were they really going to act against her tonight? The survivors' hearts started to race. After all, everyone had gone through so much hardship these days, barely surviving to this stage. No one wanted to lose their life over such a small matter. The man opposite, Wang Chang, stared wide-eyed. His gaze kept darting to Jiang Li's earlobe, wanting to confirm if it was true. Jiang Li noticed Wang Chang's stare, her face quickly flushed red. She quickly reached out her finger, brushing some hair down to cover her earlobe. Even though Jiang Li acted quickly, she still accidentally let Wang Chang see it clearly. Once Wang Chang confirmed it was real, he immediately pulled a long face, grabbed a kitchen knife, and turned to leave. Darn it! Wang Chang cursed as he walked away, finding a table far away to sit down. The other survivors had initially believed only 30 to 40% of the information. But seeing Wang Chang's reaction, they instantly believed it was 80 to 90% true. It's over, there's no doubt about it. The red mole is on that woman. Looks like they can't do anything to her tonight. Once Wang Chang left, Liang Jie's lips curled up widely. The curve at her mouth was almost uncontrollable. Aren't you afraid of my sister? Xia Xiaochang lifted her chin and questioned Liang Jie. Liang Jie shook her head. She is your sister, but also my sister. Why should I be afraid of her? This was really good at clinging to power. Liang Jie's words on the surface were a response to Xia Xiaochang. But in reality, they were meant for the group of survivors in the car. He was telling them that his relationship with this dangerous person was far from ordinary. If anything happened to him, this dangerous person would definitely take action. With such a commotion just now, those who were eyeing their points began to secretly retreat. After all, everyone values their lives and there's no need to jump into the fire pit. But for Jiang Li, this issue was far from resolved. As she walked to the dining table to pay off her 30-point debt, she pondered the rules. Rule number 8 of the dining car rules: before dawn the next day, those with less than 1,000 points die. Now, Jiang Li had merely dispelled others' thoughts of killing her. But she still hadn't gathered enough points. Right now, she and Xia Xiaochang and Liang Jie only had a total of 270 points. To gather 1,000 points wasn't an easy task. Quickly, it was 9 o'clock at night. The lights in the dining car went off with a snap. Jiang Li turned on a flashlight from the backup machine and placed it on the table. Except for Jiang Li's table, the rest of the car fell into darkness. The survivors, moving in the shadows, slowly rustled with some faint sounds. The total points on the ledger were 3,000. After excluding the 3 from Jiang Li, and subtracting the points spent by the survivors on their meals, only a little over 2,000 points remained. This meant that only 2 people could see the sunrise tomorrow. Jiang Li and her 2 companions sat at the very edge of the dining table. The 2 of them silently gripped their knives, afraid to sleep. Surviving through tonight was everyone's common thought. The other end of the car was dark and eerie. Upon careful observation, faint silhouettes could be seen moving. In the pitch darkness, there were sudden sounds of knives cutting flesh, cries of pain, and curses. Among them, Wang Chang cursed the fiercest and chopped the quickest. From the sounds, it could be inferred that Wang Chang had sustained some injuries, but he seemed to have survived in the end. Jiang Li and her companions endured all night, forcing themselves to stay awake. The next morning, around 6:20, the sky began to show a light gray color. Light crept through the car window and into the room. The entire dining car was drenched in blood, a sight too horrific to bear. Staff also emerged from the shadows. They picked up black garbage bags, as if they had anticipated this, numbly collecting the severed limbs. At the far end of the car, Wang Chang stood among the piles of bodies, covered in blood. One of his eyes was slashed blind, half an arm was broken, and he bore a long knife scar on the left side of his face. Wang Chang calmly took out a blood spray, sprayed himself a couple of times, then threw the bottle away. He looked far at Jiang Li and the 2 others, starting to laugh maniacally.
Though he hadn't killed Jiang Li and her companions, they couldn't escape either. Jiang Li and her companions would die at the hands of the staff, because they could never gather 1,000 points before dawn.
All the points were in Wang Chang's hands.
Only he would be the final winner.
Thinking of this, Wang Chang laughed even more crazily. Having killed everyone, he appeared somewhat psychologically twisted, losing his sanity. This quest, according to the little boy's vision, aimed to select the most evil, closest to a demon person. And Wang Chang was that kind of person. To save his own life, he brutally killed his family, betrayed his companions, and exterminated his opponents.
He was just the one the little boy needed. Not long after, a staff member wearing a red armband pushed the door open from the kitchen.
He held a notebook, brushed aside an old lady blocking his way, and walked towards the 4 survivors, beginning the point tally before dawn. The tally lasted about 10 minutes. The staff member stood in the middle of the clean dining car.
He pushed up his glasses and began to announce the results. Survivors 32, 39, and 01, each with 1,000 points. Survivor 13 has 2,460 points.
Jiang Li and the others let out a sigh of relief.
But Wang Chang's expression changed. How is this possible? No, this can't be. They are lying.
Wang Chang had killed so many people, lost one eye and half an arm, just barely managing to survive. Why could Jiang Li and the others do nothing and still gather enough points, living in peace?
Wang Chang's accusations were completely ignored by the staff member.
Everyone's points were counted by him personally, so there was no possible mistake. However, as the staff member left, he still shot a glare at the old lady. The old lady shrank her neck and hid a bit behind Jiang Li.
How could you have 1,000 points? How could that be possible?
Wang Chang across the way seemed to be breaking down mentally. He desperately slammed the table with a kitchen knife, unable to comprehend how things had turned out this way. He could accept everyone hacking at people together, getting hurt together, struggling to survive together. But he could not accept that he paid with blood, discarded kindness, and extinguished humanity, only to end up with the same results as opponents who had done nothing.
Jiang Li stepped forward a half step, pinching a bank card between her fingers.
It was given to her by Xia Xiuqiang.
Bought it with money.
Jiang Li's 4 short words resolved Wang Chang's confusion.
As long as you have money, you can buy anything.
This sentence was what the old lady had said before entering the dining car. The old lady valued money above all, she surely hinted this to every passenger. Only, some people didn't take her words to heart, like Wang Chang. Wang Chang had been led by the rules all along, resulting in his making such a mad and terrifying choice in the end.
To kill so many people just for a few plastic point tokens. Bought it, ha ha ha.
The remaining eyeball in Wang Chang's eye was filled with red bloodshot, his mental state now unstable.
I killed so many people for points, and you tell me this can be bought. Dining car rule number 4. Points can be obtained through games. The word "can" in the rules is very interesting. It provides a way to gain points.
But it doesn't fully tell you what other methods exist. Robbery, murder, the points gained can all be recognized.
Therefore, points obtained through purchase naturally count too.
Especially with the old lady, anything could be bought. Just like with Xia Xiuqiang before, the long machete she had was bought like that.
Everyone.
The staff's voice from the dining table broke the standoff. All survivors need only 500 points to exchange for eternal life.
Is there anyone who wishes to redeem?
The staff member, dressed in a black vest, politely inquired.
I'll exchange.
Wang Chang, holding the kitchen knife, strode forward, heading to the dining table. The staff collected his points and quickly processed his transaction.
Do the 3 of you need to process anything?
The staff member smiled as he looked towards Jiang Li's group. Xia Xiuqiang felt a little tempted, her eyes questioned Jiang Li, but she was stopped by Jiang Li. In the world of ghost stories, there are no good things that fall from the sky.
This matter might be more complicated than it seemed. Is it effective in other scenarios?
Jiang Li thought for a moment and asked. The staff member glanced at Jiang Li, smiling. It is only effective in the current scenario. Jiang Li pondered for 2 seconds, no exchange.
The staff continued to tempt. Moreover, we also have safe house. It can be exchanged for 1,500 points.
Only one person can stay in the safe house, absolutely safe. The more the staff pushed, the more Jiang Li felt something was wrong.
The urgency in this staff member's sales pitch was suspicious. But allowing those survivors to possess so many seemingly flawless items, what benefit was there for the strange occurrences? This just didn't make sense. Jiang Li didn't agree, but Wang Chang's demeanor was particularly eager.
Wang Chang poured out all his points from his pocket, his tone very urgent. Exchange.
Give me an exchange.
The staff smiled and stretched out his arms, gathering all those points into his embrace. Then, he clapped his hands, and immediately, 4 people carrying a house appeared behind the wooden door of the kitchen. They called it a house, but it actually looked more like an iron cage. The iron cage looked very sturdy, with one side left as a door, the lock still controlled by intelligent voice command. With the iron door open, Wang Chang, in a crazy state, directly dove inside. After entering, Wang Chang completely took on the posture of a victor. Because Jiang Li and the other 2 each only had 1,000 points, they simply couldn't afford this safe house. Only he could easily take out 1,500 points and effortlessly claim it. Wang Chang's eyes were proud and provocative. Because this meant that every step he fought for last night was worth it. But Jiang Li merely glanced at Wang Chang and then shifted her gaze away. Jiang Li's eyes remained focused on the command of the smart door lock. Seeing the words above, Jiang Li's expression turned a bit strange. But in the end, she didn't say much. Soon, Wang Chang was locked inside the cage and pulled out with both cage in person. After all this was done, at some point, all the staff in the dining car had vanished. The entire car was left with only Jiang Li and the other 2. Jiang Li and the others waited for a long time. It was already almost time to reach Qingqing Station, but nothing else had happened. Sister, we are about to arrive at the station. Xia Xiaoqiang glanced at the time, it was almost 9. She stood up, bidding farewell to Jiang Li. The last stretch of road will rely on you alone. After saying this, Xia Xiaoqiang reached into her pocket, took out a safety lock, and placed it in Jiang Li's hand. Seeing the small gold lock, Jiang Li was slightly surprised. What is this? This is the thing you gave to that old lady, Xia Xiaoqiang explained. I thought this item looked special and must definitely be important to you. So after buying points this morning, I spent some money to buy it back for you. Xia Xiaoqiang's actions were indeed unexpected for Jiang Li. Jiang Li thought they were just using each other, but she didn't expect Xia Xiaoqiang had considered so much for her. Xia Xiaoqiang's eyes sparkled with tears as she stepped forward to hug Jiang Li. Liang Jie watched the interaction between the 2 and took out his phone, snapping a picture. As he was taking the photo, his black backpack fell from the seat to the floor. Liang Jie bent down to pick up the bag, causing his left earphone to fall off again. He bent down to retrieve the earphone, but Jiang Li's pupils suddenly dilated. Wait! Jiang Li pushed Xia Xiaoqiang away, walking in front of Liang Jie, staring at his exposed left earlobe. Didn't you have a red mole on your left ear? How come? Jiang Li frowned, looking at him with suspicion. Liang Jie felt a bit guilty, but since he was about to get off the car, there was no need to continue hiding. Liang Jie scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, that mole is fake. As he spoke, Liang Jie took out a pin and waved it in front of Jiang Li. At that time, I was all alone, and according to the rules, I would definitely die. I thought, if I didn't pretend to have a red mole, you definitely wouldn't save me. Liang Jie smiled, scratching the back of his head, with a bright smile showing his pearly white teeth. Although his face was sunny and innocent, his words and actions were quite annoying. Jiang Li's fists clenched. No wonder. No wonder it was so coincidental that just before the team ended, Jiang Li saw the red mole. Jiang Li had always felt something strange in her heart, and now she found the source. How did you know I would save someone with a red mole? Jiang Li asked him, raising her eyes. Liang Jie replied. I was sitting right across from you. You stared at the second rule for so long, so I guess that someone with a red mole must be especially important to you. Just like you said, since we are all going to die anyway, why not take a gamble? If I lose, then I die, but if I win, maybe I can survive. Hearing this. Beside her, Xia Xiaoqiang slapped her forehead and leaned closer. Oh, I see. I've been hiding from Sister Jiang, afraid to tell her I have a red mole on my ear. I was scared Sister Jiang would abandon me halfway. Xia Xiaoqiang said this and pulled her long hair aside, revealing the red mole on her earlobe. Jiang Li looked at the 2 of them, holding her forehead, feeling like she was going crazy. All right. Sister connects with you heart to heart, and you are playing tricks on her. No wonder you 2 have made it to the end. Jiang Li glared angrily at the 2 of them. Almost ruined a big deal for him. These 2 people, they looked quite silly, but they were not lacking in cleverness. In the instance, Jiang Li fought desperately, playing by the rules, battling the bazaar, and guessing people's hearts. Yet these 2 had used their little tricks entirely on Jiang Li. Chapter 49, The Real Hell. The 3 were chatting when before long, the train slowly pulled into Qingqing Station. The first rule of traveling by train. This train is traveling from Huicheng to Fenling. It will not stop at any platform along the way. If needed, please open the window and jump out. Sister Jiang, you can keep that backup machine as a souvenir. Xia Xiaoqiang and Liang Jie walked to the window, then turned back and waved at Jiang Li. Jiang Li nodded in response, not rejecting, thanks. Xia Xiaoqiang smiled generously, and followed Liang Jie as they struggled to open the tightly locked train window in the dining car. The 2 used their backpacks as cushions. When the train slowed down to a speed they deemed acceptable, they jumped out one after the other from the window.
Now they were gone.
Inside the entire train, Jiang Li could no longer see a living soul. This feeling was just like when she first boarded this train. At that time, everyone was alive, but in Jiang Li's eyes, they were in an invisible state.
And now, however, everyone was dead. On the tracks, the train continued to run with a clack, clack.
But inside the entire train, except for Jiang Li, were all corpses.
Jiang Li, with Red Baby, searched through the entire train, scavenging for supplies.
This time, the scavenging was mainly to stock up food for Red Baby.
Jiang Li thoroughly turned the bloody train inside out.
As long as there was a place to enter, she went everywhere, accumulating a large number of hearts. There was only one place she hadn't entered. That was the dark door in the kitchen of the dining car. When Jiang Li entered the kitchen, she stared at that dark door for a long time. It was made of metal, the surface covered in rust. Clearly, there was an arc-shaped mark on the floor indicating a door opening, yet the handle of this door appeared to be thick with dust. It looked like it was often used but trying to pretend as if it hadn't been used in a long time. Jiang Li withdrew her gaze and didn't go in to investigate. If she could clear the level smoothly, it was best not to make trouble for herself.
Jiang Li completed a round inside and outside the train.
Finally, she returned to the relatively tidy dining car, sitting by the dining table to rest her eyes. Until a cold little hand touched her fingertip, Jiang Li finally opened her eyes. A bloody face without skin was close up in front of Jiang Li.
Ha!
The little boy mischievously bared his teeth, stretching out his small hands to show fear.
Jiang Li glanced at him, her expression completely unmoved. You've come. Seeing Jiang Li's reaction was so flat, the little boy felt quite disappointed.
His face's skin grew back again.
Then, feeling disheartened, he climbed onto the seat across from Jiang Li and sat down.
Did you guess I would come looking for you? The little boy asked with wide eyes.
Jiang Li nodded.
Yesterday, the staff said that after dawn, there would be a new round of games.
Now that everyone has left, doesn't that mean it's just the two of us playing games?
Then, are you not afraid of me? The little boy grinned. I am a bad kid. Jiang Li stared at the little boy for a few seconds, and said lightly, I'm not a good person either.
So, let's say, for the last round, what shall we play?
Jiang Li asked him.
Guessing coup.
The little boy made a mischievous smile. Jiang Li thought for a second and said, it can be done, but I have a request.
What request? Gamble with my life. Jiang Li smiled.
The little boy readily agreed. He sat in his seat, swinging his little legs, and gave Jiang Li 3 skeleton cards. They were rock, paper, scissors. The little boy also kept 3 cards in his hand. I'll tell you, big sister, I'm playing scissors. The little boy drew 1 card and faced it down on the table.
Jiang Li glanced at him and raised her lips. Is that so?
Then I will play rock.
Jiang Li's index finger tapped the table quickly twice.
According to the little boy's arrangement of the train game logic, the evil person can survive to the end.
So in this game, the little boy would definitely lie.
The card the little boy played must be paper. If Jiang Li believed his lie about playing scissors, then Jiang Li would undoubtedly be dead. Therefore, in this round, all she needed to do was to counteract and play scissors, and she could easily win. Moreover, she could successfully eliminate the little boy, removing the source of pollution. Jiang Li's fingertips gently pinched that scissors card and drew it from the 3 cards. Just as she was about to place the card down, her backup machine on the table suddenly vibrated. Inside her phone, a text message popped up. Jiang Li saw the text, and her pupils suddenly constricted. She tightened her fingers that were holding the card.
How could this be? How could this happen?
If this text was true, then had she been wrong from the start?
Jiang Li's heartbeat instantly became frantic.
She lifted her eyelids and looked at the boy with a complicated expression. In an instant, all the details flashed through her mind. The generous migrant worker, the missing doctor and nurses, the hidden door in the kitchen, the password for the smart lock, and the eternal Wang Chang. All of it connected. Jiang Li retracted the previous card and quickly switched to another one, placing it face down on the table. Her fingertips shook slightly, and she held onto the card tightly without letting go. Jiang Li's chest started to feel a bit heavy.
Are you ready?
The little boy asked with a pure smile. His cool little fingers pried Jiang Li's hand off the card. Jiang Li's eyelashes fluttered. Outside the window, the sound of the train derailing echoed.
There's no time left.
She had no other choice.
All right.
Jiang Li released her hand. The little boy reached out, flipping over the 2 cards. He did not lie, he really played scissors. And Jiang Li played rock.
Wow. Big sister, you won. So amazing.
Jiang Li tugged her lips, but she couldn't feel happy at all.
Not this again.
Last time she played a game with the little boy, it was the same, the winner did not seem to be joyful. Beyond the train window, the bright blue sky suddenly tilted. The whole train rumbled and began to fall down. Jiang Li's body uncontrollably lost weight. On the oversea bridge, the derailed train was plummeting, each compartment dragging the next down. The other 2 cards in the little boy's hand also fell in front of Jiang Li. All 3 of his cards were scissors. Jiang Li felt heavy-hearted. Suddenly, a splash of blood red appeared before her eyes. It was the little boy, adhering to the gamble, who killed himself. The satisfied smile of the little boy after fulfilling his wish was Jiang Li's last glimpse of him. In that last glance, the little boy smiled and said, "Thank you for believing me, I really am not a bad kid." Then, Jiang Li fell into the void, escaping from the instance. She survived? Now, Jiang Li sat dazed in the emptiness. In her hand, she still held the little boy's peace lock. But her thoughts lingered on that text message, unable to recover for a long time. Congratulations, Chosen One, successfully eliminated the source of pollution. Your clearance level is SSS level, and we will now grant you your reward. In this ghost train instance, Jiang Li had always thought it was the little boy proving to his mother. Only the evil can survive to the end. Kindness is useless. But until the last moment, Jiang Li realized she was completely wrong. On the surface, every round of rules seemed to lead to the death of kind people while allowing the selfish to survive. But in reality, those who ultimately survived due to their selfishness would face the final judgment at the end of the train, endless torment. The end of the train would not lead to a grave hill, but to the sea. The tracks of train Z114 would drop off at the Qinghai Sea Bridge. This was also why Jiang Li felt the sensation of weightlessness and falling at that time. Wang Chang, who caused the death of loved ones, betrayed companions, and killed passers-by, was the so-called winner of the train game, representing the ultimate demon. He would be caught in an iron cage, sinking into the depths of the sea along with the train. And the eternal life skill he won would accompany him as he endlessly drowned and was reborn, again and again. Eternal and endless torment. This is the true hell. As for those who were tricked into the dining car early, whom Jiang Li thought had been slaughtered. In truth, they were sent through a dark door in the kitchen to Huagua 20 years later. The text message sent by Xia Xiaoqian was to inform Jiang Li that after she got off the train, she had appeared in a tunnel. Inside the tunnel were the migrant worker, many doctors, nurses, brave young men, and people who were unwilling to kill their families, among others. In this replica, the good survived, the indifferent died, and the evil fell into hell. Jiang Li had always thought the little boy was malicious. She thought the little boy was hurting kind people, protecting the selfish, and promoting the value of selfishness. But only at the very end did she realize that the little boy was using his own way to accuse the unfairness of his mother's death. He was using his own means to punish those he considered bad people. At the end of the replica, Wang Chang would forever keep his eyes open, seeing himself drown in the deep sea again and again. Despair, and with no solution. Wang Chang could escape. He only needed to shout out the voice password of the smart door lock, "I'm sorry," to escape from the iron cage. But surrounded by seawater, as he opened his mouth, it would lead to another round of drowning. A never-ending cycle, immortal and unceasing. Even if he wanted to confess his sins, he would never have that chance again. Chapter 50, Who Do You Think You Killed? Jiang Li opened her eyes again, returning to the Jingshan Psychiatric Hospital where she originally was. She lay on the bed, wearing a psychiatric suit. And on the bedside table, there was the disgusting, sour slop that Dai Chunli and Jiang Lianlian brought her when they visited last time. Worms wriggled inside, and just a glance was enough to make one feel nauseous. This perfect clearance awarded her 3 days of urban ghost story elimination in Huagua, a 100% boost in Jiang Li's physical strength, and an additional resting opportunity. Jiang Li sat up from the hospital bed, surveying the room, and her gaze finally landed on the phone beside her pillow. It was a WeChat message from Li Jia. He told Jiang Li that Jiang Lianlian had run away from home for many days, had now been injured, and was staying in the hospital. Jiang Li glanced at it and turned off the phone. Calmly, she got out of bed, put on her slippers, and walked to the window, looking out at the scenery below. In recent months, due to strange events, the sky in Huagua had been almost a gray-red hue. Today, the sky was so blue, she hadn't seen it in a long time. Just as Jiang Li was lost in thought, a familiar angry shout came from behind her. "Bitch! Finally, I've been waiting for you!" A woman with a blind left eye stood at the door, roaring. From the woman's disheveled features, it was clear this was Jiang Li's stepmother, Dai Chunli. Dai Chunli was holding a black cat in her hands. In front of Jiang Li, she furiously threw the black cat against the wall by Jiang Li's side. Meow! Meow, a woo! The black cat collided with the white wall, letting out a shrill cry. It twitched its body a few times. After 2 mournful cries, there was no more sound. The dead black cat was raised by Jiang Li. Jiang Li looked down at the cat. The kitten's eyes had long been poked blind. Its forelegs looked like they had been smashed with a hammer, all squashed meat.
One can imagine the kind of torture the black cat endured before dying.
Jiang Li stared at the black cat for 2 seconds, then raised her eyes, which had become sharp.
Do you think that by killing a cat, you can drive me to anger? Ha, you think too much.
Jiang Li's tone seemed light and carefree.
Still pretending.
You little bitch, isn't this dead cat your favorite pet? Ha 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 ha, you liked it, so I tortured it and killed it.
Dai Chuanli's eyes glinted with malice.
She didn't believe that Jiang Li would not feel pain from the cat's death.
Just cry quietly.
A cold glint flickered in Jiang Li's eyes. She crossed her arms and sneered at Dai Chuanli.
Tsk tisk, Jiang Li shook her head. You don't really think that this black cat is still the same black cat, do you? Haven't you noticed that your daughter, Jiang Lian, has been missing for a long time? Dai Chuanli seemed to connect the dots after hearing Jiang Li's words.
Her complexion suddenly changed.
Lian, that dead girl, didn't she selfishly run away on her own? Could it be that?
Dai Chuanli stared blankly at the black cat, which had its eyes dug out and limbs smashed.
Was that black cat a polluted version of Jiang Lian? Impossible. You're lying to me. Lian could never be it, absolutely not.
Though Dai Chuanli didn't believe it, tears were clearly on the verge of spilling from her eyes. Jiang Li continued to add fuel to the fire. Invasion of the strange, what's impossible?
You haven't been able to contact Jiang Lian for so many days, do you think that's for no reason? Isn't it because she turned into a cat and couldn't speak? Dai Chuanli, haven't you noticed that the sound of the black cat begging for mercy sounds a lot like calling for you, Mom? Ah!
Dai Chuanli howled in pain. She recalled the cruel tortures she had inflicted on the black cat, her legs trembling weakly as she collapsed to the ground.
Lian. Woo my Lian, it's Mom who harmed you, Mom should die. Ah woo, my daughter.
Dai Chuanli covered her tear-stained face, her mental defenses crumbling as she woefully cried. She crawled to the black cat's corpse, carefully cradling the lump of rotten flesh, trembling in pain.
Jiang Li took a few steps to the side, avoiding the crazy woman.
She went to the bedside table, took down a key, and quickly left the room, locking the door behind her. Before leaving, she thoughtfully changed the sign at the door to "Do Not Disturb." For the next 24 hours, the nurses would not attend to the people in the ward. The nurses would leave meals at the door. But Dai Chuanli, who couldn't get out, would be unable to retrieve the food. If she got hungry, then she could just eat the leftover slop on the bedside table that was breeding maggots. After all, it was something she had prepared herself, it wasn't a waste of her effort. Jiang Li turned and left the ward. As soon as she reached outside the building, she saw a few black cars driving into the hospital entrance. The cars came one after the other, stopping grandly in front of Jiang Li.
The doors opened, and many emerged, each wearing black sunglasses and black suits. Miss Jiang, we are from the intelligence department. We have been sent here to protect your safety around the clock.
The leading man recognized Jiang Li's appearance the moment he got out of the car. He humbly walked up to Jiang Li, politely explaining. Jiang Li glanced at him and nodded lightly.
All right. I want to go home, you can take me there. Got it, Miss Jiang.
The man quickly responded, then hurriedly walked over to open the car door, escorting Jiang Li inside. 20 minutes later, the convoy stopped grandly at the entrance of an old and dilapidated community.
Jiang Li got out of the car and headed straight for the shabby building.
As soon as she opened the door, a stench hit her face. Having experienced the world of ghost stories, this meaty, rotten smell.
Jiang Li was very familiar. Jiang Li's first reaction was that something happened to Dad.
She quickly followed the smell, rushing upstairs, and ran into the study on the second floor. The door pushed open, and her father, Jiang Weisan, lay pale and blank on a tattered cotton blanket on the floor. His eyes were vacant, and his face was so thin that only skin stretched over bones remained. Hearing someone come in, Jiang Weisan slowly turned his eyes toward the door.
Dad!
Jiang Li quickly approached, picked up a thick coat from the back of a chair, and covered Jiang Weisan's decayed and diseased leg.
Jiang Weisan blinked, still showing no real reaction. It felt like a dying puppet.
Jiang Li supported him to sit up and poured him a cup of water. Jiang Weisan mechanically opened his mouth and drank a couple of sips. Dad, Uncle Jiang has a car, let's take his car to the hospital. Uncle Jiang stood behind Jiang Li, respectfully bowing slightly. Hearing this, Jiang Weisan's eyes flickered briefly. He stretched out his withered yellow finger and pointed toward the desk. Jiang Li followed his direction and saw a notebook. She picked it up to look. The blank pages of the notebook still had many shriveled white maggot bodies stuck to them. It had a crooked line of writing that looked like it was written during a state of confusion.
Kill me, I hurt so much. Ever since the strange pollution, many white maggots had crawled out from Jiang Weisan's body. The maggots had burrowed into his flesh, hollowing him out.
Now, Jiang Wei-sin was like a walking corpse.
Living was just torture for him.
Jiang Li couldn't help but feel a heaviness in her nose, and tears fell.
Miss Jiang, don't worry.
Our department will hire the best medical team for you, you can rest assured about this. Uncle Jiang spoke from the side, arranging for his men to help Jiang Wei-sin to the car outside.
Jiang Li wiped her tears. Okay, then I'll thank you all for my dad.
Jiang Wei-sin was lifted away by 2 or 3 people. As he left, he looked back at Jiang Li 3 times. That sorrowful gaze was filled with a plea. He was begging Jiang Li not to save him, to let him die. Jiang Li's heart ached. After all, Jiang Wei-sin was her father who had raised her. She couldn't bear to watch him die right before her eyes.
For the last time.
Let her be selfish just this once. Uncle Jiang, while my dad is treated, prepare some paper and pen for him, let him write whatever he wants.
Jiang Li instructed Uncle Jiang.
As she spoke, her eyes noticeably dimmed for a moment. If in 7 days, my dad still feels pain and desires death, then just don't treat him.
Understood, Miss Jiang.
Jiang Li stepped out of the Jiang house, treading on the cement stairs of the small old building. She kept her head down, staring at her slippers, lost in thought about recent events.
Jiang Li inadvertently caught sight of the blue-striped psychiatric hospital gown she was wearing. By the way, Uncle Jiang, take me to the mall, I want to buy some clothes to change into.
Except for the hospital gown, all the clothes Jiang Li had at home had been taken away by that mother and daughter. Perhaps it was out of spite that they deliberately threw them away, Jiang Li thought. After waiting for a long time, she still didn't get a response from Uncle Jiang. Confused, Jiang Li turned back and found that Uncle Jiang, who had been following her, had somehow disappeared. It was as if he suddenly evaporated into thin air. Jiang Li's gaze slowly shifted downward. In the corner of the hallway, a woman with messy hair, dressed in the same blue-striped outfit as Jiang Li, was squatting by a brazier burning paper. Don't come find me, it has nothing to do with me. The woman muttered to herself and picked up a piece of yellow paper, tossing it into the flames of the brazier. The dim firelight flickered on the side of her face, and Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat. What was happening here? As if aware of Jiang Li's gaze, the woman slowly raised her head, turned her neck to look at Jiang Li. Are you speaking to me? The woman asked Jiang Li. There was a bulging bump on the woman's forehead. Her arms were covered in bruises. Jiang Li paused for a moment, then stiffly pulled her lips into a smile and shook her head. Beside her, the cement walls of the old community corridor had changed. Now, they were white walls covered with cold tiles. Jiang Li's gaze followed the wall, looking out through a small window on the corridor wall. Outside the small window, there was no longer a bright blue sky. Instead, it was a dark red canopy in a strange world, lifeless and ominous. Under the dull red, it seemed ready to prepare for a rain of blood, poised to fall at any moment.
In Jiang Li's mind, the system's notification sound rang out. The latest scenario has been unlocked. Scenario name: escape from the asylum.
Scenario description: an error in diagnosis has led to your capture in the asylum of Jinghai City, where you were perfectly sane. The mad companions and eerie nurses leave you bewildered.
You plan to escape but accidentally discover that this asylum hides unknown secrets. Completion conditions.
1. SSS level. Investigate the truth behind the decay of the asylum and eliminate the source of contamination. 2. S level. Prove you are sane, and get Dr. Lin to take you out. 3. A level. Find the exit of the asylum and escape alive.
Current binding family member, Jiang Wei Sr.
Please prepare, chosen one. After waiting for a long time, the red infant did not appear. It seemed that this time's scenario was only for Jiang Li herself. Jiang Li's thoughts were interrupted by the scream of a woman in front of her.
Ah! It appeared again, it appeared again.
The mad woman pointed at Jiang Li's back, shrinking in terror toward the corner of the wall.
Don't come over, don't come find me, it has nothing to do with me,
Jiang Li felt a chill run down her spine. That thing the mad woman feared was right behind her? Could it be related to the truth of the asylum, Jiang Li wondered? So, amidst the madwoman's terrifying screams, Jiang Li slowly turned her head to look behind her.
Chapter 52. Don't imitate the patients.
Behind Jiang Li, apart from the white-tiled wall, there was nothing but emptiness.
This was the situation in Jiang Li's eyes.
But clearly, the panic-stricken madwoman had seen something Jiang Li could not. Jiang Li turned back to stare at the madwoman. That madwoman shrieked incoherently, even directly picking up the fire basin mixed with burning yellow paper and throwing it at Jiang Li.
With a loud clang, the fire basin crashed into Jiang Li's standing place.
If Jiang Li hadn't reacted quickly and moved aside, her clothes would surely have caught fire. The ashes from the fire basin spilled everywhere, littering the ground. The madwoman buried her hands in her hair, clutching her head in panic, and shoved past Jiang Li, running downstairs.
Unfortunately, the madwoman met with an accident.
As she reached the second stair step, her foot slipped, and she tumbled down the stairs. Amidst her cries, the madwoman lay on her back, dead at the foot of the stairs. The nurses on that floor heard the commotion and rushed over. 2 nurses, one performed CPR on the madwoman while the other hurried to call a doctor and find a stretcher. Beneath the filthy hair of the madwoman, dark red blood seeped out.
Quick! Take her to the emergency room.
When the madwoman was carried away on a stretcher, her terrified eyes were still fixed on the top of the stairs towards Jiang Li. After the madwoman was sent away, a nurse came up the stairs to tidy up the fire basin and the mess on the floor. As she bent down to clean, she caught a glimpse of Jiang Li beside her. Seeing an absence of numbers on Jiang Li's badge, the nurse was momentarily surprised. "Are you new here?" the nurse asked, looking up at her. Jiang Li glanced at her chest. A plastic badge had been added to her patient uniform, but it was blank. Jiang Li made a sound of acknowledgement and nodded at the nurse. The nurse set the fire basin aside and wiped her hands on her clothes.
"You can't just wander about like this. You don't have a place to stay, right? I'll take you to check in."
As the nurse spoke, she gestured for Jiang Li to follow her upstairs.
Upon reaching upstairs, it was a silent and dark corridor.
The doors on either side of the corridor were tightly closed. There were no patients wandering around.
Jiang Li walked in, feeling that the corridor was very dark.
Above her, there was obviously a long row of lights on the ceiling, yet none were turned on. In this dimness, the only light came from the louvered window at the end.
Recently, the hospital has been struggling, so they advocate saving electricity. The corridor won't have lights on during the day.
The nurse walked in front and explained to Jiang Li.
Jiang Li nodded in response. The damp corridor brought a slight chill.
Jiang Li followed closely behind the nurse and arrived in front of a rusty iron door, where the number 402 had faded. The green paint outside the iron door had chipped off, showing its age. The nurse stood in front of the iron door, pulled out a large bunch of keys from her pocket, and picked one to unlock the door. With a creaking sound, the iron door opened, and 2 pairs of eyes inside turned to look at the entrance.
"This is a 4-person room. Bed number 2 is just available. You will sleep in bed 2. Following the nurse's directions, Jiang Li saw the bed.
On the bedside table, there was still a photo frame. Inside, a smiling woman was the same as the crazy woman who had just fallen to her death. The nurse skillfully took the frame and tossed it into the bin beside the bed. Then, she shook the quilt on the bed as if to tidy it up.
"If you have any questions, just ask the other patients. They have been here for a long time." The nurse carefully instructed and put a name tag on Jiang Li.
The tag still had a trace of blood that hadn't been cleaned away completely.
Jiang Li was now a mental patient numbered 1037.
The nurse went outside and closed the iron door. One of the patients inside hurried to the door, turned the knob on the lock, and with a click, locked it. At that moment, Jiang Li noticed that there were only 3 people in this room for 4, including her. The 4th bed was empty, with no bedding, just a wooden board. Her 2 fellow patients were an old man with glasses and a middle-aged woman with short hair. The old man locked the door and went back to his wooden chair, picking up a newspaper to unfold and read. The old man still seemed like a normal person.
But the middle-aged woman felt off at a glance.
That woman dressed a fake baby doll in infant clothes and then kept it in her arms, gently rocking it to sleep. It was probably the loss of her child that caused her mental breakdown. Feeling that Jiang Li was standing there observing them, the old man glanced over at her. "You are the 6th 1037 that has come this month." The old man adjusted his glasses.
Jiang Li smiled lightly. "Is that so? Then I guess I will be the next to die."
The old man didn't expect Jiang Li to say such a blunt thing and widened his eyes in surprise. Holding the thought that Jiang Li might be a bit odd, the old man turned away to dismiss her. "Go check the bed, there are good things there." Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Li raised her eyebrows and walked to bed number 2.
She rummaged through the bed and eventually found a key and a note under the pillow.
It was a set of rules. Asylum Patient Code of Conduct. 1. Do everything to find Dr. Lin. He knows how to leave here. 2. Mealtime is from 7 to 8 a.m., 12 to 1 p.m., and 6 to 7 p.m. Make sure to go to the cafeteria on the basement level, but do not eat pork. 3. Do not pick up the ghost money on the stairs, it's not for you. 4. The morgue on the 3rd basement level is not a place for you. 5. Do not provoke the nurses here. The real nurses are dead, and all the nurses here are fake. Fake. 6. There is no 0th floor in the hospital, do not try to look for it. 7. Do not approach the crazy patients, and definitely do not imitate them. 8. When asked by the nurse if you have seen a little girl with double ponytails in the hospital, make sure to insist you haven't seen her. Jiang Li used the eye of truth and saw that the 4th rule was wrong.
The morgue on the 3rd basement level is not a place for you. In other words, the morgue on the 3rd basement level is a place for you. Or perhaps, it meant to say that the hospital's morgue. Your fate lies here.
Jiang Li flipped to the back of the note. In that blank space, there were several red words wriggling like worms.
Hurry and escape. Do not believe %# and at asterisk. The last few words were scribbled out, leaving them completely unreadable.
Just as Jiang Li was about to take a closer look, chaotic footsteps echoed from the corridor outside.
The other two people in the room reacted almost reflexively, jumping up to run.
The old man crawled quickly into the wardrobe with a strange posture, huddling and trembling.
The middle-aged woman tossed away the doll and nimbly squeezed into the other half of the wardrobe, slamming the door with a bang.
In the entire room, only Jiang Li remained standing alone.
Madmen. What are these two madmen doing?
Just when Jiang Li felt anxious, a wardrobe door opened a tiny crack.
The middle-aged woman peeked through the gap, revealing one eye. What are you dawdling for? Hurry over. There's no time left.
The footsteps in the corridor grew increasingly hurried, as if someone was running.
Who are those people outside? Why are the patients so afraid? Or rather, they're not even human.
Jiang Li felt a chill run down her spine.
Should she imitate these two madmen and hide in the wardrobe? Hurry up. Stop standing there like an idiot. The wardrobe is the only safe place.
The woman in the wardrobe urged in a low voice, her tone anxious. The old man reached for the wardrobe door, seemingly wanting to close it immediately. Forget her.
Close the door. Hurry. The two bickered fiercely.
Jiang Li's heart pounded in her chest. Her feet instinctively shuffled a few steps towards that direction. Just as Jiang Li was about to quicken her pace, she suddenly recalled the seventh rule of the ward.
Do not approach the mad patients, and definitely do not imitate them. If these two patients were simply going mad, wouldn't imitating them mean she was breaking the rules? The footsteps in the corridor were getting closer to the iron door. What to do, what to do? Chapter 53, The Strange Nurse.
Jiang Li clutched the note tightly, taking a deep breath to calm herself. In a bizarre world, it's impossible for there to be a guaranteed death trap. This also means that one side cannot want to kill her while the other side also wants to harm her at the same time. Since one side intends to harm her, they must leave some clues.
Jiang Li's index finger trembled slightly. She quickly scanned the room. Hurry up. We're at the door. The middle-aged woman in the wardrobe continued to urge anxiously.
The old man beside her snorted sarcastically. What do you care about her?
There's no time, just close the door.
The old man was focused on self-preservation. But the middle-aged woman braced herself against the doorframe, desperately trying to stop the old man from closing it. The woman wanted to save Jiang Li, but Jiang Li didn't seem to listen well.
The woman was anxious and angry. Hurry, get in. Don't you want to live?
Jiang Li looked around the room, finally fixing her gaze on the middle-aged woman's bed, halting. When she raised her eyes again, there was a coldness in her gaze.
I'm not planning on living.
You can close the door, I won't go in. Jiang Li shot the woman a glance and calmly sat down on the bed. As soon as her words fell, the wardrobe door slammed shut with a bang. And at the moment the door closed, the middle-aged woman's face twisted into a snarl. From the doorway, the sound of a key inserting into the lock was heard. With a click, the lock was turned, and the door was pushed open. A nurse led a doctor inside, one followed by the other.
The doctor and nurse looked like normal people.
Jiang Li glanced over and let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness her guess was right. Jiang Li's gaze returned to the middle-aged woman's bed.
There lay the woman's fake son.
Even though Jiang Li knew it was fake, that middle-aged woman did not think so. Otherwise, she wouldn't have cuddled the fake son to sleep from the very beginning. Therefore, for the middle-aged woman to escape for her life, she would never abandon her precious son. The only possibility that woman would throw away the child would be. That is to free her hands to easily kill Jiang Li. If Jiang Li followed them into the wardrobe, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Li also did not expect that these two patients would actually cooperate and perform such a play. She finally understood why the patient numbered 1037 had died so many times. Surely many of them were killed by these two crazy people. When the nurse with the key entered the room and saw that only Jiang Li was present, she immediately realized what had happened.
525, 526. It's time for your medication, come out quickly.
The nurse kept her eyes straight ahead and walked directly to the wardrobe, pulling open the cabinet doors. Seeing what was in the hands of the two, the nurse was clearly stunned for a moment. Listen, there's no one in here to hurt you, everyone is a good person, come on, be good and hand me the knife. The nurse bent down, trying to coax the two just like comforting children, deceiving them into handing over the knife. The two crazies looked at each other, handed over the knife, and cautiously came out of the wardrobe. After the nurse took the blades, her expression immediately darkened.
Tell me, where did the knife come from? Who brought the knife in? The nurse demanded.
The old man pushed up his glasses and then pointed at Jiang Li. She gave it. The middle-aged woman beside him was scolded a few times, her eyes were red. She also stretched out her hand, pointing in Jiang Li's direction, her tone mournful. It's her, I can prove it. Jiang Li pursed her lips, speechless. Staying with these two was truly exhausting. Did you bring the knife in? The nurse questioned Jiang Li. Don't you know that the hospital doesn't allow knives to be hidden? The nurse glared, her tone very bad. After all, in the nurse's eyes, Jiang Li was also a mental patient. The hands of the two crazies were still pointing at Jiang Li. Jiang Li took a step back, avoiding the direction of those hands. It's not me. Jiang Li calmly looked at the nurse. If they want to frame me, then let them provide evidence. Baseless accusations aren't enough. Jiang Li knew very well that if she followed the nurse's reasoning, she would fall into the trap of self-incrimination. In the face of slander, one should not prove their own innocence but rather demand the accuser to provide evidence. This is the correct approach. Jiang Li's logic was clear, while those two crazies were stammering. Anyone with eyes could tell who was the crazy one and who was normal. The nurse looked at the three of them strangely, her brow furrowing. How about this? The nurse suddenly took those two knives and stabbed them into her own sides. As long as you can do this action, it proves you are not lying. The nurse pulled out the two knives, blood gushing out from her waist. Jiang Li was stunned, her pupils suddenly constricting. This nurse seemed not to be quite normal as well. The nurse handed the knives to the two patients. Those two guys, with all their might, poked with the knives to prove their innocence. In the end, the bloody knives were handed to Jiang Li. You come. The nurse's gaze was fixed tightly on Jiang Li. Jiang Li swallowed, extending her hand, a bit fearful to take it. Can I not stab my sides? Jiang Li asked. The nurse nodded. You can. If you don't want to stab your sides, you can stab your head instead. Jiang Li fell silent. The situation seemed to have gotten worse. Jiang Li wanted to refuse but then remembered the fifth rule of the patient code, do not anger the nurse here. The real nurses are dead, and all the nurses here are fake. Jiang Li thought that her act of resistance would likely anger the nurse. That Jiang Li suddenly changed her tone. I admit, this knife was brought in by me. Jiang Li's tone was extraordinarily serious, her eyes filled with unprecedented determination. Upon hearing Jiang Li's admission, the nurse glanced at her and took back the knife. All right then. Since you violated the hospital rules, I'll punish you. Do 20 jumping jacks and run 10 laps around the room. At this moment, the doctor, the nurse, and the two patients were all staring at Jiang Li without blinking. There was no way out anymore. If she didn't do this, it would likely be hard to settle. Jiang Li exhaled. Fine, let's do it. After all, it wouldn't kill anyone. She quickly found a slightly open area and did 20 jumping jacks. Then immediately took up a running stance and started to run laps around the room. After 10 laps, Jiang Li put on a tired look, hoping to stop the nurse from continuing to torment her. Is it enough? Jiang Li supported her knees with her hands and returned to the doctor and nurse's side. At that moment, the doctor in a mask stepped closer. The name tag on the doctor's chest read Hao Huiran. A string of keys at his waist jingled as they clashed together. Dr. Hao pulled out a pen from his pocket and opened a small booklet, jotting down something. Jiang Li glanced at it. It seemed to be some kind of rating. Her performance should be pretty good? After all, she didn't break the rules and was relatively obedient, Jiang Li thought. Dr. Hao, how do you think the patient is doing? The nurse looked up and asked the doctor. Dr. Hao didn't look at the two other patients, nor did he look at the nurse. He just gazed seriously at Jiang Li. Your self-talk is a bit serious. Has it been like this lately? Jiang Li was taken aback. What? Dr. Hao remained expressionless as he noted a score in the booklet. He raised his head. Can you tell me what you were doing just now? Running back and forth in the room, staring at the air with a cold laugh, mumbling about something. Chapter 54, The Ghost Money on the Stairs. Jiang Li's back stiffened, her expression blank for a moment. She glanced at the two other patients. The old man, the middle-aged woman, and that nurse, all three had blood gushing out from their waists. The nurse still held two knives in her hands. Jiang Li's gaze awkwardly shifted away from the three of them. She looked at Dr. Hao, and no. It's nothing. I might not have slept well. For the first time, Jiang Li felt this sense of losing control. Perhaps she really was a crazy person. Seeing Jiang Li's reaction, Dr. Hao seemed quite satisfied. He replied, and nodded slightly. Then he placed a bottle of white pills on Jiang Li's bedside table. 3 pills in the morning, afternoon, and evening, after meals, can alleviate your symptoms, Dr. Hao instructed. Jiang Li lowered her head and obediently nodded. But it was obvious, Jiang Li now looked much worse than a few minutes ago. While Jiang Li lowered her head, the old man stretched his neck from below, tilting his head to see Jiang Li's expression. The old man adjusted his glasses. 1037, why do you seem a bit unhappy? The middle-aged woman poked Jiang Li's shoulder. Don't be angry, you just took the blame for us. I'll have my son acknowledge you as a godmother. Now it should be fine, right? Jiang Li's mouth twitched. Crazy people. They are all crazy people. Jiang Li pondered for a few seconds, and when she raised her head again, her expression had returned to calm. She recalled the first rule of the patience. At all costs, find Dr. Lin Yi. Dr. Lin knows how to leave here. No matter what, the first step is to find Dr. Lin Yi. Escaping is crucial. By the way, Dr. Hao, do you know Dr. Lin Yi? Where is he now? Jiang Li's eyes fixed intently on Hao Huiran. At this moment, Hao Huiran was at the door, posting Jiang Li's score list on the wall. Jiang Li glanced at the list, her health status column read 59 points. Rated as conscious but unclear in mind. Upon hearing Jiang Li's question, Hao Huiran's expression froze for a moment. Then he pulled out his pen again, opened the cap, and crossed out 59, changing it to 50 on Jiang Li's score sheet. Hao Huiran capped the pen and put it back in his pocket. I know, Dr. Lin passed away 3 years ago, now he's in a coffin. And, Hao Huiran turned and glared at Jiang Li, scolding her sternly, the hospital cannot burn paper money, don't think about such things. Dr. Lin Yi died? Does the S-class checkpoint condition let Dr. Lin Yi take you out mean letting the deceased Dr. Lin Yi take Jiang Li out? Or, perhaps a more reliable speculation is that Dr. Hao is lying. Jiang Li looked up at him. But why would he lie? Jiang Li subtly glanced at Dr. Hao's name tag. Silently noted down Dr. Hao's office. This Dr. Hao definitely has problems. Alright, it's almost mealtime, let's go eat in the canteen, and remember to take your medicine when you come back. Hao Huiran glanced at his watch and reminded Jiang Li. He patted Jiang Li's shoulder twice as a sign of comfort and then turned to leave the ward. Watching Hao Huiran's back, Jiang Li always felt that the bulge behind that white coat was hiding something. As Hao Huiran moved, the white coat fluttered slightly. Jiang Li saw what was inside. That pattern was a black snake. The long snake tail was hidden behind Dr. Hao's white coat. Jiang Li was shocked for a second. So, Dr. Hao was contaminated. But what could be the source of contamination? Did Dr. Hao go to a place he shouldn't have? Well, if she could follow Dr. Hao's route, could she trace it back to find the source of contamination? Jiang Li stared at Dr. Hao's tail, and an idea formed in her mind. Hey, 1037. The nurse reached out her hand and waved it in front of Jiang Li. I'm talking to you. Jiang Li withdrew her gaze and looked at the nurse. Oh. What were you saying just now? Jiang Li smiled slightly, trying to sound friendly. Although the nurse had some issues, Jiang Li still had to obey the rules and couldn't annoy her. The nurse pouted, clearly unhappy with Jiang Li's actions. I said, it's your first time in the hospital, I'll take you to eat in the canteen. Before Jiang Li could speak, the nurse grabbed her and led her outside. As Jiang Li was being pulled, she glanced back at her 2 roommates. Those 2 were now lying flat on the ground, their hands placed on their stomachs, eyes wide open. Blood was still gushing out from their kidneys. It's mealtime, are you hungry? An old man pushed up his glasses and asked the middle-aged woman seriously. The middle-aged woman shook her head, not hungry. Just feeling a bit weak. Me too. A moment of silence. The old man continued, then shall we take some medicine? I think we can. So, the 2 roommates took the pills the nurse had just given them and swallowed them in one go. Jiang Li was quickly dragged out of room 402 by the nurse. Those 2 crazies disappeared from Jiang Li's sight. This time, there were many more patients in the eerie corridor. Everyone came out of their wards, heading down towards the staircase. The nurse holding Jiang Li's arm was bent over, trying to pick up money as they moved against the flow of people down the stairs. Wow, so much money. Why is nobody picking up the money that's lost? The nurse exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Li looked down and saw that it was paper money for the dead. Third rule for patients. Don't pick up the paper money for the dead on the stairs, it's not for you. Well, confirmed, it was for nurses. That nurse stood up, holding a big handful of the paper money for the dead, her face beaming with joy. Jiang Li then realized that the nurse was different from normal people. When the nurse smiled, blood kept seeping out from her stomach area. I'm happy today, I'll take you to have a nice meal. Let's go. The nurse eagerly wrapped her arm around Jiang Li's and dragged her to the employee elevator on the 3rd floor. This nurse was surprisingly enthusiastic. What do you want to eat today? It's on me. I'll treat you to the staff restaurant. The nurse asked Jiang Li with a smile. Being held in such a strange way always felt odd. Jiang Li smiled and calmly withdrew her hand, thank you. Actually, I can go to the patient restaurant too. Jiang Li always felt that the strange restaurant for dining couldn't be a good place to go. Going there might cause trouble. Who knows if they were eating food, or eating her. On the 3rd floor corridor, Jiang Li passed by 2 people dressed in dark red patient gowns. Those 2 looked in Jiang Li's direction, covering their mouths and whispered. What is she doing alone facing the white wall? I don't know, she seems to be from the 4th floor. I heard the 4th floor is all mad people, let's hurry and leave.
Jiang Li listened to these words without showing any response. Is it possible that Jiang Li's contamination is quite serious too?
Jiang Li clearly had not come into contact with any source of contamination.
If there was no contact, then where did the contamination come from?
Jiang Li couldn't understand, so she simply decided to stop thinking about it for now. She secretly resolved that when she returned to Ward 402, she would immediately drink hot honey water.
Ding dong.
The elevator door slowly opened.
Things inside gradually came into view for Jiang Li.
Jiang Li was startled. In the cramped elevator space, it was filled with something bizarre.
Chapter 55, The Dining Trap. At the same time,
as the elevator door opened, Jiang Li also saw a hospital floor guide inside the elevator.
She briefly glanced over it.
From top to bottom, not counting the rooftop, there were a total of 7 floors.
In order. Top floor, rooftop.
4th floor, inpatient area.
3rd floor, inpatient area. 2nd floor, treatment area. 1st floor, registration area. -1 ST floor, restricted area. -2 ND floor, cafeteria area. -3 RD floor, morgue.
There was no ground floor.
Just like the rule stated. The hospital has no ground floor, do not try to find it.
But Jiang Li always felt that the existence of this rule must have significance.
Come on, don't just stand there. The nurse pulled Jiang Li into the elevator. Jiang Li glanced at the people inside.
There was a doctor with half a head missing, and a nurse with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Strange medical staff, a total of 12 people. They were all staring at Jiang Li with wide eyes, looking at her with excitement. Even more shockingly, one of them stuck out their tongue like a dog, drool flowing down from the tip of their tongue.
Jiang Li's heart tightened.
Going in this time, it seemed like she was going for certain death.
Hurry up, I'm so hungry, get in here.
The nurse pulled Jiang Li's hand impatiently, urging her. She couldn't anger the nurse, but it was best not to go inside. The experts watching the live stream were all in a state of anxiety. No one thought that Jiang Li would be foolish enough to walk in directly.
Pretending to be crazy is the best way now. Yes, Jiang Li's identity now is that of a mental patient.
As long as she pretends to be crazy and does not go in, she can definitely get by.
No, you are wrong.
Jiang Li's personality is pretty calm, pretending to be crazy is not her style.
You're talking nonsense. Facing life and death, what's wrong with pretending to be crazy? How could Jiang Li not understand this?
As the group of experts argued, there was movement in the live stream. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the live broadcast screen. In the world of strange tales, Jiang Li stood upright, her expression unchanged, stepping forward with her right foot and walking inside. Jiang Li's action left the experts watching the live stream dumbfounded.
What was she doing? Wasn't this plainly walking to her death?
Was Jiang Li out of her mind?
And just in the next second, a harsh alarm echoed in the live broadcast room. Beep 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 beep, beep 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 beep. The elevator's overload alarm went off on time.
Jiang Li slightly curved her lips. As the last person to enter, she immediately stepped back out.
Jiang Li had long noticed that detail.
The elevator sign stated, capacity limited to 13 people.
Jiang Li had quickly counted everyone inside. There were a total of 12 people. Adding her and the nurse would make 14 people, which would definitely lead to overload.
Even if she had gone in, the elevator would struggle to operate due to the overload. That is why she dared to walk in so calmly.
Too bad for you, you go ahead.
Jiang Li turned back and smiled warmly at the nurse.
The nurse's eyes revealed obvious disappointment. You're not going?
Well, okay. Then you can go to the patient cafeteria by yourself. The elevator door closed. All the strangeness disappeared from Jiang Li's sight. Jiang Li stood at the elevator door for a moment, observing the situation on the 3rd floor. This floor, like the 4th floor where Jiang Li was also an inpatient area.
However, the patients on the 3rd floor all wore maroon striped hospital gowns.
The people on this floor seemed to have much lighter mental disorders, but their faces didn't seem very flushed.
Jiang Li followed the crowd downstairs.
Soon she arrived at the patient cafeteria on the -2 floor. Jiang Li went to the disinfecting cabinet to get a dinner tray, while the staff nearby was distributing chopsticks.
Do you want chopsticks?
That person would always ask the patients with trays a question. Jiang Li guessed that perhaps something crazy had happened in the cafeteria before, where a madman threw chopsticks everywhere. Jiang Li observed for a few glances. The patients passing by that staff member could be divided into 2 types. The first type was patients wearing date red striped uniforms. These patients were generally very obedient. When given chopsticks, they would say thank you and then take them. The second type, like Jiang Li, wore blue and white striped uniforms. When these patients were given chopsticks, they would usually stare blankly at the staff and then resolutely shake their heads, saying, "No." Then, they would hurry away with their trays. The staff member felt both amused and exasperated. He wanted to shove chopsticks into the hands of these patients but seemed afraid they might go crazy and hit him. In the end, he could only give up. When it was Jiang Li's turn, that person also asked, "Do you want chopsticks?" The staff member asked Jiang Li. Originally, there were not many hopes, but Jiang Li directly nodded and said, "Yes." The chopsticks were snatched from the staff's hands, and the staff member paused for a moment. Jiang Li didn't say much more, she just lifted her foot and walked toward the food serving window. She had seen that the outer layer of packaging on the chopsticks had something written on it. After lining up, Jiang Li immediately tore open the package and looked at the small and dense text on the paper. Mental Hospital Cafeteria Rules. 1. Please adhere to the principles of a civilized cafeteria: no violence, no destruction of public property. 2. During meals, please try to sit with similar patients. The cafeteria is not responsible for safety incidents caused by chaotic seating. 3. The cafeteria provides pig heart, pig liver, pig kidney, and pig lung. 1 serving per person, no taking more, no wasting. 4. If you accidentally make eye contact with a patient whose eyes turn red, do not hesitate, run. Run immediately. But remember, do not run out of the cafeteria. 5. Drinks from the cafeteria's water bar are free but taste bad. Not recommended for consumption. 6. If you see the water in the sink turn red, please open all the faucets until the water runs clear. 7. Do not talk while eating, do not speak while sleeping. Ding ding ding. The old lady serving food angrily smacked her ladle, urging Jiang Li with an unfriendly face. 10:37, stop looking, hurry up and choose your dishes. Jiang Li lifted her head and tucked the note away. Pig heart, potatoes, green vegetables, a serving of rice, thank you. The old lady serving food first scooped rice, then potatoes and green vegetables, and then asked, "How many pig hearts?" While asking, Jiang Li noticed her mouth's strange curve. That feeling of wanting to laugh but holding it back. It seemed the old lady had tricked quite a few people with this tactic. Jiang Li did not directly answer how many but instead said, "1 serving." Hearing Jiang Li's response, the old lady glared at her, resentfully scooping the pig heart. Cafeteria rule number 3. The cafeteria provides pig heart, pig liver, pig kidney, and pig lung. 1 serving per person, no taking more, no wasting. It said 1 serving, but it did not say 1 piece. If Jiang Li had been a little careless and let the old lady lead her by the nose, replying with 1 piece, I'm afraid Jiang Li would become the next dish right now. The old lady muttered a few curses under her breath at Jiang Li. Then, with a swift scoop, she took 3 pieces of pig heart and placed them on Jiang Li's rice. Hurry up! Don't block the others. The old lady handed the tray to Jiang Li. But before Jiang Li's hand could touch it, the old lady let go. Clang! The iron tray clashed against the white porcelain tile windowsill. A small part of the rice and vegetables spilled out of the tray. Deliberate. Jiang Li's gaze turned cold. This cafeteria cannot use violence, right? Jiang Li tightened her fist. After thinking for a second, she picked up her tray and walked out of the line. That old lady was still there cursing, "Serves you right." Jiang Li heard this and turned her head, staring at the old lady, locking eyes with her through the glass window. "Grandma, your mouth smells worse than the dirt hiding in the toenail of a 70-year-old vagrant." Jiang Li smiled as she finished the sentence. If you don't listen closely, it seems quite polite. The lady serving the food felt her face heat up. Realizing that everyone around her was watching, the lady's anger flared up, and she immediately threw down the ladle, ready to jump out the window. Chapter 56: The Bumblebee Foundation. Since just now, Jiang Li had noticed it. This lady had a bad temper and was easily agitated. It isn't anything more than Jiang Li not falling for this woman's tricks, a trivial matter, yet she was putting on airs and throwing a tantrum at Jiang Li. Sure enough, this lady who had been challenged became enraged. She threw down the ladle and rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight back. But suddenly, a security guard appeared behind her and held her shoulder down. All the security guards wore leopard masks on their faces. But even though they were called masks, they fit closely, almost like they were part of their faces. "Vandalism, come with us," one guard said. The lady serving food glanced at the bent ladle and froze for a few seconds. Once she realized what was happening, her eyes blazed with anger as she glared at Jiang Li. "You harmed me. You did it on purpose, you did it on purpose." Rule number 1 of the restaurant in the asylum. Please adhere to the principles of civilized dining: no violence, no vandalism. The staff serving food in the restaurant should abide by the same rules as the patients.
Moreover, this time Jiang Li designed a situation to see how far this angry lady would go. And what would count as using violence, vandalizing property. The ladle was dented, and this lady was taken away by the security guards for it. Jiang Li was slightly surprised, then turned her head, holding her tray, to find a seat. The seating arrangements in the restaurant were mainly divided into two parts, left and right. From Jiang Li's view, the left was the blue and white striped area, and the right was the chestnut red striped area. Although there were no clear regulations for the sections, the patients in the restaurant divided themselves into two groups, sitting on either side. Jiang Li glanced around and headed to the left blue and white striped area. She found an empty seat and sat down. Seeing that there weren't many people around, Jiang Li quickly used her space ability to take back the 3 pig hearts. Along with that, she also took back the layer of rice soaked in gravy. Then, she began to eat peacefully. Halfway through her meal, a fellow patient in front of her suddenly shouted, "Ah! There's a finger in the rice." Jiang Li's hand froze in midair while eating. A wave of nausea surged in her throat. Some nearby people turned their heads toward the shouting patient. They saw the madman take out his own finger buried in the rice and laugh foolishly. "So it's mine, he, you scared me to death." That lunatic, with a false alarm, slurped up some rice from his hand and went back to eating. Jiang Li felt speechless. She figured out that this madman had decided not to use chopsticks and was grabbing at the food with his hands. As a result, halfway through, he went insane. The noisy patient was taken away by the security guard wearing a leopard mask for breaking the dining rule of no talking while eating. The leopard signifies speed. So, the hospital security guards had the ability to appear in an instant. Jiang Li noted this characteristic. After the madman caused such a commotion, Jiang Li's appetite diminished significantly. To conserve her strength, she took a few random bites. Seeing that there was hardly anything left on her tray, she took it to the leftover table. Next to the leftover table was the restaurant's water bar. There was only one employee, looking quite deserted with hardly any customers. Jiang Li remembered rule number 5 of the restaurant. Drinks at the cafeteria water bar are free but taste terrible. Not recommended. Jiang Li knew this rule was true. But the evaluation of terrible carries a level of subjectivity. For whoever set this rule, it might truly be quite horrible. Jiang Li observed carefully. She noticed that the employee at the water bar seemed to hide 2 not-so-obvious antennae in her hair. The antennae, like her hair, were black and were slightly swaying back and forth. If she hadn't looked closely, she would never have noticed. Jiang Li glanced again at the water bar employee's uniform, which was a striped shirt of yellow and black. She seemed to recall something and tentatively lifted her foot, walking toward the water bar. "Hello, can I have a drink?" Jiang Li looked at the employee and smiled politely. The drinks at the water bar were free, but there was only one option. Upon hearing Jiang Li's request, the employee appeared somewhat surprised. She immediately got up from her stool, went to the machine, and entered Jiang Li's order. "Do you want it iced or hot?" "How many sugars?" the employee asked. "Hot. 7 parts." The order machine printed out a small receipt, which the employee handed to Jiang Li before going inside to prepare the drink. Jiang Li glanced at the receipt. The order number was 0002, indicating it hadn't been used in a long time. Jiang Li's gaze fell to the bottom right corner of the receipt, where there was a watermark, sponsored by the Little Bee Foundation. After a short wait, Jiang Li's drink was ready. She took it in her hand and glanced at it, a smile forming on her lips. She wasn't mistaken after all. This water bar served honey water. Jiang Li eagerly took a sip, the familiar taste flooding her senses. Just as she was about to take another couple of sips, a patient in a blue and white striped outfit suddenly ran past her, bumping into her shoulder. Some of the honey water spilled out of Jiang Li's hand. She looked at the disheveled figure as he hurried away. The smooth, round head of the patient stood out glaringly. He didn't turn back or say sorry, but headed straight for the back kitchen. Jiang Li didn't want to create trouble, so she shook the water off her body and approached the sink to clean herself up a bit. As she walked over, she happened to meet Dr. Hao, who was also washing his hands. At that moment, Dr. Hao had taken off his mask. The entire lower half of his face was shaped like a black snake. Noticing someone was looking at him, Dr. Hao raised his head and looked at Jiang Li. "Oh, 10:37, just finished your meal?" Dr. Hao greeted Jiang Li with a smile. Jiang Li forced out a smile, nodded, and averted her gaze. When Dr. Hao spoke, his crimson snake tongue flicked out repeatedly, making Jiang Li feel somewhat uncomfortable. Jiang Li bowed her head to wash her hands and wiped the area on her chest that had gotten dirty. At that moment, the water suddenly turned red. A strong smell of rusty blood filled the air, and Jiang Li couldn't help but frown. She remembered the 6th rule of the restaurant. If you see the sink water turn red, please immediately turn on all faucets until the water runs clear.
Just as Jiang Li was about to twist the faucet next to her, she glanced at Dr. Hao, who was still washing his hands normally.
He didn't notice the color of the water changing? If this water seemed normal to Dr. Hao, would he think Jiang Li was acting crazy if she turned on all the faucets?
The bloody smell from the faucet grew stronger. Eventually, black hair floated up from the red liquid.
As the water flowed down, the hair thickened. Now, the roots of the hair were visible.
Then, a forehead deformed and compressed emerged. As soon as the forehead came out of the pipe, it expanded rapidly to a normal human size like a balloon.
Jiang Li's brows knitted tightly.
If she waited any longer, who knows what might come out of there?
Forget it.
After all, in Dr. Hao's eyes, she was already a mental patient. Jiang Li immediately took action, quickly turning on all 5 faucets at the sink. 5 faucets gushed forth red liquid at the same time. With a piercing scream, some strands of women's hair and a forehead were washed out of the faucet in front of Jiang Li, turning into chunks. In the other faucets, bits of flesh and bone also came pouring out one after another. About 20 seconds later, the water became clear again. The crisis was resolved.
Jiang Li looked at the clear water, gently exhaled, and turned off the tap.
Beside her, Dr. Hao glanced at Jiang Li, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. He pulled a paper towel from the sink, wiped his hands a couple of times, and threw it away. As he was leaving, Dr. Hao flicked his serpent-like tongue, tilted his head, and smiled at Jiang Li. This is the second time.
Chapter 57, The Girl with Twin Ponytails.
After saying this, Dr. Hao put on a mask to cover his dark, snake-like mouth and walked away. Jiang Li was left standing alone, stunned in place.
What did he mean by that?
Just as Jiang Li pondered, a chubby man in a maroon hospital gown hurriedly ran over.
Help me, save me.
The chubby man ran quickly, and upon seeing someone ahead, it was like seeing a lifeline. He rushed forward, grabbed Jiang Li's arm, shrank down, and hid behind her. Behind the fat man, a man was chasing him. Jiang Li focused her eyes and recognized that it was the bald man who had bumped into her earlier. The bald man was over 6 feet tall, stocky, with a face full of excess flesh. At this moment, his eyes were red, and he was wielding a glinting object, ready to attack the chubby man.
Rule number 4 of the restaurant.
If you accidentally make eye contact with a patient whose eyes have turned red, do not hesitate, run.
Run immediately.
But remember, you must not run out of the restaurant.
Fortunately, the bald man was focused on the chubby man and did not notice Jiang Li. Jiang Li quickly looked down, avoiding eye contact.
Quick!
Grab him. He stole a knife from the kitchen.
A few kitchen staff members chased after the bald man.
Jiang Li's heart sank.
She had no time to think. In 2 seconds, she took off her hospital gown, put on her turtleneck sweater, turned around, and swiftly moved to the side. Behind Jiang Li, the chubby man, who originally held onto her clothes intending to use her as a shield, froze for a moment. Then, the kitchen knife whooshed toward the chubby man. The chubby man was scared half to death, dodging a few times, each time narrowly escaping.
Honey water, the chubby man muttered in fear. In the next second, he spotted the honey water on the sink that Jiang Li hadn't taken away. The chubby man's eyes lit up as he opened the lid and threw it directly at the bald man. Just as the honey water touched the bald man, his bloodshot eyes immediately returned to normal. At that moment, the security guard wearing a leopard mask arrived on the scene. The bald man's knife was taken away by the kitchen staff. The man was controlled by security and taken away from the cafeteria. The chubby man, having escaped a disaster, broke out in a cold sweat and weakly collapsed to the ground. Jiang Li had an instinct that this chubby man, who knew how to use honey water, was probably not simple. She approached him and said, "Hello, return my clothes." The chubby man did not lift his head, handed the hospital gown back to Jiang Li, who quickly put it on. "Also, you used my honey water," Jiang Li said, putting on her clothes without buttoning them. Because 2 buttons had already been torn off when Jiang Li took off her clothes. The chubby man was still shaken. He took a couple of deep breaths, rested for a moment, and then finally looked up at Jiang Li. Sure, I'll pay you back." After saying this, the chubby man pushed himself up from the ground with his hands and walked toward the water bar in the restaurant. "Give me a cup of honey water." The chubby man knocked on the counter and greeted the staff at the water bar, same as before, full sugar, hot. From his behavior, it seemed he was a regular here. "Do you come here often?" Jiang Li asked. The chubby man glanced at Jiang Li sideways. "Yeah. I spill more than I drink." After a moment of silence, the chubby man started to ramble about his complaints. "By the way, that butcher on the 4th floor, the bald man from earlier, that guy every time he gets red eyes, he yells to kill pigs. I'm just a bit fat, and I've been targeted several times. There's not a normal person on your 4th floor." Jiang Li was puzzled. Are the people on the 3rd floor normal? Not really. The fat man took out a tissue, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and continued speaking. Most of the people on the third floor are in good health.
If you stay on the third floor for a while and your score reaches above 95, you can be discharged smoothly. Hearing the fat man's words, Jiang Li thought of her own scorecard.
Her current score is 50. How many points do you need to move to the third floor? Jiang Li asked. 80 points. The fat man took the honey water and handed it to Jiang Li. You're new here, right? Jiang Li nodded, yes.
Hearing Jiang Li's reply, the fat man curled his lips and scoffed.
Well, you're pretty unlucky. This crazy house is about to close and you still came in.
Jiang Li felt a flicker of curiosity from the fat man's words. She decided to follow him and walked out of the cafeteria.
It looks like you've been here for a long time. Why haven't you escaped? Jiang Li asked the fat man.
Her eyes fell on the fat man's badge, number 022.
A lower number means he might be one of the first patients admitted to the crazy house. Upon hearing Jiang Li's question, the fat man's actions going up the stairs obviously paused.
His expression became slightly unnatural.
Jiang Li silently noted these oddities.
The fat man seemed lost in thought for a few seconds. He looked around the staircase and, not seeing any doctors, lowered his voice to Jiang Li.
Let me tell you.
I had a friend who was also a patient, with big tattoos. 3 years ago, we planned to leave together, but his score was higher, so he went out 2 days before me.
The day after he left,
I saw his tattoo on a piece of pork in the cafeteria.
Jiang Li's pupils dilated in shock. If that's the case, the patient's exit is not outside the hospital, but the cafeteria?
And the cafeteria serving pig hearts, pig lungs, and pig livers, isn't that?
Seeing Jiang Li's bewildered reaction, the fat man seemed very satisfied. He put on a mature attitude in front of Jiang Li, acting as a mentor. What else do you want to ask? I'm an open book. Hearing the fat man say that, Jiang Li did not hold back. Do you know Dr. Hao? What does his record mean?
3 strikes, and you're sent to the little black room, no food, no sleep.
Have you seen Dr. Lin Yi? Where is he?
He went crazy 3 years ago, and then I lost track of him.
Is there a 0 floor in the hospital?
As soon as Jiang Li asked this, the fat man horrifiedly covered her mouth.
Shoo! The fat man turned to look around the stairs. Are you out of your mind? If it hears you, we both will be sent in. The fat man's face turned pale. Seeing him like this, it didn't seem fake. Could it be that the hospital really has a 0 floor?
Jiang Li clearly remembered that, according to her patient rules, the rule no 0 floor was indeed true. If according to the fat man's reaction, the 0 floor exists, then, there's only one possibility left. The 0 floor exists at certain times. At the time Jiang Li looked at the rules paper, the 0 floor was just in a disappearing state. That's why the rule showed as true.
We're at the 3rd floor now. I'm leaving, crazy person. The fat man waved goodbye to Jiang Li.
Jiang Li also waved back at the fat man. After climbing another flight of stairs, Jiang Li returned to her room. As soon as she pushed the door open, she was greeted by the sight of 3 people laughing and playing.
Yes, 3 people. In the room, a little girl in a pink dress with 2 pigtails was laughing uncontrollably.
She picked up a box of cosmetics and was doing makeup on an old man and a middle-aged woman. Jiang Li glanced at the faces of the 2 patients. Their originally waxy yellow skin was now painted white as snow. Between their pale cheeks, 2 round blushes looked particularly eye-catching.
Chapter 58, Clue of Dr. Lin.
Seeing Jiang Li come back, the 3 were first stunned.
Then, the little girl actively waved her hand, inviting Jiang Li to join them. Sister, come on, I'll do your makeup too.
The little girl smiled sweetly, her voice bright and cheerful. There was a clear scar from stitches on her neck. Jiang Li withdrew her gaze and did not agree to her request.
No, little sister, I'm too tired. I need to take my medicine and rest.
Jiang Li still remembered Dr. Hao's orders.
3 pills after meals, not a single one less.
Jiang Li sat on the edge of the bed, picked up the medicine bottle from the nightstand, smoothly twisted the cap open, and poured out 3 pills. Then she put the pills in her mouth, drank some water, tilted her head back, and swallowed. At this moment, a crisp laughter entered Jiang Li's ears.
Jiang Li looked over.
She saw the little girl over there, covering her mouth with her hand, peeking at Jiang Li and giggling stealthily. The other 2 patients were also wearing sneaky expressions, pressing their lips together but not speaking.
Jiang Li took in their expressions. After half a second, Jiang Li curved her lips. Little sister, are you laughing at this? Jiang Li opened her palm. In her hand lay 3 white pills, perfectly placed.
Upon seeing this, the 3 people in the room exchanged glances, stunned.
Little sister, your grip is still too weak. The medicine bottle cap isn't even tightened. Jiang Li laughed. In fact, Jiang Li had already noticed that the medicine was wrong at first glance.
She could feel the looseness of the bottle cap with just a twist. To open a new bottle of medicine, one must exert at least a bit of force. However, when Jiang Li opened the medicine cap, the smooth and effortless feeling was obviously wrong. Her medicine had been tampered with. Although the replaced medicine was no good, Jiang Li still wanted her original pills back. Who knows when Dr. Hao might have another fit. Perhaps Dr. Hao would do a round at night, pour the pills out to check, find something amiss, and give Jiang Li a demerit again.
Give me back my medicine.
Jiang Li subdued her smile, her tone becoming a bit serious. The patients who had been gloating suddenly stiffened, no longer laughing. The little girl's thoughts were exposed, and her face showed signs of embarrassment and anger. She bared her teeth. 1 second later, she suppressed the anger in her eyes and replaced it with a cunning smile.
Sister, don't be angry, okay?
The little girl put away her cosmetics and took out some needles and thread from her pocket. She walked towards Jiang Li, skillfully threading the red thread through the needle's eye.
Being angry is bad for the skin. How about this?
I will help so your mouth shut, then you will never be angry at me again. The little girl laughed cheerfully, but a crack appeared on her rosy face.
Jiang Li eyed the little girl warily.
She secretly reached behind her back, shook it, and a dagger appeared in her hand. If this eerie child intended to make a move on her, Jiang Li would definitely not sit still. Don't talk about bullying a child, the current situation was that this child planned to bully her. The little girl stepped closer.
Jiang Li's grip on the dagger tightened.
Only 3 more steps and the little girl would be right in front of Jiang Li.
Jiang Li silently counted 3, 2, 1. With a loud bang,
the iron door of 402 was violently kicked open. A small, red figure stood at the door with an unfriendly expression.
It was Red Baby. In the next second, in the blink of an eye,
that red figure instantly flashed past Jiang Li.
On the wall opposite the iron door, a huge dent emerged with a loud crash.
Red Baby tilted his head with a click. He bared his fangs, his eyes burning with anger, darkness looming. At this moment, he had the little girl tightly gripped by the neck, pinning her against the cold wall. The little girl kicked her legs desperately, trying to escape Red Baby's grip. But the furious Red Baby looked like he would go all out. With a fierce gaze, Red Baby gradually tightened his grip, ultimately breaking the little girl's neck.
Red Baby!
Jiang Li called to him. The ferocious expression on Red Baby's face instantly softened as he heard Jiang Li's voice. He withdrew his hand, allowing the little girl to slide freely to the ground, turned around, and pounced into Jiang Li's embrace.
Mommy!
The little Red Baby's tone was on the verge of tears. Who is that, sister?
Are you going to abandon me?
Jiang Li patted the little Red Baby's back. No, Mommy loves you the most.
That little girl isn't Mama's child.
The little girl, whose neck had been twisted by the Red Baby, coughed twice, covered her neck, and crawled up from the ground. She glared at the Red Baby with resentment, then took out needle and thread, sewing up the wound on her neck. The little girl seemed to be retaliating against the Red Baby. Swinging her twin ponytails, stepping in pink little shoes, she clipped-clopped her way to Jiang Li. Then, with a curve of her lips, she brightly linked her arm with Jiang Li's.
The little girl declared, I announce.
I can't find my mommy anymore, so from now on she is my mommy.
As soon as the little girl finished speaking, she was slapped by the Red Baby, shameless.
The little girl covered her swollen face, feeling very wronged. She clenched her small fists, wanting to hit the Red Baby, but couldn't fight back. Finally, she sniffled a couple of times and ran to a corner by the wall to cry. Although the little girl said those words out of anger, Jiang Li took them to heart. Jiang Li turned to the old man who was a patient, who was her mother. The old man wiped the blush off his face, put on his glasses, and said seriously, her mother used to be 1037. This little girl often comes to the hospital to see her mom.
Jiang Li picked up a photo frame from the trash can and showed it to the old man. Is this the woman?
The old man adjusted his glasses, took a closer look, and then shook his head, no. At that moment, Jiang Li also discovered that there was a hospital form hidden behind the photo frame.
Without showing any expression, Jiang Li secretly took the form and put it in her pocket. Child, when was the last time you saw your mommy?
Jiang Li asked the little girl. The little girl raised her head, wiped her tears. Didn't I say you would help me find my mommy? Not necessarily, Jiang Li replied, taking the medicine bottle and walking over to the sunken wall. Bending down, she picked up the pills that had fallen from the little girl, counting them and putting them into the bottle.
You said there's a chance I would help.
If you didn't say, I definitely wouldn't help, Jiang Li said calmly. The little girl thought for a moment, bit her lip, and finally spoke up. I can't remember the last time I saw my mommy very clearly.
Anyway, I remember that mommy goes to the hospital every day. Jiang Li couldn't help but frown. How could a mental patient manage to go to the hospital every day? Did she know the way out of the insane asylum?
I remember my mommy's number is also this. The little girl pointed at Jiang Li's badge, 1037. Mommy said she wasn't sick, but a group of doctors always gave her injections. Then mommy disappeared, and I could never find her again. After hearing the little girl's description, Jiang Li's expression grew increasingly serious.
Her index finger twitched.
Suddenly, a bold guess flashed in Jiang Li's mind.
Wait a minute. Jiang Li stared intently at the little girl. Is your mommy Lin Yi? Chapter 59, Dr. House Rounds. No one has ever said that being a doctor must be a man.
If Dr. Lin Yi is the little girl's mother, then everything the little girl said makes sense. At the moment Jiang Li asked this question, a tall figure suddenly stood at the door. It was getting late, and the lights in the hallway had somehow been turned on. The cold light cast a long shadow of the person at the doorway. A sense of oppression rushed over. Almost the instant she saw the figure, Jiang Li immediately shut her mouth. Facing the person's cold gaze, Jiang Li quickly took out the medicine bottle, poured 3 pills, stuffed them into her mouth, and swallowed. The whole set of movements was seamless, without a hint of hesitation. And the real pills had already been quietly hidden away before entering her mouth. Taking the medicine was just a mere act.
Bang!
The nurse hurried into the room and turned on the light switch. The originally dim room 402 suddenly brightened up. Dr. Hao and the nurse walked in together.
Did you just talk to someone?
Dr. Hao squinted and asked directly, staring at Jiang Li.
Jiang Li's breath tightened. He heard it.
At this moment, if Jiang Li responded with a yes, she would definitely be marked as having a third time and locked up in the small dark room.
No food, no sleep. At this rate, even if Jiang Li didn't go mad, she would be forced to madness.
Jiang Li stared at Dr. Hao, her face unchanged, and immediately refused, no. But Dr. Hao clearly didn't believe her. He slowly walked past Jiang Li, stopping in front of the outer wall.
Then explain how this wall was damaged?
Dr. Hao stared at the dented wall, his shoulders trembling slightly, the hidden smile in his eyes almost bursting forth. He suddenly turned around, his eyes now bloodthirsty. Then, under Jiang Li's gaze, Dr. Hao made an extremely bizarre motion. His eyes bulged wide open, full of surprise at catching Jiang Li's mistake. His hands dangled in front of his chest, like a little dog imitating a playful gesture. A long snake tongue flicked out, swaying left and right, making a hiss-hiss sound. At this moment, Dr. Hao looked even crazier than Jiang Li.
Tell me, how was the wall damaged?
Dr. Hao spoke with a lisp, his words unclear, and his voice hoarse. He looked at Jiang Li like she was a prey about to be caught.
Jiang Li couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine.
After waiting a long time without Jiang Li's response, Dr. Hao's snake head suddenly enlarged. The snake's mouth opened wide, coming down from above, almost about to engulf Jiang Li's entire skull. He was waiting for an explanation.
Jiang Li couldn't come up with any explanation, no chance.
Jiang Li's silence was too long, that wouldn't work either. The sharp fangs of the black snake were right in front of her, this was the last chance. Jiang Li frowned, tightly closing her eyes. Her palm unconsciously clenched.
How to explain? She had to come up with a reasonable explanation.
Otherwise, once Dr. Hao thought her condition worsened, points would be deducted, she would be locked in the small dark room, and even more likely be eaten. Everything was waiting for her.
Think.
There must be a solution, don't give up, don't give up.
Viewers watching the live broadcast in Huagua saw Jiang Li's predicament and also held their breath. A deadlock.
This painful situation was completely incomprehensible.
Only Jiang Li's delusional disorder worsening was the only reasonable explanation. But obviously, this explanation was suicidal.
Many netizens were so scared that they directly closed the live broadcast room. There was no escape, the haunted psychiatric hospital had descended upon Huagua, there was no way out. Yet in the live broadcast room, Jiang Li had not given up. She closed her eyes, her finger joints subconsciously twitched. Jiang Li's mind quickly recalled every detail of the recent events. Entering the room, the little girl changing the medicine, sewing Jiang Li's mouth, the red infant coming in, choking the little girl looking for her mother.
Wait.
A flaw surfaced before Jiang Li's eyes. Jiang Li suddenly opened her eyes. The door lock, there's a problem with the psychiatric ward's door lock. Jiang Li's finger pointed sharply toward the iron door. Before I came back, someone else broke into the ward and damaged the white wall.
Hearing Jiang Li's statement, Dr. Hao's snake mouth retracted. Everyone in the room looked toward the direction of the iron door.
There, the right half of the iron door was clearly dented inwards.
And the door lock was completely destroyed.
All of these were caused by the red infant's kick. The evidence of the iron door's damage was right before everyone's eyes, validating the feasibility of Jiang Li's logic. With just this alone, Dr. Hao could no longer claim that Jiang Li's delusional disorder had worsened and she had taken the liberty to damage the white wall.
So that's how it is.
Dr. Hao's expression twitched. It seemed there were two personalities fighting within him. One was the personality of a kind-hearted healer.
He hoped Jiang Li's condition would improve.
The other was the one corrupted after,
gradually becoming the personality of an NPC in a strange world.
He hoped Jiang Li would make a mistake, hoped Jiang Li's illness would worsen, and best if she could directly become his food. Dr. Hao's expression was bizarre, switching back and forth between good and bad. In the end, the doctor's personality temporarily gained the upper hand. Dr. Hao's expression gradually returned to normal. Seeing this scene, Jiang Li's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. In front of her, Dr. Hao extended his right hand and patted Jiang Li's shoulder, his tone becoming kind.
I'll have someone come to fix the door lock. 1037, your condition is well controlled.
Dr. Hao rarely praised Jiang Li with a word of approval.
Jiang Li politely responded with a smile. After finishing his words, Dr. Hao went to the iron door, walking to the scoring sheet. He pulled out a steel pen from his chest pocket, opened the pen cap, and filled in the new score on the form. 60 points. Increased by 10 points. Comment, take medicine on time, symptoms reduced.
After completing these tasks, Dr. Hao gave 2 routine directions and then turned to leave the ward. Witnessing Dr. Hao leave, the nurse turned her head and walked up to Jiang Li.
1037, answer me, have you seen a little girl with double ponytails in the hospital? The nurse was holding a small booklet, asking Jiang Li.
At that moment, the little girl, for some unknown reason, hid at the toilet door, only half of her body peeking out. Jiang Li recalled the 8th rule of the patient code. When the nurse asks if you have seen a little girl with double ponytails in the hospital, you must insist that you have not seen her.
Jiang Li looked up at the nurse and denied firmly, no.
As soon as Jiang Li finished speaking, the little girl in the corner of the wall showed a slightly pitiful expression.
Really didn't see her?
Her mother has been looking for her, she got lost in the hospital.
The nurse pressed.
Jiang Li still did not change her words, I haven't seen her. This time, as soon as Jiang Li finished saying this, a terrifying blue vein quickly emerged on the little girl's face. The little girl looked at Jiang Li, standing dazedly at the toilet door, with thick blood flowing from her stitched neck. Jiang Li noticed that the little girl's body was slightly trembling, hugging her arms and shivering. That posture was indistinguishable from fear or cold.
All right then.
The nurse no longer questioned Jiang Li but turned to the beds of the other 2 patients.
What about you?
Have you seen a little girl with double ponytails? The nurse asked.
The 2 patients secretly looked at Jiang Li and then quickly shook their heads.
Did you see her? The old man asked the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman, holding her son, kept shaking her head. Absolutely not, I haven't even left the ward.
Me too. Hearing the conversation, the nurse's expression seemed quite troubled.
She tore off 3 sheets of paper from the small booklet in her hand and distributed them to the 3 patients in the room.
This is a photo of the little girl. If you see her, remember to tell me. After instructing, the nurse turned and left the ward. Jiang Li took the paper and glanced at the photo on it.
In the picture, it was not a little girl at all,
but several indistinguishable, fragmented limbs.
Chapter 60, Please leave, guests.
The other 2 patients pointed at the photo, analyzing something.
This child is pretty good. Look, her features are charming.
Yes, it's been a long time since I've seen such a cute little girl.
Her eyes are big like grapes, really lively. Jiang Li ignored their words and turned the photo over to the back. There were new rules there.
Asylum, night rules.
1. Before night falls, make sure to send away all guests in the ward. Otherwise, terrible things will happen. 2. If you hear the cries of wild cats at night, do not pay attention, it is a normal phenomenon.
The hospital has adopted many unwanted stray cats.
3. The security guard patrols the hallway every hour.
Please do not loiter in the hallway.
4. There is a night convenience store set up downstairs in the hospital, open from midnight to 7 o'clock, guests are welcome at any time.
5. If you get lost in the dark, you can look for the light of the night convenience store. It will point you in the right direction.
The organs of a pig will not grow on a kitten, please remember this point. Doctors and nurses have already finished their shifts and are resting, they will not come at night.
Do not look in the mirror at night, this is advice.
Once this rule is broken, please fall asleep within 5 minutes.
Relax, and the next day you will forget this terrible experience.
Jiang Li looked grave after reading it. She was particularly focused on the first rule. Before night falls, all guests in the ward must be sent away. Otherwise, terrible things will happen. The sky outside was getting darker and darker.
This matter must be dealt with urgently.
Now, the most important thing is to distinguish who are the hosts and who are the guests in the ward. It was obvious that Jiang Li, the old man, and the middle-aged woman all had their own name tags. Therefore, the 3 of them were most likely the hosts of the ward.
Besides these three, in the ward there were also a red baby, a little girl, and a fake son being treated as a real one in the arms of the middle-aged woman. If Jiang Li drove the red baby away, it would surely anger him. As for the little girl, she had been lurking at the door of the bathroom, glaring at Jiang Li with eerie eyes. It would also be difficult to ask the little girl to leave. But what was even more difficult was the middle-aged woman's fake son. She cherished that son so much, she definitely would not be willing to send him away. What to do? Jiang Li felt a bit of a headache. Her gaze swept around the room, trying to find a solution. Unintentionally, Jiang Li made eye contact with the fake doll in the arms of the middle-aged woman. The corners of the fake doll's mouth twitched upward, wearing a restrained and eerie smile. Its eyes rolled half a circle before locking onto Jiang Li's direction, remaining still. Jiang Li withdrew her gaze and pondered for a moment. 3 seconds later, she looked at the little girl at the bathroom door. "Little sister, I promise to help you find your mommy." Jiang Li smiled kindly. After all, this Dr. Linny was someone Jiang Li planned to find. What she said was merely a way to go with the flow, and it could also win favor with the little girl. Really? The little girl looked both surprised and delighted. She stepped out slowly from the bathroom door in her little shoes. Jiang Li nodded, "Yes. But my baby wants to play a game of hide and seek first, and I need you to help organize it." The red baby paused and scratched his little nose. Is baby referring to him? Did he ever say he wanted to play a game? The straightforward boy, the red baby, was contemplating whether to explain he didn't mean that. Suddenly, Jiang Li tossed him 3 warm pig hearts. The red baby's eyes lit up. He immediately hugged the pig hearts and started eating them eagerly. "Okay. Then I will help organize the hide and seek." The little girl nodded earnestly. Jiang Li smiled, "I want everyone in the room to participate." Upon hearing this, the little girl turned and went into the bathroom. Jiang Li's heart tightened. Did she say something wrong? Just as Jiang Li was puzzled, the little girl came out of the bathroom. She was dragging out a tattered nurse. This nurse was wearing a pink nurse uniform, unlike the standardized white uniforms of the mental hospital. Furthermore, this nurse didn't have any facial features. Her face was entirely soft, rotting flesh. Jiang Li's heart sank. She almost forgot she had never been to the bathroom in the ward. Thus, she had yet to find out about this guest in the bathroom. "Everyone is here, is there anything else?" The little girl looked at Jiang Li while pulling out the nurse. "Yes." Jiang Li extended her hand, pointing at the fake doll in the arms of the middle-aged woman. "I want him to be the ghost. The game will take place anywhere outside room 402. As soon as Jiang Li finished speaking, she saw the middle-aged woman change color. The middle-aged woman carefully protected her son, her eyes filled with resentment. She opened her mouth, wanting to refute Jiang Li's proposal, but was shot down by a glare from the little girl. Jiang Li smirked. She had already anticipated this. This middle-aged woman, just moments ago, did not dare to refuse the little girl who painted her into that ghastly image, probably out of fear of the girl. Moreover, the little girl must be much more familiar with the occupants of the hospital room, whether they are the host or guests, than she and the red baby, who are new arrivals. Thus, it was just right for the little girl to take charge of this gathering. Soon, everyone was ready. The fake doll was placed alone in the middle of the hallway. The others scattered, each finding their own hiding spots. Jiang Li guessed that the fake doll could only activate its eerie powers when it was in the hospital room as a guest who had not been sent away. So, the fake doll outside the hospital room was just a lifeless, immobile doll. This game of hide and seek could only end if no one chose to end it themselves. Jiang Li watched as the others either went up to the rooftop or ran down the stairs. She then calmly walked back to the entrance of room 402. She tossed a heart to the red baby on her shoulder, telling him to go to another room and find an empty bed to sleep in. The red baby happily took the heart and trotted away. Jiang Li saw the red baby kick the door and stride into room 409. Then she calmly took down the sign for 402 and swapped it with the sign for 401. After that, she pushed the door open and returned to the original room. Now, forget about sending away the guests, she had also sent away the host. Jiang Li lay down on bed number 2, covered herself with a blanket, and fell into a deep sleep. Until late at night, she was awakened by a series of piercing cat cries. Jiang Li turned on the light and glanced at the wall clock. It was 1:45 a.m. After thinking for a moment, she got up from bed and pushed the door open to step outside. Chapter 61 Hide and Seek. Jiang Li gently pushed the door open. As soon as she opened the door, a little cat darted to her feet. It was a hairless cat with slightly red eyes. Jiang Li tiptoed, trying to be quiet as she walked down the corridor. In the hallway, countless little cats were meowing sorrowfully. They sounded just like babies crying. Some of the little cats were sprawled on the ground, some were frantically scratching the iron door, and some were even shedding tears.
Every one of them was crying meow meow. The noise was so loud that it was how Jiang Li was awakened. Jiang Li recalled the second rule of the night. If you hear wild cats crying at night, do not pay attention, it is a normal occurrence. The hospital has taken in many stray cats that no one wanted. So, these were all the stray cats taken in by the hospital. However, each little cat wore a metal tag around its neck, marked with a number. Just like the patients in a lunatic asylum, they had their own identifiers. Every little cat looked at Jiang Li. They seemed to have human-like understanding, and without a word, they made a path for her. In the darkness, countless shiny eyes were staring at Jiang Li. Jiang Li carefully walked to the middle of the corridor. The fake doll, placed there by the middle-aged woman, had already been torn apart by many little cats. The head was separated from the arms, and the belly was split open. The stuffing from inside the fake doll was all over the place. As Jiang Li passed by, one of the doll's eyeballs rolled to her feet, staring coldly up at her. She bent down to pick up the eyeball. Now, this eyeball was no longer moving, it was just an ordinary glass bead. After a quick look, finding nothing unusual, Jiang Li casually slipped it into her pocket. Then, Jiang Li continued toward the stairway. As she walked, she noticed an ongoing trail of little cats following closely behind her. Occasionally, they would nudge against Jiang Li and give a couple of yowls. Only when she got closer did Jiang Li realize that many of these little cats had hooves like little pigs. Or, they had small pigtails. These cats had varying degrees of mutations in their bodies. Some were mutated as little as 20%, while others were mutated as much as 70%, all becoming more like little pigs. Jiang Li suddenly recalled the sixth rule of the night. Little cats will not grow pig organs on their bodies. This rule is wrong. Jiang Li noted the doubts in her heart and quickly went down to the fourth floor. She arrived at the third floor. The hallway on the third floor was similar to that on the fourth floor. But the little cats on this floor were even more strange. Rather than calling them little cats, Jiang Li preferred to call them little pigs. Because the little cats on this floor had mutated in their bodies to an extent of 90% or more. Among these little pigs, there was one particularly fat pig that stood out. That fat pig looked Jiang Li in the eyes, and she felt a familiar sensation rise. Jiang Li didn't plan to stay long and was about to head downstairs. But that little fat pig ran over and blocked her way. The little fat pig had a metal tag hanging from its neck that read 022, and it bit Jiang Li's pants leg, seeming to want to take her somewhere. Jiang Li suppressed the doubts in her heart and followed it. The little fat pig led Jiang Li to a storage room. It nudged something down from a row of shelves and brought it to Jiang Li. It was a black flashlight. Jiang Li patted the little fat pig's head and put the flashlight into her pocket. Although she didn't know what the little fat pig meant, believing in it seemed to be the right thing to do, as she thought of animal intuition. As time gradually approached 2 a.m. Suddenly, a tap of footsteps echoed. The animals in the third-floor corridor seemed to have heard some signal. Panicked sounds of running lasted for 2 to 3 seconds. The little fat pig also ran away. Unexpectedly, Jiang Li was left all alone in the corridor on the third floor. The third rule of the night. The security guard will patrol the hallway on the hour, please do not loiter in the hallway. Jiang Li suddenly realized that the guard must have arrived. She immediately hid in the storage room and closed the door. The tap of footsteps grew closer to Jiang Li. She crouched beneath the window in the storage room. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Jiang Li even breathed very cautiously. The beating of her heart went thump, thump, one after the other. The security guard was walking down the corridor with a flashlight. The guard's flashlight flashed into the storage room briefly. The light shined through the window, illuminating a patch of empty ground in the storage room. Jiang Li's head was hidden just a little beneath the light, almost getting discovered. Why is the door of the storage room open? The guard walked toward the door of the storage room. The iron door of the storage room was slightly ajar, not very wide, about 1 centimeter. Jiang Li crouched at the spot directly facing the door crack, her breathing tightening involuntarily. The iron door of the storage room could not be locked from the inside at all. Jiang Li's heart raced, and she held her breath. She felt something in her pocket, and a quick thought flashed through her mind. Just as the guard was about to push the door, a distant sound of glass beads rolling echoed in the hallway. Who? The guard immediately turned the flashlight's direction and walked toward the hallway. That was the glass eye that Jiang Li had thrown from the window, belonging to a fake doll. Unexpectedly, it came in handy. As the guard walked away, Jiang Li was about to pull the door but suddenly noticed a person standing behind the door, smiling at her. The person behind the door had a deathly pale face, with 2 big red blushes on their cheeks. That person looked down at Jiang Li from above, grinning creepily. Jiang Li's hair stood on end. She suddenly recalled that it was the old man, made up by the little girl in the hide-and-seek game, who had hidden here. The old man, lacking makeup removal tools, had to run around wearing this eerie makeup.
You came here too? The old man happily asked Jiang Li. Jiang Li helplessly nodded in agreement.
This old man was rather unfortunate, he had probably been hiding here for 3 to 4 hours. In fact, Jiang Li had already gone back to sleep for a while. Outside, she heard the sound of the guard's footsteps coming again. Oh no, she was distracted by this old man. The guard was coming back. Damn. Jiang Li slowly moved her feet and stood next to the terrifying old man behind the door. At that moment, the guard. She also walked to the door of the storage room. Creak. The security guard pushed open the iron door of the storage room, opening it to about an 80-degree angle. Jiang Li stood on her tiptoes behind the iron door, pressed against the wall, not daring to breathe. The security guard took 2 steps inside and spotted 2 or 3 flashlights lying on the ground. He bent down, picked them up, and put them back on the shelf. Jiang Li was right behind him on his right side. She could see the security guard's back. If he turned his head to the right, she would definitely be discovered. Jiang Li's heart was in her throat. At the same time, there came the sound of 2 security guards arriving from the 4th floor. 2 security guards. Jiang Li had already begun to feel for her knife. The 4th floor security guard reached the window of the storage room, shining his flashlight inside. He knocked twice on the windowsill and urged, "Are you done? The 4th floor is finished, how about the 3rd floor?" I'm done, right away," the 3rd floor security guard replied casually. He walked to the left window and closed the open glass window. Then he left the storage room, pulling the door shut behind him. Fortunately, the security guard did not have the habit of locking the storage room. Jiang Li let out a sigh of relief. The heightened tension had made Jiang Li's back sweat. She put away the knife, stepped away from the wall, and after confirming the security guard had gone far, pulled open the storage room door. 1037, why aren't you hiding? The old man asked. Jiang Li hurriedly smiled and gave a vague response, if I need to hide, you hide first and I'll change places. The old man nodded, go ahead. Be careful, don't get caught. Jiang Li secretly complained that this old man was crazy, then exited the storage room. A game of hide-and-seek made the fake doll the ghost. If it could still catch someone, that would be truly terrifying. After leaving the storage room, Jiang Li secured the flashlight given to her by the little fat pig in her pocket and quickly went downstairs. Chapter 62, The Kitchen Storage Room. Jiang Li walked down in the dark, not daring to turn on her flashlight yet. On her way down, the paper in her pocket felt slightly warm. In the deep darkness, Jiang Li vaguely sensed that it was the first insane asylum patient rules paper that was getting warm. She opened the paper and took a quick glance. She couldn't see clearly, but she could vaguely see that the 6th rule inside had turned bold. 6th rule of patient rules. There is number 0 floor in the hospital, do not try to find the 0 floor. This rule was correct the last time Jiang Li looked at it. The hospital indeed had number 0 floor. But now, through the eye of truth, Jiang Li could clearly feel that the truth of this rule had changed. As Jiang Li was thinking this, she unknowingly arrived at a dark corridor entrance. Above the corridor entrance, a green sign indicated to Jiang Li that this was 0 floor. Jiang Li hesitated. Should she go in and take a look? Jiang Li originally intended to visit the -3 floor tonight, because she had thought about it while washing her hands in the cafeteria on -2 floor. At that time, the red blood water from the faucet had been contaminated. Following the source of the faucet, she could check 2 nearby floors. If the hospital cafeteria used groundwater, then the water on -2 floor could likely be from the morgue on -3 floor. The source of the contamination was likely in the morgue. But now the 0 floor had appeared. If the hospital used tap water, then the water pipeline ran downwards, and the source of contamination could also come from the 0 floor. 0 floor was still somewhat too strange. Jiang Li thought for a moment and decided to come back next time with the red infant. For tonight, she would first check the -3 floor. Jiang Li walked down the stairs. She quickly arrived at the very bottom, -3 floor. The morgue, which should have been eerie and gloomy, was now brightly lit. Jiang Li peered through the glass door at the corridor entrance, glancing inside. Inside -3 floor, many staff members wearing white hats and tight aprons were busy working. Above, a glowing green sign hung, kitchen storage room. Wasn't this the morgue? Why had it turned into a kitchen storage room? Jiang Li put away her confusion and looked at a piece of paper posted at the corridor entrance. She took out her flashlight, set it to the lowest brightness, and carefully shone it on the paper. Madhouse, back kitchen warehouse work rules. 1. The back kitchen warehouse is open from midnight to 4 o'clock. Attendance must be recorded at midnight, and you must arrive on time. 2. Please wear work clothes and a work cap when entering the warehouse to work. 3. Please wash, scald, scrape, cut the pork according to the procedures to prepare ingredients for the cafeteria's meals the next day. 4. Do not let tools contaminated with pig blood cut your skin. If this happens, please stop working immediately and go to the clinic on the second floor for treatment. 5. If you find cat hair on the pig, don't panic, just cut off the affected parts.
What are you looking at?
A woman's voice suddenly rang in Jiang Li's ear.
Jiang Li turned around.
She found a capable woman in a black suit looking at her with a scrutinizing gaze. The woman pushed her black-rimmed glasses up her nose, her hair slicked back tightly to her scalp.
Jiang Li choked on her words.
From the rules paper earlier, there were only 2 kinds of people on the -3 floor. The first kind was the kitchen staff busy inside.
The second kind was the attendance recorders.
I'm here to work, I was late.
Jiang Li smiled at the woman. This woman should be the attendance recorder.
The woman scanned Jiang Li's sickly hospital gown with her eyes. Are you sure you are here to work?
Jiang Li nodded, yes.
Her index finger trembled a bit, and Jiang Li continued. Last time I was cut on the back of my hand by a knife contaminated with pig blood, and I was hospitalized for a few days.
This is the hospital gown I didn't have time to change out of.
According to the back kitchen warehouse work rules, 4th item.
Do not let tools contaminated with pig blood cut your skin.
If this happens, please stop working immediately and go to the clinic on the second floor for treatment. Using this rule, Jiang Li's hospital gown had an explanation.
The woman with glasses believed Jiang Li about 70 or 80% after listening to her detailed explanation.
After all, if she really were a mental patient, she certainly wouldn't be able to think this quickly. It is difficult to communicate even with normal people, let alone with those crazy.
All right then.
Sign in, change into work clothes, and you can go in. The woman in the suit opened the big door at the entrance of the hallway and took Jiang Li to a registration desk. A sign-in sheet was placed in front of Jiang Li. The text on it was all garbled, and Jiang Li couldn't recognize any of it. She calmed down for a second and did a simple analysis. On the list, each row had the same symbols, and each column had different symbols. The rows represented names, and the columns represented dates. Jiang Li randomly selected a person who had an empty spot from the previous 2 days, and on today's date, she copied that person's name symbolically. The woman in the suit picked up a pen and specially drew a strange pattern after that name.
Jiang Li guessed that the pattern should represent late.
Then, the woman turned and went to a row of lockers behind her, took out the work clothes belonging to that person, and handed them to Jiang Li. She told Jiang Li to go to the changing room across to change.
Jiang Li took the outfit and went into the changing room. This work uniform was much too big for Jiang Li.
Fortunately, Jiang Li folded the sleeves and pant legs inside, and the woman in the suit didn't notice anything unusual. Your position was taken by someone else for the past 2 days, today you will do another task. The woman said, leading Jiang Li to a place for cutting pork. Jiang Li's task was to chop off the pig's feet. On the conveyor belt, at the very beginning was a batch of whole pigs covered with blood-stained white cloth, taken out from a cold freezer. By the time it reached Jiang Li, it was already cleaned and processed pork. Jiang Li pulled over the pig in front of her and swiftly chopped off its 4 feet with a cleaver, then sent them to the next person. Fortunately, in the previous chapter, Jiang Li had cleared it with an SSS grade, and her personal reward was 100% increase in stamina. Otherwise, with such a physically demanding job, Jiang Li wouldn't have been able to last 2 hours alone. During the process of chopping the pig's feet, Jiang Li noticed a strange phenomenon. The pig's toes should be 4, but these pig's feet all had 5. Or maybe some of the pigs. Its pig trotter is not entirely a pig trotter, covered with unclean cat hair. Jiang Li remembered the rules she had just read. If you find cat hair on the pig, do not panic, simply cut off the affected part. Jiang Li cut away that part of the meat, mimicking the actions of other workers, tossing it into the trash can.
Such high-intensity work continued until 4 in the morning.
Only then could Jiang Li leave the site. Everyone changed out of their work clothes, then lined up in order, exiting through a secret employee passage on the far right. This employee passage was not the internal corridor of the building Jiang Li had taken when she arrived. This separate passage that everyone walked together could directly lead to the square outside the hospital building. These employees all had access passes to the mental hospital. After exiting the building, they continued to queue, holding their documents, to get checked at the huge iron gate of the hospital, which stood about 7 or 8 meters tall. Those who passed the check could leave the mental hospital directly. Jiang Li did not have an access pass, and even in line, she could not get out. She simply stepped out of the queue halfway and headed towards the hospital square. Chapter 63: The Appearance of the Director. Jiang Li quickened her pace, leaving the crowd and moving toward the center of the square. As she walked, she rolled up her sleeve to take a look. The part of her arm that was exposed was mostly covered with disgusting hard lumps. It seemed the source of contamination was indeed on level -3. That pork was the source of the contamination.
Jiang Li took out a cup of honey water from her space and quickly drank it. Seconds later, the lumps on her hand visibly diminished at a rapid pace. This trip to level -3 was not in vain. Jiang Li had gained another item in her space, a knife stained with pig's blood. The fourth rule of the back kitchen warehouse work guidelines should not be overlooked. Do not allow tools contaminated with pig's blood to cut your skin. If it happens, please immediately stop work and go to the treatment room on the second floor. This indicates that the knife stained with pig's blood may have special significance concerning the bizarre happenings in the scenario. The focus is not on the knife, but on the pig's blood on it, or rather, human blood. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Li walked toward the hospital building. Tonight's clues were already sufficient. Jiang Li planned to return to the ward and think about the next steps later. However, unexpectedly, when Jiang Li reached the base of the hospital building and looked up, she found the lights on in the emergency room on the second floor. Moreover, below the first floor of the hospital, close to the ground, black gas was constantly rising. From the outside, it appeared that the area with the densest black gas was the 0 floor beneath the first floor. About 10 seconds later, the lights in the emergency room went out. At the same time, the black gas below the first floor also dissipated. Jiang Li did not continue walking into the building. Instead, she sidestepped and hid behind a notice board next to the building. She couldn't enter the building yet, as doing so would likely have her bump into someone coming out of the emergency room. Jiang Li squatted beside and watched. Not long after, 2 men came out of the building. One walked in front, appearing to be a leader. However, his head looked like that of a scorpion, and he wore a protective mask over his mouth. The other person walked behind, and Jiang Li recognized at a glance that it was Dr. Hao. Jiang Li recalled Rule 7 of the night guidelines. Doctors and nurses have finished work and will not visit late at night. This rule was wrong. In fact, earlier, the pink nurse hiding in the bathroom had hinted at the error in this rule. As night fell, the nurse in the bathroom would definitely appear in Ward 402. Fake nurse is still a nurse. Moreover, all the nurses in this hospital are fake. Reining in her thoughts, Jiang Li continued to watch the 2 men. These 2 walked out of the hospital's revolving door, descending the steps of the hospital. "Director, let me see you off." Dr. Hao quickened his steps to catch up with the man in front. The director waved his hand, his eyes squinting. "No need, little Hao, you've worked hard today, and your recent performance has been good." "You flatter me, Director. It is all thanks to your guidance. A great teacher produces excellent students." Dr. Hao smiled modestly. Hearing the compliment, the director seemed very pleased. He took the keys from his waist and handed them to Hao Huairan. "You are a smart man. If only your senior sister Lin had half your understanding back then." Mentioning senior sister Lin, a flicker of emotion crossed Hao Huairan's eyes. Just a moment's pause. Hao Huairan collected his emotions, humbly accepting the car keys from the director. "Director, please wait a moment. I will go to the garage to get the car for you." After saying this, Hao Huairan left. The director stood with his hands behind his back, waiting at the edge of the square. Before long, 2 beams of headlights shone in, looking especially bright in the dark square. A low-key luxurious Toyota Century came to a steady stop in front of the director. This black Toyota Century looked understated, yet it was anything but cheap. Jiang Li had occasionally seen overseas Chinese classmates driving it while studying at Huaqing University. This car seemed ordinary but was hard to find in the country, even the wealthy could struggle to buy it. The car door opened, and Hao Huairan emerged from the driver's seat, helping the director get in. Then, the director drove away, while Hao Huairan stood still, watching. Under the illumination of the headlights, Jiang Li saw Dr. Hao's face clearly. His face had almost completely changed. The upper half of his face, not wearing a mask, was now covered with snake-like scales. Dr. Hao's contamination had worsened. He did not go to the basement, he only went to the emergency room, yet he still became more contaminated. What on earth happened in the emergency room? After seeing off the director, Dr. Hao headed to the small shop beside the building. The nighttime convenience store glowed with soft warm light, currently open for business. Jiang Li hid in the dark, following closely behind. Jiang Li crouched by the side wall of the convenience store. From her vantage point, she could see a stone statue at the entrance of the store, depicting a dog. Upon closer inspection, the dog's figure seemed somewhat familiar. Inside the shop, Dr. Hao and the shop owner were engaged in conversation. "Working late again, Dr. Hao?" the owner asked politely. Dr. Hao replied, "Yes, I'm hungry after working late. I came to buy some late-night snacks." "By the way, boss, sure, have the snacks you promised me the last time arrived?" "They've arrived. I saved them for you. A big bag." After saying this, boss sure handed Dr. Hao a bag. The things in the bag squeaked non-stop. Dr. Hao paid, grabbed something inside, and stuffed it into his mouth, bursting with flavor. That little thing squeaked a couple more times and then fell silent. Judging by the sound, it seemed very much like a mouse.
At this moment, while Jiang Li was paying attention to the two men, she was also looking at the rules posted at the convenience store entrance. Madhouse, convenience store rules. 1. The black dog at the door is the owner's treasure, remember, do not break it.
2. The nighttime convenience store opens from midnight to 7 o'clock, welcoming all kinds of guests.
3. This store uses a barter system to sell items, following the principle of equivalence. Before Jiang Li could finish reading, she heard Dr. Hao's footsteps approaching the exit. Jiang Li quickly pulled her gaze away and hid behind the corner wall. Boss sure, may your business thrive.
I'm leaving.
Dr. Hao finished his late-night snack, burped, and left the convenience store, satisfied.
Boss sure replied, you too, may your business thrive. Welcome again.
As Dr. Hao reached the door, he knocked 3 times on something before exiting fully. Seeing Dr. Hao's figure come out of the convenience store, Jiang Li cautiously followed him again. She tracked Dr. Hao all the way to the garage at the side of the square. Dr. Hao took out his car keys, unlocked the car, and got in. The car drove past Jiang Li's line of sight, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. Dr. Hao drove towards the big iron gate and left the madhouse. Jiang Li stared blankly at Dr. Hao's car as it drove away. What kind of business was Dr. Hao doing, really? And why did the convenience store owner wish him well in his business? Did this indicate that the contamination in the madhouse had a significant relation to this business? Jiang Li came out from the shadows and turned towards the hospital building. She hesitated, wondering if she should make a trip to the convenience store to gather some information. At that moment, 2 beams of car headlights suddenly shone on Jiang Li's face. The bright light hurt Jiang Li's eyes. Jiang Li instinctively raised her arm to block the light and turned her head towards the source. Not far away, a black Toyota Century slammed on the gas, speeding towards Jiang Li's direction. Chapter 64, The Pig Eats People. There was no time to think. The black car was only 3 meters away from Jiang Li. Jiang Li's adrenaline shot up. Holding her breath, she took 2 quick steps and jumped aside towards the roadside. Just as Jiang Li dodged the attack, the black car made a sharp turn and accelerated straight towards her. A car is fast in a straight line but not very flexible when turning. Jiang Li used this fact, narrowly escaping 3 times. After these few encounters, Jiang Li's stamina held up. However, if this hit and run didn't end quickly, something bad would eventually happen. The director in the car clearly wanted to kill Jiang Li. No. It couldn't keep dragging on. Jiang Li had to figure out a way to escape the director's pursuit. The area where Jiang Li was located was the hospital square, good for running but not for hiding. So the best plan was to hide inside the hospital building. Jiang Li sprinted towards the building with all her might. But the director's car suddenly swerved, blocking her path ahead. Another loud engine roar filled the air. With a sinister look in his eyes, the director gritted his teeth and charged towards Jiang Li. There were no obstacles nearby for her to hide. Jiang Li's gaze shifted to the side. Now, only the night convenience store was left. The first rule of the asylum convenience store is: the black dog at the entrance is the owner's treasure. Be careful, never damage it. There was no time. Take a gamble. Jiang Li put all her strength into running towards the convenience store. At the line of life and death, it all depended on the strength of the store owner. In the final few meters before the black car could hit Jiang Li, she rushed behind the stone black dog statue. At the same time, a sharp screech of brakes pierced the quiet night. The director's pupils constricted as he slammed the brakes like a madman. The car's front was about to crash into the nose of the black dog statue, but the director's car drifted to the side. The sedan skidded in an arc, veering off course. The car spun out of control for 4 or 5 circles in place before finally coming to a stop. Jiang Li, feeling weak, sat behind the black dog, clutching her chest, gasping for breath. Finally recovering from her dizziness, the director shot Jiang Li a cold glare through the rearview mirror from outside the car window. Resigned, he reluctantly drove away from the hospital. Jiang Li saw the director's car finally leave through the big iron gate. She sat down weakly on the ground, her pounding heart gradually calming down. She won. This gamble paid off. The director of this asylum also dared not mess with the store owner, Mr. Sher. Who exactly is this Mr. Sher? Not only does he operate at night, welcoming all sorts of guests, but even the director did not dare to offend him. Jiang Li took a few more deep breaths before leaning against the statue, pulling herself up from the cold ground. As soon as she stood up, she noticed Mr. Sher, the store owner, squatting at the entrance on the other side, holding a bowl of hot soup, watching the scene. "Oh, little girl, you have quite the luck," Mr. Sher smiled at Jiang Li. "Guests are welcomed. Would you like to come in and sit?" Upon seeing Mr. Sher, Jiang Li suddenly realized this familiar face. Wasn't he the coffin shop owner she met before? "Is it you?" Jiang Li stared at the owner. "I saw you last time."
Mr. Sure smiled. It's me, we meet again. Jiang Li teased, your business is quite broad. Mr. Sure responded. Of course, you promised to come often to take care of my family business. You haven't forgotten, right? Jiang Li suddenly remembered that, in her impression, there indeed was such a matter. Come in and take a look. Boss Sure said this, then brought the bowl to his lips, slurping a mouthful of meat soup, and got up to walk into the store. The wind chime at the entrance of the convenience store jingled twice in the nighttime breeze, making a pleasant ding-ding sound. Jiang Li stood at the doorway, staring at the shop for a moment. Dim yellow light filled the entire convenience store. Above the ceiling of the small store, many dolls were hung. Strings dangled down, wrapped around the necks of the dolls. It looked very much like children hanging dead here. Moreover, the items sold in this shop were all bizarre. There were human skin, blood-stained cloth shoes, severed limbs, and all kinds of things. In addition, there were half-dead mice, freshly shed snakeskins, blood-filled shrinking knives, and so on. Each item had a tag hanging on it, showing the last names of their original owners. Jiang Li glanced at the rules on the wall. Madhouse, convenience store rules. 1. The black dog at the entrance is the boss's treasure, remember, do not damage it. 2. The convenience store is open from midnight to 7 o'clock, all guests are welcome. 3. This store sells goods through barter, following the principle of equivalence. 4. Once an item leaves the store, it cannot be returned or exchanged. We take no responsibility for any issues. 5. You must make a purchase to enter the store, serious inquiries only. 6. Before leaving the store, please knock 3 times on the sign at the entrance. Jiang Li walked into the store and saw a family portrait of Boss Sure hanging on the wall. It was a photo of him and a woman. Jiang Li asked, Boss Sure, isn't your wife with you? If Jiang Li guessed correctly, the black dog at Boss Sure's home the last time she met him was actually his real wife. Because that black dog showed no fear of lamb-scented sachets, it truly was not a dog. Upon hearing Jiang Li's question, a trace of sadness flickered across Boss Sure's face. His expression gloomy as he lifted the pot lid, revealing a large pot of meat soup with a mouth-watering aroma. Smelling this strange scent, Jiang Li seemed to guess something and frowned slightly. Boss Sure held up his empty bowl and scooped out a few pieces of dog meat from inside it. He lowered his head, his expression gloomy as he took a bite of the dog meat, swallowing it with difficulty. You are mistaken, Boss Sure looked up, responding to Jiang Li's question, my wife and I, we are together forever. Behind Jiang Li, there was a 2-meter-tall floor mirror. She didn't turn to look. Because rule number 8 of the nighttime code stated. Do not look in the mirror at night, this is a warning. If you violate this rule, please sleep within 5 minutes. Relax, and the next day you will forget this terrifying experience. This rule was real. Jiang Li deliberately avoided the direction of the mirror and began to choose items. But through the mirror, Boss Sure saw that the person inside was not Jiang Li, but a creature that was half cat, half pig. Originally, it had the body of a kitten, but 60% of it had transformed into a little pig. Jiang Li wandered around the store. Boss Sure took a clothes-drying fork, fetched a child from the ceiling, and pitched, want some late-night snacks? Mice or dolls? Boss Sure handed a doll to Jiang Li, I think you might prefer this. Jiang Li looked at Boss Sure in surprise, not reaching out to take it. Boss Sure continued on his own. In the old days back home, we often raised at #end. One time, a mischievous little kid went to at #NS place to use the toilet. When the family found out later, the kid was covered in blood, all limbs and internal organs were eaten by at #N. There was a word in Boss Sure's story that Jiang Li never managed to hear clearly. It seemed intentionally censored by the system. Although unclear, Jiang Li had heard of this story. This story was about pigs eating people. Chapter 65, The Danger of the Red Baby. So, do you want to eat this? Boss Sure offered the doll to Jiang Li again. You should like this. A trace of doubt arose in Jiang Li's heart. She smiled gently and refused. What about mice or fish? I have both. Boss Sure rummaged through a large cardboard box. Animals that eat mice and fish are cats. Jiang Li had already guessed. Perhaps in Boss Sure's eyes, Jiang Li was both a pig and a cat. At that moment, Jiang Li remembered the mutated kittens on the 4th and 3rd floors. The fat man had told her that patients with a health score below 80 lived on the 4th floor. Patients with scores between 81 and 95 lived on the 3rd floor. Those with scores above 95 could be discharged directly. If those stray cats were patients, could it be understood that the patient's score corresponded to the degree of mutation? The fat man had once told Jiang Li. He said he found his tattooed friend, who had high scores and was discharged, in the pork at the cafeteria. So, those patients discharged with scores above 95 actually had their final destination in the morgue or in the kitchen storage? Jiang Li broke out in a cold sweat.
The horror of this matter lay in the fact that Jiang Li had not taken even a single pill given by the doctor from beginning to end.
Not taking medicine could still lead to mutation. Jiang Li now needed to control her score so it wouldn't be too high. However, she also needed to ensure her score didn't get deducted too harshly, or else she would be locked in a small dark room. Or, there was another way. Jiang Li raised her eyes. Boss, sure, does the shop have a pass to the asylum? I want to buy one.
Upon hearing Jiang Li want to buy a pass right away, Boss Sure was quite surprised.
You want to buy a pass? Boss Sure frowned. Jiang Li nodded.
Boss Sure flipped through his ledger, his tone somewhat troubled.
The items in my shop are all left by other customers who exchanged them.
So far, no one is willing to exchange a pass with me.
No pass. Jiang Li felt a little disappointed.
It seemed the method of using a pass to get out had fallen through. In fact, if she absolutely had to get a document, she could also knife a staff member in the kitchen storage.
However, those staff members always acted in groups.
If Jiang Li acted rashly, she would surely be attacked. At that time, it would likely be even more dangerous.
Jiang Li pondered for a few seconds. She remembered the emergency room of the hospital.
When the lights in the emergency room were on, the black energy on the ground floor seemed particularly thick.
There seemed to be some inexplicable connection between the emergency room and the ground floor. Do you have a doctor's surgical outfit? If you do, I want one.
Jiang Li looked at Boss Sure.
Wait, let me find. Boss Sure started looking through the yellow pages of the ledger. This hay? There really is. Boss Sure's spirits lifted.
He set down the ledger and went to an old wooden box. The box was covered in thick dust, looking like no one had touched it for many years. You're lucky, someone exchanged for a surgical outfit 3 years ago. Boss Sure blew off the dust and opened the box. He shook out a wrinkled green surgical outfit from inside.
Jiang Li took it and opened it.
The surgical outfit was small, designed for a woman's figure. Jiang Li tried it on for size, it fit perfectly.
However, the downside was that the outfit's abdomen had a cut, stained with dried blood. Boss Sure said, this is the doctor's surgical outfit.
There's also a set of doctor's rules that go with it.
If you want it, I can give you the rules too.
Jiang Li's eyes flickered.
How much is it?
Jiang Li asked.
Boss Sure thought for a moment. You can exchange it for a poem.
Jiang Li remembered this instance. She was bound to her father, so she immediately rejected this method.
This won't work this time, maybe next time. Can you think of something else to exchange?
Jiang Li asked. Boss Sure replied, in addition to body organs, items with equivalent strange powers can also be exchanged. The third rule of the asylum shop.
This shop sells goods through barter, following the principle of equivalence.
Jiang Li thought for a moment and took out the safety lock from her space.
It was left over from the last instance. It belonged to the strange little boy. Is this okay?
Jiang Li held a peace lock in her palm.
Boss Sure's eyes brightened. Okay.
This is great. Boss Sure reached out and snatched the small golden lock. Deal done, no changing your mind.
Jiang Li did not feel she lost out. After all, the peace lock was just lying around, it was better to put it to use. How about this? Since you are generous today, I will give you something too. Boss Sure put away the peace lock.
He opened the wooden drawer of the counter and took out a box of little matches, handing it to Jiang Li.
This is a good thing. Boss Sure's tone was mysterious. He continued, you know Dr. How from this hospital, right?
He has tried to buy many things from me, but every time he offered something worthless, so I always said I was out of stock and refused to sell to him.
Boss Sure spoke in a way that made Jiang Li laugh.
Maybe, just maybe, these little matches were really something good.
Thank you.
Jiang Li tucked away the doctor's rules. She also put the surgical gown and matches into her space. Walking out of the small shop, Jiang Li reached the door and knocked 3 times on the standing sign in front. The sign, carved with the words nighttime convenience store, made a knock 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 sound. The 6th rule of the small shop, before leaving the store, please knock 3 times on the standing sign at the entrance. No wonder Dr. How also knocked 3 times back then. Jiang Li thought to herself as she stepped out of the store.
Leaving the convenience store, Jiang Li headed straight back to the hospital building, room 402 on the 4th floor. She was too tired tonight and actually slept until dawn. The next morning.
As soon as Jiang Li opened her eyes, she heard the cry of a middle-aged woman. My son, sob sob sob, you died so tragically. In bed 526, the middle-aged woman was hugging her fake son's body parts, lined up on the bed. The woman cried very sadly, her tears nearly dried up. Next to her, the old man sat on a chair, resting his head on his hands, dozing off. Jiang Li lifted her eyelids for a glance. The old man and the middle-aged woman in the room both had big dark circles under their eyes.
So, these two crazy people really stayed outside all night. They hadn't closed their eyes for a whole night. In shock, Jiang Li got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. When she came out, she distinctly felt the middle-aged woman's resentful gaze. But Jiang Li didn't care about the woman's opinion at all. Seeing that it was about time, Jiang Li left for room 409. She knocked on the door of the ward, calling for Hong Ying to come out for breakfast. Hong Ying was too sleepy to open her eyes, turned over, mumbled a couple of words, and couldn't get up. Jiang Li sighed and let Hong Ying continue to sleep. She left room 409, following small groups of patients toward the stairwell. Behind Jiang Li, a pair of malicious eyes peered through the gap in the door of room 402, closely tracking her. It wasn't until Jiang Li disappeared at the stairwell that the person withdrew their gaze. Right after, she sneaked out of the room and pushed open the door of room 409. Chapter 66, Causing Trouble. Halfway down the stairs, Jiang Li felt a faint unease in her heart. The middle-aged woman whose son had died wouldn't target her son, would she? But, her son was no one else but Hong Ying. If that woman dared to provoke Hong Ying, she was simply looking for a fight. Jiang Li's heart eased. She went directly to the cafeteria on the -2 floor for breakfast. While eating, Jiang Li felt like there were footsteps on the ceiling. And for some reason, she had a feeling of being watched. Jiang Li looked up at the cafeteria ceiling. All black glass material, opaque. Above was the -1 floor. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anyone in the -1 floor, as it was a restricted area. But Jiang Li felt like there were countless eyes staring at her from above. Those gazes lingered above Jiang Li's head, making her very uneasy. She finished her breakfast quickly in 2 minutes and left the cafeteria immediately. As she walked back, she saw a nurse holding a big stack of documents, hurriedly going down from the first floor. Going down from the first floor, besides the cafeteria. It's the morgue. Sending so much information to these two places seems unreasonable. Eliminating all options, only one place remains. The -1 floor, the forbidden area. There are people there. Realizing this, Jiang Li felt goosebumps rising on her back. The nurse was only 2 steps away from the -1 floor. And behind the nurse, a patient came down who was heading to the cafeteria. Jiang Li quickly walked up to the patient and pushed them with her elbow. The patient screamed in fear, losing balance and tumbling down the stairs. 3 or 4 steps down, it wouldn't kill. Jiang Li watched from the stairs. Sure enough, the nurse was dragged down by the patient, and the two fell together. Along with them, the documents in their hands scattered everywhere. Jiang Li slightly curled her lips. She hurried down to help the nurse and pick up the documents. Oh dear, how careless. Let me help you. Jiang Li said with a warm tone. She quickly gathered the scattered documents from the floor. Holding the various papers, she quickly skimmed through them. The patient who knocked down the nurse realized he had gotten into trouble and was truly scared. Afraid to anger the nurse, he covered his knee, disregarding the pain, and scrambled away. The nurse looked very anxious as well. She hurriedly gathered the documents, not even glancing at Jiang Li, and rushed to the entrance of the -1 floor stairs. Now, Jiang Li was very certain that there were people on the -1 floor. Not only that, but that person held a high status. Otherwise, the nurse wouldn't have been so flustered that she neglected to scold anyone as she hurried away. Unfortunately, the stairway entrance to -1 was opaque, otherwise Jiang Li could gather more information. Jiang Li thought about this as she walked back. This time up the stairs, there were still many paper money and ashes scattered on the hospital stairs. Not only that, but the corners were scrawled with large red characters, death, escape. Little paper slips strewn on the ground were filled with terrifying rumors of the insane asylum written by some madman. Just as Jiang Li reached the 3rd floor, she almost collided with a runaway patient. The madman laughed wildly, crazily running down from the 4th floor. While running, he shouted, "Aha! Go look, they're beating a child over there. Close the door and beat the child, ha ha ha." Jiang Li felt something was off but thought it shouldn't be a red baby. She grabbed the person and asked, "Where?" The madman suspiciously shook off Jiang Li, his eyes blank. "Don't pull me, it wasn't me who hit, it was an old woman." The madman's reply was nonsensical. But hearing the words old woman, Jiang Li's unease deepened. She couldn't help but harden her tone and repeated her question, "I'm asking where?" The madman scratched his forehead dumbly, It was in 409, I think, but I can't remember clearly." Before the madman finished speaking, Jiang Li's expression darkened, and she quickly rushed up to the 4th floor. From the 4th floor landing, she saw that there were many people gathered at the door of room 409. Though the door of room 409 was tightly shut, it didn't stop people from watching the commotion. The corridor in front of 409 was now blocked, and there was no way to squeeze in. As Jiang Li rushed forward, she raised the key to room 402 in her pocket and shouted loudly, "Step aside." I have a key, let me open the door. As soon as she spoke, the chattering madman automatically made way for Jiang Li. Jiang Li ran to the door and heard cries of a red baby from inside the room. Ah! Mommy! Mommy, please come save me. Woo-woo, it hurts so much, woo-woo. Jiang Li's heart tightened. She took a step back, aimed at the door lock, and kicked the iron door open with a bang. The iron door opened. The tragic sight of the red baby came into view. The little one was wrapped in iron chains, bound to a chair. Meanwhile, a frenzied middle-aged woman, with bloodshot eyes, held a curling iron and was burning the baby's arm. The sizzling sound of roasting meat sent chills down one's spine. Upon seeing Jiang Li break in, the middle-aged woman threatened her sharply. Don't come over. I tell you, my son is dead, and your son won't escape either. The middle-aged woman held a curling iron, aiming it at the red baby's neck. As long as Jiang Li dared to approach, the red baby would surely be harmed. The little one was already crying uncontrollably. Tears covered the small face, looking pitifully at Jiang Li. Mommy, save me. Whoa whoa. Crazy woman, let me go. My mommy is coming, she will crush you. The middle-aged woman was angered by the red baby, tightening her grip on the curling iron, ready to burn the baby's neck. Don't move. Jiang Li shouted, her expression tense. Calm down. Let's talk this out. The middle-aged woman glared warily at Jiang Li, her expression breaking down as she yelled. It's all your fault. My son is gone, and your son will die too. The red baby cried and cursed from the chair. Madwoman, if you dare to kill me, my mommy will kill you too. And that broken doll of yours is not a son at all. Your son has long been dead, long been dead. The middle-aged woman was further provoked by the red baby, her expression on the verge of collapse. With a hysterical scream, she madly raised the curling iron at a 210-degree angle, pressing it against the red baby's neck. The red baby's neck was burned, a smell of scorched flesh wafting in the air. The red baby let out a painful scream. Ah! It's so painful. Mommy! Kill her, quickly kill her. The scene descended into chaos. The frantic middle-aged woman raised the curling iron again, aiming it at the red baby's eyes, and went for it. Ah! The shrill screams were deafening. The red baby's eyes became rotten, now empty and blurred flesh. Fresh red blood flowed out from the red baby's bloody eye sockets. The little one felt so much pain that he fainted right then. The cruel scene was shocking to behold. Jiang Li's gaze was icy. You forced me. She turned and walked to the back. Bang! She closed the door of room 409, blocking outside views. 10 minutes later. Jiang Li dragged the woman's horrifying face, opened the iron door, and called out. Call Dr. Hao. Hurry, someone's dying. With a thud, the iron door slammed shut again. Inside, there were more sounds of dingling accompanied by the woman's screams and pleas for mercy. Patients outside looked at each other, their eyes wide with shock. Dr. Hao hurried to the scene. His face was grave as he took out a key, opening the iron door to 409. As the iron door swung open, Dr. Hao was frozen in place, shocked by the scene inside. He looked incredulously in Jiang Li's direction. The two locked eyes. Jiang Li said, Dr. Hao, hurry and save him, it will be too late if you don't. Jiang Li clapped her hands, kicked the middle-aged woman on the ground twice, and glanced up at Hao Huiran. Hao Huiran's gaze froze on Jiang Li. Even though at this moment he desperately tried to restrain himself, wanting to pretend only to see Jiang Li. But his peripheral vision couldn't help but glance down. Lying on the ground was 526, and the injuries were really severe. Hurry up, save him quickly, Jiang Li urged. Dr. Hao's face darkened. He clenched his fists, speechless. Jiang Li was not in a hurry at all. The first rule for doctors, when encountering an injured patient, immediate rescue is a must. Upon hearing Jiang Li's words, Dr. Hao's face instantly turned crimson. How did she know the doctor's rules? TSK, if we wait any longer, it will be a violation of the rules. What to do? A worried expression appeared on Jiang Li's face as she mocked him slowly. 2 seconds later. Dr. Hao relaxed his fists, turned, and ordered the stretcher. Quick! Take 526 to the emergency room. Right now. Jiang Li stared fixedly at Dr. Hao, putting her hands into her pockets. Inside was a note. It contained the doctor's rules. In addition to using the first rule of doctors, she also used the second rule. Do everything possible to imply that 1037 has a serious mental disorder. And Dr. Hao's method of implication was to falsely claim he couldn't see Jiang Li's fellow patient, making Jiang Li doubt her own sanity. But the truth was, Jiang Li didn't have any delusions at all. From the very beginning. That was the play directed and acted by Dr. Hao. If Jiang Li hadn't seen the bloody sack retractable knife in the night shop with the tag original owner, how something, she still wouldn't know.
That from the day she first met Dr. Hao, he had already begun this performance. Throughout, Jiang Li had the illusion of having a delusional disorder, as if Dr. Hao and the patients were singing a duet together. Those two fake props with bloody sacks, the retractable knives, were still sitting in the shop. Seeing Dr. Hao come out of the ward with a stretcher, Jiang Li hurriedly chased after him.
Dr. Hao, it was me who hit him. Do you think I'm really insane?
Jiang Li challenged Dr. Hao. If Dr. Hao said yes, then Jiang Li would be exempt from punishment for hitting someone this time. When someone with a mental illness hits someone while in an episode, even the law can't do anything, let alone the doctor. If Dr. Hao said no, then Jiang Li would indirectly prove she was a normal person.
A major condition for passing level S is prove that you are normal.
Dr. Hao frowned and replied, yes. Very good, Jiang Li is insane, exempt from blame.
But Jiang Li was not limited to this.
She caught up and fixed her gaze on Dr. Hao's eyes, posing another fatal question. Dr. Hao, you said only I can see them, so I have a delusional disorder.
But the fact proves you can see them too, so they are not my imagination.
I do not have a delusional disorder.
Yes or no?
Dr. Hao's face became serious, his lips pressed tight in silence. Jiang Li angrily slapped the stretcher, her gaze sternly demanding, answer me.
Yes or no?
Dr. Hao was left speechless.
The only answer to this question could be yes.
Yes, Jiang Li did not have a delusional disorder. Because Dr. Hao proved it with his actions. By choosing to save the middle-aged woman in room 526, he indirectly admitted that Jiang Li's delusional disorder was fake. Now, as long as Dr. Hao says the word yes, Jiang Li would have completed her self-proclamation of innocence.
So, he could not speak. He could not let Jiang Li succeed. He could not say a single word.
The group reached the operating room door. No matter how Jiang Li pressed, Dr. Hao remained stubbornly silent. In the end, Dr. Hao pushed the patient into the operating room. The operating room door slammed shut with a boom, blocking Jiang Li outside. Jiang Li recalled her first day in the asylum. A note on the back of the patient rules read a scribbled message obscured by graffiti.
Hurry and escape. Don't believe %#amp, at. The covered part should be Dr. Hao.
This was the advice left to her by the previous occupant of room 1037. It seemed this asylum's doctor was meant to bring normal people in and gradually drive them mad.
Then achieve some unknown benefits for himself.
Jiang Li curled her lips, a bright smile appearing.
In this game, she had already won.
It's okay, she had plenty of time to take it slowly. Jiang Li returned to room 409, poking the red baby tied to a chair, his head drooping, unconscious.
Baby, stop pretending, you acted quite well.
The red baby immediately lifted his head, opened his eyes, and grinned foolishly. At the same time, the chains binding him fell away on their own. All the burns on his skin vanished into thin air in an instant. Jiang Li tossed 2 hearts to the red baby.
Does it hurt, baby?
Jiang Li asked. She looked at the red baby with concern. The red baby shook his head nonchalantly, not at all.
I feel nothing. Just my throat is a bit dry from all the yelling.
He took a heart and stuffed it into his mouth, eating it contentedly. The red baby was strange.
How could the incredibly powerful red baby let a crazy girl bully him?
Wasn't it just to get his share of hearts? Jiang Li laughed at him. I told you to provoke that middle-aged woman, and you really got her angry.
That nasty thing actually went so hard on you.
When she went to wake the red baby in the morning, she had specifically reminded him to pay attention to his safety while acting. Who knows that the red baby plays so wildly? It caused iron chains to bind and curling irons to burn eyes, and it was quite scary.
However, this self-directed performance was quite successful.
With this event, Jiang Li forced Dr. Hao to acknowledge through action that he could see 526.
S-grade clearance condition. Prove you are a normal person and have Dr. Lin take you out.
This condition has basically been halfway achieved.
The next half is to find Dr. Lin.
Jiang Li took the red baby out of ward 409. They did not head to 402, but went downstairs to another place. Between the first floor and the basement, the place originally belonging to the ground floor. But this time, it was rather unexpected for Jiang Li. The emergency room was operating, but the haunting 0 floor did not appear.
Jiang Li's eyes flickered.
This indicates that opening the emergency room is not a condition for triggering the appearance of the 0 floor.
To open the 0 floor, which hides a huge source of pollution, what other conditions must be met?
At that moment, the words prosperous business from Bossher to Dr. Hao quickly flashed in Jiang Li's mind.
Business? Could it be that because this time there was no transaction behavior, the 0 floor did not open?
As Jiang Li thought of this, he shifted his gaze to the -1 floor before him.
Outside the -1 floor was a large red notice.
This floor is a restricted area, patients are not allowed to enter. Jiang Li stared at these characters.
There must be some secret here.
Jiang Li took out a surgical gown from his space, disguised himself as a doctor who had just finished surgery, and entered with the red baby.
Inside was a small room.
Inside the door, there was a luxurious metal gate. The metal door blocked all lines of sight, covering everything inside the -1 floor. In the small room in front of Jiang Li, 2 staff members were guarding it.
They were 2 nurses.
They were holding a detector and standing at the door.
Seeing the surgical gown Jiang Li wore, the nurses automatically assigned him the identity of a doctor.
This doctor, please stand on the platform in the middle.
We will check if you are carrying any dangerous items.
The nurse's voice was soft, nothing like how they would act towards a mental patient.
Jiang Li gently stepped forward and stood up. One nurse wielded the detector, scanning Jiang Li from side to side.
It was like taking the subway security check. The detector did not alarm, everything was normal.
It's all good.
The nurse smiled and informed him. Afterwards, she turned and opened a cardboard box, taking out a mask and handing it to Jiang Li.
I wish you a successful meeting.
After the security nurse finished speaking, the other nurse moved to the metal door and entered the password on the digital keypad. With a ding, the password was accepted. The luxurious metal door in front of Jiang Li slowly opened.
Inside, it looked like another world. Chapter 68: The Secret of the Restricted Area. A very strange place. Gilded and resplendent.
Everyone here wore various kinds of masks.
Sheephead masks, tiger head masks, elephant masks, black bear masks.
All these people were dressed in suits, looking extremely wealthy.
In their hands, they held transparent goblets. With a gentle shake of the wrist, the red liquid in the cups emitted a faint fishy and sweet aroma.
Around the edges of the room stood guards in leopard masks, watching vigilantly.
On this floor, the tiles beneath their feet were made of uniform transparent glass.
Through these glass floors, one could see the dining scene in the -2 floor cafeteria completely. The patients eating in the -2 floor cafeteria resembled fish kept in a fish tank by the wealthy. They were being watched, pointed at, and even selected. As Jiang Li observed from the side, a sheephead man came over.
He angrily complained about something to Jiang Li.
But what Jiang Li heard was a string of garbled nonsense.
Jiang Li could not understand a single word.
Seeing that Jiang Li had no reaction, the sheephead man became even angrier. The rage and aggression of the goathead man seemed very out of place in front of this group of prominent figures at level -1. So much so that many people frequently glanced sideways, looking over at Jiang Li. Although Jiang Li couldn't understand what the goathead man was saying, she saw the documents in his hand. These were the same documents that were sent in not long ago, delivered by the nurse Jiang Li had intentionally knocked over in the hallway. The document in the goathead man's hand was marked with the product number 1037.
The document detailed all of Jiang Li's physical data.
The goathead man's excitement had already caught the attention of several leopard security guards. Jiang Li knew that if she stayed any longer, trouble would inevitably arise. She looked at the goathead man, slightly nodded, and made a gesture to excuse herself before turning to walk outside. The information was already sufficient. The truth of the asylum was very close now. Jiang Li had only taken 2 steps when the goathead man grabbed her shoulder. The goathead man began babbling in incomprehensible gibberish, unwilling to let Jiang Li leave.
Jiang Li frowned and pushed the goathead man's hand away. Seeing Jiang Li's rudeness, the goathead man became furious.
His face showed anger as he lifted his leather shoe high, ready to kick out. Jiang Li's eyes turned cold, she quickly grasped his ankle and sidestepped the attack. Thus, the goathead man was awkwardly subdued by Jiang Li. Out of the corner of her eye, many people were watching this scene. A few security guards were eyeing the commotion and began to move closer to Jiang Li.
Seeing the situation was not right, Jiang Li quickly let go of the goathead man's foot. Feeling a bit rude, she slightly bowed and turned to leave.
But suddenly, a security guard reached out and blocked Jiang Li's path. These security guards were familiar to Jiang Li from the cafeteria. They were extremely fast. If she clashed with the guards, Jiang Li might not be able to escape. Meanwhile, the goathead man continued to shop behind her, showing no sign of letting her go.
In a standoff, the metal door swung open again.
A man in a white coat with a scorpion head walked in. Jiang Li's pupils shook, it was the director.
Damn it.
Now there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind, Jiang Li was caught in a dilemma. At the entrance, the director's gaze was immediately drawn to this side. Jiang Li hurriedly lowered her head, avoiding making eye contact with the director. Jiang Li could sense that the director glanced at her faintly, then stepped forward, coming this way.
Stay calm.
Last night in the middle of the night, although the director hit her with his car, he might not have seen Jiang Li's face clearly.
Moreover, Jiang Li was still wearing a mask and surgical gown. Her current identity was a doctor, not patient number 1037. She must not lose her composure.
Jiang Li took a gentle breath, raised her eyes, and glanced at the director. But to her surprise, the director walked right past her, to attend to the agitated goat-head man. The director spoke a few sentences in gibberish, and the goat-head man's anger subsided considerably, resulting in the guards retreating.
Jiang Li was ignored by everyone.
Then, Jiang Li saw the director leading the goat-head man to exchange another set of documents with the nurse.
The goat-head man stared at the document for a few seconds, not entirely satisfied. However, he seemed to reluctantly accept it. Next, the director pointed at a patient beneath the glass floor, explaining something to the goat-head man. Jiang Li glanced down at the glass floor. In that direction, there was only one person. It was the fat man Jiang Li had encountered before. Patient 022.
It was mealtime now. Like most others, Jiang Li had finished her meal and left the cafeteria early. But the fat man ate a bit more than usual, so his mealtime was extended. Jiang Li silently worried for the fat man.
This fat man was quite nice, telling Jiang Li many useful pieces of information. Moreover, last night, he even gave Jiang Li a flashlight.
He was genuinely trying to help Jiang Li. Jiang Li saw the dean's side, the goat-headed man frequently nodding while staring at the fat man. The goat-headed man looked at the fat man, more and more satisfied as he looked.
Jiang Li also watched the movements of the fat man.
After the fat man finished eating, he took his tray and left the cafeteria.
Jiang Li thought for 2 seconds.
She quickly walked out of the first-floor hall, leaving this magnificent place.
However, when Jiang Li left, the dean's gaze glanced over here.
A cruel flash passed through his eyes. Jiang Li rushed out of the hall and quickly found an empty corridor, took off her mask, and removed her surgical gown. Just as she put her things back into the space, she suddenly ran into the fat man going up the stairs.
1037. Is that you? What a coincidence. Did you go down for breakfast?
The fat man greeted Jiang Li with a smile. Jiang Li stiffly pulled at her lips. No, I went back upstairs, to the 4th floor ward.
That's just right.
The fat man was very enthusiastic. Then let's go together, I'm also going back, to the 3rd floor. Jiang Li nodded, walking side by side with the fat man.
Jiang Li's expression was always a bit unnatural. How should she tell the fat man? He was treated as a product, wouldn't that be too strange? The fat man would definitely think Jiang Li was crazy.
After all, Jiang Li was originally a health score very low crazy person.
By the way, you should be careful lately, try not to act alone.
Jiang Li reminded the fat man. The fat man heard the worry in Jiang Li's words.
He waved his hand dismissively. Come on, what's there to be afraid of? I've been here for so many years. I'm an old hand, nothing will happen to me. But if you encounter any trouble, you can come find me for help. I'm in Ward 304. Just then, a nurse in a pink uniform walked over. Jiang Li was slightly surprised.
A pink nurse's uniform, she had only seen it in the bathroom of Ward 402. The pink nurse came over with a list and a medicine bottle. 22.
Who is 22? The fat man waved and answered, that's me.
The nurse walked towards the fat man. Your attending doctor sent me to deliver your medicine, 3 pills, take them after meals.
The fat man did not refuse. He couldn't refuse. Because of the patient code of conduct, do not anger the nurses here.
The fat man was very obedient. The nurse handed him a small cup of water, and he swallowed the medicine in one go.
By the way, what happened to the nurse who sent me the medicine before? The one in the white nurse dress. The fat man asked the pink nurse in confusion. So, the nurse delivering the medicine changed?
Combined with the transaction event just now, Jiang Li seemed to have thought of something. Her heart skipped a beat. She was just about to tell the fat man to find a chance to spit out the pills. But the fat man beside her suddenly shouted out loud.
Ah! Who are you? Don't come over, don't come to catch me. Ah!
The fat man pointed at something behind Jiang Li, his eyes filled with terror as he shouted.
The next second,
the fat man stepped on air and fell down the stairs.
Chapter 69, Choice.
The scene in front of Jiang Li was just like when she first arrived at the insane asylum. The fat man's tragic death was exactly the same as the previous 1037. Soon, a stretcher came, and the fat man was carried away. Yet the fat man's eyes were still fixed on the top of the stairs towards Jiang Li.
Quick! Go notify Dr. Hao, the patient is on the way to the emergency room. Emergency room, Dr. Hao, transaction. The 3 elements, all lined up.
Jiang Li never expected that it would start the 6th floor in this way. Jiang Li quickly found a corner, put on her surgical gown again, and wore her mask.
She must go to the emergency room.
The secrets of the insane asylum were about to be unveiled.
Dr. Hao rushed over.
He had just finished a surgery for patient 526 and was hurriedly taking this one on. The dean specifically requested Dr. How to perform the surgery.
What happened to 22? Dr. How asked anxiously.
The nurse quickly explained, just like before, went crazy and fell down the stairs. Upon hearing the nurse's words, Dr. How immediately understood. He didn't say another word but hurriedly entered the operating room. Among the numerous medical staff entering the operating room, Jiang Li also blended in. To avoid raising suspicion, Hong Ying deliberately concealed her figure, lying on Jiang Li's shoulder. Jiang Li's surgical gown was not sterile. She didn't dare to get too close. So she could only settle in the corner, pretending to help, but actually quietly observing everything in the operating room. During the surgery, Dr. How glanced at Jiang Li several times. Fortunately, Jiang Li was not discovered by him. In this surgery, the fat man's organs were removed. Heart, liver, kidneys, and so on. These organs were placed in a low-temperature preservation liquid, sent to an unknown place. The fat man's body was almost hollowed out, becoming an empty shell. He was covered with a white cloth and sent to the -3 level morgue.
Congratulations, the chosen one has uncovered the secrets of the insane asylum, main storyline completion 90%. A system prompt echoed in Jiang Li's mind.
The surgery is over, go wash your hands. Dr. How took off his surgical gown and led everyone to the sink. And the serpent scales on Dr. How's face became more pronounced. Jiang Li did not take off her surgical gown. Dr. How looked at her with a strange expression, aren't you going? Jiang Li hesitated for a moment before replying, you go first, I'll be there soon. Dr. How stared at Jiang Li for a few seconds, said nothing, and turned to leave. Left alone in the room, Jiang Li suppressed the shock inside her. The source of contamination in the insane asylum had been found. It was these patients whose organs had been removed. Years of accumulation had created a powerful source of pollution, with hundreds or thousands of victims. That's why the last time Jiang Li went to work on the -3 floor, she suffered such serious contamination. Jiang Li recalled the goat-headed man she had encountered earlier. Initially, the information in the goat-headed man's hand was actually 1037. That is to say, the person who should have been lying here was Jiang Li. But due to a twist of fate, the fat man bore it all for Jiang Li. Jiang Li pulled back her thoughts and lowered her gaze. She turned around and was about to leave the operating room. But as soon as the sliding door opened, a man in a white coat stood threateningly at the entrance. It was the director. Why is he here? Jiang Li nervously stared at him and took 2 steps back defensively. The director looked coldly at Jiang Li and twisted his neck. In his right hand, with a click, a folded scalpel opened, shimmering with a cold silver light. Finally, I've caught you. The director's voice was hoarse, filled with an intense chill. In an instant, he teleported in front of Jiang Li and slammed her down on the operating table. That raised scalpel stabbed fiercely toward Jiang Li's neck. The knife tip gleamed coldly, now less than 1 centimeter from Jiang Li's carotid artery. Jiang Li's hands pushed desperately, preventing the director's knife tip from falling. Red baby, 3 hearts, help me. Just as Jiang Li's words fell, the onlooking red baby suddenly appeared, kicking the director far away. The director's body crashed against the big door with a loud bang. He spat out blood and got back up from the ground. His sinister gaze fixed on Jiang Li, then he maliciously grinned. Then, the director seemed to go mad. He opened his arms and, with a very enjoyable pose, took several deep breaths of the surrounding air. Jiang Li frowned, feeling a bad premonition rising in her heart. What is he doing? 2 seconds later. Jiang Li saw countless unknown black gases rushing in from all directions. The black gas swirled and entered the director's nostrils, merging into his body. The scorpion director's body began to change, slowly swelling. His outer white coat gradually tore apart and fell off. Red baby was shocked. Mommy, quick, stop him. He's getting bigger, I can't fight him. An iron chain appeared out of nowhere in Red baby's hand. He hurriedly moved forward, wrapping the director's body several times to stop him from continuing to swell. Mommy! Hurry up and act. Jiang Li's hand shook, a sharp knife stained with pig's blood appeared in her hand. This was what she had brought out from the -3 floor kitchen warehouse the night before. If she guessed correctly, this could harm the bazaar. Just as Jiang Li was about to stab with the knife, a stern male voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Pig's blood knife is useless. The pig's blood has been contaminated, it can only cause damage to the strange being, but it won't kill him. To kill him, use human blood. Jiang Li looked in the direction of the voice. It turned out to be Dr. How. The tied-up director let out a sharp, explosive cry. He glared at Hao Weiren, his eyes blazing with rage. You betrayed me. Hao Weiren, I personally brought you up, how dare you betray me? Hao Weiren's gaze flickered slightly as he turned his face away, I won't help any of you. Whether you live or die, it's up to your own abilities. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Jiang Li cut her palm, letting her blood soak the tip of the knife, aiming it at the director. Just as the human blood dagger was about to stab into the director's abdomen, a surgical knife on the ground flew up and aimed at Jiang Li's abdomen too. The surgical knife, under the director's control, hovered in the air. "If you dare to move, this knife will stab you too, and you will die," the director said through gritted teeth. Jiang Li's hand holding the knife suddenly froze. "Director, as long as you don't kill me, it won't hurt you. It is a mimicker. Once your knife pierces my body, it will also stab through your body in the same way." The director glanced at the surgical knife, a flash of triumph in his eyes. He was almost sure Jiang Li wouldn't dare to act recklessly. But he didn't know, Jiang Li actually wasn't afraid of death. The only concern she had was for her weak father. In this scenario, Jiang Li was bound to her father. If Jiang Li's knife stabbed into the director's abdomen, it would mean that the pain inflicted would transfer to her father in an ultimate doubling manner. The director burst into madness, his body swelling. Behind him, the red baby was pulling desperately at the iron chains with all his might. The red baby shouted to Jiang Li, "Mommy, I can't hold on much longer. You need to act now." Outside the live streaming room, Jiang Weisun lay on the hospital bed, a respirator attached to his mouth. At this moment, the hospital room was empty, only the live broadcast screen across from the bed accompanied him. Hearing his daughter's perilous situation, Jiang Weisun struggled to open his tired eyes. Outside the hospital room, chatter from passing patients could be heard. "This time Jiang Li is going to die, our Huagua will also suffer. I heard this time she bound to her father seems to be her Achilles heel. Lower your voice, I heard her father is lying right in this VIP area, don't let anyone hear." As Jiang Weisun listened to the outside discussions, his hollow eyes moved slightly. Inside, it seemed there was a hint of disturbance. A second later, Jiang Weisun lifted his withered finger and pulled out an envelope from beneath his pillow. He held the envelope and placed it on the bedside table. Then, Jiang Weisun lay back down on the bed, using the last of his strength to break free from the respirator. Tears fell from the corners of his eyes as Jiang Weisun calmly closed his eyes. Chapter 70, Kill the Director. In the world of strange tales, the director's sarcastic words came one after another. "What? Don't dare to act?" The director looked at Jiang Li mockingly. "People don't act for themselves, heaven will punish you. I am not wrong for the sake of profit. You are not wrong for yourself. We are the same type of person, why must you kill me? Why not we join forces? You're very smart, my madhouse needs people like you." The director tried to persuade Jiang Li to yield to him, abandoning any intention to attack him. Jiang Li didn't respond, only gazed at him coldly. At that moment, when Jiang Li was caught in a dilemma, a system alert sounded in Jiang Li's mind. Error, error. Link to the world Jiang Weisun failed. Link to the world Jiang Weisun failed. System malfunction, system malfunction. Jiang Li's eyes flickered. The link failure could only mean one thing. That is, this person has already died in the real world. Her father didn't want Jiang Li to struggle. He had already made a choice for Jiang Li. Tears glimmered in Jiang Li's eyes. In this round, she must win. I am absolutely not the same as you. Jiang Li spoke coldly. Red baby, tighten it up. After saying these words, Jiang Li grasped the sharp knife. With determination, she stabbed forward. The human blood dagger plunged into the dean's abdomen. At the same time, the suspended scalpel fiercely stabbed into Jiang Li's body. Both of them coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Jiang Li hunched her body, instinctively covering her bleeding belly. She coldly stared at the figure opposite her, the scorpion-like dean, who spat out a large mouthful of black blood. From the dean's body, endless black mist began to escape. The dean's body gradually shrank, becoming smaller. Finally, under the corrosion of the human blood dagger, the dean transformed into a pool of black, sticky fluid, remaining on the ground. The human blood dagger also disappeared. Jiang Li looked at everything before her, her belly bleeding. But the corners of her mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. She had won. She finally won. With a thud, Jiang Li's body fell to the ground, her consciousness becoming increasingly blurry. Mommy! Mommy, how are you? Mommy! The red baby's voice became harder to hear. Before losing consciousness, Jiang Li saw the faces of Dr. Hao and the red baby. Jiang Li woke up again. She was on a cold operating table. Beside her, Dr. Hao, dressed in surgical attire, was performing the surgery. Jiang Li smiled weakly. Why are you saving me? Dr. Hao was momentarily stunned when he saw Jiang Li wake up. He continued with his work, speaking with little emotion in his voice. Dr. Hao said, did you forget? The first rule of being a doctor. The first rule of being a doctor is to provide immediate assistance when a patient is injured.
This is the rule.
Jiang Li's lips curved into a smile. Yes, this is a world of rules, everything must be done according to the rules.
You aren't a psychiatrist, are you? Your surgical skills show you are definitely a surgeon. Jiang Li's tone was certain.
Dr. Hao is a surgeon, that's certain. Dr. Hao did not deny it, he nodded, yes.
I am a surgeon, and Dr. Lin is too.
Dr. Lin, Jiang Li had previously inquired about her with Dr. Hao. But back then, Dr. Hao was unwilling to say more.
Yet today, Dr. Hao took the initiative to mention Dr. Lin.
Dr. Hao continued speaking to himself, Dr. Lin was my senior, the dean was always with her before.
Jiang Li interjected, so where is Dr. Lin now?
The dean is dead, surely I can meet her. Dr. Hao's gaze flickered. After a long silence, he said, okay. After the surgery, Dr. Hao brought Jiang Li a wheelchair.
He pushed Jiang Li to the building's 0th floor. Jiang Li was surprised, the 0th floor only opened during emergency transactions, right?
Jiang Li purposely said, how amazing, I've never seen the 0th floor before. At the entrance of the 0th floor, the swirling black mist was especially thick. Dr. Hao said lightly, every time I remember Senior Lin, the passage to the 0th floor opens. Dr. Hao pushed Jiang Li inside. This floor was decorated very warmly.
It looked like a small home.
But the air inside was as cold as an icy cellar. Passing by a storage room, Jiang Li saw it was filled with ghost money and yellow paper. The printer on the table was working furiously, spitting out many small notes like those from The Horrors of the Insane Asylum. And here, Jiang Li saw a familiar face. The little girl who had disappeared for a while, wearing a pink dress and sporting twin ponytails. The little girl was sitting on the floor of the block room, excitedly stacking blocks. When she saw Dr. Hao, she smiled sweetly, Uncle Hao, you're back. Dr. Hao looked gently at the girl and nodded. After greeting, Dr. Hao walked to the largest white wooden carved door. He prepared himself mentally, took a bouquet of roses from outside, and then led Jiang Li in. As soon as Dr. Hao entered the room, the roses in his hand rapidly wilted. Inside this room, countless withered red roses were everywhere. Each rose inside represented how many times Dr. Hao had entered. This room had become a sea of flowers. Looking at the ground covered in red roses, Jiang Li had already guessed about 80 or 90% of it. This Dr. Hao seemed to have an unusual relationship with Sister Lin. Dr. Hao pushed Jiang Li, continuing to walk another 8 or 9 meters into the large room. In the center of the room, surrounded by a sea of flowers, was an ice coffin. Inside it lay a woman, Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin herself was the enormous source of pollution hidden within Level 0. All the black mist in Level 0 had escaped from Dr. Lin's body. Sister Lin died 3 years ago, and I killed her with my own hands. Dr. Hao explained in a calm tone. His voice was like telling a trivial story, something of no importance. 3 years ago, Sister Lin desperately tried to stop the director from engaging in organ trafficking, and she was stabbed by him. Though I saved her life, Sister Lin's spirit was severely damaged. She went mad, watching the patients around her die one by one, and every day she suffered terribly. She wanted me to end her life, and I agreed. Dr. Hao listed out these past events. Meanwhile, Jiang Li thought of the S-level condition for clearing the instance. Prove you are normal, let Dr. Lin take you out. In other words, 3 years ago, this S-level clearing method would have been possible. Because Dr. Lin still had a trace of kindness in her heart. But now, with Dr. Lin dead, this condition could no longer be fulfilled. Dr. Hao looked at the woman in the ice coffin with a complex expression and said to Jiang Li,
do you know?
Today, during the emergency, when I performed surgery on patient 22, the green surgical gown you wore was left behind by Dr. Lin. Jiang Li was shocked for a moment. No wonder the surgical gown fit so perfectly to a woman's figure, it must have been from a female doctor.
But since Dr. Hao had already seen through it, why didn't he expose her back then?
Jiang Li looked at Dr. Hao with confusion. At this moment, Dr. Hao's eyes were slightly wet. He released the wheelchair and slowly walked in front of the ice coffin, gently touching Dr. Lin's face. His voice slightly choked as he spoke to Jiang Li.
Although there was an extra medical staff member that day in the emergency room, I recognized you at a glance. But I didn't want to expose you. I wanted to pretend that Sister Lin was still alive. A crystal tear fell from Dr. Hao's eye. Sister Lin's personality was stubborn and headstrong. Her father named her Lin Yi, hoping she would be tough and determined.
But this personality also indirectly prevented her from becoming a corrupt businessman. Sister Lin's greatest wish in life was to kill the director and destroy this insane asylum.
I've never forgotten that.
Mentioning destroying the insane asylum, Jiang Li recalled the new paper money and yellow paper she saw in the storage room of Level 0 earlier. Including the little familiar slips of paper that came out of the printer. These strange things, Jiang Li had seen before on the hospital stairs.
The decline of the insane asylum was caused by you, am I wrong?
Jiang Li looked at Dr. Hao, her tone certain.
This time, the instance's clear goal also required uncovering the truth behind the insane asylum's decline. If Jiang Li's guess was correct, many of the bizarre events in the insane asylum were partly man-made and partly truly strange occurrences. The man-made part was the reason for the insane asylum's decline. Hearing Jiang Li's question, Dr. Hao appeared dazed for a moment. Is it? It seems, it really is.
After I started spreading rumors in the hospital, throwing paper money, burning yellow paper, and leaving creepy little notes in every corner. I just wanted to spread some gossip, to catch the attention of the outside world, and make them stop sending patients here. Dr. Hao seemed to be recalling some past events. He continued murmuring, after I started spreading rumors, it seems like the number of patients sent to the insane asylum really decreased a lot. The director's organ stock was insufficient, and business was getting worse. Several times, he was so angry that he vomited blood.
Ha ha.
As soon as Dr. Hao finished speaking, another system notification sound rang in Jiang Li's mind. Congratulations, Chosen One, you have uncovered the truth of the decline of the asylum, SSS level completion reached 50%. Jiang Li ignored it and continued to look at Dr. Hao. Dr. Hao's expression gradually turned cold again as he spoke. Later, the director's business gradually improved, because he turned the organ trade to normal people. The director colluded with outside hospitals. Those who had full body checkups, as long as their organs matched with a buyer, the director would find ways to bring them in. He made me use all kinds of methods to suggest to these normal people that they had mental illnesses, then force them to take hallucinogenic drugs.
This batch of people would quickly die in fear.
Jiang Li still had the last examination report of the previous 1037 in her pocket. She had found it on the back of a picture frame thrown away by the nurse. Actually, at that time, Jiang Li had already noticed. On this examination report, the woman's physical data was too detailed. But the only strange thing was that in terms of mental state, it showed normal person. Dr. Hao suppressed his emotions and looked at Jiang Li. I have hidden a few barrels of gasoline on the rooftop, you can pour it down the gas pipe, set it on fire, and then you can leave. Burning down the asylum is the best way to eliminate so many sources of pollution.
Jiang Li nodded in agreement and then asked, aren't you leaving?
No, Dr. Hao shook his head, looking at the deceased sister Lin. When you leave, if convenient, take Qian with you.
Qian is Dr. Lin's daughter. I want to ask you to send her to the orphanage. Qian was strange, but Jiang Li did not refuse.
Okay, I will.
This Hao Huairan was both good and evil. He was both a good person and a bad person. He stayed beside the director under the pretense of infiltrating.
Although he was carefully plotting to overthrow the director and destroy the asylum for Sister Lin's sake. He also did many things to help the director, aiding in cruelty. Now, Hao Huairan's hands were already stained with the blood of patients, carrying too many sins that could not be erased. Only by staying here could he cleanse his crimes. More importantly, he could be forever with his sister Lin. Therefore, perishing in the asylum was his best fate. You go ahead, I still have things to say to Sister Lin, so I won't see you out. Dr. Hao said in a deep voice. Jiang Li replied and turned her wheelchair to leave. Just as she stepped outside, she heard Dr. Hao finally lose control of his emotions. His voice thick with tears, the tension he had held for 3 years finally loosened at this moment. Sister, in your eyes, am I a sinner like the director? I found the daughter you were killed by the director. In your heart, I shouldn't be that bad, right? You hate me in this life, that's okay, in the next life, when the country is peaceful, I'll come to pester you again, wait for me. Jiang Li did not listen to the end and stepped out of the first floor. She barely supported herself, stood up, and went to the hospital's rooftop. The sky was completely dark. Darkness descended. The air was filled with fog, obscuring people's vision. In this eerie world of the copy, without the support of the strange director, the order of time and space had completely fallen into chaos.
In the darkness, the little shop downstairs in the hospital lit up a dim yellow light.
The yellow light was dim, like fireflies, emitting a faint glow. The fifth rule of the night. If lost in the dark, seek the light of the night shop. It will guide you in the right direction. The shop was located between the hospital building and the asylum's entrance. A straight line among 3 points. Thus, in this black fog, to escape the asylum, one only needed to exit the building and then run towards the faint yellow light of the shop. Over there was the exit of the asylum. Behind Jiang Li, a great fire engulfed the entire asylum. Dr. Hao, Dr. Lin, did not come out of the flames. Countless stray cats rushed out from the building, fleeing in panic. Rushing towards the open door outside. In the moment they escaped from the asylum, the kittens transformed back into human form. Amidst the fog, their long-awaited family appeared, embracing them tightly.
The asylum's wrong was not just in the persecution of normal people. Its persecution of the mentally ill was also wrong.
Those greedy, venomous doctors had forgotten that the kittens being sent to the asylum did not mean they were abandoned.
The kittens had never been unwanted stray cats. The kittens were simply sick.
And the kittens' families were still yearning for their return home. Congratulations, Chosen One, you have found the truth behind the decay of the asylum and successfully eliminated the source of pollution.
Sunny Orphanage storyline has been triggered, you have been granted admission eligibility. This level completion rating is SSS level. Perfect completion achieved.
Now awarding the completion rewards.
Chapter 72 Heir to the Inheritance. Huagui is free from this bizarre tale's onslaught.
Chosen One Jiang Li has added a static at an amp system malfunction. This time, Jiang Li immediately understood the system's overly affected voice. Very nice, now the system has also learned to act.
Just when it was time to award the prize, this thing hints at system malfunction? Deliberately messing up at a crucial moment? It's obvious that thing wants to play tricks, refusing to award Jiang Li. In cunningness, that thing is clearly superior.
To fool Jiang Li, this dog system pretended to buzz a couple more times. Until it delayed enough time to muddle through the awarding process, it continued with the following procedures. In this asylum instance, Jiang Li's bound family member is Jiang Weiseng. According to the system, Jiang Weiseng is deceased by suicide, and the system cannot resurrect him. According to the agreement, as long as Jiang Li completed the level, then their bound family member, no matter their state, would be resurrected.
But now this system was clearly addicted to playing tricks, just wanting to oppose Jiang Li.
However, this time, Jiang Li had no intention of arguing with it.
Because Jiang Li knew that her father's death was an inevitable result.
Her father's pollution had long been ingrained to the bone.
The maggots had hollowed out his flesh.
Letting a decaying body die and then come back to life, wanting to die but unable to, that would be tormenting her father. Though she tried hard to convince herself, Jiang Li's expression still dimmed noticeably. Because, when she was very small, she had witnessed her mother's passing. Her father was her only blood relative in Huagua. And now, her father was also dead. In this vast Huagua, Jiang Li no longer had a home. Jiang Li had truly become an orphan. Thinking of this, a strange bitterness welled up in her nose. Jiang Li held back her tears, clenching her fists. At this moment, the red infant on her shoulder suddenly hugged her neck.
Mommy, don't be sad. You still have me.
The red infant pressed its face against hers, snuggling close. Now, the only one who could be close to Jiang Li was this strange red infant. Jiang Li forced out a small smile, ruffling its hair.
Thank you, darling. She tossed the red infant a heart. Outside the live stream room, a group from the intelligence department rushed towards Jiang Weiseng's hospital room.
Xia Guofeng stood outside, his face cold and hard, punching the white wall beside him.
Damn.
This cursed bizarre thing, it said the bound family member could be resurrected, but now it acts like it was just talking nonsense.
Xia Guofeng angrily cursed a couple of times.
Behind him, a sharp young man pushed his glasses with his index finger.
Minister, this time it was Mr. Zhang's suicide, allowing the bazaar to exploit a loophole. What we need to consider next is preventing Dai Chunli and Jiang Lianlian from committing suicide, thus ensuring Jiang Li's safety as much as possible. At this, Xia Guofeng immediately nodded, you're right.
The bespectacled young man took out an envelope and handed it to Xia Guofeng.
The young man spoke, this is the letter Mr. Jiang left, as well as the inheritance division agreement.
Mr. Jiang wrote in the letter, ever since his pollution began, Dai Chunli and her daughter drove him into the study.
Harsh treatment.
He said he has transferred all his assets to his daughter Jiang Li's name, including a house that is about to be demolished. It's best not to tell Dai Chunli and Jiang Lilian about these situations, to prevent them from having dark thoughts and causing a scene of suicide. While Xia Guofeng was discussing this, a loud and clamorous female voice came from the front.
Let me through. Let me go. My husband died, and I need to see what's going on? An agitated woman was struggling with several bodyguards.
Behind Xia Guofeng, a young man with glasses sneered, it's Dai Chunli, huh? Mr. Jiang never saw her caring for him when he was alive, yet now she's so active after his death.
Xia Guofeng's gaze was icy, this wicked woman is clearly here to fight for the inheritance. He thought for 2 seconds and stuffed Jiang Weiseng's envelope into his pocket.
He then strode toward Dai Chunli. When Dai Chunli saw him, her eyes were filled with resentment. She remembered clearly the last time Xia Guofeng sent someone to capture her and made her suffer in the lab.
You, Xia, are you the one in charge, huh? My husband died, how dare you not let me in?
I tell you, Jiang Weiseng might have died because of you, and you owe me money.
Dai Chunli's eyes widened with rage as she spat out curses.
However, in front of her, Xia Guofeng changed his previous demeanor. He curved his eyes, revealing the creases at the corners, and said kindly. Ms. Dai, don't worry, we are doing our best to save Mr. Jiang. Before he lost consciousness, he said he would transfer all his assets, including the house, to your name after his death.
Don't rush, Mr. Jiang will personally tell you when he is rescued. Xia Guofeng spoke as if he were confident.
The young man behind him also adjusted his glasses and echoed.
Yes, Ms. Dai, Mr. Jiang is really good to you.
Dai Chuanli, who was still angry, immediately changed her expression upon hearing this. The joy in Dai Chuanli's eyes could not be hidden. She covered her mouth in surprise and asked, really, did he really say that?
Xia Guofeng and the young man exchanged glances and nodded firmly.
Yes. Yes. After a moment of thought, Xia Guofeng tentatively said.
Mr. Jiang is very lucky.
Our top medical team is working hard to save him. I believe that he is destined to be safe and sound. At this moment, Dai Chuanli was clearly overwhelmed with joy. Just a moment ago, she said that Xia Guofeng and his people caused Jiang Weisen's death and demanded compensation. Now hearing that Jiang Weisen might be saved, her attitude changed on the spot.
Well.
Dai Chuanli cleared her throat, her expression a bit unnatural. My husband is used to being rough, so actually, he doesn't need such a good doctor.
Ah, you are all big shots, there's no need to waste your resources on him. Xia Guofeng saw her disgraceful behavior in its entirety.
Xia Guofeng's face darkened as he grew more and more disgusted with this pretentious woman.
Show her out. Xia Guofeng found this person annoying and directly issued an eviction order.
Dai Chuanli was no longer angry, her face was radiant with joy, and she was in a good mood.
She didn't linger and turned to leave.
She didn't even ask to see Jiang Weisen one last time. Dai Chuanli thought to herself, in order to avoid any long delays, she needed to hurry back to find the property certificate and quickly transfer the inheritance. In her flustered state, she had just reached the corner of the hallway. Unexpectedly, in her haste, she bumped into a girl coming the other way. The girl had just filled her thermos with boiling water. When Dai Chuanli bumped into her, the girl got slightly burned and immediately released her grip in fright. As a result, the hot water splashed all over Dai Chuanli.
Ah!
Dai Chuanli screamed from the burn. Her abdomen and arms immediately turned red and swollen, with several large blisters forming.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. Auntie, I truly didn't mean to. Xia Xiaoqian had a worried frown, repeatedly apologizing. Chapter 73, Sunshine Orphanage, New Side Story.
Auntie, you're hurt so badly, let me take you to get checked out, Xia Xiaoqian felt guilty inside.
Dai Chuanli shook her clothes in front of her, extremely angry.
But she was now eager for money, in a hurry to go back to transfer the demolition house. Her mind was filled with hundreds of millions in demolition compensation, and she didn't care about this little burn compensation at all.
Forget it. Get out of the way. Dai Chuanli impatiently pushed Summer Xiaoqiang aside and hurried away.
Summer Xiaoqiang stared blankly at Dai Chuanli's back, her mind was muddled.
In the distance, Summer Guofeng came over, asking with concern.
Xia, did you get burned?
Let Daddy take a look.
Summer Xiaoqiang's hands were fair as usual. She shook her head, I'm fine, Dad. But that auntie has such a big blister on her hand, she doesn't care at all, I feel like she's gone crazy. Summer Guofeng thought of Dai Chuanli's expression and snorted coldly. He warned his daughter, that crazy woman is Jiang Li's stepmother, her heart is very cruel. Be careful in the future, keep your distance whenever you see that woman.
Summer Xiaoqian's eyes widened in surprise, So she is the stepmother who caused Sister Jiang to go to the mental hospital?
If I had known it was her, I would have splashed the boiling water on her face just now. Summer Xiaoqiang said these angry words. Meanwhile, Dai Chuanli, walking away, was holding onto the railing, quickly going down the stairs. She hadn't taken a few steps when suddenly her face turned white. Immediately after, a violent pain came from her abdomen. That feeling was as if someone was pressing her to the ground and kicking her to death. Moments later, the burning sensation gradually disappeared. But what followed was a long suffocation. It felt like a living person was being buried alive in the dirt.
Dai Chuanli fell back in pain on the stairs, screaming.
She was like a madwoman, her hands constantly digging at the illusory dirt and sand on her face. At this moment, a passerby walked past her on the stairs. The passerby's phone was showing a live broadcast of Jiang Li. A system prompt sound came from inside.
Jiang Weisen has been unbound. Current bound family member, Dai Chuanli. Now officially entering the next instance. Instance name, Sunshine Orphanage. Instance description, the Sunshine Orphanage is a shelter for orphans on the outskirts of the city. But strangely, all the orphans here are defective children.
In this place, you take on the role of the 6-year-old mute Lily. It is said that no child here can live past the age of 7.
And recently, your 7th birthday is approaching. Clearing conditions. 1. SSS level, investigate the truth behind the bizarre events in the orphanage, eliminate the source of pollution. 2. S level, obtain a suitable adoptive family and escape the orphanage. 3. A level, survive to see your 7th birthday. As the system read the instance, Jiang Li's consciousness also took over the body of the little mute lily. She hadn't even seen her surroundings before she felt a kick in her stomach. The next second, she fell into a pit, with countless mud and sand rushing towards her. Jiang Li found it very dark in front of her. She had confirmed that her eyes were covered with a black ribbon, so she couldn't even see who was attacking her. However, Jiang Li could feel that her hands were tied behind her back with ropes. She wanted to scream, but because of her mute attribute, she couldn't make any sound. If she continued to lie in the mud pit and let the dirt bury her, Jiang Li would undoubtedly die. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Li used all her abdominal strength to sit up from the mud pit. At the instant she sat up, all the mud and sand flying towards her froze and fell to the ground. Jiang Li broke free from the ropes on her hands and removed the blindfold. Beneath the wilderness, there was no one around the pit. It was as if everything that had just happened was just Jiang Li's illusion. In a daze, the dark sky suddenly flashed white twice. Boom! A thunder struck down. Soon after, big drops of rain started to fall, quickly soaking Jiang Li's entire body. A 6-year-old little mute stood dazed in the rain, covered in black mud and rainwater. Little Li? Next to her, the back door of the yard was pushed open. An old lady holding an umbrella stepped over the threshold and walked out of the yard. She wore a thick floral cloth dress, her hair speckled with gray. Jiang Li glanced over in that direction, but the sky was too dark to see the person's face clearly. However, from the old woman's figure, it could be seen that her legs had a slight limp, as if she had been injured. The old grandmother held a small cotton jacket in her arms. She staggered over to Jiang Li and draped the jacket over Jiang Li's shoulders. Why did you run outside all alone? You didn't tell Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu held the umbrella over Jiang Li's head. Then she took the little girl's hand and went through a small wooden door on the side. The wooden door slammed shut with a loud bang. The sign above shook twice. On the rotting wooden sign, the words "Sunny Orphanage" came into view. Rainwater hit the sign, washing away some of the freshly painted red paint. The rainwater dripping from the sign was bright red like fresh blood. It was late, and the rain continued to pour. The orphanage's buildings were dilapidated, giving off a strong, damp, and cold atmosphere. Jiang Li was led by Grandma Lu into the orphanage's backyard. Her gaze fell upon a corner of the backyard. Another flash of lightning struck down. Jiang Li saw that in a plot of land less than 8 square meters, there stood a big tombstone along with many small tombstones. The big tombstone had words that were already blurry, but it had a memorial photo of the deceased in front of it. As for the small tombstones, they simply had names and ages engraved on them, no more and no less. They were all children under the age of 7. Don't worry, Xiao Li. You're a good child, and nothing will happen to you. Grandma Lu patted Jiang Li's head twice, saying comforting words. Jiang Li softly withdrew her gaze, nodded, as if in response. She followed Grandma Lu into the wooden building of the orphanage. The 3rd floor of the wooden building was where the children lived. Grandma Lu led the way, with Jiang Li closely behind. Dong, dong, dong. The clock hanging in the wooden house's hall struck 6 times. The sound was dull but carried a hint of etherealness. Accompanied by the creaking of the wooden stairs, the two reached a room at the end of the 3rd floor corridor. Good child, hurry and go wash up and change your clothes. Grandma Lu hunched over, shook off the rainwater from the umbrella, and smiled kindly at Jiang Li. Just then, lightning flashed outside the window with a crack. A bright light shone through the wet glass window, illuminating the room. In that brief second, Jiang Li saw Grandma Lu's face clearly. Grandma Lu's face was exactly the same as the old woman on the tombstone in the backyard. Chapter 74: The Disappearing Door. As the flash of lightning faded, Grandma Lu's face turned back into a shadow. Jiang Li felt goosebumps all over her body. She instinctively stepped back half a step, keeping a wary eye on Grandma Lu. What's wrong, child? Are you afraid of Grandma? Grandma Lu's tone lowered, and there was an underlying sadness in her voice. She took 2 steps closer to Jiang Li, cornering her against the wall. Grandma Lu won't hurt you, listen to Grandma and go inside, okay? Good children always listen to Grandma. Grandma Lu controlled her emotions, gently persuading. She pushed open the red door at the end of the corridor, giving Jiang Li a look that urged her to go inside obediently. Jiang Li peeked into the room. The darkness inside seemed ready to swallow her whole. Xiao Li. Don't believe her. Don't go in, come here. A little boy's voice called out. Jiang Li looked in the direction of the voice. A small boy stood there with a serious look, about 8 or 9 meters away behind Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu turned around and saw the little boy too.
The moment she saw the boy, Grandma Lu seemed to have been stimulated somehow. Her speaking tone suddenly became frantic.
Xiao Li, don't go over there. He is a bad child. Quickly go inside the house. Right now. At the same time.
Taking advantage of Grandma Lu's distraction, Jiang Li swiftly rushed out from the corner, escaping Grandma Lu's blockade.
Now she stood between the two, looking left and right, not daring to make a rash move.
Xiao Li, come over, give me your hand, I'll protect you.
The little boy spoke with concern. Gizmo stretched out a small hand towards Jiang Li. Don't go. Good child, come here to Grandma. Grandma won't hurt you.
Grandma Lu also reached out her old hand towards Jiang Li.
Jiang Li paused for half a second, then walked towards the little boy. Ka-cha! Another bolt of lightning struck down.
The light flashed. Jiang Li's pupils suddenly contracted, and his steps towards the boy froze.
Wait a minute.
Behind him, there were no footprints. Taking advantage of the lightning just now, Jiang Li clearly saw the figure of the little boy. The little boy was standing by the third-to-last door, wearing a raincoat, clearly just back from outside. His black cloth shoes were covered in mud. Rainwater ran down the shoe surfaces, dirty water spilling all over the ground. But the most bizarre thing was that there were no wet footprints behind the boy. Jiang Li recalled what had happened after he went upstairs. After reaching the third floor, Jiang Li hadn't heard the creaking sound of the wooden stairs. That meant, since Jiang Li came up, no one had climbed the stairs.
So, he appeared out of nowhere.
Jiang Li stared at the little boy suspiciously, halting his steps, his back turning cold. Outside, thunder and lightning clashed, wind and rain poured down. This strange weather, clearly as cold as winter, yet it was summer's thunderstorm. And the situation inside the house was even stranger. To the left was the late grandma. To the right was the little boy in a raincoat, who had appeared out of nowhere.
Who should she believe? The rain outside was heavy. Raindrops hit the window, making a pitter-patter noisy sound.
Grandma Lu, come here, good child, come to Grandma.
Little boy, Xiao Li, she wants to kill you. Come to me, I will protect you. Jiang Li was in turmoil. Both sides had problems.
Jiang Li looked up, and the dark corridor ahead had only one door at the end. Everywhere else, there were only wooden walls. There was no place to hide.
Jiang Li's index finger twitched unconsciously. Wait.
Jiang Li suddenly looked up. A strange detail flashed through her mind.
The door.
When the lightning appeared, the little boy was clearly standing by the third door. But now, the door beside the boy had disappeared. The difference here was the lightning. Or rather, the light. Jiang Li's eyebrows furrowed tightly. She immediately took out a flashlight from her space, quickly turned it on, and shone it at the wall. In the previously dark environment, where nothing could be seen, a worn door suddenly appeared. The nearest worn door to Jiang Li was the second one from left to right in the corridor. The old door was unlocked, leaving a small gap. Inside, the candlelight flickered faintly. The shadow on the ground showed several children huddling together, shivering. At this moment, both the oddities on Jiang Li's sides caused her face to change. They both revealed grotesque faces with sharp teeth, their eyes wide open as they lunged at Jiang Li. There was no time to think. Jiang Li pushed open the door and stepped inside. And at the moment she entered the wooden door, Jiang Li quickly turned off the flashlight, turned around, and locked the door. The oddities outside tried to enter but couldn't catch up. At the moment the flashlight went out, the location of the wooden door reverted back to a wooden wall. The door had disappeared. Jiang Li locked the door tightly, still shaken. There was no unavoidable fate. Since the two outside were both oddities, this room in front of her must be safe. Because in that narrow corridor, there couldn't be a fourth option. Before Jiang Li could recover, she was startled by a scream from inside the room. A group of children stared at Jiang Li, screaming and huddling in the corner. The caregiver, standing at the front, held a dim candle in her hand. The caregiver looked at the 6-year-old girl who had broken into the room, her gaze wary. She shielded the children behind her and looked at Jiang Li.
Xiao Li? Are you human or ghost?
From the caregiver's perspective. The 6-year-old girl who had entered was drenched, her hair twisted into many strands, covering her face. And the girl's body was covered in black mud. It looked as though she had just crawled out of the earth. Especially on the girl's shoulders.
The little cotton coat draped over her. That style and pattern were personally picked by the caretaker as a little funeral garment.
The cotton inside the thin funeral garment was sewn in by the caretaker's own hands.
Aunt Xiaoyu, I just saw Sister Lily get buried in a hole on the balcony.
A chubby little girl stared wide-eyed at Jiang Li, hiding behind Aunt Xiaoyu. Jiang Li's hair tips dripped with water. She raised her hand, brushing aside the hair that blocked her eyes.
Aunt Xiaoyu swallowed hard, considering that Lily was a mute. She asked.
Little Li, if you are a person, nod your head, if not, shake your head.
Jiang Li looked at them and nodded. At that moment, Aunt Xiaoyu moved out a half-length mirror and placed it in front of her.
That angle was just right to reflect Jiang Li.
So, tell me, how many people are in the mirror? Aunt Xiaoyu asked Jiang Li. Jiang Li looked at the mirror.
In the mirror, Jiang Li saw herself as a 6-year-old little girl. And behind Jiang Li, where the wooden door was now empty. Grandma Lu, wearing a floral padded jacket and a little boy in a raincoat, stood behind Jiang Li, grinning ominously.
Jiang Li quickly moved away from the door.
She sidestepped one step. It was this move that allowed Jiang Li, through the mirror's reflection, to see the rules on the wall.
Chapter 75, The Rules of the Wooden House.
Sunshine Orphanage Rules of the Wooden House. 1. The orphanage does not have sunny days. Sunny days are abnormal.
2. No one can see Grandma Lu, unless you are about to die or already dead. 3. Never go out alone, especially after 6 in the afternoon.
4. There is no candy house in the orphanage.
If someone wants to take you to the candy house, refuse them.
5. The last room on the 3rd floor is a morning hall, do not treat it as a dormitory.
6. There is only one thing in the dormitory that is not human, please be careful to distinguish it.
7. Do not trust any voices in the dark. 8. The caretaker will always put the children first, unless she is already dead. The rules were written in chalk on a small blackboard.
And that blackboard only appeared in the mirror.
Thus, the rules could only be seen by Jiang Li. Although the writing was flipped horizontally, it wasn't too difficult for Jiang Li to read.
Little Li, tell Aunt Xiaoyu how many people you can see. Aunt Xiaoyu turned the mirror towards Jiang Li and the door.
She nervously asked Jiang Li again.
Jiang Li glanced up.
In the mirror, she could still see 3 faces.
The little girl Lily, Grandma Lu, and the little boy.
There was no red baby, and Jiang Li did not know the whereabouts of the red baby.
After pondering for 2 seconds, Jiang Li extended a finger and made the sign for 1. If she was right, Aunt Xiaoyu's question was definitely a trap.
From Rule 6, it could be seen that in this dormitory, there was one member, not human.
Everyone needed to find out this odd one out.
And according to Rule 2 of the wooden house,
no one can see Grandma Lu, unless you are about to die or already dead. Jiang Li could see Grandma Lu.
This meant she was either about to die or already dead. If the vast majority of people cannot see Grandma Lu, and Jiang Li admitted she could, then Jiang Li would be considered the odd one out among the members. And in group games, being the odd one out is a big taboo. So for this question, no matter how many figures Jiang Li saw, the answer could only be 1.
Sure enough, upon seeing Jiang Li's response, Aunt Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief.
Oh, you scared me to death, little Li.
Aunt Xiaoyu put down the mirror, knelt down in front of Jiang Li. Did we not agree? No going out alone, especially running around by yourself.
It's raining so hard outside, we were all worried to death.
Aunt Xiaoyu held Jiang Li's cold little hand and lit another candle, covering it with a windbreak.
She took Jiang Li to the bathroom. It's been raining heavily lately, and there have been power outages. You should take a bath first, little Li.
Don't catch a cold.
Be careful not to extinguish the candle while washing. Aunt Xiaoyu warned while placing the candle on the stand by the wall. I'll go collect your clothes, you wash by yourself first, Aunt Xiaoyu said before closing the door behind her.
Jiang Li stood alone in the bathroom.
Her hair and clothes were soaked, and she certainly needed a good wash. The flickering candlelight in the bathroom illuminated the dark, damp corners inside. Jiang Li turned on the shower, washing her hair halfway through.
At that moment, a loud boom of thunder echoed from outside the bathroom window.
Then, a cold wind howled in with violent force. The old wooden window was blown open. On the bathroom stand, the candle's windbreak was overturned by the gust.
A chill instantly filled the room. Without the windbreak, the lit wick swayed and went out.
Jiang Li quickly grabbed the little cotton coat meant for burial and wrapped it around herself. At the same time, outside the bathroom, the room was plunged into darkness amidst the terrified screams of children. The children's frightened voices echoed one after another in the darkness.
Ah!
The lights are out, be careful of ghosts.
Look over there, something is floating outside the window. Whoa, Aunt Xiaoyu, I'm scared. Aunt Xiaoyu tried to calm everyone down.
She clapped her hands twice to quiet them.
All right, everyone be quiet. Don't make noise. All the candles have been used up.
We have to wait for Sister Lily to finish her bath before we have candles again.
Don't rush, everyone.
The children's chatter came to a halt. Aunt Xiaoyu wrapped her clothes tighter and looked at the wooden window blown open by the wind on the balcony, then continued.
Aunt Xiaoyu is going to close the window on the balcony. Is there any child willing to go with me? Seconds passed. The dark room was silent as a grave. No child responded. The balcony of this dormitory was considered half outdoors. And Jiang Li was still within the indoor range in the bathroom. The balcony was even further outside than the bathroom. Aunt Xiaoyu muttered to herself, closing a window shouldn't count as going out alone, right? The third rule of the wooden house. Never go out alone, especially after 6 in the afternoon. Jiang Li remembered that when she climbed up the 3 flights of stairs, she heard the clock in the hall strike 6. So it was well past 6 in the afternoon now. The room was now cold and dark. Aunt Xiaoyu hesitated for a few seconds, but still walked toward the balcony in the dark. Jiang Li sensed Aunt Xiaoyu's footsteps stopping at the bathroom door. Knock knock. The sound of knocking on the bathroom door echoed. Aunt Xiaoyu called out to her, "Xiaoli, are you done with your bath? Knock once if you're done, knock twice if you're not." Jiang Li tightened her wrap and did not knock, just standing still. The 7th rule of the wooden house. Do not trust any sounds in the darkness. Xiaoli, Aunt Xiaoyu is a bit scared to go close the window. Can you come out and keep me company? Jiang Li remained silent. Xiaoli? Xiaoli? 2 seconds passed and there was still no response from Jiang Li. She heard banging on the bathroom door. Bang bang. Jiang Li pressed tightly against the door lock, not daring to let go. But the banging grew louder and stronger. The not-so-secure wooden door bolt soon showed signs of loosening screws. Jiang Li took a deep breath, using her small body to hold the doorframe firmly. Crack! A flash of lightning struck. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Li caught a glimpse of something with long hair crawling in through the broken window. No way. At this rate, she wouldn't be able to hold either side. Just then, Jiang Li suddenly remembered that she still had some small matches left from the previous round. The situation was becoming more complicated. Jiang Li gritted her teeth. She pressed her back against the wooden door, freeing a hand to strike a match. In the humid air, on the 3rd strike, the match ignited. The candle was more than a meter away from Jiang Li. Jiang Li steeled her resolve, letting go of the bathroom door to light the candle. Crash! The bathroom door was shoved open from the outside.